Ever since Su Liang's girlfriend Leng Lianshuang awakened the one in a million S-level divine seal. At that moment, she became the favored child of heaven that everyone was paying attention to, and embarked on a road to becoming a strong person with a promising future. In just a few years, she overcame all obstacles and finally reached the peak of level 45, becoming a divine general with the strength of 5 seals. Despite Su Liang's best efforts, he still could not escape his mediocre fate. When Su Liang was reborn again, he was no longer the cowardly self he once was. Because Rebirth also brought him a new power, animal energy transformation. This incredible ability can transform the abilities of alien beasts into personal use and be controlled by humans. He has begun to use his new abilities and his advantage as a prophet of the future to carve out a path for himself as a powerful person. In the previous content, our story tells that Su Liang had just arrived at the hunting ground and was ready to continue accumulating beast crystals and improving his strength. At the same time, Fong Bwe entered the hunting ground alone, wanting to get rid of overprotection and prove his strength. She encountered a 2-star bloodthirsty rat and decided not to back down. She fought the beast with all her might, but unfortunately she was seriously injured. Although Fong Bwe insisted on not asking for help, Su Liang finally decided to follow her. Su Liang finally decided to follow her and help her deal with the impending danger. Hey everyone! This video is the second part of After Rebirth. I can infinitely absorb beast power and marry the future SSS-Level Empress in advance. If you haven't watched the previous part yet, you can find the link in the video's description. Now, I will explain the new story to you starting from Chapter 76. Chapter 76, you don't seem to be very smart here. Su Liang quickly caught up and saw a 2-star bloodthirsty rat chasing Fong Bwe from afar. This bloodthirsty rat is clearly evolving towards 3 stars. If Fong Bwe is in the best condition, he might be able to defeat it. But now she was seriously injured and her strength was almost exhausted. Fong Bwe ran while holding the divine crystal tightly and madly absorbing energy, with red light flashing. Su Liang frowned and couldn't help but feel that this woman seemed a little confused. She was obviously about to collapse, but she refused to ask for help. Although he felt somewhat helpless, he still followed closely behind her because he could not bear to see her get into trouble. Before long, Fong Bwe was unable to escape the pursuit of the bloodthirsty rats. In a violent collision, she was knocked away and fell to the ground. She rolled over for more than 10 times before stopping, with blood flowing from her chest. She held Tang Hengdao tightly, ready to make a final fight. Fong Bwe knew that she didn't have much chance, but she was still determined to try to kill with one blow. Her divine crystal continued to absorb energy, and the icy power in her body began to explode. The Tang Hengdao in her hand instantly turned into a huge frost dragon, and countless frost swords condensed around it. The cold air filled the air and ice crystals covered the grass and trees. She slashed the frost dragon, and at once, a volley of frost blades shot out, turning the bloodthirsty rats into hedgehogs. The frost dragon hit the bloodthirsty rat's head hard, blood splattered everywhere, and it died instantly. Fong Bwe breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. She succeeded, and with her own strength she killed the strange beast that was about to evolve into 3 stars. However, the bloodthirsty rat's dying counterattack caught her off guard, and its tail lashed her hard in the chest. The armor broke. Fong Bwe vomited blood, flew backwards, and hit a tree, completely losing his ability to fight. Despite her serious injuries, she still managed to stay awake, with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. She finally proved herself. She did it on her own. However, as the strange beasts around her approached, she realized that she was no longer able to fight. She tightly grasped Tang Hengdao, ready for a final fight. But when she was about to despair, she heard the sound of a spear breaking through the air. Su Liang appeared and shot a bloodthirsty rat that pounced on her, pinning it to the ground. Then he rushed out of the bushes and quickly cleared out the other strange beasts. Fong Bwe was stunned. Su Liang's marksmanship was so sharp that he could kill these strange beasts so easily without using the power of the divine seal at all. All the strange beasts were quickly eliminated. Su Liang did not stop at all. He quickly dug out the beast crystals and put them into the space converter. He walked up to Fong Bwe and threw her a 2-star beast crystal. Fong Bwe wanted to say thank you, but was interrupted by Su Liang as soon as he opened his mouth. He pointed at his head and said, "You seem a little unintelligent here." Chapter 77 Brother Su Liang won't let me play with someone who will abandon me after having sex with me. Fong Bwe was stunned for a long time. She had never been evaluated like this before, especially by Su Liang. You are not very smart. Fong Bwe has always been the apple of everyone's eye. She is known as the god's darling and the clever as ice campus goddess. But in Su Liang's eyes, she seems to be good for nothing. She was extremely angry, yet also somewhat helpless, as if a feeling of grievance was surging in her chest. When Su Liang ran away just now, she was so angry. Doesn't he know how to be gentle and considerate to women? After all, she is the chosen one of God and the school belle of the academy. Why does she sound like an insignificant girl in his words? You're the one with a problem in your brain. Fong Bwe was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he was powerless to refute. When you say I'm not smart, aren't you talking about yourself? Su Liang responded expressionlessly. In such an environment, facing a life and death threat, you have to use up your last bit of strength to kill the beast. How is this different from seeking death? Oh no, you are simply sending yourself to die. Fong Bei's face flushed red, and she was so angry that she couldn't even speak. You can say such things. I really don't know how to describe you. Su Liang sneered. I really don't know if you added all your intelligence to your appearance when you were reincarnated. When these words were spoken, Fong Bwe almost exploded with anger. She was annoyed, but did not dare to refute. She couldn't hold back her tears and finally shed them. Her eyes were red as she growled in a low voice. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? When you saw the alien beasts chasing me, you turned and ran away. You are a coward taught by the academy, a coward who is afraid of death. Su Liang smiled contemptuously. You are right. I am afraid of death. If I hadn't helped you escape, you would have died long ago. Hearing this, Fong Bwe was so angry that she burst into tears. She had never been humiliated like this by any boy, but today Su Liang's sarcasm almost made her collapse. I can handle it myself. Don't worry about it. Fong Bei's eyes were red. She was so angry. She wiped her tears and still looked at him stubbornly. Su Liang ignored her and continued with a smile. Don't be so stubborn. No one outside will help you. The most important thing is to survive. He was about to turn around and leave, but saw that Fong Bwe still refused to bow her head. He sighed in his heart, turned back to her, squatted down and looked at her. Su Liang asked, Why don't you want to call for help? Fong Bwe was so angry that she turned her head away coldly. Why do you care about me? Do you want me to die here? Su Liang raised his eyebrows. Then you continue to be stubborn and wait for death. Fong Bei's tears could no longer be stopped. She felt like she was about to collapse, but she still stubbornly refused to bow her head. Fong Bwe said, You are really a bastard. Seeing that she still insisted on being stubborn, Su Liang finally softened his heart. He knew that no matter how stubborn Fong Bwe was, she would inevitably feel aggrieved in her heart. He said, Okay, stop crying. I'll call for help, but you have to promise me that you won't do this again. Fong Bwe was so angry that she almost suffocated. I don't need your rescue. Su Liang ignored her. She always did it herself anyway. However, seeing her face full of tears, Su Liang sighed, Okay, listen to you. I don't want to care anyway. Su Liang said, Then you must promise me not to tell anyone about this. Okay. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Su Liang was too lazy to continue arguing. So he took the 2-star beast crystal from her, thought about it for a while, and finally agreed to her conditions. When Fong Bwe handed him the beast crystal, there was a hint of apology in her eyes. She didn't want to owe Su Liang too much, even though her heart was filled with complicated emotions towards him. Don't do stupid things again. Su Liang accepted the beast crystal, covered her chest with clothes, and picked her up. I'll take you to the infirmary. Fong Bei's whole body froze. No boy had ever touched her like Su Liang did. Her face turned red instantly, her heart beat faster, but her heart was still full of conflict and anger. She was even a little annoyed as to why she cared so much about Su Liang's actions. Let me go. Fong Bwe growled angrily. Su Liang replied to her calmly, You are injured now. Stop making trouble. There was no emotion in his tone, which made Fong Bwe feel angry and had nowhere to vent. Along the way, Su Liang avoided most of the strange beasts and finally took her out of the hunting ground after half an hour. Okay, we're here. Su Liang carried her to the villa's infirmary and watched the smart butler begin to treat Fong Bwe. You should recover slowly. I have already got the beast crystal. Although Fong Bwe almost lost consciousness due to the pain, she still tried her best to take out the 2-star beast crystal. I will give it to you next time. Su Liang was somewhat helpless. Come on, you can treat it yourself. Forget about the beast crystal. You're really a bastard. Fong Bwe roared weakly, But this time she stopped struggling. Su Liang walked out of the infirmary, feeling a little dazed. He thought, after Fong Bwe recovers, he shouldn't come to cause trouble again, right? However, he knew that with Fong Bwe's personality, there would probably still be some trouble. Forget it, let's wait until she gets better. Thinking of this, Su Liang poured himself a glass of water and then prepared to go back to continue improving his strength. After returning to Qianqian's villa, Su Liang took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and prepared for the dinner party in the evening. As soon as Lin Shuya entered the door, she was surprised by the luxury of the villa. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Qianqian smiled and looked at Su Liang. You will have it in the future. She introduced with a smile. This is Lin Shuya, my roommate. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Hello. Lin Shuya was a little shy. Hello? Su Liang knew in his heart that Lin Shuya should have a good impression of him. After all, he was one of the few freshmen with a 5-star combat power rating. During dinner, Qianqian asked, Brother Su Liang, how is the hunting ground? Su Liang waved his hand indifferently. Killed more than 100 strange beasts. Lin Shuya was shocked. More than 100? Are you serious? You are a freshman. Su Liang smiled and said without further explanation, nothing special. Then, Qianqian asked again, did you encounter any accidents? Su Liang nodded. I met Fong Bwe. She was almost killed by a 2-star alien beast. I helped her get out. After hearing this, Qianqian frowned slightly. You hug her? Su Liang coughed awkwardly. There is no other way. I have to hold you. Qianqian didn't say anything, just snorted softly. It's better this way. In the restaurant, Qianqian's Starlink suddenly rang. She took a look and her face looked unhappy. Luo Zan is bothering me again. He sends nonsense messages all day long. It's really annoying. Su Liang sneered. Let me see. Qianqian handed the star chain to him. Su Liang took a look and laughed. This idiot's method of picking up girls is too low level, isn't it? He quickly deleted the message on the screen, sent a photo, and then blocked the other party. When Luo Zan saw the photo, he was stunned, and then he became furious. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 78. Sowing Dissension. Qianqian and Lin Shuya couldn't help but laugh when they saw the message Su Liang sent back, although they were still a little worried. Brother Su Liang, is it okay to make him angry like this? Qianqian asked. Su Liang waved his hands, looking relaxed. What could possibly happen? If the Luo family really dares to provoke us, we will make things worse. By then, I don't know how many strong people will go to the Luo family for it. There was a hint of contempt in his words. You are now in a position higher than everyone else in the academy. There is no need to make a fuss. However, if it really comes to that, we'll just have to get rid of him at once, Su Liang added. Qianqian was still a little worried, but I'm afraid he will cause trouble for you. Su Liang smiled and patted her shoulder. Silly girl, it's not that easy to find trouble with me. The three of them continued chatting. The topic was light. Su Liang asked Lin Shuya, Shuya, where do you live? The civilian area in the south of the city. Lin Shuya replied. Su Liang nodded, knowing that it was only a matter of time before her family circumstances changed. Then, Lin Shuya asked curiously, Su Liang, Qianqian said that you taught her many fighting skills. Can you teach me? Su Liang smiled and said, okay, but your teacher's teaching is definitely better than mine. Qianqian immediately shook her head. No, Brother Su Liang, I think what you teach is different from what the teacher teaches. Su Liang looked at her and said seriously, Teacher taught the basics of combat skills, but you taught me how to kill strange beasts, which is closer to actual combat. If you hadn't taught me, my combat rating would definitely not have reached 4 stars. Su Liang nodded slightly, agreeing with her opinion. Lin Shuya also excitedly agreed. Really? Then I want to learn it too. Su Liang smiled and said, okay, I'll teach you during the weekend. The three were chatting happily when a group of people walked into the restaurant. Yi Qinghan saw Su Liang in the corner, and his face suddenly darkened. He said coldly, damn it, he actually took the lead. His companions noticed his change. Brother Qinghan, what's wrong? One of the girls caught a glimpse of Bai Qianqian. It's Bai Qianqian. Yi Qinghan nodded and whispered, she is only interested in him now. Don't worry, let Luo Zan deal with Su Liang first. If he can deal with Su Liang, we will take action. Yi Qiuling sneered at the side. It's just a level 1 guy, Brother Qinghan. I can help you deal with it. Is there any way? Yi Qinghan asked. Simple, Yi Qiuling chuckled. Just a little provocation will do. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Okay, well done. Remember that you will be credited for the future. Yi Qiuling smiled confidently and left quickly to prepare. She went into the bathroom and changed into a set of black suspender stockings and a white miniskirt. She pulled the clothes down a little in front of her chest and made a deliberately provocative gesture. When I walked out of the bathroom, I happened to see Su Liang and his group preparing to leave. Yi Qiuling chuckled, walked towards Bai Qianqian, and deliberately shook her breasts vigorously. "Bai Qianqian," she shouted in surprise. The three of them stopped and turned around to see Yi Qiuling coming towards them. He deliberately made a surprised expression and looked at Bai Qianqian eagerly. "It's really you." Yi Qiuling walked closer with excitement on her face. "Who are you?" Bai Qianqian was a little confused. Yi Qiuling smiled and said, "My name is Yi Qiuling, and I'm a student in class 2. I never thought I'd meet you." As she spoke, she deliberately acted excited, her chest rising and falling violently with her movements. Su Liang sneered in his heart, thinking that with her acting skills, she could become an actress. Bai Qianqian was a little overwhelmed and whispered, "Please don't make it public." Yi Qiuling immediately lowered her voice and pretended to be shy. "Oh, okay." She continued to show her enthusiasm and took the initiative to take a photo with Bai Qianqian. After the two took a photo together, Yi Qiuling suddenly noticed Su Liang and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Hey, you are Su Liang, the one with a 5-star combat power rating, right?" She seemed to have just remembered and looked at Su Liang with sparkling eyes. Su Liang nodded. "Yes, it's me." "Wow, I didn't expect to meet you. You and Bai Qianqian know each other." Yi Qiuling's eyes were full of admiration, and she deliberately moved closer to Su Liang. As she spoke, she struck a seductive pose, as if to attract Su Liang's attention. Bai Qianqian frowned, feeling a little angry. "Can I take a photo with you?" Yi Qiuling continued, appearing extremely enthusiastic. Su Liang smiled slightly. "Okay." Bai Qianqian couldn't help feeling a little angry. Looking at Yi Qiuling's smug look, she felt unhappy. Yi Qiuling was very excited and jumped up. "That's great." Then, she handed Bai Qianqian her Starlink. "Can you take a picture for us?" Bai Qianqian was somewhat reluctant, but in order to avoid making the atmosphere awkward, she still took the Starlink. As a result, the next second, Yi Qiuling actually hugged Su Liang's arm directly, and the action was intimate. Bai Qianqian was so angry that her face turned blue, and she felt extremely jealous. She quickly returned the star chain to Yi Qiuling, and her smile could no longer be seen on her face. Yi Qiuling struck a few poses and deliberately moved closer, obviously trying to provoke Bai Qianqian. "Great photo, thank you, Bai Qianqian." Yi Qiuling smiled and let go of her hand, then turned to Su Liang with a subtle shyness in her eyes. "Su Liang, can I add your Xingxuan account?" Bai Qianqian's heart was about to explode. Her face became increasingly heavy, and she couldn't help but pull Lin Shuya and turn away. When Yi Qiuling saw her reaction, she felt secretly proud of herself and thought that she had successfully provoked a conflict. Su Liang noticed Bai Qianqian's emotions and quickly chased after her. Seeing this, Yi Qiuling sneered, thinking that this drama was almost over. Next, she only needs to do it a few more times to completely stir up differences between Su Liang and Bai Qianqian and achieve her goal. Soon, Yi Qinghan appeared, with praise in his eyes. "Qiu Ling, I didn't expect you to be so capable and handle it so easily." Yi Qiuling smiled slyly. "Brother Qinghan, I won't let them separate so easily. Give me a few days and some strong medicine, and I will make sure they are completely separated." Yi Qinghan smiled. "Okay, brother will treat you to a big meal today." The two left triumphantly, while Su Liang was anxiously rushing to Bai Qianqian's side. Chapter 79. The Haunting Ghost. Bai Qianqian was so angry that her face turned red, and she quickly pulled Lin Shuya away. She was almost mad to death. "Idiot! Pervert!" she said angrily. Lin Shuya shook her head helplessly. "Qianqian, calm down. Don't get excited. That girl was obviously here for Brother Su Liang. I can see that. Why didn't Brother Su Liang reject her? She even hugged him. He even added her to star message." Bai Qianqian was indignant. Lin Shuya sighed. "You can see it. How could Brother Su Liang not see it? Don't you trust your brother Su Liang?" Lin Shuya asked with a smile. Bai Qianqian was stunned. At this moment, she realized that she might be too sensitive. But, seeing that scene, she just felt uncomfortable. Why was that? "But," she whispered. Lin Shuya comforted her. "Although you have never been in a relationship, if you really feel uncomfortable, you should have stopped her just now and defended your sovereignty." Bai Qianqian hesitated. "But I don't want to embarrass Brother Su Liang." Lin Shuya smiled helplessly. "You would rather suffer yourself than embarrass him in front of others, right?" Bai Qianqian lowered her head, feeling a little embarrassed. This was her mood, but but she didn't want Su Liang to misunderstand her. Suddenly, she turned around and ran into Su Liang's arms. "Ah!" she exclaimed. Su Liang quickly hugged her waist and said with a smile, "Little fool, are you jealous?" Seeing Su Liang, Bai Qianqian's anger immediately disappeared. She really couldn't be angry with him. She lowered her head, too shy to speak. Lin Shuya chuckled beside him. "Is this considered a confession?" Bai Qianqian became even more shy and buried her head in Su Liang's chest. Su Liang quickly explained, "She is Yi Qinghan's person, and she did it on purpose. Yi Qinghan and the others were right next to her just now." Bai Qianqian looked up suddenly, and Su Liang continued to explain in a low voice. "I noticed that they entered the store a long time ago and left not long after. Yi Qiuling went to the bathroom and changed her stockings and skirt, just to make you jealous." Bai Qianqian suddenly realized, and she felt a little regretful, but more of aggrieved. She muttered softly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you liked that." Su Liang smiled and rubbed her head. "Silly girl, the only one I like is Qianqian." Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's ears turned red, and she was too embarrassed to look at him. Lin Shuya laughed and teased, "Oh, I'm full of this dog food. I'm going back to the academy first. Qianqian, it's okay for you to come back later." Lin Shuya left lightly, and Bai Qianqian buried herself in Su Liang's arms, her heart beating faster. She suddenly understood. This was Su Liang's first confession, right? However, she also felt that she had not become more attractive and did not have a figure like Yi Qiuling. It was a little hard to believe that she did not have such a good figure. Su Liang looked down at her and smiled. "How long will it take to bury it?" Bai Qianqian finally raised her head, blushing. "I'm sorry, brother Su Liang. I wronged you." Su Liang shook his head. "It's not your fault. I didn't tell you in advance. It's all my fault. I wanted you to have a real reaction and wanted Yi Qiuling to feel that she succeeded." Bai Qianqian whispered, "But wouldn't it be better to just refuse directly?" Su Liang smiled and explained, "This is just the initial trouble we have encountered. There will be more people who want to destroy our relationship in the future. Going along with her will make her feel that she is successful, and in fact I am in control of everything. Yi Qiuling is just a small role, and the people behind her are the key. I plan to crush their ideas through this incident." Bai Qianqian heard it a little vaguely, but she knew that Su Liang was thinking about her, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm. "You just need to know that Su Liang belongs to Qianqian and Qianqian belongs to Su Liang," Su Liang said softly. She lowered her head slightly, feeling both happy and shy, and couldn't help but let a smile appear on the corner of her mouth. "I don't like Fong Bwe. Who is she? There is only Qianqian in my heart," Su Liang said. Bai Qianqian blushed like an apple and responded softly, "Okay, stop talking. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Su Liang smiled and said, "But it's really cute to see you getting jealous of me." Bai Qianqian couldn't help but lower her head and punched him hard. "You still dare to talk?" Su Liang hugged her and whispered, "Come on, I'll let you punish me." Bai Qianqian knew what he meant, so she smiled and ignored him, her face blushing so much that it was about to fall off. Finally, she couldn't help but kiss Su Liang gently on the face. "Humph, don't let other girls hug you anymore," she warned in a low voice. "Understood." Su Liang responded with a smile, and the two of them walked towards the academy happily. As soon as they walked into the academy gate, Su Liang noticed a shadow following them. He frowned and snorted in his heart. "Today is really busy. Why is this person still haunting me?" Without saying a word, he first sent Bai Qianqian back to the dormitory, said goodbye to her reluctantly, and then started to return. He knew that the people behind him were waiting for the opportunity and ready to take action. Su Liang deliberately walked to a secluded place, waiting for the other party to appear. Sure enough, not long after, the man decisively attacked. The purple light of the divine seal surged over his body, and the power of the divine seal seemed particularly strong. Su Liang sneered and was already prepared in his heart. "I'm waiting for you." The other party was shocked, not expecting that he had been discovered long ago. But he was unyielding and acted quickly. A hint of coldness flashed in Su Liang's eyes. He snorted coldly and drew out his spear. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light. Su Liang swung the spear lightly and stabbed the opponent quickly. The opponent hurriedly raised his arm to block, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Su Liang's heart moved. The enemy in front of him obviously possessed a golden divine seal that could instantly transform any part of his body into metal. The opponent's punches were extremely fierce, and he was approaching at a very fast speed. But in Su Liang's eyes, every move of the enemy was clearly visible and posed no threat at all. He kicked his feet hard, retreated, swung his spear, and hit the opponent again. Clang! There was another sound of metal clashing. Gu Dongping seemed a little shocked. This freshman was so strong? Every time he was shot, he felt so painful that he wished he was dead. He thought to himself, this Su Liang can't be just a freshman at the first seal level. His combat power has far exceeded my expectations. Su Liang smiled coldly and moved his steps flexibly. He gradually became certain that this enemy was very powerful and was above level 12. The most important thing for him now is to keep distance, find the right opportunity, and defeat the opponent. Although Gu Dongping was very angry, he did not give up easily. He tried every means to get close to Su Liang and tried to defeat him with one blow. Chapter 80. The gun challenges the second seal god envoy. Gu Dongping's fist blasted out fiercely, with the momentum of a tiger rushing down a mountain. The powerful force shook the air. Seeing that Su Liang's defense was about to be breached, Gu Dongping was already impatiently preparing to withstand the blow and then knock Su Liang down with one punch. As long as he hit him, the victory would be his. However, Su Liang had no intention of wasting time with him. He sneered, and the beast god's seal on his chest circulated, quickly stimulating a powerful force that gathered at the tip of the gun. The angry dragon breaks the army. He growled and suddenly drew his gun. Gu Dongping looked at the gun coming towards him, and a feeling of disdain surged in his heart. This gun can't break my defense. He was ready to take the blow, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. But he was wrong. Su Liang's gun tip was as precise as a blade and instantly penetrated Gu Dongping's defense. Gu Dongping's fist was still more than 1 meter away from Su Liang. As his body moved forward, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that the black spear had pierced his right shoulder. Blood was gushing out, and his face was distorted with pain. Ah! Gu Dongping's scream of pain echoed all around. How was it possible? He couldn't believe what he saw. His body was blessed by the power of the divine seal, so it was impossible for it to be penetrated easily. What's more, he once easily blocked the attack of a 2-star monster, so how could he be defeated by a newcomer Su Liang? Gu Dongping struggled in pain, but he only heard Su Liang's cold voice. If you move, I will shatter your right shoulder and make you completely disabled. Su Liang exerted force, picked up the spear with one hand, and lifted Gu Dongping up directly. Gu Dongping's pale face was filled with pain. He clenched his teeth, barely able to endure the excruciating pain. Let me go. Gu Dongping almost roared. Who asked you to do this? Su Liang's voice was cold as ice. Gu Dongping's heart trembled, and he realized that he couldn't tell the truth. He gritted his teeth and denied. I didn't mean to do anything. I just wanted to challenge you. Su Liang sneered, you're just being stubborn. As he spoke, he slowly rotated the spear and blood flowed down the spear. Ah! Gu Dongping screamed in pain again, trying to attract the attention of people around him with the sound. Sure enough, several students were attracted over and witnessed the bloody scene. What the hell? What is this? Are they trying to kill someone? This exclamation attracted more students to watch. Is this Gu Dongping from the second level? He was beaten? Some old students were shocked. Isn't he level 13? He was beaten like this. They couldn't believe what they saw. However, Su Liang didn't care about the looks of these people. He snorted coldly and asked coldly, Tell me, who asked you to attack me? Gu Dongping's eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost crazy. Kill me if you have the guts. I'm sacrificing my future for a loser like you? Su Liang sneered, let's ask it another way. He slowly approached Gu Dongping and said coldly, Luo Zan asked you to come to me. It shouldn't just be to beat me up, right? Gu Dongping's eyes suddenly narrowed. Obviously Su Liang had guessed his thoughts. Su Liang sneered, sure enough, Luo Zan is such a simple guy. Su Liang was as calm as water at this moment. He had roughly guessed in his mind that Luo Zan, Zhang Tianze, Yi Qinghan and others seemed to have been planning something behind the scenes and were preparing to use this attack to shake his position in the academy. Luo Zan is obviously the dumbest one. Su Liang can get the answer with just a little probing. Next, Su Liang threw Gu Dongping to the ground without hesitation. Ah! Gu Dongping's scream of pain echoed in the air, and the students next to him couldn't help but gasp. Gu Dongping, who was so powerful, was thrown to the ground by Su Liang like this, looking extremely embarrassed. Su Liang had a blank expression on his face. He quickly grabbed Gu Dongping by the collar and dragged him to the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. The students around were shocked and whispered, What is he going to do? Who is this person? Too cruel. Is he going to cause trouble for the 3 seal level? Many students have begun to realize that Su Liang does not intend to give up. At this time, Gu Dongping had fallen into a coma due to excessive blood loss. He had completely lost the ability to resist and allowed Su Liang to drag him away. They walked towards the 3-level dormitory building, with blood spilling all over the ground, scaring the students nearby so much that they dared not approach. At the focus of this battle, almost everyone realized one thing. Su Liang, the freshman, actually possessed such terrifying combat power. Soon, more and more people realized that Su Liang was walking towards the 3-level dormitory building, and his target was obviously Luo Zan. At the same time, in the freshman dormitory building, Fatty, Wang Lai, and Yang Feihua's faces changed drastically when they saw the news. Fuck. Something bad happened to Liangzi. Wang Lai reacted immediately. Quick, call the Queen of Flowers. Let's go and find someone to help. Yang Feihua said urgently. Su Liang's action not only shocked everyone in the academy, but also made the conspiracy behind it begin to surface. Chapter 81: The Biggest Screw. Luo Zan staggered after being hit by the door and crashed into the wall. His inner anger instantly reached its peak. He pushed open the door that was blocking his face and roared, "Damn it! Who is looking for death?" The students outside the door broadcast this scene live using a drone, and the school forum exploded with excitement. People were discussing, "He is Bai Qianqian's boyfriend? How dare he challenge Su Liang with this level?" The laughter and comments continued, and Luo Zan was almost going crazy. He slapped the flames on the bath towel hard, his face flushed, and his eyes were burning with anger. "Su Liang, you are looking for death." The blue light of the divine seal burst out instantly, and the air around Luo Zan became tense. But Su Liang was not panicked at all and sneered, "Senior Luo, don't get excited. Otherwise your wise and brave image will be exposed." Luo Zan was stunned for a moment, and the blue flames instantly went out. He quickly wrapped the towel tightly and began to prepare for a counterattack. His eyes were red, and he shouted angrily, "I want you to die." He took out the armor from the space converter, and a set of black armor instantly wrapped his whole body, exuding a sense of oppression, and the blue flames burned again. "Su Liang, you will die today." Luo Zan's voice was low and cold, and his eyes almost spit fire. His anger was completely out of control, and he had only one goal: to kill Su Liang in front of him. Just as he was about to take action, Su Liang calmly threw Gu Dongping towards Luo Zan like throwing garbage. Gu Dongping fell heavily to the ground, bleeding profusely. Luo Zan looked down at the waste in front of him, and his heart was shocked. Gu Dongping actually failed? He was shocked and realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. However, he quickly calmed down and said grimly, "Next time you send someone, don't look for these rubbish." The students around him understood the truth of the matter instantly, and the forum and live broadcast room exploded. Luo Zan sent someone to kill Su Liang? This is a big deal. Killing is taboo in the academy. People were discussing, then Gu Dongping is the person Luo Zan found? Oh my god, Su Liang is Bai Qianqian's boyfriend. No wonder Luo Zan wants to kill him. When Luo Zan heard these comments, anger burned in his eyes. He no longer cared about hiding his purpose and shouted angrily, "Asshole! You kicked my door and openly insulted me, and now you are throwing a piece of trash in front of me to slander me." He no longer controlled his emotions and punched Su Liang. The blue flames condensed into a huge fire fist and smashed towards Su Liang. Su Liang was not at all flustered. He shook the black spear in his hand violently and retreated quickly. He jumped down the stairs without hesitation, shouting, "You don't admit it? Everyone knows that Gu Dongping was sent by you." The students downstairs dodged one after another, and Luo Zan, wearing armor, followed closely behind. The blue flame turned into a fire dragon and pounced on Su Liang. "Stop slandering me. I will kill you today." When Luo Zan jumped off the building, the ground made a loud noise and the air was deformed by the pressure. Su Liang dodged quickly, took advantage of the force with his feet, and leaped forward rapidly. Immediately afterwards, Su Liang flipped over and landed on the ground. His body was as steady as a mountain. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. The students around him stepped back one after another, shocked at Su Liang's speed and strength. Luo Zan followed closely behind, and the blue flames rushed after Su Liang. His speed was extremely fast, almost like a speeding fire dragon. "Die!" Luo Zan roared, so fast that Su Liang could hardly react. The blue flames condensed into a terrifying fist and smashed towards Su Liang. Bang! The flaming fist hit Su Liang's black spear, making a deafening explosion. The gun body bent, and Su Liang's body was blown backwards and hit the wall, and the wall behind him cracked instantly. The flames were still invading. Su Liang's divine seal surged rapidly, and the cold corpse fire was dispelled, but his chest still hurt violently. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power of the three-sealed divine master should not be underestimated. Luo Zan was completely out of control, punching continuously, and the crazy blue flames almost swallowed everything. Su Liang could only resist with difficulty with every attack. His spear was constantly bent, his knuckles were cracked, and blood flowed down the spear handle. "Ant, die!" Luo Zan roared and attacked madly with one punch after another. Each punch carried destructive force, and Su Liang could already feel his physical strength rapidly declining. But he did not give up. He endured the severe pain and relied on his fighting consciousness to fight back desperately. He knew that if he didn't persevere, the consequences would be disastrous. "Su Liang, you are courting death." Luo Zan's flames became more intense, ready to tear everything apart at any time. Su Liang had only one thought in his mind: to hold on and wait for the teachers to arrive. Just as Luo Zan's fist approached again, Su Liang shouted angrily, and the beast god seal on his chest surged, and golden light instantly covered the spear. The tip of the gun flashed with golden light, pointing directly at Luo Zan's fist that turned into blue flames. Bang! The golden light collided with the blue flame, and the blue flame seemed to be suppressed and retreated. Su Liang swung his gun violently, and the golden force actually forced back Luo Zan's flames. The students around were stunned, watching this incredible scene. What the hell? What is that? How can it make Luo Zan's corpse fire retreat? Could it be the power of the A-level divine seal? Chapter 82. I am telling the truth. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused a commotion. Golden glow? How can he have golden glow? He is a level. It should be impossible for him to burst out such power. Some people at the scene were still skeptical, while others began to sense that something was wrong. The golden light did not seem like an ordinary divine seal power, but rather an oppressive aura. But Su Liang didn't have time to think about it. The tip of the gun broke through the blue flame's defense and hit Luo Zan's arm hard. Luo Zan's eyes instantly turned into shock. How is this possible? He never expected that the seemingly ordinary spear could actually leave scars on his top-level armor. The anger and pain made the rage in his heart burn even more fiercely, and the blue corpse fire surged out again, and he almost turned into a blue fireman. The flaming fists rained down on Su Liang. Su Liang kept blocking them with the tip of his gun blessed by golden light. Although he was left with scars every time, he was unable to completely break through Luo Zan's defense. The power gap is too big. I must find a way to increase my attack power. Su Liang quickly analyzed in his mind. Although the beast god seal enhanced his defense and attack power, the huge gap between him and Luo Zan still made him unable to fully contend. Just as Su Liang continued to resist, Luo Zan seized the opportunity and rushed forward again, smashing Su Liang's spear with a punch carrying a strong blue flame. The gun body bent instantly, and Su Liang was blown away by the huge force and fell heavily against the wall of the dormitory building. The wall cracked instantly, and Su Liang fell to the ground again. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his knuckles were also cracked. The students around witnessed this scene and broke into a cold sweat for Su Liang. He is worthy of being a top-level 3-sealed divine master. Su Liang has been very strong to have held on until now. Luo Zan did not stop. Blue flames surged in his eyes, as if to destroy everything. He drew out his weapon, a trident flashing with cold light, and rushed towards Su Liang with murderous intent. Just when Su Liang was about to fall into despair, suddenly, a domineering aura swept over, and the domineering power instantly suppressed Luo Zan's blue flame. A long spear blocked the trident. The figure in front of Su Liang was tall and cold. It was the Queen of Beauty, Hunchu. "Stop!" Hunchu's voice was as cold as ice, and the domineering aura made the blue flames retreat instantly. Her spear vibrated slightly, and the recoil force caused Luo Zan to be knocked back several steps. "I'm going to kill him!" Luo Zan roared, but facing Hunchu, he did not retreat at all. Hunchu snorted coldly, then swept the spear in his hand and instantly appeared in front of Luo Zan. Just as Luo Zan reacted, a shot swept across and the trident was knocked away. Luo Zan was shot backwards like a cannonball and hit the wall of the dormitory building hard. The wall exploded, and the whole person hit the ground heavily. Is this the Queen of Flower? The students were amazed. The whole scene suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of Luo Ziwen wailing as he fell to the ground. Lianshuang looked at Luo Ziwen coldly. You have no respect for your elders, speak wildly, and bully the weak. Where does your courage come from? A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Luo Ziwen's eyes. He was extremely angry, but he was powerless to resist. At this time, Fatty and two other classmates finally arrived and hurriedly helped Su Liang up. Liangzi, what happened? The fat man asked anxiously, his eyes full of worry. It's okay, I'll hold on. Su Liang shook his head. Although he had serious internal injuries, he did not fall down. His eyes were cold. Leave quickly, Luo Ziwen will not let you go. Fatty and the others were unwilling to retreat and firmly supported Su Liang. We are not afraid. You are our brother. Yang Feihua and Wang Lai also nodded in agreement. Su Liang smiled slightly, feeling warm in his heart. For the sake of his brothers, he would persevere no matter how difficult it was. Stand back. Wait for me to deal with this matter. Seeing this, Luo Ziwen roared, Lianshuang, are you just protecting him like this? Protect? Why should I protect him? Su Liang sneered. Luo Ziwen's anger flared up again, and he shouted hysterically, he provoked me, kicked open my door, and made me lose face. Lianshuang looked at him coldly, frowning slightly. Did you arrange for Gu Dongping to kill Su Liang? Luo Ziwen began to defend himself desperately. That's not true. How could I let him do such a thing? At this time, Su Liang said calmly, there is nothing I can do if he doesn't admit it. I have no evidence. As he said that, he pulled up the tracking video of Gu Dongping. He said, what happened is that Gu Dongping started following me after I sent my girlfriend back to the dormitory and suddenly attacked me. It was obvious that he was going to kill me. Su Liang said calmly, everyone knows that he is Luo Ziwen's man. So I brought him here to ask Senior Luo for clarification. He looked at everyone present and said, after all, Senior Luo did something on the day we enrolled. Can everyone understand that? The students watching nodded one after another. Everyone understood that Gu Dongping was Luo Ziwen's man. I don't know him. I just came to settle accounts with Senior Luo. Su Liang continued, I admit that I was a little impulsive at the time and kicked open Senior Luo's door. I didn't expect that he actually liked to show off his masculinity in the dormitory so much. The people around were stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Xiongfeng? What kind of weird dialogue is this? Ha 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 ha, Su Liang is really good at playing. This operation is awesome. It kills people directly. Screw Emperor. You are so wronged. Luo Ziwen's face suddenly became uglier and uglier, from red to blue, then to purple, and finally completely black. He pointed at Su Liang and was so angry that he could hardly speak. You. Luo Ziwen was so angry that he almost wanted to bite his teeth off. Su Liang did not give him any chance to breathe and continued to sneer, Senior Luo, don't be angry, although what I said is true, but that is the fact. The students on the side were laughing so hard that they couldn't stop, and even Sha Song couldn't help shaking his head. Lianshuang was stunned, unable to calm down. This guy is really too funny. Chapter 83. Wow, so small. Luo Ziwen's qi and blood attacked his heart. Phew. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Liang strikes while the iron is hot. Teacher Han, I came to argue with him. I kicked his door impulsively, causing him to accidentally expose himself. It's my fault. I admit it. I apologize. And since he said that Gu Dongping was not ordered by him and he doesn't admit it, then I'll just let it go and don't want to pursue it. After all, Gu Dongping also paid a price. Su Liang said this and sighed deeply. Hey, why are you so impulsive, Senior Kaluo? Why didn't you say earlier that it wasn't you who did it? I will definitely compensate you, and then I will turn around and leave. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why? All the students in the school were really tortured to death by Su Liang's shameless look. What a talent. Goddamn compensation. Teacher Han, Senior Luo might have been angry and wanted to attack me. I could only run away. Look, he beat me up like this. I'm vomiting blood, and I don't want to pay for guarding the door. The two cancel each other out. Su Liang spread his hands helplessly. Luo Ziwen went crazy to the point of vomiting blood. I'm so mad. Lianshuang endured the headache. That's enough. Stop talking. Su Liang smiled awkwardly, as if the time was almost right. At this moment, a teacher came late and appeared beside Luo Ziwen and helped him up. Frowning. Teacher Han, what do you mean? This is a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looks decent. In fact, he is a lackey of the Luo family. Lianshuang said expressionlessly, What do you mean? Luo Ziwen beat up my students, so I can't protect my students? Luo Ziwen was the first to attack. Does that mean he is right? He has no respect for his elders and actually told me to get lost. Who gave him the guts? Teacher who? Is that you? Hu Liangjin's face froze. You. He roughly knew what had happened, and it seemed that he was really not in the right. If Luo Ziwen was seen naked, it was because he was not wearing pants. Han Rushuang continued. Since he doesn't admit that Gu Dongping was sent by him, then this matter is just as Su Liang said. The two cancel each other out, and this matter ends here. Luo Ziwen almost vomited blood again. One hand tightly grasped Hu Liangjin's arm. We can't just let it go like this. Hu Liangjin frowned. Okay, let's not talk about Gu Dongping for now, but this Su Liang kicked open Luo Ziwen's door, exposing his privacy to everyone. How do we deal with this matter? Han Rushuang sneered. How do you want to settle this? Luo Ziwen has already beaten my student to the point of vomiting blood. Isn't that enough for him to vent his anger? Do you really want to kill him? Come on. Come and kill me if you have the guts. I won't stop you. Hu Liangjian looked unhappy. Su Liang interrupted. At most I can compensate him with another door. Han Rushuang glared at him. Su Liang shut up instantly. The whole forum burst into laughter. Why do you always think about compensating them? Does he want a door? I just want to close the door of my inner inferiority. Hu Liangjian snorted coldly. Apologize. Apologize to my students. Luo Ziwen was almost mad. He wanted a trivial apology. He just wanted Su Liang to die. Su Liang sneered. I'm apologizing for nothing? He was the first to do it. Hu Liangjin's face darkened. Presumptuous. Su Liang looked nonchalant. Han Rushuang was also in a dilemma, as this matter was very confusing. Just at this moment, a cold snort was heard. Humph! Shut up! Everyone looked over there and saw three hurried figures walking towards them. A chubby Director Huang. There are also Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya. She came a little late just to call Director Huang. She knew that she couldn't solve anything by herself, so she had to find Director Huang. The students were shocked. Bai Qianqian. Fuck! Bai Qianqian is going to domineeringly protect her husband again. In the forum, the future light of our college is here. Damn, I'm so envious. Why can he be liked by everyone at level 1? AY. Didn't you see that Su Liang could fight Sanin? Isn't it obvious? Oh my god, Bai Qianqian seems to have become prettier. Bai Qianqian ran to Su Liang with a distressed look on her face. Hold Su Liang's hand. Brother Su Liang, what happened to you? How are you injured? Qianqian examined Su Liang intimately. All students in the college. The fat guy and the other three were all dumbfounded. Liangzi's girlfriend is the superb Bai Qianqian. What a beast. He actually has such a fierce girlfriend. He actually hid it and didn't tell anyone. What the hell is this fate? The three of them were shocked and didn't say anything for a long time. They didn't want to talk anymore. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Fortunately, they are my brothers. If it were someone else, they would stab him in the back sooner or later. Curse, beast. Damn it. Behind the crowd, Leng Lianshuang and He Yao watched the scene quietly. Leng Lianshuang clenched her fists. The feeling of missing out on a huge treasure became more and more obvious. Su Liang was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Su Liang shook his head and touched her head. Don't worry, it's okay, just a small problem. Bai Qianqian's eyes were red, but he didn't say much. He just turned his head and looked at Luo Ziwen. There was a startling chill emanating from those clear eyes. It seemed that Luo Ziwen had been pinned on the kill list, with that monstrous and ferocious power. The flaming divine seal between the eyebrows burst out with astonishing heat waves. Oh my god, I love you. Please give me a girlfriend like this. I have a bad stomach and I need a good girlfriend to feed me. Urgent request, where can I get it? Is it issued by the government? Luo Ziwen has done something that has backfired. Now Bai Qianqian will only hate him. Su Liang gently squeezed her hand. The heat wave gradually subsided. Director Huang snorted coldly. How long are you going to make trouble? With a cold shout, everyone shut up. Director Huang glanced at them and said, Everyone go away. Turn off the live broadcast. Director Huang glanced at Luo Ziwen and Su Liang. This matter today ends here. No one is allowed to bring this matter up again. I don't care if you hired someone to kill someone or not, but you are a 3-seal divine master. You attacked a freshman, which is a serious violation of discipline. Calm down. Then Director Huang turned and looked at Su Liang. And you. Why did you kick someone's door for no reason? Don't you know how to knock? Go back and reflect on your actions. The whole forum burst into laughter. Did you hear me? Knock on the door next time. Su Liang. I'll kick you again next time. Men. Who did I offend? Luo Zan. What about me? Su Liang smiled awkwardly. Director Huang was protecting him. Still laughing. Su Liang immediately stopped smiling. Director Huang glanced around. All gone. Luo Zan's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. He knew that he had completely lost face today. This Su Liang must die. Must die. Su Liang suddenly said, Director Huang, if I am retaliated by someone, and if I fall into a coma, you must find the murderer. Su Liang suddenly said, let everyone feel helpless. This is clearly a warning to Luo Zan. Tell him to just try it. Luo Zan said coldly, Su Liang, can the academy protect you for a while, but can it protect you for a lifetime? There is nothing that my Luo family cannot kill that I, Luo Zan, cannot kill. Director Huang and the others' faces darkened and they were about to speak. Su Liang sneered, you'd better not look for such rubbish next time, or I'll kick the door again. Luo Zan's face turned alternately blue and red. Damn it, could you please not bring this up? Su Liang's gaze fell on Luo Zan's lower body. He looked as if he was secretly shaking his head. Tisk, tsk, pathetic, so small. Luo Zan really went crazy. His blood and energy were attacking his heart. Ah! Phew. He spat out a mouthful of blood and finally fainted. Become a god. Awesome. Luo Zan was left with a psychological trauma from then on. Don't mess with this Su Liang. He's very harmful. Kill Luo and destroy his heart. The screw emperor has shut himself off. Director Huang and Hunchu were both shocked. What a talented person. Several people sighed deeply. What was going on? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Luo Zan will not let Su Liang go. He will definitely try every possible way to make trouble for Su Liang. Everyone gradually dispersed. Su Liang and his other 4 people, as well as Qian and her 2 companions, followed Director Huang and Amazon. Director Huang sighed softly. If you provoke him like this, he will not stop and will definitely try every possible way to kill you. The academy will protect you, but it's impossible for them to follow you 24 hours a day, right? Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Director Huang, don't worry. I will handle the things in the dark myself, as long as the academy can help me block the obvious ones. Besides, I didn't deliberately instigate this incident. This is the second group of people he has found to cause trouble for me. I can't keep giving in forever. Since he wants to play, I will play with him. If he really falls into my hands one day, I will kill him without mercy. Director Huang and Hunchu looked at Su Liang in surprise. They didn't even see a trace of fear in Su Liang's eyes. Hunchu asked, do you know his family background? Su Liang nodded, yes, I know a little bit. It is one of the most famous families in Rongqing, almost as famous as the Yi family. Director Huang smiled bitterly. I know you are still so impulsive. You should find evidence and give him a fatal blow. Su Liang shook his head. I don't have time to waste with him. I know very well that all this is because Qian and I are together. This is what I have to face. I won't back down. Director Huang and Hunchu both looked at Su Liang deeply. Director Huang believes that it was Hunchu who gave him the courage. Hunchu, however, believed that it was his grandfather who gave him the courage. Qian suddenly asked, Director Huang, will the academy protect Brother Su Liang? Director Huang looked at by Qian. He immediately said, of course. Don't worry, as long as I, Huang Xian, am in the academy, I will definitely protect Su Liang's safety. Director Huang was expressing his opinion to Bai Qian. All this is just because of Bai Qian. Qian then smiled and nodded with satisfaction. The college is good to them now, and they will repay the college in the future. Su Liang felt heavy in his heart, as this kind of promise was not of much use. Improve your strength quickly. In the next few days, while there are no tasks, I will take a few lessons and focus on transforming beast energy. Chapter 84 First Kiss. There were only 6 of them left. Su Liang smiled and said, Qian Shuya, let me introduce you. These are my 3 roommates. The oldest is Yang Feihua, the second is Wang Lai, and the third is Kong Xian. He likes us to call him Fatty. The fat man wanted to cry. If he had known, he would not have said that. The 3 of them greeted by Qian and the others a little shyly. Damn it. The 3 of them felt like they were in tears. I didn't expect that they would have such a close contact with the level. You must hold on to Liangzi's thighs in this life. Holding on to Liangzi's thighs is equivalent to holding on to the thigh of the future Shenzong. It is true that when one person succeeds, all his roommates benefit as well. You must quickly recognize your godfather. The three of them were thinking this way. Qianqian and the other two also greeted each other a little shyly. Su Liang looked at his three good sons. Now they all know it. Su Liang looked at them. Qianqian doesn't need any introduction. You guys know me. Su Liang was beaming with joy. The three of them no longer bear a grudge against Su Liangxiu. Just show your affection and we will accept it. Su Liang smiled and said, "This is Qianqian's roommate, Lin Shuya, a level 1 god chosen. We can have dinner together some other day." Brother Su Liang, are you okay with your injuries? Qianqian asked with some concern. Su Liang said gently, "Don't worry, it's okay. I got hurt on purpose. I knew he wouldn't admit it, so I had to get hurt today. I thought that this guy would be so good at keeping himself from trouble, but I didn't expect that he would like to be naked in the dormitory. His mentality is really broken." Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya felt a little embarrassed when they heard this. Now the whole hospital knew that Luo Zan had a little. The fat man laughed and said, "Liangzi, you don't know that his account has been banned in the college forum. It's called Screw Emperor and Signature Brother." Su Liang smiled and nodded. "It will be enough for him to bear for a while. I just want to deliberately provoke him and make him come and seek death on his own initiative. Today's incident is temporarily over. Fatty boss, you guys should be careful in the future. You should be careful inside the academy and be even more careful outside the academy. Don't let this guy take advantage of you." Yang Feihua smiled and said, "Don't worry, we know what's going on." Su Liang looked at Qianqian. Everyone seemed to understand. Yang Feihua coughed twice and said, "Well, Liangzi, let's go back to the dormitory first." The three of them left quickly in a sly manner. Lin Shuya also smiled and said, "Qianqian, I'll go back first." Bai Qianqian's cheeks turned slightly red. Everyone was really understanding. There was no one around, so Bai Qianqian took the initiative to hug Su Liang and buried her head in Su Liang's chest, feeling a little guilty. "Don't be so impulsive in the future. You must wait until you have the strength. It's all my fault. I promised to protect you, but now I can't do it. I'm only level 6 now." Su Liang touched her head gently. "Okay, I promise you, but you can't blame yourself for all these things. Do you know how amazing it is that you are already level 6? I believe that it won't be long before you can crush everyone in the academy." Bai Qianqian murmured softly, "I will never be able to beat you anyway." Su Liang smiled, gently pinched Qianqian's cheek. "I'm waiting for the day when you can protect me." Bai Qianqian's lips curled up in a gentle arc. "Are you really not going to the villa to get treated? I can go with you. We don't have to stay outside tonight." Su Liang shook his head. "No, go and rest early. Aren't you still thinking about evolving? But I can accompany you." Su Liang smiled and leaned close to her ear and said, "How about we live together on the weekends?" Bai Qianqian's face turned red instantly, but he still nodded slightly. Su Liang held her face and pecked her soft lips. Shallow. First kiss. Is this his first kiss too? Bai Qianqian didn't know where she suddenly got the courage from. She took the initiative to hug Su Liang and returned the greeting. Then she lowered her head shyly, her pretty face flushed. What kind of relationship do they have now? Qianqian ran away, afraid that Su Liang would see her blushing face. "Brother Su Liang, go back and rest early." Watching Qianqian flee in panic. Su Liang hasn't come back to his senses yet. Was I attacked by surprise? He touched his lips. What a pity. I was so close to catching it and taking a handful of it. Su Liang smiled knowingly and said, "Don't worry, take your time." On their way back, the two of them couldn't suppress the smile on their faces. "Hee, we really kissed." Su Liang returned to the dormitory stupidly. Of course, he couldn't avoid being scolded by his three best friends and other classmates. "The moment we met. Godfather, please accept the greetings of 3 unfilial sons." "Hey, no, no, no. You are all my good sons. From now on, your foster father will protect you." Su Liang quickly helped them up. "Godfather, let me give you a shoulder massage." "Godfather, let me massage your legs." "Godfather, let me help you jerk off." Roll. The four of them got along well. The situation is out of control. The other side. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qiuling and others gathered together and watched the entire live broadcast. Yi Qinghan was silent. As expected, what teacher Mu Mengji said, that they could not beat Su Liang now, was correct. A young man nearby said, "If you are not absolutely sure, don't provoke this guy. He is simply poisonous." Another young man also nodded. "Luo Zan will probably never be able to hold his head up again in this life." Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiuling looked at each other. Yi Qinghan said, "It's a bit difficult to sow discord between them." Yi Qiuling nodded, "It's just difficult. but there is still a chance. My fierce fire is not enough. I need to add more fierce fire. Yi Qinghan was stunned. What do you mean? Yi Qiuling sneered and said, people's words are scary. If everyone knows that Su Liang is a playboy, can their relationship continue to be good? One girl is not enough for me, so bring more girls. I'll go find some girls and have them surround him. When the time is right, I'll find a girl's photo, combine it, and send it to Bai Qianqian to give her a heavy blow. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment and said, I can only try this first. Yi Qiuling said, Brother Qinghan, you must not show up now. Normally, just get along normally. Don't be too purposeful. Yi Qinghan nodded, I understand. I will pay attention. Yi Qiuling raised her eyebrows and said, Luo Zan will definitely not give up. If he really kills Su Liang, then maybe you can reap the benefits. Now the most important thing for you to do is to evolve like crazy. Girls all admire strong men, especially those like Bai Qianqian. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly. I understand. Qiuling, you are really my think tank. Yi Qiuling smiled charmingly. Just don't forget me, Brother Qinghan. Yi Qinghan laughed. Definitely not. Yi Qinghan's gaze swept across her chest inconspicuously. When he evolves and becomes powerful, he will have everything he wants. If he could get a girl like Bai Qianqian, his future would be terrifying. So, he is now looking forward to it. Luo Zan, you'd better just kill Su Liang directly. Don't let me down. Chapter 85, I only have improper thoughts about you. It's another early morning. Su Liang looked at his attribute panel. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 269. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal 1 Level. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 8. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 8. Spirit 70. Strength 71. Agility 70. Speed 70. Another 41-star beast crystals were transformed and evolved to level 8. The sense of power is overflowing. This feeling is so wonderful. He raised his head and glanced at the pair of golden animal eyes. There were ripples in my heart. Unexpectedly, Qitong Tianlin would become the key to turning his life around. I just don't know what kind of changes will happen to me once the beast energy conversion progresses and 1 million is completed. He exited this space. It's already early morning. Everyone woke up one after another. We want to have breakfast together. Liangzi, are you really not going to class? Yang Feihua asked. Su Liang shook his head. I won't go there these days, there's no point. I'd better evolve first, so that if Luo Zan comes to attack, I will have the strength to resist. All three nodded. Wang Lai said, okay, just focus on evolving. If the teacher really wants to investigate, we will help you. Su Liang smiled and said, it'll be fine, go ahead. The three of them nodded. Su Liang returned to the dormitory. There will be about 4 hours in the morning. They will come back at noon, and less in the afternoon. Let's see if we can get promoted to the next level. You can also choose to go directly to the villa to transform the animal energy. But he should also have a little bit of other life. And he also has to be on guard against this guy Luo Zan attacking his friends. It would be better to stay closer to him to prevent it. This is all we can do for now. Convert about 20 coins in the morning. Then I didn't think much about it. Beast Energy Transformation start. He is like an emotionless machine, and now he just wants to improve his strength. After a few days of adjustment, he has gradually been able to endure the pain brought to him by the golden light in Qitong Tianlin's eyes. He didn't say a word. He had thought about it in his heart. How do the changes that occur in your body come about? Was it that in the previous life, Qianqian detonated 10 divine seals and died together with Qitong Tianlin, and by some coincidence, the power of Qitong Tianlin entered his body? Go back in time with him and be reborn? So, is there still that 10-star red-eyed sky-scale beast in the world now? I'm afraid we don't know yet. We can only wait for the future to reveal it slowly. In a blink of an eye, the 4 hours of the morning passed quickly. The transformation of 21-star beast crystals has been completed. He opened his eyes and checked the time. It was almost exactly 12 o'clock. Clean up a little. The three gay friends walked in arm and brought a lunch for Su Liang. The fat guy didn't even bother with lunch. Liangzi, damn the headlights, they are so big. The fat man made an exaggerated bracket gesture. A look of obscene shock on his face. And it's so white and tender that you can see the ripples when it walks. Su Liang looked confused. What? Wang Lai smiled helplessly and explained. It's a girl. She said her name is Yi Qiuling and she came to see you. I came to the combat training room to look for you. I heard that you didn't come to class, so I followed us all the way. She was very enthusiastic and even treated us to a meal. Here, this meal was bought for you by her. Su Liang was stunned and sneered. Sure enough, he would not guess wrong. Yang Feihua said, the girl said she was looking for you and is waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory. Let us call you down. Wang Lai also said slyly, Liangzi, it's okay. Such a beautiful girl has set her eyes on you. To be honest, it's really big. The fat man said excitedly, Godfather, Godfather, you already have a brother and sister-in-law. Introduce them to me. Su Liang was speechless for a while, sometimes referring to his adoptive father and sometimes to his brother and sister-in-law. Su Liang waved his hand. Ignore her. Eat first or fatty. You go down and talk to her. Just say I'm busy and evolving. The three of them glared. What the hell? What are you doing? You're going to meet a beautiful lady, and you're not going, the fat man said in surprise. Su Liang said unhappily, I already have Qianqian. Why would I bother with her? You are not a human being at all. Give it to me. Introduce yourself to me. The fat man showed off himself crazily. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Don't mess with her. She is not a simple person. The three of them were a little confused. Su Liang said, I'll explain it to you later. Wang Lai asked, Are you really not going? People are waiting for you in the hot sun. They said you didn't even reply to their messages. Su Liang pondered for a moment, wondering how to deal with this slut. Okay, wait till I eat a few bites, then I'll go down to see her. Su Liang ate his meal quickly. The fat man came up with a lecherous look. Liangzi, is it really not to be provoked? It's really turbulent. It makes people itch. Su Liang rolled his eyes. She is a top, and her background is not simple. Don't provoke her. She is coming for me. Hearing this, the three of them were slightly shocked. Yang Feihua hesitated for a moment and asked, Do you want to target you? Su Liang nodded. It's a beauty trap. The three of them suddenly felt a chill. Oh my god, there are dangers everywhere. Su Liang said, Just treat him normally. Fatty, don't let your lust get to your head. You might die without knowing it. The fat man nodded angrily. I see. I also said that even if I can't walk anymore, it's still fun to eat once. Day by day, think less about those things and watch less movies like that. The fat man smiled innocently. I quickly took a few bites and went downstairs. Sure enough, I saw Yi Qiuling, who was wearing cool clothes, at the door of the dormitory building. My goodness, the lighter really burned the pencil. The black suspender stockings are full of thoughtfulness, and the black miniskirt is so short that you can clearly see the dividing line between the hips and legs. The upper body is wearing a tight-fitting blue t-shirt with a cartoon Squirtle with big eyes. What a pair of headlights. Su Liang was speechless. Yi Qiuling really spent a lot of money to seduce him. She endured the gazes of all the boys passing by and still maintained her pure and lovely smile. I don't know how many boys were charmed by her, and they couldn't even walk. When she saw Su Liang appear, he immediately smiled. Waved to Su Liang. The movement of her chest made many boys bleed from their noses in an instant. Brother Su Liang. This extremely charming cry was even more fatal. Which boy can stand it? When they saw that it was Su Liang who appeared, every one of them is crazy. Oh shit. Isn't this Su Liang who showed his prowess last night? Isn't he Bai Qianqian's boyfriend? Why are you still flirting with other girls? Su Liang moved a little closer. Yi Qiuling rushed directly towards Su Liang. She really brought out the artificial and coquettish nature of a girl to the extreme. Su Liang avoided the vast and surging chest a little. Coughed twice. Ahem. There are so many people. Yi Qiuling smiled shyly, a little excited. But he sneered in his heart. He was indeed an old pervert, pretending to be serious at this time. Those boys really couldn't stand it anymore. Secretly captured this scene. Posted on the forum to expose him. What a scumbag. Not worthy of Bai Qianqian. Seeing Yi Qiuling reaching out and trying to put Su Liang's arm into her generous chest, Su Liang dodged again. What do you want from me? Yi Qiuling snorted in her heart. Keep pretending, you loser and pervert. Yi Qiuling smiled and said, Brother Su Liang, have you eaten the meal I asked your roommate to bring you? Su Liang nodded. Yes, I ate it. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I will go back to absorb the divine crystals to evolve. Brother Su Liang, you work so hard. No wonder you were able to display your divine power last night and even fight against the three-sealed divine master. Su Liang pretended to be a saint. It's all basic. Brother Su Liang, I admire you so much. Can you teach me how to fight when you are free? I want to learn your postures, no, your moves. Su Liang is really fucking convinced. He's really excited. Was this woman born with these abilities, or did she learn them? Yi Xiaoling looked shy, pinching her fingers like a girl next door. Okay, I'll teach you when I have time. I have all kinds of stances and moves. I'm going up first. We'll talk later. Su Liang's voice gradually faded away. Yi Xiaoling looked up suddenly. Oh my god, everyone has disappeared. Yi Xiao stomped his feet in anger. Damn it, I haven't finished speaking yet. The boys around her looked stunned. She is so cute even when she is angry, and Squirtle is even cuter. Next second, Yi Xiaoling looked at the perverts around her with a frosty face. What are you looking at? Have you seen enough? You are a bunch of losers. Yi Xiaoling turned and left. But she had some judgment in her heart that Su Liang would definitely like her style. There must be a chance to split them. Just if he meets her now, is photographed, and then seen by Bai Qianqian, it will definitely make Bai Qianqian jealous. Snort. With her interference, the split between them was inevitable sooner or later. Turning around, Su Liang was still going upstairs. Send a message to Qianqian. Qianqian, what did I say? Yi Xiaoling is really here to pester me again. Let me make this clear first, Qianqian, you can't be jealous. I'm thinking about how to punish her right now, so I didn't let her hug me. Su Liang took emergency shelter. Qianqian replied quickly. Okay, I understand. Shuya has seen the news on the forum. Don't worry, brother. You've explained everything to me. I won't be jealous. Su Liang felt relieved after seeing the news. Thank you for your love, my wife. Qianqian's news came again. Brother Su Liang, what are you going to do to her? Su Liang, still thinking anyway. I don't have any improper thoughts about her. Only you. Accompanied by a lecherous emoticon. Qianqian on the other side was also smiling foolishly and happily. Chapter 86 Fong Bwe is here. In the chat with Qianqian, Su Liang secretly thought that he must never let Yi Xiaoling take advantage of him again. Girls are most sensitive about this kind of thing, so don't really hurt Qianqian. Then I really deserve to die. After dealing with all this, Su Liang briefly responded to his roommate. He started absorbing the divine crystals directly, and when they went out again, he continued the transformation of beast energy. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, College Archives Center. Fong Beiwe's arrival surprised the teachers at the Archives Center. Who doesn't know Fong Beiwe? That kind of cool personality, coupled with that fairy-like aqua blue gauze dress, is simply stunningly beautiful. The famous Frost School beauty, an iceberg beauty, and she also has a powerful family background. Even if you want to see the dean, you can go anytime. Fong Beiwe found a female teacher. Teacher, can you do me a favor? The female teacher nodded a little awkwardly. Of course, Mr. Fong. How can I help you? Fong Beiwe said in a cold voice. Can you help me check which class this student is in? As he spoke, Fong Beiwe had already pulled up Su Liang's photo. It's the surveillance footage from inside her villa. The female teacher smiled and said, of course. But when she looked at the photo, she was stunned. Why is it him? Fong Beiwe's eyes flickered. Teacher, do you know him? The female teacher smiled bitterly. Who doesn't know him now? Su Liang, a freshman in the 1st grade, caused a big incident yesterday. Don't you know about it, Fong? Fong Beiwe was stunned for a moment. A big deal? No, Fong Beiwe only reacted at this time. Newborn? Class? Fong Beiwe was a little out of control. Teacher, did you just say he was a freshman of the 1st grade? Or was it the 1st grade? The female teacher nodded as a matter of course. Yes. It's just a freshman at the 1st seal level. There was a big incident last night. I had a fight with Luo Zan, who was at the 3rd seal level. Fong Beiwe's heart trembled. Her focus was not at all on the fight between Su Liang and Luo Zan, but a new life. 1 seal level? Fong Beiwe couldn't believe it at all. That guy is a freshman? How is this possible? Those people he beat up yesterday morning were obviously 2nd level seals. How could a freshman like him beat up 2nd level seals? And he even entered the hunting ground. When can I enter the hunting ground at level 1? These things were completely beyond her understanding. This is totally incomprehensible. Wait, the teacher just said that he had a fight with Luo Zan who was at the 3rd seal level? 1 seal and 3 seals fight? Teacher, what do you mean by him fighting against a 3 seal level? The female teacher smiled bitterly and saw that this cold and beautiful schoolgirl didn't even look at the college forum. I have a video here. I heard that Luo Zan found a senior student of the 2nd seal level to teach Su Liang a lesson, and then, as the teacher spoke, he clicked on the video. Fong Beiwe watched the video with a cold gaze. Even now, she was gradually shocked and somewhat unable to understand. He was really fighting with Luo Zan, and there was no doubt about that face. It was the guy who had been so rude to her yesterday. He is actually a first-level seal? The cold school beauty's heart could not calm down for a long time, and she could not understand it at all. Asked, "Teacher, why did Luo Zan cause trouble for him?" "Because of Bai Qianqian, that level. Bai Qianqian is Su Liang's girlfriend. I guess Luo Zan wants to force Su Liang to leave Bai Qianqian." The teacher's voice became lower and lower. "This is everyone's speculation, and we don't know whether it is true or not." Fong Bwe nodded blankly. Only then did I realize that Su Liang was so weird. Fong Bwe also saw Bai Qianqian. Is he older than her? Fong Bwe subconsciously glanced at his chest and compared it. A trace of shame and annoyance appeared on his face. What was he competing for? Bastard. That bastard. It's obviously hers. But why didn't he have any thoughts about her? She didn't even see any ripples in his eyes, and he was so rude. Fong Bwe felt a sense of winning. Is it just because Bai Qianqian is a level 1? What a damn bastard. It turned out that he was a freshman at the first level, and he looked very proud of himself yesterday. Fong Bwe was almost angry to death. It was rare for her to have such emotional fluctuations, but whenever she thought about what Su Liang did yesterday, she felt extremely angry. That she's a little stupid? He is only at the first level. Why do you say that? And he said she was cheating. The more Fong Bwe thought about it, the angrier he became. She was so angry that she cried. No boy has ever made her cry. The female teacher also noticed the changes in Fong Bwe. "Student Fong, do you have a grudge against him?" Fong Bwe took a deep breath and shook his head. "I owe him something." "Teacher, can you pull out his file for me to see? I need to confirm it." The female teacher nodded. "Yes, no problem." Soon, the female teacher retrieved Su Liang's file. Fong Bwe looked at the words for a long time without saying anything. "It's really a first-class seal." "Asshole." Fong Bwe bit her lips lightly, feeling an anger that she couldn't hold back. "I have to go meet this guy. Let's see if he is still so arrogant today." "Thank you, teacher." The female teacher smiled and shook her head. "It's all a small matter. Do you want to go find him now?" Fong Bwe nodded. The female teacher glanced at the time. "They are taking a theory class, and the get out of class will end at 4:30. You can wait a while and block him, or I can call his Star News account for you." Fong Bwe shook her head. "No need. I will go find him." Fong Bwe turned and left, his eyes unusually cold. "Bastard. Wait for me." No one has ever treated her, Fong Bwe, like this. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I was so angry that I wanted to beat him up. Not smart. We'll see whose brain is not smart then. How dare a one-seal chosen one treat her like that? The female teacher watched Fong Bwe leave. "Wow, I'm amazed. I really don't know what kind of magic Su Liang has. Just let Bai Qianqian, who is a junior, follow him wholeheartedly." Now even the cold and beautiful campus girl in their college came to see him in person. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Fong Bwe was waiting for him at the entrance of the building where the freshmen were having classes. It caused a sensation. It was a miracle that such an iceberg-like campus beauty actually showed up in the place where their freshmen were taking classes. The boys went crazy. He was reluctant to leave, but the cold school beauty ignored him. She didn't talk to anyone, but in the end, Su Liang never showed up. I was extremely angry. Could it be that he noticed? It shouldn't be. Fatty and the others returned to the dormitory. "It's like crazy. Liangzi, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Do you know who we saw? You're really missing out if you don't go to class today." Su Liang looked at him, feeling really helpless, as he was always startled. "Who did you see?" "School beauty. The most beautiful school beauty. The most beautiful school beauty. Fong Bwe. She was at the door of the building where our class had classes. Everyone saw it. Only you didn't." The fat man's breathing became rapid. "You have no idea. It's absolutely beautiful." Wang Lai also nodded. "It's really hard to imagine. The real person is so much more beautiful than the photo. Liangzi, you missed out by not going." Yang Feihua smiled and said, "I already have Bai Qianqian, so it doesn't seem to matter, right?" Su Liang smiled and said, "Yes, I have a girlfriend." "What is Fong Bwe? Isn't it just that the ball is bigger now?" But if the three of them knew that I hugged Fong Bwe yesterday and saw her hemisphere, these three rebellious sons probably wanted to kill their father, and they only hated him for not taking pictures. Su Liang smiled to himself. Wang Lai's nose twitched. "Look, now you are immersed in the fantasy of being with your girlfriend again." The fat man put his arm around Su Liang's shoulders. "Liangzi, I really feel sorry for you. Although you have a girlfriend, you still have to see what you should see. Otherwise, what's the point of having eyes?" Looking at beautiful women can prolong your life. Everyone knows that. But luckily I remember you, brother. Come. The fat man drew a line on his star chain. A photo popped up. In the photo, Fong Bwe is wearing a light blue dress with a perfect waistline and a look as cold as an iceberg. Her face is so exquisite. The trauma from yesterday has disappeared. But his face still seemed a little pale, and he had not recovered yet. She stood quietly in the wind, like a painting of a beauty, making people linger. What do you think? Fatty, am I loyal enough? After taking a look, Su Liang smiled and said, well, she's okay, but not as pretty as Qianqian. The three friends were speechless. It is true that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Yang Feihua sighed. Su Liang smiled and said, you don't understand. Qianqian will soon become more beautiful than her. The three of them smiled and nodded. You are the godfather, so everything you said is right. Time passes. Soon it was 5 o'clock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The fat man opened the door. A boy poked his head out. Su Liang, there's a girl downstairs looking for you. She's the one who looked for you at noon. She said she wants you to come downstairs and has something to tell you. The boys were beaming with joy. Su Liang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I understand. The boy walked away, muttering to himself, I'm really fed up. Why are so many girls pestering him? Then Su Liang continued to absorb the divine crystal and ignored him completely. Liangzi don't care? Asked the fat man. Su Liang said indifferently, leave her alone. Can the beauty trap be successful so easily? Everyone smiled at each other. About 10 minutes later, Yi Qiuling downstairs was about to explode. Bastard, why don't you come down? She bombarded Su Liang with messages and even sent him her private photos. But this guy was really indifferent? Yi Qiu was so angry that his teeth were itching. She was ready to leave, but she still didn't believe it. If she couldn't wait today, she would wait every day. You will always encounter it. Just as she turned around, an extremely dazzling and beautiful figure came from behind her. Yi Qiuling was shocked. Fong Bwe. At this time, the male classmates around were also shocked. Everyone's breathing became rapid, and some even forgot to breathe. Fong. Fong Bwe ignored everyone and walked straight into the boys' dormitory. She was like a rock dropped into calm waters. The entire boys' dormitory was blown up. Fong Bwe moved into the boys' dormitory. Chapter 87, Is It That Necessary? Outside the college. Luo Ziwen's private residence. Ah. Clang. Bang. He smashed everything he could see. He saw what everyone in the academy said about him. Although the picture has been deleted by the authorities, some weird emoticons have appeared. I am the Screw Emperor here. Please take a magnifying glass and have a look. Is it the door that I, the Screw Emperor, am missing? What I am missing is the key to open the lock. Screw Emperor. I would like to call him the strongest. Those remarks drove him completely crazy, and he could no longer raise his head. His eyes were red and he was crazy all day. He was completely unable to calm down his anger and even vomited blood several times. I'm going to kill you, bastard. Corpse fire erupted on his body. Endless anger is burning. In the end, he was so tired that he collapsed and lay on the ground. With both hands on my chest, I couldn't stop the tears from my eyes. He subconsciously pulled up his pants and took a look. Where's the screw? No, I need to go to the hospital. I need to be reshaped. Otherwise, he will never be able to get out of this shadow in his life. Just then, a beautiful figure appeared behind him, looking at him lifting up his trousers. Luo Ziwen was suddenly startled. Damn it, are you looking for death? This is a beautiful woman with a pretty face. With an indifferent expression, she flipped over a sofa and sat down, crossing her legs. Are you so unambitious? Can't you just make one of those things? Luo Ziwen's eyes were red. Get out of here. How dare you bring this up? Luo Zian, with her long aqua blue hair, had a calm expression and was not moved at all. Luo Ziwen stood up. What do you have to be proud of? Aren't you breastless just the same? This isn't something you did? Luo Zian nodded. Yes, I did it. Did I cover it up? Luo Ziwen didn't want to talk anymore. Why does everyone in their family have developmental problems? Luo Ziwen calmed down a little. What are you doing here? I'm very annoyed now. Get out of here right now. Luo Zian sneered. Do you think I want to control you? I had a good hand of cards, but you played it badly. I told you to have fewer girls. Luo Ziwen is like a wild beast. Do you think you are clean? I don't know how many gigolos you have kept. He roared. If you're here to talk nonsense, get out. Luo Zian said expressionlessly. The old man asked me to come. Do you think I want to come? Hearing this, Luo Zan seemed to calm down all of a sudden, and even a little scared. Luo Zan showed a sarcastic look. I asked you to chase Bai Qianqian, but now you have angered her. This old man asked me to ask you what you were going to do. If you can't do anything, then go back to the military. If you can't become a godlike general, don't come back. Luo Zan shuddered. Compared to the cruelty of the military, he was enjoying himself here. He could play with women however he wanted. Go back and tell him that I will get Bai Qianqian. A lowly ant like him made me lose face like this. I won't let him go. Give me a month, and I will definitely get Bai Qianqian. The soft approach doesn't work. I'll use the hard approach. Luo Zan smiled contemptuously. He was a weak person to begin with. The old man asked me to warn you. No matter what means you use, you must not anger Bai Qianqian again. I want you to use your brain. Don't let a good thing turn into a bad one. A piece of trash of that level. Don't you have any relatives or friends? You can just deal with it casually. Don't be so stupid. It's just 1 month. If you can't do it, let me do it instead. I can also take her down. After saying this, Luo Zan propped up her long white legs, turned around and left. But I said something back. It's a bit embarrassing to be so young. I found a doctor for you. Go and see him. Luo Zan. Luo Zan was going crazy. Puff. I am about to spit out all the blood. College, freshman dormitory. The whole dormitory exploded. The cold and beautiful schoolgirl actually came to their boy's nest. He walked up the stairs step by step with an expressionless face. No boy could get within 3 meters of her. The frosty breath makes people shudder. She is like a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains. Countless boys have fallen for her. Even if they just look at her like this, they feel that their life is worth it. Quick! The campus beauty is coming to the dormitory building. Is there something wrong with your brain? How could the campus beauty come here? Oh, if you don't believe it, forget it. What campus beauty? Fong Bwe. More and more boys ran out of the dormitory, and the corridor was already crowded with people. There was no boy in Fong Bwe's eyes, but she thought it was normal. This was the reaction these freshmen should have when they saw her. But what right does that guy have? She was furious when she thought about how she had been made to cry in front of a freshman. Fong Bwe came to the 3rd floor and slowly approached the dormitory. The boys could only watch from afar. When Fong Bwe moved forward, they stepped back and made way. The icy aura on his body makes people afraid to approach. Who is the campus beauty here to see? No wonder she was there when we were at the entrance of the teaching building just now. She was waiting for the freshmen in our class. Senior Fong is so beautiful, a goddess. If senior sister Fong is here to look for me, I would be willing to die now. Tisk, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? I won't come to you even if I come to you. I really don't know that little Brad is so lucky that school beauty Fong would come to see him in person. Soon, Fong Bwe found the door number of dormitory 309, standing in front of the door. And it was at this moment that the fat man, who loved the hustle and bustle, wanted to check what was going on. The moment you opened the door, standing at the door was a figure that made him fall in love with her at first sight. The frosty air hit me in the face. A layer of frost instantly covered his face. Fong, 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 school, 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 school. His whole body was shaking. Seeing Fong Bwe's cold eyes, he didn't dare to look at her at all. He turned around with a shudder. Brothers, brothers, brothers. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were confused. What's wrong, fatty? The frosty air rushed into the dormitory, making them shiver. Oh my God, why is it so cold? They came closer and took a look. Both of them almost popped their eyes out. Fong, Fong, Fong. Boy, it's the same reaction. Fong Bwe stepped into the dormitory. The fat man and the other two were already stuck to the wall like wooden men. The students outside were also shocked. It's Su Liang and their dormitory. The school beauty is here to see Su Liang? Everyone's brains are about to explode. What's wrong with this world? Isn't it enough for Su Liang to have Bai Qianqian of the same level as him? Do you want to get involved with the campus beauty? At noon, a girl with a lot of anger came to see him. What was going on? Su Liang also frowned and opened his eyes. My goodness, in an instant, he met those cold eyes. The cold eyes stared at Su Liang. Su Liang's face was twitching. Oh my God. Damn it. How did she find her way to my dorm? It's over. We're going to be liquidated. Su Liang ran away and wanted to jump out of the window. But the next moment, a terrifying aura emerged, and an icy breath instantly shot at the window, freezing it directly. Su Liang's scalp tingled. Fong Bwe, what are you doing? Fong Bwe gave him a cold look. He turned to look at the fat man and the other three. Can you guys step out for a moment? Your roommate, and I need to talk alone. The fatty and Wang Lai's heads nodded like rattles. Start moving towards the door. Yang Feihua calmed himself down. Senior, you won't hurt Su Liang, right? Otherwise we won't leave. Fong Bwe shook her head coldly. No. Yang Feihua then nodded. This was inside the academy, and Fong Bwe would not really do anything. The three of them glanced at Su Liang and responded to his signal for help. The three of them didn't dare to pay any attention to him. If the cold school beauty finds you, you'd better wish you good luck. The three of them closed the door enthusiastically, preferring Su Liang to give birth to the child inside. In this way, they have two thighs to hold on to. Su Liang cursed in his heart. What a threesome of rebellious sons. The door was closed, and there was an explosion outside. Su Liang seemed to calm down as well. I went back to my bed and calmed myself down. She was just a school beauty. Act like a hermit. If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now. We are alone. If you wait, people will misunderstand that you and I are having an affair. Fong Bwe was so angry that her teeth were itching. A frosty aura erupted instantly. Su Liang screamed, Fong Bwe, are you trying to murder your savior? Didn't I just say that you have small breasts? Is that necessary? Chapter 88. Don't be shameless. Fong Bwe's breasts heaved up and down with anger. How dare you say that? There was a gleam of shame and anger in those cold eyes. With a wave of his hand, a ray of icy frost shot towards Su Liang. Su Liang became obedient. He sat obediently in his seat. Now everything below the thighs is frozen. Fong Bwe said coldly, have you always been such a bastard? Su Liang endured the frost under his feet. He said calmly, is this a jerk? There are even worse jerkies. Really, if you have something to say, just say it. I still need to evolve. Fong Bwe sat down. With a cold look in his eyes, he said, whose brain is bad? Su Liang smiled bitterly in his heart, knowing that this woman was stupid and was really coming to settle the score with him. He calmed down and said, you don't have any practical experience at all. Am I wrong? A hint of anger flashed across Fong Bwe's beautiful eyes. Su Liang continued, don't be unconvinced. In that situation, your choice was wrong. If it weren't for me, you would have been eaten by those strange beasts and turned into poop. Am I wrong? Fong Bwe was extremely embarrassed and angry, but there seems to be really no way to refute it. Su Liang felt relieved. This woman was beautiful, but she seemed to be really not good at speaking. You don't have to come and thank me specially. Yesterday was a lesson I taught you. Learn it well, and don't take risks so foolishly in the future. Fong Bwe was speechless. Why are you allowed to enter the hunting ground? Fong Bwe had many doubts about Su Liang that she wanted to clarify. This is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. I have a strong background. Is that not okay? Fong Bwe looked at Su Liang deeply. This guy is definitely not just one level higher. Moreover, his marksmanship was so strong that even she felt inferior to him. Combined with the scene of the battle with Luo Zan yesterday, Fong Bwe became more and more curious about him. Fong Bwe said expressionlessly, okay, let's have a fight then. Su Liang made a 180-degree turn in an instant and said with a flattering look on his face, oh, senior, why bother? How can I be your opponent? It seemed difficult for Fong Bwe to smile. Aren't you a good fighter? You were able to fight Luo Zan yesterday, so why can't you fight me? Su Liang smiled awkwardly. He is nothing, senior sister. You are a goddess. You should be reserved. Don't hit him. Please forgive me. I saved you yesterday after all. Fong Bwe said coldly, you flirted with me yesterday and made me cry. You also called me stupid and said that my breasts are not as big as your girlfriend's. You want me to forgive you? Fong Bwe felt a little regretful after she finished speaking. Why did she say all this to him? Also said chest. Su Liang immediately said seriously, senior sister, you are slandering me. When did I ever treat you lightly? I was saving you. I just hugged you. I didn't touch your breasts. And you're crying because you have a bad mentality and brain. Your breasts are now bigger than my girlfriend's. Okay, you win. He muttered, you're not that big. There's someone bigger than you downstairs. Fong Bwe was extremely embarrassed and angry. What does it mean to win? Did she come here to compete for this? Still mumbling. However, Fong Bwe noticed that there was really no vulgarity in Su Liang's eyes when talking about such a private topic. He doesn't care about her beauty or figure. Fong Bwe snorted coldly, apologize to me. Su Liang glared. Fong Bwe, don't be so shameless. You should understand clearly that I am your savior. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you came up and froze my feet. Do you have any gratitude at all? You still want me to apologize to you? You're dreaming. Fong Bwe was so angry. You what? Is there anyone who would thank a lifesaver like you? Don't say that, just leave now. My girlfriend might misunderstand me. Fong Bwe released another burst of cold current. Su Liang suddenly shattered the ice under his feet. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Do you dare to do anything here? The two of them were at loggerheads. Fong Bwe's delicate body trembled slightly. How could she run into such a scoundrel? Su Liang continued. If you're here for more than 10 minutes, think about your reputation. You can do a lot in 10 minutes. If you don't mind, you can stay. Fong Bwe's eyes were almost red. You bastard. You hooligan. Su Liang smiled faintly. Let's go quickly. No need to thank me. It's best not to see each other again in the future. Fong Bwe stood up angrily. She was really afraid that her reputation would be ruined. More than 100 animal crystals were taken out from the space converter and thrown on the table. I said, you won't be left out. You won't be left out. Su Liang, just wait for me. I know you have a secret. I will dig it out. Don't give me a chance next time. I will never let you go. No one has ever made me cry. Su Liang smiled on the surface. Okay, I'll wait. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Fong Bwe was so angry when she saw his despicable look. He turned around and a ray of frosty air hit Su Liang. Freeze it instantly. Su Liang. As expected, women are petty and narrow-minded. Snort. He slammed the door and left. All the students made way for him and saw Fong Bwe's angry look. Everyone was shocked. Oh shit, what happened? Su Liang made Fongda's campus beauty angry? I have never seen such an expression on Fongda's campus beauty's face. Fatty and the others rushed back to the dormitory and quickly closed the door. Then I saw an ice sculpture. Godfather. Godfather, what's wrong with you? All three of them were dumbfounded. Su Liang glared at them unhappily. The three guys quickly chiseled the ice. The three of them helped the shivering Su Liang to sit down. Liangzi, you are simply amazing. You can actually make the cold school beauty come to you on her own initiative? What happened between you? The fat man asked excitedly. Did anything awkward happen in the dormitory? Su Liang rolled his eyes. I think about this and that. I only like Qianqian. Wang Lai sighed. So she was waiting for someone at the door of the building. It was you. Yang Feihua asked in surprise. Is she trying to use her honey trap on you too? Su Liang shook his head. No, there are some misunderstandings between her and me. Don't worry about it. Wang Lai came over with a beaming look on his face. Is there a chance that this could develop into a beautiful misunderstanding? We'll have more brothers and sisters in the future. Su Liang waved his hand and said, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My heart can only hold Qianqian. The fat man was howling like a ghost. Godfather, please teach me how to make so many girls surround you. I envy you, and I also want to hug the big white legs of the school beauty. Wang Lai laughed and said, Liangzi, you are simply amazing. Now you are completely famous. Su Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not a good thing. Okay, take a rest and go eat. The fat man was still howling like a ghost, begging Su Liang to teach him the secret. Downstairs. Yi Qiuling was shocked when she saw from the forum that Fong Bwe was going to look for Su Liang. How come a gifted girl like Fong Bwe came to him? What is going on? Could it be that Fong Bwe is also interested in Su Liang? You can't. Yi Qiuling was silent for a long time, then came to his senses and thought that this might be a good thing. With Fong Bwe joining, are you afraid that Su Liang will not separate from Bai Qianqian? Yi Qiuling sneered. He turned around and sent a message to Su Liang. Brother Su Liang, would you like to have dinner with me? I want to learn some moves from you. Accompanied by a very seductive photo of her. Chatting is also a weapon to destroy their relationship. Chapter 89. Strange Beasts Gather. Qi Hunchu's Villa. Long Lan found Qi Hunchu who was training with a slightly solemn look. Hunchu, something happened. Qi Hunchu was stunned for a moment and stopped what he was doing. What's the matter? Qi Hunchu's voice was calm. It seemed like nothing could stir up any waves in his heart. Long Lan looked at him deeply. In a trance, I came back to my senses. We've received news from the military that large numbers of strange beasts have appeared outside of Rongqing. They seem to be organizing a large-scale invasion. Qi Hunchu was silent for a moment. Then what? Long Lan said, the military is notifying all the god hunting teams to prepare for the battle, maybe in the next 2 days. It may be a bloody battle. Qi Hunchu nodded. Then you can send a warning message to everyone and be prepared in the next 2 days and be on standby at all times. Where's Gong Lai? He can't go into battle yet, right? Long Lan shook her head. It may take another 2 or 3 days to fully recover. Hunchu nodded. Then leave it to Su Liang and Fong Bwe. Let them guard the boundary stakes together. Long Lan nodded. One more thing. Well, go ahead. The military wants to send out a mission to investigate the city after this invasion. Since this divine awareness, the number of invasions by strange beasts has increased. The military suspects that there may be a highly intelligent beast outside the city manipulating this matter. They hope to investigate it thoroughly. Do you want to take it? Hunchu was silent for a moment. Most of the highly intelligent exotic beasts represent high star levels. It is an extremely dangerous existence. It is very likely to be 5 or 6 stars, but this also represents a huge opportunity. When it comes to leaving the city, we are very strict. Of course, as long as it is the God hunting team, you can send it out anytime you want. But the danger level is very high. However, accepting this kind of mission will be different. In this case, they will get the support of the military's Sky Eye and avoid risks in time, greatly reducing the risk factor. While in the process of leaving the city, whether it is the beast crystals hunted, the materials collected, or the divine crystal source crystal resources, they can all belong to them. If you are lucky, you may even get some unexpected surprises. Hunchu thought for a moment and said, okay, it's time to take the 2 new teammates out for some training. Long Lan was a little surprised. Are you really not afraid at all? Fong Bwe might be okay, but Su Liang has just reached divine awakening after all. And Fong Bwe's combat awareness is not good either. Hunchu shook his head. Don't worry, these 2 people complement each other perfectly, so there won't be any big problems. Long Lan sighed lightly and said no more. But when I saw Hunchu's lonely eyes, a trace of heartache flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help but say something more. Don't lock yourself up in that emotion anymore. It's not your fault. Hunchu paused for a moment, curled the corners of his mouth, and revealed a self-deprecating smile. But he didn't say much, just turned and walked into the room. Long Lan felt heartbroken. He used to smile so beautifully. She glanced at the room and turned away. The high heels made a hollow clicking sound on the floor. This empty villa, like Hunchu's heart, has long been empty. Su Liang held Qianqian's soft little hand and walked in the dark campus. Neither of them spoke. It seemed like this was the first time they were walking hand in hand openly on campus. Qianqian could clearly hear the sound of her own heart beating faster. The fair face was covered with a layer of shy blush. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Su Liang at all. Su Liang's gentle friction was felt on her palm, and the intimate contact made her head hot. Qianqian, the calluses on your hands are really much less now. Qianqian came back to her senses. Is there any? Su Liang smiled and said, yes, it's much softer now than before, and you're getting more and more handsome. This way, Andy won't blame me for not taking good care of you. Qianqian's pretty face was getting hotter and hotter. He whispered, rogue? But then he asked again, is it really beautiful? Of course, she's getting more and more beautiful, and she's growing on my heart. Adjust your breathing by taking shallow and deep breaths, and make sure to hold on. It would be so embarrassing if I fell in front of Brother Su Liang. I would have to ask him to hold me. Qianqian was stunned. Yes, let Brother Su Liang hold me, or just fall down. Su Liang had no idea that Qianqian had so many thoughts in her little head. Tomorrow is Friday. After class in the afternoon, if we have nothing to do, we can stay at the villa for one night, go back on Saturday, and then stay another night at the weekend. Do you think that's okay? Qianqian was stunned for a moment. I'm so embarrassed. Staying 2 nights? Good. Su Liang rolled his eyes around. It's not me who wants to live here. It's Qianqian who wants to live here. She agreed to it yesterday. Qianqian, what are you thinking about? Don't you have anything to ask me? Su Liang looked at her, always lowering her head shyly, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Qianqian shuddered, afraid that Su Liang would discover her inner thoughts. Without, don't you want to ask why Fong Bwe came to my dormitory? Qianqian took a deep breath to calm her restless heart. He shook his head seriously. I believe Brother Su Liang. She must be here to thank you. Su Liang smiled bitterly. She came to settle accounts with me. Qianqian's face suddenly froze. Did she hurt you? Like a little female cat protecting her husband. Su Liang squeezed her little hand. No, I am her savior after all. She blamed me for calling her stupid yesterday and making her cry. Qianqian said nonchalantly, oh, isn't that a problem? Brother Su Liang, you said that she must be not very smart. Su Liang burst out laughing. You still understand me slightly. Qian smiled softly and said, I trust brother Su Liang 100%. Su Liang felt like his heart was melting. Gently hugged Qian's waist. I was afraid you'd be angry. Two people face each other and stick together. Qian became a little excited. She shook her head. No, brother Su Liang, you told me about her, so I won't let my imagination run wild. Su Liang nodded and smiled. My Qian is so considerate. Come, I'll give you a reward. Bai Qian was extremely shy. Su Liang gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Bai Qian, only the forehead? Qian raised her head and looked at Su Liang infatuatedly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Su Liang smirked. More and more greedy. Qian's cheeks were burning, and she was about to lower her head. Su Liang's warm lips fell on hers. Qian's eyes widened. Boom, boom. Then he closed his eyes. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Su Liang touched his lips all the way back to the dormitory. The upturned corners of the mouth are harder to suppress. One step further in seducing the Empress to be his wife. Late at night, prepare for the transformation of animal energy. But I also received Long Lan's warning message. His face looked a little solemn, a large-scale invasion of alien beasts. The situation is becoming more and more weird. Could it really be because of Qian's divine perception? Su Liang felt that time was running out, and he had to evolve quickly. Today, only 30 beast crystals were transformed during the day. There are still 10 stars away from level 9. Level 9 tonight. I will reach level 10 tomorrow, and then it will be the second seal. Su Liang lay down on the bed. Get started. Beast energy transformation start. The golden light made him suffer, but also happy. Late at night, outside the high walls of Chengdu, the strange beasts began to gather in large numbers. Wait for the sun to rise. Chapter 90 Enemies Meet. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning falls on the earth, the strange beasts outside the high wall also began a crazy attack. The military sent a large number of troops to guard the high walls. The source crystal cannon bombarded crazily. Many hunting teams in Chengdu also started to move out to guard the civilian areas. Su Liang looked at the numbers on his virtual panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 339. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal Level 2. Divine Seal Evolution Progress 2. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 1 Seal. Level 9. Beast Seal Evolution Progress 9. Spirit 88. Strength 90. Agility 87. Speed 87. Su Liang's lips curled up. The strength value is full. Yesterday, during the day and night, a total of 70 beast crystals were converted. It just so happened that the Wind and Fire Divine Seal was also upgraded, providing a little strength value, so it reached 100. Now, only 8 1-star points are needed to fill up the space. The second printing will be coming soon. He was excited. He even thought about not stopping, but everyone was about to wake up, and even with 8 beast crystals, it would take him nearly 2 hours. So don't be impulsive. He exited this space. I opened my eyes, the morning light was dim, and I felt particularly relaxed. Before he could enjoy it any longer, the flashing red light of the star chain on his wrist made his face change drastically. Su Liang turned over and got out of bed. You little brat, where have you been? Go on a mission. Go on a mission. Su Liang, please reply if you get it. Gong Lai and Long Lan were almost dying of anxiety. Su Liang took a look and it was 5 minutes ago. I replied immediately. Received. Assemble immediately. After seeing Su Liang's news, everyone felt relieved. Su Liang put on his headset and put on some casual clothes. He shook Yang Feihua awake. Boss, I have to go out for something urgent. Please be careful in school. Everyone in Yang Feihua was still confused. Su Liang had already rushed out. Disappear in an instant. Su Liang's feet were full of energy. Everyone's voices came from the headset. On the way. Assembling. Su Liang. I'm waiting for you at the gate of your college. Hurry up. Got it, Sister Luin. 1 minute. I'll be there soon. Su Liang was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was only 5 minutes. If it was delayed any longer, it would be troublesome. On the way, Su Liang sent a message to Qian. Qian, I'm on a mission. Wait for me to come back. Qian's message came quickly. Be careful. Su Liang did not reply. With the wind blowing under his feet, his running figure turned into a flash of lightning in the academy. It's really too fast. At the same time, I am checking the task information on the way. In 1 minute, we arrived at the entrance of the college. Saw the green car. Get in the car quickly. Soared into the air in an instant. Did you oversleep? Asked Luo. Su Liang shook his head. No, I didn't notice. Luo nodded. The armor has been repaired and is in the back, along with Lao Gong's gun. You little brat. You've been having a great time for 2 days and have forgotten all about your business? Gong Lai's voice came. No. How many days will you be injured? What? Are you in a hurry for me to go on stage? I want to drink blood. What do you say? Gong Lai cursed. Stay at the back. It's not your turn yet. But after a moment of silence. Be careful. This time is different from the past. The task is difficult. Don't die. Su Liang could sense the heaviness in his tone. Okay, got it. I'll come back triumphantly and have a drink with you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Su Liang checked the information. I'm afraid this invasion will be even more difficult. Although the military had already detected it, the number this time is very terrifying. The battle has already begun on the other side of the city wall. Underground, those strange beasts were digging holes into the city. Luo took out a handful of energy beads and gave them to him. Be careful. Su Liang nodded seriously, feeling that his blood, after a few days' rest, began to boil again. The place they need to guard is in the north of the city. This time, it can be said that more than 90% of the god hunting teams in Rongqing have been dispatched. This is a fierce battle. As soon as he approached the north of the city, he saw the forbidden god realms rising up one after another. The momentum is extremely grand. It's like a high wall is used as a boundary, and then another high wall is erected. Su Liang quickly saw the designated location of his boundary marker. There were already 2 figures standing there. Go down. The captain is waiting for you. Su Liang nodded, somewhat puzzled. Just jump towards there in mid-air. Fong Bwe stood beside Hunchu. They had been waiting for a while. When Fong Bwe heard that he was waiting for a teammate, he felt a little surprised. The captain didn't care about such a late teammate? Captain, didn't you agree to let me be the blood drinker? Fong Bwe's voice was cold. Hunchu looked indifferent. Blood drinking? With your current fighting spirit, are you eager to die? Oh, she said with some grievance. Hunchu said, if you can learn half of his combat awareness, I will let you be a blood drinker. Fong Bwe was a little unconvinced. Okay. Her eyes were stubborn. She just didn't believe it. How strong could the other party be? At most, he was just a 3-seal master, right? In the next moment, above their heads, Su Liang, wearing armor, fell to the ground with a bang. The ground was cracked. It fell right in front of the 2 of them. Old Gong Lai, is he handsome? You're so handsome, you big idiot. Su Liang looked up with a smile. And that was when Su Liang said that. Fong Bwe was also suddenly stunned. The moment Su Liang looked up, the 2 looked at each other. Su Liang, fuck. Fong Bwe, asshole. Why is it you? Everyone in Su Liang was dumbfounded. Look at Hunchu. Captain, why is this young lady here? Fong Bwe snorted coldly. You are the eldest lady. I said, don't fall into my hands. This is not a college. Let me see how you escape. A burst of frosty aura burst out from Fong Bwe's body. As the battle was about to begin, the other teammates were surprised by the voices in their headsets. Hunchu said coldly, if you start, get back here. Fong Bwe's delicate body stiffened instantly. The frosty atmosphere subsided. Fong Bwe was far more shocked than anyone else. Captain, is he also a member of the Cinder killing team? Fong Bwe asked in disbelief. This annoying guy is actually the person the captain wants her to learn from? A 1-seal chosen one? Hunchu looked at Su Liang with a cold expression. Su Liang, Yunmu, Chun Wuhua, open the forbidden divine realm. Receive. Receive. Yes. Su Liang took out the boundary stake from his back without any delay. He suddenly threw it to the ground and slapped it with his palm. Boom. The column of light rises to the sky, and the forbidden world of gods is created. Fong Bwe's eyes widened. The shock in his heart was beyond anything he had ever experienced before. This Su Liang, a freshman of the 1st grade, is actually a member of Rongqing's #1 divine hunting team. Still in the position of the late fighter. Hunchu said coldly, everyone listen. We have a new teammate in Jinsha, Fong Bwe, a level 22 3-seal master, whose seal attribute is ice. The teammates in the headsets all curled their lips slightly. In fact, they had already heard some news. Everyone was smiling. Got it. Welcome new teammate. Receive. Receive. Fong Bwe's face froze slightly. Hunchu looked at the stunned Su Liang. Su Liang's face was twitching. This was going to be funny. This woman with a hole in her brain actually became his teammate. Seemingly noticed Hunchu's gaze. Su Liang sighed softly. Got it. Fong Bwe felt a little angry when she saw Su Liang's unhappy look. What's your attitude? Am I unworthy of being a teammate of you, the chosen one? Fong Bwe also couldn't understand in his heart why Jinsha would allow such a freshman to become their teammate. Su Liang curled his lips. You don't deserve it. I just hope you won't be as brainless as you were in the hunting grounds. Su Liang. Fong Bwe was so angry that her breasts heaved up and down. Su Liang waved his hand. Okay, let's not talk about it. We are all teammates. I don't want to bother with you. Captain, her combat awareness is worrying right now, so you should take care of her. Fong Bwe glared. Say it again? Hunchu said coldly. Okay, shut up. The two of them immediately shut up obediently. Hunchu looked at Su Liang. Su Liang, you take care of her for the next period of time. When her combat awareness is half as strong as yours, you can let her drink blood. Su Liang. What? I take her. He takes me with him. Is he worthy? Chapter 91. Taking an apprentice. When the teammates heard their conversation, they all tried to hold back their laughter. This is getting interesting. They are simply a pair of enemies. The captain put them together. Was that intentional? Su Liang was stuttering a little. Captain, how can I lead her? She's a grown lady. I can't lead her. I'm having trouble with it myself. Fong Bwe was a little angry. Who are you looking down on? I look down on you too. Captain, I want to change my position. Hunchu looked at them coldly. Did I let you make a choice? In an instant, both of them shut up. They seemed to have felt Hunchu's invisible domineering aura. Hunchu snorted lightly. Remember, you are teammates. I don't care what your past is. The battle will begin soon. Teammates should have their backs to each other. Guard your boundary stakes. After Hunchu said this, turned around and entered the Forbidden God realm. The other teammates held back their laughter as they listened to Hunchu's cold words. Two newcomers dared to bargain with the captain? Gong Lai, who was still recuperating in the house, was extremely happy to hear this. Brat, finally someone can deal with you. Hunchu's voice came, everyone, get ready to fight. In an instant, the demeanor of all the teammates changed completely, and they put away their joking expressions. Yes. Even Su Liang's aura suddenly changed. At this moment, Fong Bwe clearly felt the murderous aura from him. It made her pupils shrink slightly. At this moment, Su Liang was completely different from the Su Liang who was so lazy in the academy. At this moment, he was like a warrior who had experienced many battles. Turn around and walk into the Forbidden God realm. Fong Bwe was still in a daze. In the headset, Fong Bwe suddenly woke up. Yes. Fong Bwe followed him into the Forbidden God realm. Su Liang stood in front of the boundary stake, holding a silver spear. His eyes were cold and without any emotion. The armor flashed a dazzling light. It makes Su Liang's figure look particularly tall. At this moment, Fong Bwe realized that she seemed to have truly understood Su Liang. This is the real Su Liang. The Su Liang in the academy was all in disguise. Fong Bwe looked very professional, wearing a suit of cyan and gold armor with only half of his face showing. Holding the Tang horizontal sword, at this moment, both of them were speechless. Long Lan's voice came from the headset. It is estimated that the herd will reach the ground in 3 minutes. Everyone get ready. Everyone is in place. Blood drinkers on the ground, long-range assassinations from high altitudes, and battles behind boundary stakes. And at this moment, the sky suddenly became dark. Thunderclouds are gathering above Chengdu City, and a heavy rain is about to come. This is not a good thing. But now no one can take care of such things. Long Lan's voice continued to ring out. The armor-piercing beasts and gold-eating ants lead the way, followed by the blood-sucking rats, human-faced scorpions, and ghost-faced spiders. Hearing these words, everyone's faces looked heavy. The only good news is that these are just low-level exotic beasts. But the next second, ghoul-eating beast detected. In an instant, everyone's face changed in shock. Ghoul. It turned out to be a corpse-eating beast. This thing can be considered a medium-sized exotic beast. It is extremely ferocious, has 4 limbs, a huge tail, and a semi-crawling posture. It has a long and pointed head, for eyes, extremely sharp fangs, and is extremely fast. Moreover, the leather armor is tough. More importantly, once the ghoul is injured or exhausted, it can recover quickly by frantically devouring the corpses of other exotic beasts. Extremely difficult. Hunchu's voice came, protect yourselves. Time passes by every second. It's coming. Another 100 meters, came Long Lan's voice. Everyone was tense. Just tens of seconds later, the captain and the blood-dringer's shouting voices came from the headset. The killing begins. Su Liang's eyes were focused. Faced with such a situation, I sometimes feel helpless. In a large-scale beast tide like this, the high walls will also be attacked frantically to cover the strange beasts as they clear the way. The military mainly guards the high walls. Assign a part of the personnel to help defend the city. There are strange beasts like armor-piercing beasts and gold-eating ants. Even if there is a hidden wall under the ground, it is impossible to separate them completely. This is something that cannot be done at all. Moreover, roaching is of low level and does not have that kind of sophisticated underground dark web strangulation system. We can only rely on these divine hunting teams. Originally, there wouldn't be such a high frequency of missions. The strange movements of these strange beasts and their repeated attacks are already somewhat abnormal. I really don't know if it's because Qianqian has awakened a level. Just when Su Liang was deep in thought, Long Lan's voice came. Later fighters, prepare to fight. They are facing too many monsters, and many of them have escaped. It's your turn now. Receive. 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 Su Liang gripped his spear tightly, ready for a tough battle. Fong Bwe looked at Su Liang's fully prepared appearance and felt a little unconvinced. She is a level 22 3-seal divine master, and she still needs him, a 1-seal divine chosen one, to lead her? How could she be worse than him? He's just a little more skilled with a gun. Then let's compare. She, Fong Bwe, must have killed more exotic beasts than him. In the blink of an eye, a group of strange beasts were running down the street in front of the two of them. There are more than a dozen of them. All are 1-star. Su Liang didn't hesitate at all, rushed out instantly. At the same time, Fong Bwe also rushed out. A man and a woman, a gun and a knife. Kill into the herd. The spear breaks through the waves with unstoppable force. A shot suddenly stabbed out. Instantly stabbed through a strange beast that was rushing towards him. The spear in Su Liang's hand burst out with extremely strong killing power. He suddenly swung his gun and smashed the head of another strange beast. With his current explosive growth and strength, it is not easy for Su Liang to kill these 1-star beasts. His strength value has reached 100 points, which is the level of level 10. Combined with the 40% increase in the armor, it can be said that Su Liang is now almost a level 2 seal envoy. Dealing with this low-level 1-star monster is a piece of cake. He fought among the beasts, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Fong Bwe seemed even more shocked. Frost broke out, freezing the streets. With each strike of the sword, the strange beasts were killed, frozen, and then chopped into pieces. They each committed suicide. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the dozen or so strange beasts were killed by the two of them. Fong Bwe took a look at her own battle record, and it was obvious that she had killed more. She was a little proud. Did she need to bring it? Not necessary at all. But Fong Bwe also had a doubt in his heart. You don't use the power of the divine seal at all? Su Liang glanced at her and didn't wait for him to explain. The next wave of strange beasts is coming again. There are nearly 30 of them. Su Liang had no time to answer. Kill again. The gun shot out like a dragon and charged into the group of strange beasts without any hesitation. Fong Bwe had too many doubts and shocks in his heart. She was also fighting, but she was also paying attention to Su Liang's battle. He really has no use for any power of the divine seal. This is simply incomprehensible. He was just a chosen one who had just attained divine enlightenment. Where did he get such great power? The heads of those 1-star alien beasts exploded one by one under his spear. Every time he fired his gun, he was extremely decisive, without any unnecessary moves. Almost all of them were shot to death. In this respect, he is indeed strong. This also made her realize Su Liang's extraordinariness. Is this guy really a pervert? The two men went on a killing spree. Wave after wave, corpses of strange beasts were scattered all over the ground. It seemed like they had killed 7 or 8 waves of strange beasts. There were more than 100 bodies on the ground. The first short break came, and the teammates were still fighting like crazy. Su Liang adjusted his breathing, took deep breaths, sweat dripping down, and his mind was calm. Fong Bwe was already breathing heavily, with sweat soaking his collar and being expelled by his armor. The breasts wrapped in armor rose and fell at a significantly greater frequency than Su Liang's. Fong Bwe was a little confused. How could he, a 1-seal chosen one, be able to withstand it better than her? And Su Liang seemed to have noticed her gaze. First time speaking. If you keep fighting like this, and there are more than 100 alien beasts coming, you will be lying down. Fong Bwe was stunned. Since they are teammates, you should lead them. The reason why Su Liang didn't speak at the beginning was that he wanted to wait until now for her to notice the difference between them. The number of alien beasts you killed is indeed a little more than mine, but the strength you wasted is enough to kill twice as many alien beasts. If you can't give up your reliance on the power of the divine seal, you will be defeated soon. You must know how to protect your own power. Chapter 92 Brother Su Liang, wait for me. It's my turn to protect you this time. Fong Bwe felt a surge of displeasure in his heart. She was actually being educated by a one-seal chosen one? Fong Bwe was about to refute. The voices of other teammates came from the headset. Su Liang, that's very insightful, said Han Xiaolong. Su Liang curled his lips. It's just common sense. Han Xiaolong smiled and said, this is not common sense. It is difficult to understand such a truth without experiencing countless battles. Long Lan's voice was also heard. Bwe, you should listen to Su Liang carefully. Don't think that his level is low at the first seal level, but his fighting skills and fighting awareness are beyond even Xiaolong and the others. Every one of Xiaolong and his men are veterans who have fought in battles many times. Han Xiaolong and the others smiled and said, that's the truth. I am convinced. By the way, Su Liang, we haven't had a formal dinner yet, and I'd like to have a good drink with you. Although they were fighting, Han Xiaolong still found time to speak. Su Liang chuckled and said, after we finish killing today, I won't go home until I'm drunk. Han Xiaolong laughed wildly. Okay. After hearing their conversation, Fong Bwe didn't know what to say. Such a relationship and such familiar conversation meant that they all recognized Su Liang. But he didn't recognize her. She really couldn't understand it all. Is this Su Liang really that strong? Feeling Fong Bwe's gaze, Su Liang didn't have any extra expression. He continued, next, you have to try to restrain your strength and gradually get used to the feeling of using your physical strength to kill these strange beasts. The power of the divine seal is not to be wasted on this one-star beast. Once you run into a 2-star or 3-star one, you're out of luck. Fong Bwe remained silent for a long time. Su Liang didn't say any more and let Fong Bwe figure it out on his own. Long Lan's voice came again. Round 2 is coming. Su Liang was on high alert again. With the spear in his hand, no strange beast could invade the boundary stakes on his side. More than 31-star monsters rushed towards the two of them. There are several kinds of exotic beasts. Ghost-faced spider, a human-faced scorpion, gold-eating ants, and bloodthirsty rats. Su Liang shouted, kill. Fong Bwe didn't say anything and rushed out. Although she was extremely reluctant, she still tried according to Su Liang's instructions. She began to restrain her strength and stopped venting it wantonly. This is like driving a car on a traffic jam. You have already walked 100 meters, then you step on the gas pedal, drive 100 meters, and then suddenly brake. A lot of energy is wasted. More precise control can save a lot of energy. At first, Fong Bwe was very uncomfortable because she had long been accustomed to the vigorous use of power. After she restrained the power of the divine seal, she could clearly feel that her killing power had weakened. The strange beast that could be killed with one hit now requires 2 or even 3 hits. As the fight goes on, her strength will burst out explosively. Su Liang simply rolled his eyes while fighting. Are you a pig-brain person? How did you learn the general outline of the alien beasts? The sudden scolding made the teammates silent for a moment, but it soon returned to normal. Fong Bwe just felt extremely wronged. He actually scolded her again. Her eyes were red. Su Liang killed the scorpion with a single shot, blowing up its head and breaking its tail hook. Kill towards Fong Bwe. Rush to her. If you keep wasting your energy like this, you'll have to get out in less than an hour. Do you think this is a hunting ground? This is a battlefield, and the battle has just begun. How far can this exotic beast go? Su Liang stood in front of her, his body stretched in the air, and fired a shot, instantly piercing the ghost-faced spider's lower abdomen. With a sudden thrust, a huge wound was created under the belly of the ghost-faced spider, and its head was also cut open, even directly revealing the animal crystal inside. Kill it easily. The ghost-faced spider's weak point is in its abdomen. If we attack from there, we can easily kill it. Why waste that energy? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Liang had already rushed towards the other 2 human-faced scorpions. Look carefully, human-faced scorpion, cut off the tail hook first, then if you can kill it with one strike, then kill it with one strike. Otherwise, just destroy the pincers. The common weaknesses of these arthropod beasts are their joints. Everyone knows that it is better to cut 10 joints than to cut the shell once. As he spoke, Su Liang had already killed the human-faced scorpion in front of him with a single shot. How did you learn the general principles of your exotic beasts? You only know how to use your frost brute force? Su Liang's words were like sharp swords piercing her heart. Destroyed her to the point of being worthless. No one had ever told her this. She has always been protected like a flower in a greenhouse. Her elders had always taught her the simplest and most brutal way of fighting. Because she is a level 1, destined to climb higher, all she needs to believe in is the power of her divine seal. She has always followed this principle. Her killing power has always been very strong. Killing these 1-star beasts is like a piece of cake. In her opinion, she doesn't need to worry about the weaknesses of these low-level beasts, as the result will be the same for her. But when she actually arrived on the battlefield, she found that this was not the case at all. According to her playing style, according to Su Liang's words, she really couldn't hold on for long and would soon tire herself to death. It's like being in a hunting ground. Almost lost his life. Fong Bwe then realized how ridiculous he was. It turns out that there is so much knowledge involved in killing this low-level 1-star monster. Don't be in a daze. Do you want to tire me to death? Do it. A light shout brought Fong Bwe back from that state. Fong Bwe continued to devote himself to the battle and began to control his own strength with his heart. Even though it was obscure and she was not used to it, she still insisted. Her eyes were red and she felt aggrieved. She doesn't accept it. If others can do it, she can do it too. She's not that dumb. One day, she will prove to everyone that she, Fong Bwe, is not that vase. Wave after wave of strange beasts attacked. Su Liang was numb from killing. It seemed like almost 2 hours had passed. He was already exhausted and out of breath. Not to mention Fong Bwe. When she began to try to restrain her strength, the physical energy consumed was enormous. Sweating profusely. Never fought like this before. Su Liang curled the corners of his mouth. Throw her a physical energy bead. Eat it. If you lose strength, go out and quickly absorb the divine crystal to recover. Fong Bwe grabbed the energy bead and ate it. No need. I can still hold on. Fong Bwe seemed to have turned back into the icy school beauty she once was. Now all she wanted in her mind was to improve her combat awareness and skills. A pair of eyes that were unusually cold and clear. Seeing this, Su Liang didn't say much. After all, this woman is a top-level genius. I believe she will understand things quickly. If you experience more battles, you will transform. However, those who deserve to be scolded should still be scolded. This was authorized by the captain. After a short rest, the strange beast attacked again. The battle continues. Everyone was fighting. Other teammates could hear Su Liang's angry voice coming from the headset from time to time. Are you a pig? The knife you just used cut directly off its tail hook. Damn it. You really are a pig. Poke it in the belly. I asked you to restrain your strength, but you won't use it at all? Are you waiting to be crushed to death by the giant pincers? I'm really impressed. This brain is only slightly better than a 3-year-old child. You should go home and have the baby. You've screwed me so much. Teammates. No one dared to answer. Everyone was convinced. Could an 18-year-old boy really say such words? Everyone felt that Su Liang sounded like an old soldier who was in his 40s and had experienced many battles. Only such a person would curse so harshly. She is a beauty after all. Why are you so rude to her? But I have to say that at this time, such impolite words can make her grow up the fastest. The whole city of Rome became tense because of this beast tide. The military headquarters on the high walls were also constantly resisting the attacks of the strange beasts. There are many high-star exotic beasts among them. Inside the city, there are few peaceful places in the civilian areas near the high walls. The Academy of the Chosen Ones. Freshman class. We have just completed a morning of combat training. Lin Xia looked at Bai Qianqian and asked, Qianqian, you seem a little off this morning. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Qianqian shook her head. No. She was very worried in her heart. After all, it had been so long and there was no news from Brother Su Liang. Bai Qianqian, why are you so useless? You are only level 7 now. You promised to protect Brother Su Liang, but you have never been able to do it. Qianqian was filled with guilt. Just at this moment, a classmate suddenly said, Have you heard? The city wall is being attacked by a large-scale beast tide. I heard about it. It seems to be quite serious, someone echoed. Yes, I heard that this beast tide is extremely large. It seems that all the divine hunting teams and the military have almost been mobilized. Everyone in the civilian area on the edge of the city wall is fighting hard. Hearing these words, Bai Qianqian became even more anxious. With such a terrifying beast tide, I hope Brother Su Liang won't get into trouble, right? I really don't know how many people will die this time. We must work hard to protect our hometown as soon as possible. Bai Qianqian was shocked. Dead. Bai Qianqian's anxiety reached its peak. Brother Su Liang must be in great danger for such a dangerous mission. She seemed to see Su Liang lying in a pool of blood, and that feeling of uneasiness. Can't wait any longer. She wants to help Brother Su Liang. She has level 1 armor and a level 1 tank. I will definitely be able to help Brother Su Liang. Thinking of this, Bai Qianqian no longer hesitated. Shuya, go back to the dormitory. I won't go back. I need to go out for a while. After saying this, Bai Qianqian ran outside without looking back. Qianqian, aren't you going to eat? Lin Shuya no longer received a response. Qianqian's gaze was extremely firm. Brother Su Liang, wait for me. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Chapter 93 Hard Fight. It's almost noon. Everyone was exhausted. It can be said that those who use knives have their knives become blunt. The corpses of strange beasts piled up into a mountain. Everyone report your injuries. Green's voice came. Hunchu, I'm fine. Zhao Jian, I'm fine. Gu Tianqing, I'm fine. Sister Luin, I have a problem here. There is a cut on my back. Damn it, that bastard two-tailed human-faced scorpion attacked me. Okay, got it. I'll be right over. Su Liang listened to the voice in the headset, also breathing heavily. He looked at Fong Bwe, who had already collapsed from exhaustion. This should be the first time she has experienced such a long battle. She sat on the corpse of a strange beast, holding a knife in one hand, and her whole body seemed to be shaking slightly. There were also a lot of damages on the armor on his body. Su Liang panted and said, Sister Luin, Fong Bwe needs help. Okay, got it. Fong Bwe didn't seem to want to say a word now, but she felt that she could still hold on and didn't want to be rescued. I'm fine. Fong Bwe looked at Su Liang. From this time on, she had gradually submitted to Su Liang. After fighting for several hours, he not only did not fall behind, and later on, the number of strange beasts killed far exceeded her. Moreover, up to now, his physical fitness was obviously much better than hers. Hunchu's voice was still cold and stern. Everyone, take a rest quickly. Xiaolan, report the situation of the alien beast. Long Lan's solemn voice came. Everyone, be prepared. The monsters coming later will not be less than those in the morning, and they will become more and more powerful. The number of 2-star monsters has increased by at least 30%. Everyone's voice came. Got it. Damn it. Kill all these beasts. Han Xiaolong cursed. Receive. Receive. The ladder fighter Yinmu suddenly said, Captain, if you release some 2-stars, we can kill them too. Qin Wuhua, the ladder fighter, said, Yes, you are under too much pressure. Hunchu said coldly, Mind yourselves. There was a moment of silence. The captain is like this, always fighting in the front and giving priority to solving high-star monsters. He would never let his teammates fall into such a dangerous situation. This is why they are called the #1 divine hunting team in Chengdu. Their mortality rate is very low. After Su Liang took the energy bead, the fatigue in his body gradually eased a lot. Luin came over to help Fong Bwe treat the wound, and it felt better. Luin said worriedly, You two must be careful. Su Liang nodded, Sister Luin, don't worry. Xiaolan's voice came, Be careful. It's coming. Everyone was on high alert. It started raining. The raindrops on everyone, dripping. Everyone's breathing was even. The next moment, from the sewers and the big hole dug by the armor-piercing beast, the strange beast erupted like a torrent. The number is simply terrifying. Hunchu and the others were not panicked at all. He just shouted angrily, Kill! The power of the divine seal is blooming. Every time he attacked, a group of strange beasts would fall down. Under the swords of the 2 divine warriors Hunchu and Zhao Jian, the strange beasts fell in large numbers. The positions of the others were similar, but there will always be some fish that slip through the net and rush towards the wall of the forbidden god realm. Everyone is fighting hard. Su Liang and the others waited for a while. The strange beast is coming. Su Liang took a deep breath, picked up his gun, and rushed out. Kill. This scene deeply shocked Fong Bwe. Su Liang is like an invincible berserker. It seems like he has no end. Those 1-star monsters had no choice but to fall down under his gun. But he is the one chosen by God with 1 seal. What a pervert. If Su Liang can hold on for so long, so can Fong Bwe. Fong Bwe also rushed out to kill. The rain froze around her. If she hadn't listened to Su Liang's teachings, she wouldn't have had the strength to stay alive until now. So, No matter what Su Liang scolded her, she never talked back. In the streets, the corpses of strange beasts were piled up into small hills. A faint golden light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. At this point, even if he didn't want to use the power of the Beast God Seal, he couldn't do it. Too tired. The power of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal was too little, and it was used up in just a few hits. Fortunately, as long as he controls the power of the Beast God Seal and applies it to the gun, his combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. Some wounds gradually appeared on his body. The armor was torn and blood was flowing, but he can still hold on. In his previous life, he had experienced many battles, most of which were more dangerous than this one. Mentally, he will definitely be able to hold on. This kind of high-intensity battle is too difficult. Fong Bwe's combat effectiveness showed a significant decline. It didn't take long. Long Lan's anxious voice came. Later fighters. A 2-star alien beast has broken through the Blooddringer's blockade and is heading towards you. Among them is a corpse-eating beast and a 2-tailed human-faced scorpion. Prepare to fight. Receive. 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 The last voice was Fong Bwe's, and he was obviously out of breath. Long Lan frowned. Fong Bwe, if you can't hold on any longer, then withdraw and recover quickly. Fong Bwe shook her head. I can. If Su Liang can do it, why can't she? Moreover, should the 2-star alien beast be left to Su Liang, the one-sealed chosen one, to deal with? It must be her. Long Lan quickly said, you don't have to worry about Su Liang. He has the ability to kill a 2-star monster. Ching Ching, move closer to Su Liang. Received. Approaching. Fong Bwe was shocked again. Does Su Liang have the ability to kill a 2-star monster? How is this possible? But now no one explained these things to her. Everyone was fighting. And that was the next moment. 2-star monsters pounced towards Su Liang and his group. The two were shocked. A 2-star corpse-eating beast and a 2-tailed human-faced scorpion. The corpse-eating beast was white all over, and its leather armor reflected the light in the rain, making it look very smooth. At the same time, the long and narrow pointed head revealed its ferocious and sharp fangs, opened its bloody mouth and pounced forward rapidly. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion was equally terrifying, nearly twice as big as the 1-tailed human-faced scorpion. Its pair of venomous cold hooks flashed with cold light, as if they could pierce them in an instant. A pair of large pliers is strong and powerful, but a little slower. Fong Bwe rushed out immediately. Leave the corpse-eating beast to me. Su Liang was speechless for a while. What was he robbing? Fong Bwe wanted to prove himself very much. She will let Su Liang see that she is not so weak when it comes to killing high-star monsters. You, Su Liang, are strong, but I, Fong Bwe, am not weak either. I will definitely surpass you. The only ice power in Fong Bwe's body is blooming. She believed that she could definitely kill it. The frost was raging, freezing the raindrops that fell on them. On a rainy day like this, it seemed like an added advantage for Fong Bwe. She condensed the rain in the air into sharp blades and slashed towards the corpse-eating beast. It soon became extremely hot. The strength of the corpse-eating beast was very obvious. Fong Bwe found it difficult to seriously injure it and was caught in a tough battle. Su Liang's face did not look good. This stupid woman, even if he could kill her, he would have to withdraw from the battle. So he must act quickly. We also have to kill the 1-star alien beast at the same time, and there can be no problems with the boundary stakes. Su began to flow the power of the Beast God Seal, and his chest felt slightly hot. The aura emitted by it made the group of strange beasts feel terrified, and they did not dare to move forward directly. And the body of Su Liang's gun was still filled with the golden power. He shouted angrily, "Kill!" He rushed out instantly. With the eye of insight, he knew the movements of all the strange beasts. Released the power of the Beast God Seal. Shot after shot was fired. The 1-star monsters shattered in an instant. This is an absolute suppressive force. He took his speed and agility to extremes. At this time, there is no need to save your strength anymore, and you must take it down quickly. So, Su Liang felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Whether it is speed, agility, or strength, they have all been significantly improved. He was like a bolt of lightning in the rain. Wherever they run at high speed, strange beasts will fall down. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion had its large pincers and attacked Su Liang several times with its 2 tail hooks, but Su Liang narrowly avoided them every time. Su Liang's usual method is to kill the small guys first, and then the big guys, starting with the easy ones, and then moving on to the difficult ones. The carapace of a 2-tailed human-faced scorpion is much harder than that of a 1-tailed one. Su Liang fired several powerful guns, but he was unable to break it, and he was almost injured by the venom. When Su Liang killed the last one-star monster, 2 large pincers and 2 poisonous tail hooks attacked from all sides. Su Liang stepped suddenly and soared into the sky in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack. Landed in the distance. He stared at the 2-tailed human-faced scorpion. The human-faced scorpion was also staring at him. Su Liang took the time to glance at Fong Bwe. She used the power of the second seal and almost cut off the corpse-eating beast's head. Just a little bit more. The corpse-eating beast was injured in the neck and blood was flowing. It rushed to the corpses of the strange beasts and devoured them frantically to repair its own injuries. Fong Bwe rushed out with difficulty and continued fighting. Su Liang felt heavy-hearted. If this continued, Fong Bwe would find it difficult to kill him. After all, he did not have enough experience. The next moment, Su Liang and the 2-tailed human-faced scorpion both moved. Su Liang snorted coldly, then kill this beast first. Chapter 94 Risking Life. The golden glow on the chest was hidden in the armor. That aura is like an invisible pressure. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion actually took 2 steps back. At the same time, the corpse-eating beast on Fong Bwe's side seemed to have sensed this power and felt a little frightened. Su Liang shouted. The spear thrust out. The golden light was a little blurred in the rain, but Fong Bwe felt that he saw gold again. Su Liang rushed out. A shot blast. It suddenly stabbed the 2-tailed human-faced scorpion's huge pincers. Clang. There were actually sparks. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion was knocked back. A deep groove was also scratched on the giant claw. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion hissed in pain. A pair of poisonous hooks stabbed towards Su Liang with extreme ferocity. A cold light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. With a strong stomp of his foot, he rushed towards the pair of poisonous hooks like a cannonball. Su Liang knew very well that the most dangerous thing about the human-faced scorpion was its hook. It is highly poisonous and extremely insidious. As long as its poisonous sting is removed, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. When Su Liang was about to touch the pair of poisonous hooks, he fired a blast of his own, directly knocking the 2 poison hooks away. Go through the poison hook. The poison hook also reacts very quickly. He changed direction and stabbed towards Su Liang again. Su Liang snorted coldly. Forcefully flip your body in the air. Rotate several times. Swinging his spear, Su Liang's body seemed to be accelerated out of thin air. The spear suddenly smashed into the roots of the 2 poisonous hooks. Bang! There is a feeling of extreme violent aesthetics. At that position, the shell protecting the tail hook exploded instantly. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion was also knocked to the ground by this terrifying force, and dense cracks appeared on the ground. Let out a shrill scream. The 2 tail hooks suddenly stabbed towards Su Liang. A cold light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. The golden light gathered at the tip of the gun, becoming extremely sharp. A sweeping shot. Slide across a joint of the pair of tail hooks. Swish. Almost cut it off. The green juice spurted out from the tail. The 2 tail hooks were also knocked away. I didn't dare to stop for even a moment. Su Liang suddenly turned the gun tip and stabbed it hard at the root of the connection between the human-faced scorpion's tail hook and the body. Pierce it with one hand. Green juice is flowing. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion screamed miserably. Su Liang snorted coldly, and with a sudden move, he cut off one of the tail hooks in an instant. The tail hook flew out and rolled into a ball on the ground. The 2-tailed human-faced scorpion also began to roll around on the ground frantically. After one tail was cut off, the pain made it almost crazy. Su Liang retreated and created some space. I took the time to look over at Fong Bwe. The air turned cold. Su Liang's face darkened. This woman has used the power of 3 seals. Frost Dragon 1,000 Blades. After this attack, she will no longer have any strength. Su Liang felt a little anxious. Need to speed up. Su Liang shouted angrily and rushed forward. Avoid the claws of the human-faced scorpion. A gunshot exploded, stabbing at the strange human face. Boom. With a loud bang, a bloody hole was pierced in the head of the human-faced scorpion. The remaining tail hook stabbed towards Su Liang. Su Liang shouted, "Go to hell." A shot passed by. It fell on the spot where the cut had just occurred. The tail hook was chopped off instantly. Su Liang stepped forward suddenly. The whole person flew into the air more than 10 meters high. The geese are falling. A shot came down from the sky, shining with golden light. A shot was fired. The target is the head. The worry of the poison sting is gone, so there is no need to be afraid. The huge pair of pincers reached up to the sky and tried to clamp Su Liang. But the next moment, Su Liang suddenly exerted force with his arms. The silver spear in his hand flew out like a javelin, shot suddenly to the ground. The force was extremely fierce and the speed was extremely fast. It almost fell by brushing against the giant claws. Not blocked. Instantly stabbed the human-faced scorpion's head. Pierce it in an instant. Bang! The tip of the gun pierced through the head and stuck into the ground, nailing it to the ground. The two giant claws also lost their power in an instant and remained frozen in midair for a moment. The light in those scarlet eyes gradually lost its luster. Su Liang stepped on the giant claws. As the giant claws fell, it stood on the corpse. Call. Take a deep breath. Sweat mixed with raindrops fell. Su Liang held the spear with one hand and looked in the direction of Fong Bwe. At this time, the giant frost blade also slashed towards the corpse-eating beast. The surrounding frost short blades also pierced the body of the corpse-eating beast, almost nailing it to the ground. The scene is similar to that in the hunting ground. The only difference was that this time, she didn't blow up the corpse-eating beast's head. But with the impact of rain, the corpse-eating beast was frozen by ice. It's like an ice sculpture. Fong Bwe's legs went weak and he half knelt on the ground, holding Tang Hengdao. Panting heavily, the blue gold armor was already in tatters. Blood flowed out. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at Su Liang. A victorious smile appeared. It seems like he is taking credit. See, she can do it too. She is not a vase. Fong Bwe even forgot to be shocked that Su Liang killed the two-star monster. The next moment, Su Liang's face changed drastically. Retreat quickly. Su Liang shouted loudly, drew out his spear, and exerted force with his feet. The scorpion shell was crushed by him. The whole person burst out. Fong Bwe saw Su Liang so panicked and seemed to realize something. The moment of turning your head. The corpse-eating beasts broke through the ice blockade, and the ice blades on their bodies exploded instantly. The huge white tail suddenly swung towards Fong Bwe. Fong Bwe felt somewhat desperate. There was no time to stop it. She could only watch helplessly as the tail, which was as thick as her thigh, suddenly hit her abdomen. Bang! Fong Bwe was blasted out like a cannonball, hitting the wall behind him, causing the wall to explode. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. She did pierce the body of the corpse-eating beast, but did not actually kill it because the corpse-eating beast's defense was too terrifying. Su Liang ran to Fong Bwe with an extremely ugly expression. Sister Luin. Emergency rescue. Fong Bwe is seriously injured. Got it. I'll be there soon. The teammates all felt heavy in their hearts. Fong Bwe looked at Su Liang's anxious expression. My heart was filled with sorrow. It actually failed. I feel a little bitter in my heart. He, a one-seal divine chosen one, was able to kill a two-star alien beast, but I, a level 22 three-seal divine master, actually failed. How ridiculous. It turns out that I have always been so ridiculous. This is the divine seal that I am proud of. Su Liang looked at the corpse-eating beast. There were dozens of bloody wounds on the corpse-eating beast's body. The top of his head was also torn apart, but it was still strong. It is devouring the corpses of those strange beasts. It can be clearly seen that the wounds of the corpse-eating beast are healing. Su Liang's face looked a little ugly. Can't get it back now. Su Liang. Su Liang looked at Fong Bwe with a puzzled look. Fong Bwe's face was a little pale. Am I really that stupid? Su Liang was speechless. You're not stupid. You're not stupid at all. But I said in my heart, you are not stupid, you are dumb. I have said it 800 times. It is still the same. Save your strength. Save your strength. Save your strength. Su Liang didn't want to break her defense at this time. He picked up his gun and rushed out instantly. Another alien beast is rushing over. But fortunately, Yi Qingqing's long-range support had arrived in midair, and some one-star monsters were dealt with by her. Su Liang rushed towards the corpse-eating beast without saying anything. Beast, die! Su Liang's eyes were red. After all, Fong Bwe is his teammate, so he must take revenge. The tip of the gun flashed with golden light. A shot was suddenly fired at the corpse-eating beast's head. The corpse-eating beast's huge claws blocked it. There was wisdom in those scarlet eyes. With some ferocity. Bang! A shot hit the giant claw, and the corpse-eating beast seemed to look down on Su Liang's strength. The tail suddenly lashed towards Su Liang. The intelligence of the medium-sized alien beast is obviously far beyond that of the human-faced scorpion. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Taking advantage of the spear's pressure on the giant claws of the corpse-eating beast, He exerted force suddenly and sent himself into the air. The tail almost brushed against the soles of Su Liang's feet. Su Liang pondered in his heart. I don't think I'm a match for this 2-star monster. This is almost equivalent to a low-level monster that is about to transform into 3 stars. The power gap is too big. Fong Bwe was able to fight with him because he was much stronger than Su Liang. Su Liang flew into the air and looked down at the corpse-eating beast. The corpse-eating beast also looked up at Su Liang. There seemed to be a hint of disdain in those scarlet eyes. Although the golden light has a suppressive effect on it, it will naturally not be afraid as long as it cannot hurt it. Moreover, the smell on Su Liang gradually made it a little crazy. It seems that Su Liang is a delicacy that far surpasses the corpses of other exotic beasts. Sister Qingqing, help me fire 2 shots. In a flash, Yi Qingqing's 2 sniper shots arrived. It exploded instantly above the corpse-eating beast's head. Hiss! The corpse-eating beast roared in pain. Su Liang took advantage of the situation and fell down. Instead of confronting them head-on, since we can't crush them, then it all depends on skill. He swung the spear, and the spear drew graceful golden arcs in his hand, crazily leaving wounds on the body of the corpse-eating beast. Under the power of the beast god seal, no matter how amazing the defense of the corpse-eating beast is, it will be injured. Gradually, blood began to flow from the corpse-eating beast's body. Su Liang narrowly avoided every attack from the corpse-eating beast, but it is still difficult to seriously injure it. The corpse-eating beast is already going crazy, and there is also a strange beast coming to kill it. Damn it, I'll just have to give it a try. What are you doing, kid? Gong Lai's voice came from the headset. Su Liang said calmly, Old Gong Lai. What? You better watch this shot carefully. This shot is going to be awesome. I'm handsome, you big idiot, right? Get out of here. The corners of Su Liang's mouth curled up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boy, don't take risks. Gong Lai shouted. But Su Liang no longer cared. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. He concentrated all his golden power on the gun. Suddenly he shouted, Kill. In an instant, he rushed out. Su Liang, don't take risks. Su Liang. The voices of Long Lan and Lu Yin were heard, and the other teammates were also startled. Su Liang had already rushed out to kill him. At this moment, the spear became extremely dazzling. Backstage, Long Lan and Gong Lai were watching this scene with shock in their eyes. Gold. Chapter 95. Let me fulfill my promise. The moment Su Liang rushed forward, this 2-star corpse-eating beast felt the aura emanating from the golden light. I felt a strong threat of death. It roared. Roar. The strong hind legs suddenly exerted force. The ground exploded instantly, splashing water and stones, and suddenly rushed towards Su Liang. The pair of extremely sharp front claws were gathered together, flashing a chilling light. Suddenly it tore towards Su Liang. At this moment, Su Liang seemed to have entered the arms of the corpse-eating beast. In the next second, Su Liang would be torn to pieces by those sharp claws and fall into the bloody mouth of the corpse-eating beast. Fong Bwe was shocked. Long Lan and Gong Lai in the backstage were both very nervous. Green, who happened to come to the rescue, also covered her mouth. Everything seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Liang saw the pride and greed in the 4 eyes of the corpse-eating beast. But it happened at this moment. Extremely abrupt. A source crystal cannon suddenly blasted out from under Su Liang. The swift counter-thrust shocked everyone. Even the corpse-eating beast didn't react. Su Liang suddenly rose up with the golden spear in hand. In that instant, the sharp edge of the spear slashed across the jaw of the ghoul, splitting the front end of its bloody mouth in 2. Blood splattered in an instant, and Su Liang flew into the air. The corpse-eating beast also let out a shrill cry. And it's not over yet. There was a cold light in Su Liang's eyes. Once again, he used the source crystal cannon to fire a shot into the sky. Su Liang suddenly accelerated, and everything was so fast that people couldn't react at all. Su Liang's eyes were ferocious. Die! The golden spear carried Su Liang, like a golden meteor in the rainy night, and suddenly pierced the head of the corpse-eating beast. Victory is at hand. And it was at this moment that the corpse-eating beast, a medium-sized monster, was indeed intelligent. Its instinctive reaction made it subconsciously want to escape from Su Liang's lock. In an instant, the head retracted a little bit. And it is this little bit that can lead to a huge mistake. Su Liang sighed inwardly. It's over. My pretense is going to fail. The golden meteor hit the front end of the ghoul's long and narrow head, piercing its mouth, penetrated instantly. The corpse-eating beast was also smashed to the ground by this terrifying force. Boom. The ground exploded instantly, and blood, water, and rubble splashed in all directions. This is an extremely violent scene. Awesome. Gong Lai's voice came with surprise. Long Lan, Yi Qingqing, Fong Bwe, and Luin all breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a dream. The girls all had the same feeling. This is definitely cheating. Who would dare to fight like this? It's crazy to think of using Source Crystal Cannon as power. It's hard to imagine that this is the fighting skill that an 18-year-old boy can display. Fong Bwe was deeply shocked. Only at this moment did she realize how big the gap was between her and Su Liang. They were all happy for Su Liang, but only Su Liang felt dead silent inside. Although the corpse-eating beast had landed on the ground, it continued to wail. But the next moment, the white tail, which was as thick as a thigh, lashed towards Su Liang like a giant pillar. Ah! Su Liang! Su Liang! Boy! There was no time to remind everyone. Su Liang had already anticipated this and concentrated all the power of the beast god seal on one point. Bang! Su Liang's body bent into a bow shape and shot out backwards like a cannonball. Su Liang! Long Lan's anxious voice sounded. Han Xiaolong shouted, "I'll do it." Yi Qingqing sniped frantically in the sky. But the defensive power of a corpse-eating beast is simply abnormal. Although it was painful, I held on tightly. It was nailed to the ground, and it twitched its tail, wrapped around the silver spear, and swung it out. At this moment its anger reached its peak. Everyone panicked. Luin had no choice at all. She had basically no fighting power. But we still have to rush forward. Gong Lai, who was recuperating in the house, had tears in his eyes. Ah, damn it. He just hated that he wasn't there. Gong Lai roared with red eyes, "Xiaolong, save him." Su Liang coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. He could actually stand up. It's over now. Even if Han Xiaolong could provide support, it would be too late. I just regret that I didn't get to the second seal. If I reach the second seal, I will definitely be able to kill this corpse-eating beast. The corpse-eating beast pounced towards Su Liang frantically, and Yi Qingqing's sniper attack in midair could not stop the corpse-eating beast, which was now completely crazy. The bloody mouth filled with flesh and blood pounced towards Su Liang. The next moment, a green figure stood in front of Su Liang. Su Liang's face changed drastically. "Sister Luin, let's go." Although she is a divine master, she is only a healer, and the power of the divine seal has no killing power at all. Su Liang's eyes were bloodshot. He endured the severe pain and took a step forward with difficulty. A long knife appeared in Lu Yin's hand. His face was full of determination. Green. Long Lan felt a little overwhelmed. There was no fear on Lu Yin's face. Instead, she smiled and said, "I can also be the last one to fight for my teammates." At this moment, everyone was moved and their eyes were red. Sister Luin. Sister Luin. The teammates were grief-stricken. Gong Lai's eyes were bloodshot, green grass. Yi Qingqing sniped like crazy, but still couldn't stop the corpse-eating beast. Fong Bwe looked at that scene and felt sad. It jumped high and pounced towards Luin and Su Liang. Green drew his sword and attacked decisively. But it was this moment. Su Liang pushed Luin away. And it was at this time. An extremely terrifying energy cannon, as if to destroy everything, hit the corpse-eating beast. Boom. The horrific explosion sounded throughout the neighborhood, and even Hunchu and the others heard it. Everyone was shocked. Who used the high-energy source cannon? It will destroy the forbidden god world. Long Lan, Yi Qingqing and Fong Bwe all looked up. At the end of the block, I saw a domineering mecha tank in an almost violent state. Fire at the corpse-eating beast that was blown dozens of meters away. Qianqian was wearing a purple gold-grade armor and looked extremely heroic sitting on the mecha chariot. Brother Su Liang. The shallow eye sockets were all red. She clearly saw the scene of Su Liang and others being injured. So she ignored everything and fired several shots. Su Liang was shocked. Qianqian? Su Liang looked in the direction where the corpse-eating beast flew backwards. Where was the corpse-eating beast? Even the buildings were gone. A block of nearly 100 meters was emptied by her few shots. Long Lan and the others' faces were twitching. My goodness, with these few shots, I estimate that thousands of source crystals were used up. But the person was saved. The military will hold them accountable later. All the buildings along the street that are nearly 100 meters long have disappeared. When Bai Qianqian saw Su Liang vomiting blood, her eyes instantly turned red and tears couldn't stop falling. Brother Su Liang. She ran towards Su Liang quickly. She hugged Su Liang and threw herself into his arms. What's wrong with you? Qian was extremely scared. In the situation just now, if her energy cannon had been fired a second later, the outcome might have been very different. She hugged Su Liang tightly, her whole body trembling. Just one step away, really just one step away, she and Su Liang might be. She was really scared. Su Liang was still frightened. It was almost there, really almost there. The energy cannon almost shot over his and Lu Yin's heads. This is an energy cannon. It's not a source crystal cannon. See that block? You'll have an entire block cleared. He will be in trouble if he gets a little bit stained with green grass. But I still need to give Qian some caring comfort. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. I'm fine. Qian, you shouldn't have come. Qian shook her head. My classmates said that this beast tide is very scary. I'm worried that something might happen to you. Su Liang smiled bitterly. Hunchu's voice came from the headset. Su Liang, be careful of strange beasts. Su Liang's expression suddenly hardened. Receive. Sister Luoyin, take Fong Bwe out for treatment right now. Qian, get out now. Luoyin didn't dare to delay at all and went out with Fong Bwe in her arms. Yi Qingqing is still helping to deal with the one-star alien beast. The teammates also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not dead, they continued to do their best to kill the monster. Su Liang picked up the silver spear, ready to keep fighting. Fortunately, the power of the beast god seal protected him, and it seemed that only his ribs were broken. We can still fight. But Qian did not leave. An extremely determined look appeared on that young face. She pulled out a purple sword from her space converter. The cold light emanating from the long sword made Leng Lianshuang's pupils narrow. Level combat soldier. Qian looked at Su Liang and said, Brother Su Liang, I promised you. Today, let me fulfill my promise. At this moment, the endless blazing flames from between Qian's eyebrows burst out instantly. Even the rainwater in the air was evaporated. At this moment, her figure blends into the surrounding environment, yet she inadvertently reveals an otherworldly temperament. A streamlined purple battle armor brings out her brilliance. A few strands of hair gently brushed across her resolute yet soft face. Her eyes were deep and bright, as if no danger could make her retreat. She must fulfill her promise and protect the people she wants to protect. Wherever the sword points, the grace shines. The Empress wakes up. Chapter 96 Han Xiaolong is in danger. Su Liang looked at Qian, and in a trance, he seemed to see a trace of the Suzaku Empress from the previous life. The flickering divine seal of fire and the majestic and endless fiery aura were like the awakening of the vermilion bird. Qian looked at Su Liang with great determination. Su Liang smiled helplessly. It's very dangerous. Qian shook her head. I'm not afraid. I'm not weak now. Su Liang wanted to say something else. Hunchu's voice came. You protect her yourself? Su Liang could only nod. Receive. Then he looked at Qian. Stay by my side. Don't go away. Bai Qian's smile is more beautiful than the most beautiful flower in the world. Su Liang smiled knowingly. His face suddenly froze. Qian, do you remember what I taught you? Bai Qian nodded. Yes, I remember. The first step in the battle. Su Liang shouted softly. Bai Qian responded. No matter what kind of battle you fight, you must be fully prepared and go all out. Concentrate and focus. Su Liang raised the corners of his mouth. Then kill. As soon as the words fell, the two of them rushed out together. A gun and a sword. Kill into the herd. Su Liang's spear shocked the beasts. With every thrust of the spear, a strange beast would be cut down. The spear drew graceful arcs, blood rained down, and flesh and blood splattered. The purple sword in Qian's hand was extremely sharp. Even without using the power of the divine seal, this purple sword could instantly cut through the leather armor of any one-star alien beast. Extremely sharp. This is the top combat soldier. Long Lan, who was watching from the backstage, was amazed. She didn't expect that the Academy really gave Bai Qian a soldier-level title. I don't know how much it would cost just to get this level of combat weapon. The enhanced combat effectiveness of soldiers of this level is extremely terrifying. All I saw was Bai Qian's agile figure moving easily among the herd of beasts and cooperating well with Su Liang. The sword easily chopped off the head of the strange beast. The terrifying heat wave of the divine seal was also evaporating the blood rain. Gong Lai cursed in the backstage. Comparing oneself with others is really infuriating. Fong Bwe, who was being treated outside the Forbidden God realm, was also staring at the scene in a daze. They really look like a good match. Su Liang must have taught Bai Qian a lot of things. Although Bai Qian is only a chosen one now, Her combat awareness and skills are very similar to Su Liang's. It seems like I can learn a lot from following Su Liang. Bai Qianqian also made many mistakes, but Su Liang would never call her a pig. Fong Bwe showed a bitter expression. He had also fought for such a long time and was also hit by the corpse-eating beast's tail. But Su Liang was still able to fight, but she could only sit here and heal her wounds. It turned out that what widened the gap between them was not the level of their divine seals at all. Luin said softly, Beiwe, recover quickly, you may have to fight later. Your teammates are waiting for you. Fong Beiwe turned to look at Luin. His eyes were red and his gaze gradually became firm. He nodded heavily, okay. She took out the divine crystal and absorbed it madly to replenish her strength. Su Liang and Qianqian cooperated very well. The two of them opened and closed their arms. Kill wave after wave of strange beasts. However, Qianqian had never experienced such a battle, and it was the promise she made to Su Liang in her heart that kept forcing her to move forward. She was forced to grow up, so she had to endure the disgusting smell of blood and keep fighting. This was her first time killing a strange beast. It's like the blood is awakening and boiling. Got a chance to rest a little. Qianqian looked at Su Liang. Brother Su Liang, I didn't hold you back, did I? Su Liang smiled and said, no, Qianqian is very powerful. But then he changed his mind and said, Qianqian, you can't stay here any longer. Your combat awareness is not good enough. Qianqian pouted, but I want to protect you. I'll stay with you for a while. Su Liang nodded, okay. When I ask you to leave later, you must leave. Just at this moment, the anxious shouts of several blood drinkers came through the headset. Little dragon. Little dragon. Su Liang's expression changed instantly. Hunchu's voice came. Green rescue. Zhao Jian, take Xiaolong and retreat. Fu Yuan, cover Zhao Jian. Receive. 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 Han Xiaolong's weak voice came from the headset. Brothers, I'm sorry. I'm holding you back. Everyone's eyes were red. Xiaolong's condition is obviously not right. Xiaolong. Gong Lai shouted. Old Gong, it's your turn to burn a big-breasted girl for me. Gong Lai's eyes were red. Hold on. Green, you must protect Xiaolong. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Lu Yin saw Han Xiaolong's miserable condition. His abdomen was pierced and bleeding. His face was already pale. When Han Xiaolong saw Lu Yin, he made a hush gesture to her and put his bloody finger in front of his mouth. With a sad smile on his face, he didn't want his teammates to see him in this state and affect everyone's mood. But everyone still heard Lu Yin's choking voice. Lu Yin's tears couldn't stop flowing, and she covered her mouth. Everyone heard it and could guess something. But there were no extra words. They had seen too many deaths and just hoped that Xiaolong could hold on. They can only turn their grief and anger into strength. Beasts. Die. Kill. Everyone was shouting. Su Liang also felt extremely heavy in his heart. This was the cruelty of the battlefield. Just a while ago, they had made an appointment to drink together. But, suddenly, a bright light flashed in Su Liang's mind. Qianqian, hurry up, drive Sister Luin's chariot, and send Xiaolong to the villa. The advanced medical system in the villa will definitely be able to save Xiaolong. This would not only save Han Xiaolong, but also keep Qianqian away from danger. The teammates were shocked. A level 1 medical system? There is hope. There must be hope. Hunchu also said, Luin, you and Qianqian go together. Lu Yin's face changed. But, Captain, you guys. Don't say but. Go now. Long Lan suddenly said, military news. The forbidden wall of the divine realm has been opened. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was good news for Xiaolong. But it is not good news for them. Hunchu hurriedly said, Levian, go quickly. Green dare not delay. Qianqian was also ready to leave. Brother Su Liang had taught her that one must obey orders on the battlefield. But when she looked at Su Liang, she was filled with reluctance, as she had only been there for a short time. Brother Su Liang, you must be careful. Okay, I'll be fine. Qianqian got on the armored vehicle, looking reluctant. But at this time, it was to save Su Liang's brother's teammates. Xiaobai, the medical system is on standby. Qianqian shouted. Yes, master. Qianqian turned into a stream of light and ran directly towards Luin and the others to meet up. Getting on the chariot, Levian helped him suppress his injuries, and Qianqian drove the chariot away quickly. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it would be good if Qianqian left. Hunchu issued an order. Yunmu, Su Liang, prepare to open the Forbidden Divine Realm wall and connect with other teams. Receive. Receive. Qin Wuhua, prepare to evacuate. Receive. The so-called Forbidden God Realm Wall is the Forbidden God Realm of the God hunting teams from all sides. They will form a united force and form a wall again. And if they reach this step, it means that many of the other God hunting teams have been severely damaged and do not have enough strength to continue to maintain the Forbidden God Realm. They can only unite and build the Forbidden God Wall together to intercept the strange beasts between the High Wall and the Forbidden God Wall. In this way, everyone only needs to guard the 2 boundary stakes, and the rest of the people go out hunting. This seems good on the surface, but this increases the amount of exercise for everyone, and the physical energy consumption will be very high. Moreover, as the range becomes wider, we must guard against those strange beasts that may pass under the wall of the Forbidden God Realm. There is nothing we can do about this. Long Lan's voice came, prepare to open the Forbidden Wall of the Divine Realm. Everyone was shocked. Su Liang was ready for battle. Long Lan received the signal. Open. Su Liang and Yunmu acted at the same time to change the traction route of the light column in the Forbidden God Realm. In an instant, the Forbidden God Realm walls on both sides of them gathered towards them. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see walls of light quickly connecting. Hunchu's voice came, everyone, retreat and take a break. After unlocking the Forbidden World of Gods, the strange beasts will not rush towards the Forbidden God Realm at the first time. Will run to the open space. They will have a short break. Once the strange beast reaches the high wall, the military will launch an attack and kill the strange beasts. Then the strange beast will change direction. After Su Liang killed the last strange beast in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. The teammates were all approaching the boundary wall on their side. Su Liang sat down on the corpse of the strange beast. Fong Bwe walked to Su Liang's side. Will he survive? Chapter 97 Shura Sword? Su Liang was silent for a moment. He will survive. Fong Bwe looked ahead. Teach me. The sudden cold voice made Su Liang stunned. He turned to look at her and raised an eyebrow. Want to become my disciple? Fong Bwe looked at him. It's not impossible. She pretended to half kneel down. Su Liang put the butt of his gun against her knee. No, I'm just kidding. When I scold you from now on, just listen carefully. Fong Bwe nodded obediently. But then he asked, why do you know so much? Didn't you just get divine enlightenment? Su Liang said calmly, I told you not to ask about my affairs. Fong Bwe said, I saw gold. Su Liang's pupil shrank slightly. You're wrong. Fong Bwe still wanted to argue. Hunchu and others appeared. Su Liang also stood up. Captain! Su Liang shouted. Hunchu and his companions had their armor stained with blood and many scars on their bodies. At this time, Hunchu was like a tiger that had been fighting a bloody battle for a long time. He nodded slightly at Su Liang. Zhao Jian, Gu Tianqing, and Qin Wuhua went to the boundary marker of Yunmu. Lu Wuhuan followed Hunchu. Yi Qingqing also showed up, along with 2 members of the long-range assassination team, one on each side. Hunchu looked at Su Liang and the other 2. Can you still hold on? Su Liang nodded. Okay, no problem. Fong Bwe also nodded firmly. No problem. Hunchu nodded. Hunchu said, next, the 2 of you, try not to stray too far from the boundary stakes. We will go there. Su Liang nodded. Now is not the time to be stubborn. Just at this moment, outside the Forbidden God Realm, a man walked over. He appeared in battle armor. Everyone was stunned. Why are you here? Your injury hasn't healed yet? Su Liang asked. Gong Lai shook his head. It's okay. I'll help guard the boundary stakes. I won't fight to the death. Hunchu just said, be careful. Gong Lai nodded. Xiaolong he. Hunchu shook his head. With a high-level medical system, there shouldn't be any problems. Everyone should be a little relieved. The best thing is to survive. Gong Lai looked at Su Liang. What risk did you take just now, you brat? You still look so handsome? I think you were looking for a fight. Su Liang smiled bitterly. I have no choice. If I don't fight hard at that time, I will really be finished and will be dragged to death. Besides, I was just a little short. The beast retreated a little at the last moment. Otherwise, I would have shot its beast crystal to pieces. Are you jealous of how cool my shot is? That's my unique skill. You can't do it, right? Gong Lai spat and glared. I can't type it out? Are you kidding me? But in his heart he was thinking, that shot was so damn awesome. He was too embarrassed to admit it. Hunchu and the others were all absorbing divine crystals to recover. Gong Lai looked at Su Liang. You don't need to recover? Su Liang smiled bitterly in his heart. He actually wanted to recover, but if his beast energy transformation was seen, Wouldn't it be a big disaster? However, it seems that he does not need much recovery. He felt that the power of his beast god seal was very full. Logically speaking, the energy he possesses should be 4 times that of his current level. So he still feels powerful now. Su Liang said, I can only reach level 2 with 1 seal. How can I recover? I basically rely on my physical strength and skills. Gong Lai narrowed his eyes slightly. How to explain that golden color? Are you sure? Su Liang didn't look at him. You old Gong Lai, why are you so long-winded? Isn't it enough that I'm fine? Gong Lai cursed, be careful, don't die. Su Liang curled his lips, you old Gong Lai, you should be more careful. While they were chatting, suddenly, in front of them, in the direction of the high wall, a terrifying flash of electric arc appeared. A parade. Everyone looked in that direction. It was the military on the high walls that took action. With such a huge electric grid strangulation system activated, the number of dead alien beasts is probably tens of thousands. Long Lan's voice came. The strange beasts are starting to turn back and prepare for battle. Everyone's faces grimly. It's about to begin again, and it will definitely be another tough battle. One by one, everyone showed their fighting posture. Hunchu held a green steel knife across his body, and his aura began to accumulate. At this moment, Su Liang only felt that the aura of Hunchu was becoming more and more terrifying. It's just weird. Is this the pressure from Captain Jinsha? Gong Lai said, leave the boundary stakes to me. You guys go and kill them. Yi Qingqing said, don't worry, let the captain take action. Su Liang and Fong Bwe looked at Yi Qingqing with some confusion. Yi Qingqing said calmly, just watch it. Ahead, groups of strange beasts were rushing out from the streets and alleys of the civilian area. All around, Hunchu's breath was steady and even. When the raindrops fell towards him, they seemed to be bounced away by a layer of invisible air. The strange beast is approaching madly. It was only a few dozen meters away from them. Su Liang clenched his spear. Fong Bwe felt a little frightened. Such a terrifying number. Is this the battle that the Blood Drinker's core battlefield will face? The next moment, Hunchu suddenly opened his eyes. Drink! He instantly rushed forward 10 meters. Slash with the sword. At this moment, Su Liang's eyes widened. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and everything seemed to stand still. The raindrops therefore remained still in the air. The moment the knife was slashed out, there was an extremely strong and sharp knife energy, as if it cut the space in half. The sword energy turned into a semicircle and slashed towards the strange beasts. The sword energy passed silently through the strange beasts, seemingly without causing any harm. But Su Liang was very clear. Penetrate. It's completely penetrated. The crescent-shaped blade energy rushed towards all the strange beasts that were rushing towards them. There are at least 100 or 200 of them. The rain curtain was cut off. Time resumes its flow. Su Liang and Fong Bwe only saw the strange beasts rushing towards them because of inertia. The body disintegrated in the air and broke into 2 pieces. Blood, body parts, and broken limbs were flying everywhere. Both of them widened their eyes. Killing 100 or 200 alien beasts with 1 strike? There were even quite a few 2-star alien beasts among them. The 2 people only remembered swallowing their saliva. Their eyes widened. Su Liang was extremely shocked. Even a divine being would find it difficult to do such a thing, right? Just how perverted is his captain? Before Su Liang and the others could react, Captain Hunchu had already rushed out. Su Liang turned to look at Yi Qingqing and Luo Zan. There was only admiration on their faces. Luo Zan sighed, the captain is still awesome. Yi Qingqing suddenly said, the captain should be given a nickname, called Shura Knife. Su Liang was stunned. Shura Sword? Luo Zan and Yi Qingqing had already rushed out. Fong Bwe also rushed out. A storm was brewing in Su Liang's heart. Shura Sword? How could it be the Shura Sword? Su Liang recalled what happened in his previous life. Probably not. It must just be a coincidence. The captain must not be Shura Dao. Boy, what are you doing? Start killing. Gong Lai cursed from behind. Su Liang had no choice. Now was not the time to delve into the matter. He rushed out with his gun in hand. Together with everyone, he rushed into the herd of beasts. The captain specifically kills high-star monsters, and also takes care of some low-star monsters as well. It was at this time that Su Liang witnessed Hunchu's killing power. With 1 blow, no strange beast could survive. Even the 3-star monsters are the same. Every blow was fatal. 1 cut with the sword can clear an area. It's just horrible. This is the power of a level 40 divine warrior. Su Liang approached Fong Bwe. Remind her from time to time, and teach her at the same time. Yi Qingqing helped with the sniping from a high place, taking care of the fish that slipped through the net, specifically targeting those that were a little further away. Lu Wuhuan's killing power is also very strong. Holding two swords, he kills people in all directions, and blood and flesh fly everywhere. It felt like this battle had really drained everyone's energy. The killing is unsustainable. By the end of the fight, everyone was exhausted. But it seemed that these strange beasts emerged from the ground in endless numbers. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Leng Lianshuang's voice rang out, "Captain, four-tailed human-faced scorpion." Everyone was shocked. 4-star monster. Danger. Sure enough, the next moment, a four-tailed human-faced scorpion more than 3 meters tall ran towards them. Su Liang was shocked. This strange beast has too much destructive power. Even if you are a 3-seal divine master, don't think of shaking him. But Hunchu didn't take it seriously at all. He swung the green steel knife in his hand. Kill off a 1-star monster. He stomped his feet hard, flew into the air, and charged towards the four-tailed human-faced scorpion. It happened at the right time. A hole appeared in the dark clouds, and a beam of golden sunlight shone on the earth, just falling on Hunchu. At this moment, his figure was like a god of war wearing golden armor. Chapter 98: Hunchu's fighting power. The surging and endless gale gathered around Hunchu, forming a powerful wind barrier. A sword breaks the wind, and the boundless wind blade falls. It struck the four-tailed human-faced scorpion with a loud bang. Boom! The four-tailed human-faced scorpion was chopped away in an instant. A deep wound was left on the giant claws. Hunchu didn't stop at all. Very fast. Breaking the wind, he stepped down suddenly. He soared into the air. Avoid the attack of the giant pincers. He pushed his feet hard. The giant claw suffered a horrible blow and fell to the ground with a bang. Hunchu also used this force to chop at the four-tails behind him. At that moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Endless indifference. The divine seal emits a black light. An extremely strong pressure gathered on his blade. He shouted coldly, "Cut!" With a slash of the sword, it seemed as if the whole world had blurred, and countless wind blades condensed around Hunchu. The four-tailed human-faced scorpion also seemed to feel a great threat of death. The four tail hooks twisted wildly and stabbed towards Hunchu. But he would never give it such a chance. A knife cut out. The power of the second seal. The sorrow of the wind. Puff. The wind blade slashed past. Hiss. The four-tailed human-faced scorpion went crazy, shaking and rolling around madly. All four tail hooks have broken and fallen to the ground. Su Liang and the others were all numb. Such terrifying killing power. Hunchu's power surged. Flip your body in the air. The target is directly aimed at the head of the four-tailed human-faced scorpion. Coming down from the sky, he slashed down with one blow. Once again, a divine seal flashed with a dark light on his body. The power of 3 seals, 1,000 wind blades slash. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. It has the power to cut through a mountain with one knife. It fell down with a loud bang. The four-tailed human-faced scorpion suddenly stopped moving. Hunchu was already standing in front of the four-tailed human-faced scorpion. At this moment, the feeling of the god of war took shape in Su Liang's heart. Damn, what a fierce man. It's incredible that a divine being can achieve this. The head of the four-tailed human-faced scorpion had been cut open by a knife. The 4-star beast crystal was revealed. He picked out the 4-star beast crystal indifferently and put it into his space converter without saying a single extra word. Keep fighting. Su Liang and Fong Bwe were both numb. A 4-star alien beast was killed just like that. How strong is the captain? It's really horrible. Everyone continued to fight. After nearly a day of fighting, the battle finally came to an end. Leng Lianshuang's voice came. The strange beasts are starting to retreat. This beast tide is over. Hearing these words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching those strange beasts retreat, they all returned to the pits. Almost everyone who is still fighting. They all sat down limply on the corpses of the strange beasts. Damn it, it's finally over. Su Liang also lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently like a blower. A bitter smile. It's finally over. Hunchu still stood there with the knife in his hand. Adjusted my breath a little. Xiaolin, ask about Xiaolong's situation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Everyone felt a little nervous. It shouldn't be a problem, right? This battle is so cruel. Not long after, Leng Lianshuang's voice was heard. Don't worry, everyone. The injury has stabilized and he is still being treated. He is not in danger of death. Hearing this, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled, glad he wasn't dead. Not dying is the greatest luck. Long Lan paused and said, I just don't know if there will be any sequelae. There was a moment of silence. This situation is very common. For those who have fought later in the war, like Gong Lai, how can they not have any sequelae left on their bodies? This resulted in a decrease in combat effectiveness, which led to him becoming a latecomer. Hunchu hummed. Everyone, take some time to rest. We also need to clean up the battlefield.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Xiaolan, make arrangements so that we can have dinner together tonight. Good. Afterwards, Hunchu didn't even rest. He turned around and started cleaning the battlefield and digging for beast crystals. Su Liang was really collapsed. Looking at Hunchu's lonely figure, he fell into deep thought. He turned his head and took a quick look. Fong Bwe, the school beauty, was also resting on the bloody corpse of the monster. Her breasts rose and fell for a long time without stopping. It can be seen that she is now too tired to move at all. My whole body was trembling slightly. This was her first time fighting for so long. As if she felt Su Liang's gaze, she raised her head and looked at him. It's like wanting to be praised. But Su Liang quickly turned his head and looked at Yi Qingqing, who had wiped the source crystal sniper clean. She put away her sniper rifle and began to clean up the battlefield. Su Liang raised his eyebrows. Sure a sword? Su Liang struggled to get up, walked towards Yi Qingqing, and helped her clean up the battlefield. Yi Qingqing looked up at him. Why are you following me? Su Liang smiled bitterly. I have a question for you. Yi Qingqing was also the kind of girl who didn't like to talk. She had long black hair tied into a ponytail and was wearing tight clothes. She continued to clean up the battlefield. You ask? Su Liang asked, Sister Qingqing, why do you want to give the captain the title of Sure Knife? Yi Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Once you have seen the power of the captain's 4 seals, you will know that the captain deserves the title of Sure Blade. Su Liang's scalp tingled. This is not a matter of whether or not you deserve it. Can you change it? Yi Qingqing was a little confused. Why do you want to change? Isn't this good? Su Liang scratched his head. The voices of other teammates came from the headset. I also think the Shura sword is pretty good. It's domineering. It fits the captain's aura. Fu Yuan replied, Yeah, I think so too. Su Liang's eyelids twitched. Boy, this seems to be a done deal. Su Liangkai discovered that the divine hunting team he joined was actually Shura Blade's team. Grandma's legs. In his previous life, Shura Dao slaughtered dozens of divine hunting teams by himself. That is Hunchu. Su Liang just felt his scalp tingling. What on earth was going on? He was shocked when he heard the news in his previous life. Because this incident was reported in the Chinese news, almost everyone in China knew about it. What Shura Dao finally faced was the hunting of the military and the ranked god hunting team. The result is predictable. Su Liang asked with a twitching face, Captain, do you like it? How about we change it? The Berserker Blade or the Blood Drinker Blade will do. Why do we need the Shura Blade? Hey, you little brat. You dare to make up the captain's affairs? This is the highest respect we give to the captain. What do you call it? Clean up the battlefield quickly. Gong Lai's cursing voice came. Su Liang sighed softly in his heart. I guess it would be useless even if I changed the name. Because the person is Hunchu. The reason why Hunchu did that was probably because he suffered some kind of great change, which made him go to extremes. If you don't want this to happen, you can only stop the source of it. Maybe, after all, in this life, he joined the Jinsha. Let's clean up the battlefield together. Actually, I'm really tired. But these are all gains and cannot be wasted. It took more than 2 hours to almost clean up the battlefield. After that, the military logistics department will deal with the bodies. Everyone gets together. Everyone had injuries on their bodies. Long Lan also showed up. The results of the battle will be counted during dinner tonight. Let's all go to the base camp to take a shower, and then go to the restaurant. I have already made reservations. Su Liang said, I'll go back to the villa to see brother Xiaolong, and then take Qianqian and sister Luin with me. Long Lan nodded. Okay, I'll send you the location later. Fong Bwe also said, I'll go back to my house too. Long Lan nodded. Su Liang got into Fong Bei's car and returned to the central city. This battle brought about some changes in Fong Bwe, and he truly developed a sense of awe towards the members of the divine hunting team. Fong Bwe seemed to want to say something but stopped. Am I holding everyone back? Su Liang glanced at her. Don't think too much. This is your first time on the battlefield. It's understandable. Improve yourself and practice more. Remember, when we return to the academy, our identities must not be revealed. Fong Bwe nodded. She sent Su Liang to the villa and then returned to her own villa. Su Liang just walked into the villa. Qianqian rushed over and hugged Su Liang. Brother Su Liang, are you okay? Qianqian was still worried after all. After sending Han Xiaolong and the others here, she did not return to the battlefield because she was afraid that she would be a burden to Su Liang. Only after actually experiencing the battle would she know. My current strength is really far from that. It's not enough. It's not enough. She must work hard to become stronger. Su Liang touched her head. I'm fine, am I not? But you've been hurt so much. Su Liang smiled knowingly. This young wife couldn't escape anyway. It's okay. Most of the damage was blocked by the armor. It's not a big problem. Don't worry. How's brother Xiaolong? Bai Qianqian pulled Su Liang to sit down. It's stable now. The medical system has sutured the wound, but it will take another day or two to stabilize. Just then, Green came out. She also looked a little haggard and exhausted. Don't worry, there's no danger to your life, but you may suffer some sequelae. Su Liang nodded. It's good to be alive. Luin also nodded and walked to Su Liang's side. A crystal green light emanated from her palms. Sister Luin, you are already very tired. Luin shook her head. It's okay. I'll just take a rest later. Your injury can't wait. Su Liang no longer refused. The crystal green light fell on Su Liang's body, and his whole body felt warm. Those little wounds are healing faster. Everyone knows how precious a wood attribute healer is. He has a very high status in the god hunting team. There aren't many god hunting teams that can be equipped with such a healer. After a while, Su Liang felt better. Green also sat down. Luin smiled and said, I finally made it through. Luckily Qianqian is here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Qianqian was a little embarrassed. I destroyed such a large block. I must pay a lot of money. Luin smiled and said, It's okay. I can afford the compensation. But you shouldn't be so impulsive next time. After all, you are still a little weak now, and you don't have any practical experience. Qianqian lowered her head with some guilt. It's all my fault. I grew up too slowly. Su Liang hurriedly hugged him. Fool, what are you talking about? You are already level 7. How can you be so slow? Look who is faster than you. Green was shocked. Level 7? Level 7 in just 1 week? Oh my god, Qianqian, you are already amazing. Your growth is absolutely unprecedented. Qianqian shook her head, but the gap between me and brother Su Liang is really too big. Luin smiled bitterly and shook her head. Don't compare yourself to him. He is just a pervert. Su Liang. Sister Luin, I'll take that as a compliment. Bai Qianqian suddenly raised her head. I will definitely become stronger faster. I will become very, very strong. Luin smiled and nodded. Sure. Su Liang, hurry up and wash up. We are going to have a dinner party and divide up the spoils of war. You will definitely get a lot of beast crystals this time. It's time for you to buy yourself a set of armor and weapons. Su Liang's expression became slightly excited. Indeed, the amount he could get today was probably terrifying. Chapter 99. Leaving the city. The three of them were on their way to the restaurant together. Su Liang asked, Sister Luin, will the captain soon evolve into a god general? Luin nodded. Well, it should be soon. Su Liang said, then there will be a chance to be ranked in the god hunter ranking soon. Luin smiled bitterly. It's not that simple. One general is not enough. Luin sighed softly. The captain is being held back by us. Otherwise, with his strength, it would not be difficult for him to form a divine hunting team composed of top-level masters. Why? Su Liang asked puzzledly. Luin shook her head and didn't want to explain. He just said, the captain is really a very good person. Su Liang, in the future you and Fong Bwe will be the captain's real helpers, as well as Zhao Jian. People like us don't have much chance, so you must help the captain accomplish that task. What? Luin smiled gently and shook her head. You will know later. If the captain doesn't tell you, don't ask. Su Liang nodded, thoughtfully. In his previous life, he didn't pay attention to Hunchu. This kind of person was too far away from him. When he came out of the academy, Jinsha seemed to no longer be in Rongqing. The first team at that time was not Jin Killer. It seems that his captain has many stories. Arrive at the restaurant. The others are basically in place. Everyone changed into their usual casual clothes. Hunchu was dressed in casual clothes, looked taciturn, and had a cold face. Everyone has long been accustomed to talking about their own things. Although everyone was very tired, they all knew that since the captain made such arrangements, there must be something to say. Several people gathered around Gong Lai and were watching Su Liang's battle video. It was that cool shot, but the golden glow was wiped out by Long Lan. Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. This shot. I really don't know how many battles it took for it to burst out. Xiao Liangzi is really awesome. I really don't know where this kid got his combat experience. Old Gong, you can't do it, right? Nonsense, why can't I do that? I'll show you one some other day. Tisk, forget it. Seeing Xuyin and Hozhan gathered together, Su Liang moved over. How is it? Handsome, right? Several people were stunned and turned their heads instantly. Gong Lai quickly turned it off, rolled his eyes and said, "It's okay." Su Liang smirked and said, "I'll teach you some other day." Gong Lai snorted lightly, but quickly turned his gaze to Bai Qianqian. "You little bastard. You brought your girlfriend with you." Gong Lai said in a mean way. "There's no need for you to spread the word about this, as everyone knows it." Su Liang retorted. Except for Zhao Jian, Yi Qingqing and Qi Hunchu, everyone else had a smile on their face. These three people all have a cold personality. Qianqian greeted everyone shyly. "Hello, everyone." Everyone laughed. "Haha, okay. Qianqian, you too sit down. You're welcome. We're just like family." Su Liang also smiled and pulled Qianqian to sit down. Fong Bwe arrived soon after. Seeing that everyone was there, I felt a little reserved. This is the first time I meet other teammates. Everybody saw her. Long Lan smiled and said, "Beiwei, come and sit next to me. This is a seat I reserved for you." Fong Beiwei nodded somewhat stiffly and walked towards Long Lan. Everyone took their seats. Long Lan said, "Everyone is here now, so don't be restrained. We are all very hungry. Let's eat quickly. There will be more dishes coming up soon. Eat first, and then we can talk about things." Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. The table was filled with delicious food, and they couldn't wait to eat. Qi Hunchu picked up the chopsticks faster than anyone else. A person who works hard to eat, a person who has a strong spirit of working hard to eat, eating is the most important thing. Others also ate like crazy. Su Liang, Qianqian, and Fong Beiwei were all stunned. Is everyone this real? Seeing this, everyone joined the army of people eating. Only when you are full will you have the energy to talk. After a whole day, you can imagine how hungry everyone is now. Everyone was swept away like a whirlwind. Fong Beiwei, who was originally a little reserved, gradually became more generous. Although she is a young lady, she is rarely so extravagant when it comes to food. Seeing that Long Lan and Lu Yin beside her didn't care, she didn't care either. Su Liang ate and laughed. Gong Lai snatched Su Liang's chicken leg and was about to grab it. "What are you laughing at, little brat?" "Hey, my legs." Su Liang glared. "Be mine." "Forget it. I'll save it for you and eat the wings myself." Su Liang broke off the chicken wings. Gong Lai asked while eating, "You haven't answered my question yet. What are you laughing at?" Everyone took a look. Su Liang smiled and said, "I like this kind of atmosphere of eating. It's cool." Everyone laughed. After a tiring day, if you still eat politely, it will really drive you crazy. Eat plate after plate. The dishes were being served outside one after another without stopping. My goodness, everyone's appetite is just terrifying. Gong Lai said, "Xiao Longzi missed it today. I will bring him a chicken leg." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the chicken leg again. Su Liang was quick to grab the chicken leg and sneered, "You want to eat it yourself?" Gong Lai glared at him. "Nonsense. No, absolutely not. It's really a feast." After working for more than 20 minutes, everyone's movements slowed down a little. Burps were heard one after another. Cool. Qianqian, Fong Beiwei, and other girls also slowed down. Qi Hunchu put down the chopsticks in his hand. "Today is Fong Beiwei's first mission with us, Jinsha. Please introduce yourselves." Gong Lai immediately said, "The ladder fighter, Gong Lai. A level 28 3-seal divine master. The ladder fighter, Yunmu. A level 29 3-seal divine master. Blood drinker, Zhao Jian. Level 33 4-seal divine warrior." Everyone introduced themselves one by one. Fong Beiwei nodded to everyone and wrote them down one by one. Su Liang looked at Zhao Jian, who was also a bit taciturn. He had been upgraded. He was still level 32 when he was introduced to him last time. After everyone had introduced themselves one by one, Qi Hunchu continued. "Fong Beiwei, your current level is enough to be our teammate, but your combat awareness and skills are still very poor. You must work hard to improve them." Fong Beiwei's face was a little stiff. Long Lan consoled him. "The captain always speaks like this. Don't mind his tone. We've all been through this." Others continued, "Yes, that's what the captain does. His words can also let us know more clearly where we are lacking, instead of hiding it. This is a good thing." Fong Beiwei nodded, "Okay, I will practice hard." Qi Hunchu looked at Su Liang. "Su Liang, forget about your level. There's no point in talking about it. Everyone was holding back their laughter. Gong Lai laughed like a pig. Ha ha ha, God's chosen one. You should level up slowly. Su Liang, at least give it some face. Su Liang, in your free time, you will be responsible for training Fong Bwe's combat skills and awareness. Su Liang nodded. Okay. Hunchu continued. It's time to replace your armor. Gong Lai's armor is not worthy of your current strength. Go get a new one. Su Liang nodded. Hunchu said, Xiaolan, let's count the results of the battle. Long Lan nodded and stood up. Everyone became slightly excited. The results of today's battle must be terrifying. Too many killed. There are at least thousands of exotic beasts. How many beast crystals will be divided like this? Maybe the equipment can be upgraded again. Long Lan had a smile on her face. Today's battle, a total of 7,136 monsters were killed. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard this number. There are so many. If we don't count Qianqian and Gong Lai's intervention, there were a total of 11 main fighters, and on average each person killed more than 600 monsters. But it is impossible to be evenly distributed. Blood Drinker kills more people. If the Blood Drinker hadn't had to face 2-star and 3-star monsters, the total number would have been even greater. Long Lan smiled and said, among them, there are 6,786 1-star beasts, 316 2-star beasts, 33 star beasts, and 4 4-star beasts. Each pupil trembled violently. It's incredible. Long Lan continued. Except for the 4 4-star beasts that were killed by the captain and Zhaojian, they belong to the 2 of them. The total number of 1-star beast crystals made from the remaining exotic beast crystals is 12,946. Everyone was shocked. It was already very good. Hunchu suddenly said, the 2 of us will give you a 4-star beast crystal. Long Lan looked at Hunchu in confusion. Hunchu said calmly, today's battle was not easy for everyone. Those who need to upgrade their equipment should do so. Everyone was shocked and then ecstatic. 1 4-star beast crystal is equivalent to 10,000 1-star beast crystals, which is almost enough to cover all of them. Where can we find such a good captain? All the 4-star monsters were killed by him and Zhaojian. And there were also many 2-star and 3-star monsters that died at their hands. I really have nothing to say about how the captain could treat them like this. I have never heard of such an allocation plan in other teams. Long Lan looked at Zhaojian. Zhaojian said calmly, I listened to the captain. Long Lan smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you, Captain. Everyone said with a smile. Thank you, Captain. Hunchu still had no expression on his face. Long Lan said, then the total number is 22,946. There are 12 people in total, and each person gets 1,912, 2 more. Gong Lai said, I don't need to be counted in, right? I just stood guard for a while. Everyone looked over. Gong Lai said, how about this? I will shamelessly accept 500 of them, and you can divide the rest. How about we split it equally? Gu Tianqing said. Gong Lai shook his head. Everyone wants to upgrade their equipment, so it's settled. I'm already getting a great deal by taking 500. No one said anything else. Long Lan nodded. Hunchu suddenly spoke up. Xiaolong used Bai Qianqian's medical system, and Bai Qianqian also participated in the battle for a while. As for the remaining 946 pills, 500 will be given to Gong Lai and 446 to Bai Qianqian. Qianqian immediately raised her head and shook her hands. No, I've already caused trouble. I blew up an entire block and I have to pay for it. Everybody was laughing. Luin said, Qianqian, without your shots, your brother Su Liang and I might be in danger. Please accept them, it's okay. Long Lan waved his hand. That's settled. Then the rest of us will each get 2,000, and we won't be drawing from the common funds this time. Everyone was happy and had no objections. Su Liang's heart was burning with excitement. 2,000 pills, how long would it take for him to transform? Long Lan began to distribute them one by one. Su Liang has an extra 2,000 divine crystals, which is the reward for the last mission from the military. There will be some this time as well, but he has to claim it later. Su Liang took them all. Qianqian also accepted 446 beast crystals. When Fong Bwe received the 2,000 beast crystals, he was in a daze. The Jinsha squad had to get so many in one mission, equivalent to 20,000 divine crystals. The way the teams are allocated is so weird. It's actually allocated like this. And that was when it happened. Hunchu spoke again. Next, we received a mission to leave the city. In an instant, everyone's expressions were shocked. Going out of town. Chapter 100 Be My Girlfriend. Everyone was shocked. Going out of town. There is a feeling of blood boiling. There aren't many opportunities to leave the city. Although there are dangers everywhere, as long as it is a safe place, the outside of the city will always give people a very comfortable feeling. It was like a bird that had been imprisoned for a long time, suddenly flew into the sky. There are also various resources outside the city. Maybe we can find source crystal mines. There are also various good things, wild game, or space converters and equipment left by some deceased predecessors. Someone once went out of the city and picked up advanced weapons and space converters. The resources inside were simply unimaginable. It's hard to fathom the feeling of having to leave town, both scared and excited. Su Liang was also slightly shocked. He didn't expect to find an opportunity to leave the city so soon. Su Liang touched his chin. There seemed to be a mineral vein in that place. If he had the chance to get close to it, he might be able to take it away. Fong Bwe also became slightly excited. But soon, a basin of cold water was poured on him. Fong Bwe will not participate in this mission out of the city. Fong Bwe's face suddenly turned bitter. Captain, why? It feels like a young lady being bullied. Hunchu looked at Fong Bwe and said, originally, I was planning to let you go out of the city to gain some experience. Fong Bwe looked over with grievance. Hunchu continued, however, your performance today shows me that you still have some problems. For your safety, you should not go this time. During the time we are out of the city, you should hone your combat skills and awareness. I want to see your growth during the next city defense mission. Fong Bwe was still a little unconvinced, but when she thought about her performance today, it seemed really unsatisfactory. I could only nod. I understand. I will try my best. Hunchu nodded. Xiaolong also has no way to go, so this time, it will be just the 12 of us leaving the city. Hearing this, Qianqian's expression changed slightly. Captain Qi, is Brother Su Liang going too? Hunchu nodded. Yes, he is going. Bai Qianqian's face changed in shock. It's too dangerous. Brother has only made one seal. Brother should not go? Hunchu looked at Su Liang. Su Liang smiled bitterly. Qianqian, don't worry. It's okay. With everyone's protection, I won't be in danger. Don't worry. Bai Qianqian's eyes flickered. She was really worried. But Su Liang took her hand and said, follow the captain's instructions. Qianqian was extremely worried. It was too dangerous to leave the city with her current strength. Hunchu continued. The main purpose of this mission is to investigate the reason why alien beasts have been attacking the city so frequently recently. The military suspects that a high-star alien beast has planned all of this, and we need to investigate the reason. So the next 2 days will be your last rest time. You will set off on time next Monday. Make sure you recover from your injuries, get enough rest, and prepare all your equipment. In an instant, everyone became full of energy.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Xiaolong, please tell me the specific content and location of the mission. Hunchu said. Xiaolan stood up. A virtual screen is projected in the center of the dining table. Our mission this time is to explore the area north of Rongqing, extending 200 kilometers. The danger level is 4 stars. Our main goal is to explore, not to kill. Of course, it would be great if we can kill. The premise is that we really have to find it. There are 18 main locations to be explored, and we need to place the eye of the sky in them. Once all 18 locations are filled, the mission is complete. If we can find a highly intelligent beast in advance, it will be considered a success. The maximum number of exotic beasts you are expected to encounter is 5-star exotic beasts. Everyone looked at the 18 marked places on the virtual screen with serious expressions. Only Fong Bwe felt a little regretful. After all, he was not strong enough. She couldn't even beat Su Liang, so she secretly swore that during the time they were out on missions, she must madly hone her combat awareness and skills. Be sure to keep up. But Bai Qianqian was filled with endless worries. I have never heard of a chosen one being able to leave the city. Unless it is heavily protected by the military, it will not appear when crossing the city. Xiaolin said, that's all for now. We'll talk about the rest when we set off. Everyone nodded. Hunchu said, okay, this matter is settled. Fong Bwe, we are waiting for you to grow up, so don't let us down. Fong Bwe nodded heavily. Yes, Captain. Qianqian suddenly asked, Captain Qi, does Brother Su Liang have to go? Everyone looked at Bai Qianqian. Qianqian continued, although Brother Su Liang is quite powerful now, he is only a one-seal chosen one after all. It is indeed too dangerous for him to leave the city. Su Liang couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It was his own housekeeper who was worried about his safety. In fact, everyone can understand Qianqian's inner worries. Hunchu glanced at everyone. You go ahead, I'll talk to them. Everyone stood up and left immediately. When Gong Lai left, he patted Su Liang on the shoulder. Soon, Hunchu, Bai Qianqian, and the other three were the only ones left in the private room. Hunchu said, I understand your concerns, but Su Liang's leaving the city is not as dangerous as you think. I will protect him. At the same time, this is also a test for him. Bai Qianqian's eyes flickered, and she couldn't stop worrying. Su Liang held Qian's hand and said, Silly, nothing will happen to me. It's not easy for me to get into trouble. Bai Qian looked at Su Liang stubbornly, her eyes red. Who can guarantee that? I'm afraid of losing you. Su Liang's heart melted when he saw this. Hunchu stood up and said indifferently, Su Liang, you solve it yourself? If it really doesn't work, then don't go. But I think there are some things you should tell her instead of hiding them from her. After saying this, Hunchu went out, but Su Liang suddenly froze in place. Something? After changing his mind, Su Liang understood. It's gold. Hunchu and Sister Xiaolan must have discovered the secret of his golden light. There is no need to guess about this kind of thing. The golden glow must be level. So, maybe the captain and Sister Xiaolan had already discovered it. After all, even Gong Lai asked him about this today. It seems that he was discovered. But it doesn't matter anymore. The captain and the others didn't ask, which meant that they only knew that he possessed a level 3, but didn't know that it was the Beast God Seal. It seems I need to find an opportunity to talk to the captain. This matter must be kept hidden. Qian was also stunned for a moment. Some things? Is it Brother Su Liang's secret? But the stubbornness in Bai Qianqian's eyes never faded. In any case, it is not appropriate to go out now. It is too dangerous. Su Liang hugged him gently. Qian also hugged Su Liang tightly. I'm just afraid. Like today, I was really afraid of losing you. Qian choked up a little. Tears welled up in his eyes, wetting Su Liang's clothes. Su Liang gently stroked Qian's back, his eyes slightly red. With a girl like this who cares about him so deeply, what else could he be dissatisfied with? Su Liang gently pushed Qian away and looked at her red eyes. Gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Qian, be my girlfriend? Su Liang's gentle voice rushed into Qian's mind in an instant. Qian froze instantly. Is Brother Su Liang confessing his feelings to her? Be his girlfriend? Have I finally heard these words? The tears in her eyes seemed to be unstoppable. Qian, I like you. I really like you. In this life, for the rest of my life, I will only love you. Be my girlfriend. Chapter 101. We can kiss openly now. Looking at the boy in front of me with a sincere face. Bai Qian felt as if she was in another world. It was his sudden appearance that saved her and her mother. It was he who would rather offend everyone in class than protect her. Later, he rescued her again. It brought her endless warmth. Teach her to fight. Teach her all kinds of things. The two people didn't spend much time together. But she had already discovered that his figure was engraved deep in her mind. It can't be erased no matter what. She didn't want to erase it either. She just wanted to be with him forever. So, every time he went on a mission, she was extremely worried. This time, even if she was facing a person like Hunchu, she had to speak up to stop it. I just don't want to lose him. Afraid that he would be in danger like today. So, she knew clearly that she also liked Brother Su Liang. No one could love her more than her. Now he is confessing his love to her. What should I do? Qian's mind was blank, and she was completely confused. She just knew that the person in front of her was Su Liang, whom she could no longer give up. Su Liang looked at Qian sincerely. Why? Don't you want to? Qian seemed to wake up. No, it's not me. Qian's cheeks turned red instantly. It has never been more popular than at this moment. In fact, she also knew that they had kissed each other and should have been in that kind of relationship a long time ago. But being formal at this time will make her happier. After all, people say that when you fall in love, you should start with a clear conscience, not ambiguity. I thought we were already like that, Qian said in a panic. Su Liang smiled and said, from our behavior, we are indeed. But this is still one step away from clarifying the relationship. I originally wanted to wait, but I was afraid you would think it was too fast and that I was frivolous. I was also afraid that you would not agree to me. Bai Qian shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she would agree, but she was too shy to speak. Su Liang gently stroked her face. Wipe away the tears from her eyes. But now I don't want to wait. So, Qian, will you be my girlfriend? Qian looked at Su Liang infatuatedly. How could she not want to? The best person in the world is Su Liang. She must be willing. So, she calmed herself down. She also wants to say it out loud. I do. I want to be your girlfriend. I heard Qianqian's loud reply. Su Liang smiled, a bright smile. Qianqian threw herself into Su Liang's arms. Why wouldn't I want to? I also want to confess my love to you, but I'm still skinny and not pretty enough, and I'm afraid you'll reject me. Do you know how happy I am to hear these words? Brother Su Liang, I will be your girlfriend from now on. Not the one in the rumors, but your real girlfriend. Hear Qianqian's words. Su Liang also hugged Qianqian tighter. Qianqian's words on the day of enrollment count. Qianqian, you are the best girl in the world. Meeting you is the greatest luck in my life. Qianqian also nodded gently. Brother Su Liang is also the greatest luck in my life. Su Liang gently pushed Qianqian away. The two looked at each other. It seemed like everyone understood what to do next. Su Liang didn't care about anything else. Kissed her light, moist lips. Qianqian closed her eyes obediently, so we could kiss each other openly, just when the two people were immersed in it. The door that was originally tightly closed suddenly collapsed in as a group of people fell in. Then I saw a group of big men lying on the ground like a pyramid, raising their heads. Su Liang and Qianqian were both shocked. Those men all had silly smiles on their faces. Qianqian's cheeks turned red instantly, and she hid in Su Liang's arms. Su Liang felt helpless. You. Several people stood up awkwardly. Gong Lai scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. You guys continue. We'll leave first. At the door, Fong Bwe, Yi Qingqing, Lu Yin and Long Lan were all there, all with smiling eyes. Su Liang smiled bitterly. A bunch of bad guys. Everyone left laughing. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I want to kiss Lao Gong. I want one too. Old Gong, I want one too. Get out. Get out. Why are you competing with the youngsters? Everyone left with a smile. Qianqian didn't dare to move for a long time. Su Liang was in high spirits. Gently hold Qianqian's face. They're all gone. She twisted her body slightly. It's so embarrassing. Everything was seen. Su Liang smiled. Then I'll carry you home. Bai Qianqian straightened up immediately. Don't want. Qianqian's little face was completely blushing, like a ripe red apple. Although she was shy, she no longer avoided Su Liang's gaze. Now that they are an open couple, there is no need to hide, but to keep an eye on them. Su Liang smiled and said, let's go home too. Qianqian took Su Liang's hand and held it tightly. They left the restaurant together. When they went out, everyone seemed to be still waiting. When they saw them come out, they all smiled as if they were watching melons. Let's go. Boy, Xiaolong will stay at your place first. We will come back tomorrow. Gong Lai and Lu Yin drove away. Everyone left one after another. Fong Bwe also glanced at Su Liang and the others, feeling a little envious. He nodded slightly and left. Let's go back to the villa. Qianqian held Su Liang's hand. Brother Su Liang, are you still going out of town? I'm really worried about you. Qianqian felt that Brother Su Liang must be trying to change the subject on purpose. But for his safety, this matter cannot be revealed. Su Liang scratched her little nose. Silly boy, come on. I want to tell you the secret. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned and began to feel a little bit of anticipation in her heart. What could it be? Outside the academy, Luo Ziwen's residence. A man in a black suit was reporting to him. Master Luo, we have already found out. That kid lives in the civilian area in the east of the city. He has only one grandfather in his family. He is very old and has no background. Bai Qianqian's family also lives over there. They should be returning home today. A cold light flashed in Luo Ziwen's eyes. Do this thing beautifully for me. I don't want any tales. The man in the suit nodded heavily. Don't worry, young Master Luo, there will be absolutely no problem. We have prepared a 2-star beast that will definitely make their grandfather and grandson disappear from this world completely. Luo Ziwen had a cold smile on his face and was shaking the red wine glass in his hand. Okay, go prepare some gifts for me. I'm going to Bai Qianqian's house in person tomorrow. It's Luo Xiao. The man in black leaves. Luo Ziwen looked at the light through the wine in the glass. Those eyes were like a pair of snake pupils hiding in the dark. It was extremely cold. If you make me lose face, I will make you disappear from this world. I told you, I have countless ways to kill you. Luo Ziwen drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, as if he was looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow. Then immerse yourself in your beautiful movie and release your emotions. Chapter 102 Brother Su Liang, I really like you. 3 more chapters. Return to the villa. Su Liang took Qianqian to his room. Qianqian's heart was pounding. What was Brother Su Liang going to do? Stao Bai. Turn off all the surveillance equipment in this room and stop recording, Su Liang shouted. The voice of Xiaobai, the smart butler, sounded, okay, cutting off. Qianqian's little heart started beating faster. All the surveillance equipment has been cut off. What is Brother Su Liang going to do? Do we have to do something like that just after becoming a couple? Is this something that couples have to do? If you really want, then. Qianqian's face was already blushing with embarrassment. Just thinking, should I take a shower? Brother Su Liang had already washed it before dinner. Su Liang pulled Qianqian to sit on the bed. Qianqian was nervous, and her hands unconsciously clenched the bed sheets. Her whole body was slightly stiff. She had no idea whatsoever about that kind of thing. Do you still need her cooperation? Qianqian. Huh? Qianqian suddenly became flustered. How could Su Liang know that she was thinking about embarrassing things? Su Liang suddenly held Qianqian's shoulders with both hands. His eyes were serious. Qianqian seemed to have accepted her fate. After all, he was Brother Su Liang. Come on then. Bai Qianqian closed her eyes and said, come on. Su Liang was a little confused. What are you doing? Open your eyes. Open it? I'm shy. Su Liang was confused. Shy? She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. If you want that, just come. I dare not open my eyes. In an instant, Su Liang's expression became extremely interesting. He burst out laughing. Well, this lovely little girl actually thought he was going to do those things to her. Look at her eyes closed. Su Liang felt that at this moment Qianqian was the cutest girl in the world. But he still gave a sly smile. While she closes her eyes, do whatever you want. Su Liang went straight to meet him. With such a good opportunity, how can I not kiss you? His lips pressed against the shallow, soft lips. At this moment, Qianqian felt her body getting hot. It's really coming. What to do? Or do nothing? Qianqian felt Su Liang's large hands on her back and felt an unprecedented sense of security. But soon, Su Liang left with a little reluctance. Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Is that it? What's the next step? Su Liang smiled. Qianqian. Open your eyes. I don't dare. Su Liang smiled and said, Xiao Qianqian, what are you thinking about? Are you so greedy for my body? Bai Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at Su Liang's smiling expression, Qianqian seemed to have reacted. Brother Su Liang, don't you want to? Su Liang coughed twice and said in a serious tone, if I get pregnant now and your mother finds out, won't she tear me to pieces? In an instant, Qianqian understood that she had misunderstood. Qianqian turned around and lay on the bed, rolled up the quilt and wrapped herself up. How could she dare to look at Su Liang? It's so embarrassing. Qianqian was like a little rabbit. She quickly ran back to her nest and refused to come out. I felt like I was going to die right here on the spot. I wished I could dig a hole and bury myself in it. I couldn't live any longer. Su Liang smiled. Okay, there's nothing to be shy about. I won't laugh at you. You are obviously laughing at me. If you don't want that, why did you ask Xiaobai to cut off the surveillance? Qianqian was buried in the quilt and could clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat. I really feel ashamed to face people. Brother Su Liang would definitely think that she is that kind of shy girl. Su Liang smiled bitterly. I cut off the surveillance because the secret I want to tell you is something only you can know. No one else can know it. Woo-woo. Su Liang couldn't suppress the smile. But there was no hesitation. The golden light of his beast god seal began to surge. Qianqian, look. What is this? Su Liang's slightly solemn voice sounded. Qianqian's emotions gradually calmed down, and she seemed to see a ray of golden light through the gap in the quilt. She leaned her head out a little. Then I was shocked. She saw the golden light flashing on Su Liang's chest, and her bright eyes widened. Gold. He pulled back the quilt. He looked at Su Liang's chest in disbelief. How could she not know the golden light? She herself possesses this golden light. This is a golden light unique to this level. Why does Brother Su Liang have this? Isn't he a level 1 wind and fire divine seal? Bai Qianqian suddenly looked at Su Liang and met his eyes. Brother Su Liang, this? Bai Qianqian's eyes swept back and forth between Su Liang's chest and face, full of disbelief. Su Liang had a gentle smile on his face, and the bright golden light gave people a very sacred feeling. Su Liang said calmly, this is the secret I want to tell you. In fact, I am also a level 500. Bai Qianqian's eyes widened, and a huge wave of shock surged in her heart. Brother Su Liang is also level 1. Why God? Divine sense. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. This involves another problem. Let me explain it to you bit by bit. But before Su Liang could speak, Bai Qianqian's delicate body was trembling slightly, and an emotion that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out as if it could no longer be held back. There are grievances, regrets, excitement, and surprises. Bai Qianqian hugged Su Liang and threw him onto the bed, her eyes red. Her delicate body was trembling slightly. The voice was choked. "It's so nice, so nice." Su Liang was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Qianqian? He didn't quite understand why Qianqian suddenly started crying. Shouldn't you be happy? Su Liang was pressed under Qianqian. I could feel the softness of her delicate body, but I could also hear her soft sobs. Qianqian, why are you crying? A choked voice came, I am happy. Qianqian slowly propped herself up, and the two of them stood up, one on top and one on the bottom. The long hair fell on both sides of Su Liang's cheeks like a waterfall. Su Liang could clearly see her crystal tears and smile. Crying with joy? Brother Su Liang, you know what? I have thought countless times whether I can persist in liking you. Because everyone will stop me from being with you, just because I'm the junior and you're the junior. I am so afraid that someone will try desperately to separate us in the future. I'm also afraid that someone will use your life to force us to separate. At that point, I think I'd fall apart. Su Liang was stunned. It turns out that Qianqian had so many things on her mind. She was under so much pressure in her heart. Su Liang was stunned, and suddenly he felt extremely annoyed. What a bastard I am. I should have told Qianqian earlier, leaving her alone with the pressure filling her heart. How could Qianqian not think of something that everyone could think of? And with so many people whispering in her ears, how could she not think about it? I have been hiding it. I should have told her a long time ago. But Qianqian soon smiled happily. Even though his eyes were filled with tears, he was smiling. Su Liang felt distressed when he saw this look. Now that brother Su Liang is also a level 1, I don't have to worry about this anymore. We two are the most perfect couple in the world. We should never be separated. No one can separate us. No one. These gentle words made Su Liang's heart feel like it was in a warm ocean. Su Liang looked at this stubborn girl. In fact, she has been working hard for the possibility between them. He evolved so desperately because he wanted to use his own strength to shut everyone up. Even though he had already seen separation and death in his previous life, Su Liang's already cold heart was melted by the gentle girl in front of him at this moment. Su Liang raised his hands and gently embraced the gentle girl. Let it lie on your body. He placed her head on his shoulder and held her. He whispered in her ear, in this life, no one can separate us. I want to be with you forever. In the next life, and the next life after that. Qianqian lay on Su Liang's body, feeling the beating of Su Liang's heart. At this moment, the two people's hearts seemed to be closely attached to each other, beating together, and their rhythms gradually became the same. There is nothing anymore that can separate them. Brother Su Liang, I like you. I really like you. Su Liang smelled the milky scent on the girl's body. I gently held her cheek and felt the tenderness in her eyes. He looked at her deeply. I like you too. Their lips touched. Their warm lips collided with each other, and they were reluctant to separate for a long time. Chapter 103 Evolution. Second Seal. Somehow, two people were already lying at the head of the bed. Fortunately, the clothes were not stripped off. Qianqian's cheeks were blushing as she lay quietly in Su Liang's arms. Brother, will it be very uncomfortable for boys to do this? Su Liang's old face turned red and he coughed twice. It's okay. I can hold it in. We are still in the early stages of evolution, so we can't do anything rash. Qianqian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her brother seemed to have gone crazy just now, but fortunately he controlled himself. I like to move my hands around. Qianqian said shyly, as expected. All boys are perverts. Su Liang glanced at her. Who told you? Shuya. Su Liang asked. Lin Shuya understands this? Qianqian curled her lips. She said, I'm the only one who doesn't understand. Other girls actually know everything. Who hasn't received some weird education? There are too many on the internet. Su Liang smiled bitterly and said, that's right. But Qianqian's family was so poor in the past that they didn't even have any decent electronic equipment. Su Liang hugged Qianqian and whispered, Qianqian, the secret of the Beast God Seal must never be known to others. Others can know that I am a level 1, but they must never know my Beast God Seal. Her eyes curved into small crescents. I know. Actually, as long as I know it, that's enough. No matter what others say to me to slander you, I will just treat them as fart, because they don't know how powerful you are, brother. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Brother, what is the ability of your beast seal? What are its attributes? Su Liang hesitated for a moment. In fact, until now, I still don't know what the attributes of my beast god seal are. Perhaps I will have to wait until I get my second seal to know a little bit. There is still a huge difference between the beast god seal and the god seal. The most notable feature now is that my strength, spirit, speed, and agility have all increased exponentially and require separate beast crystals to upgrade. So, relative to you, I need 4 times as many resources as you do to level up. This is one of the reasons why my strength is far beyond yours now. Bai Qianqian's eyes flickered. Brother is so awesome. So what level is your brother now? Su Liang said, now the beast god seal is level 9, and the wind and fire god seal is level 2. Bai Qianqian was a little shocked. Brother, you need 4 times my energy to level up, but you are already level 9? Su Liang nodded. Yes, although it requires 4 times the resources, the speed at which I absorb beast crystals is also 4 times that of yours, so there is not much difference between us in terms of evolution speed. And the reason I have 2 more levels than you is because I haven't been to class these few days and have been evolving during the day. The shallow little mouth opened into shape. In this case, my brother will definitely become an unrivaled strong man in the future. Su Liang smiled and said, you will too, and you will become the God Emperor. Qianqian pursed her little mouth. Doesn't this mean that I may never become stronger than you? Then how can I protect you? Isn't it that I want you to protect me all the time? Su Liang laughed innocently. No, it's not because you are stronger than me that you can protect me. If you are as strong as me and at the same level as me, you can also protect me. Besides, the beast god seal has too many uncontrollable factors. Maybe you will be stronger than me in the future. He nodded slightly, as if he had an idea. Indeed, I don't have to be stronger than my brother to protect him. As long as I become as strong as my brother, I can protect him. Qianqian's eyes were determined, so she had to hurry up and evolve. Catch up. Su Liang continued, so, my current strength is actually equivalent to the second seal, and tonight, I can evolve to the second seal. Qianqian, you don't have to worry about me going out of town. Are you relieved now? Qianqian hugged Su Liang tightly. But I'm still a little scared. I can't bear to leave you. Su Liang pinched her little face. Little fool, I will definitely come back, not only for myself, but also for you. When I'm outside the city, as long as I remember that my lovely girlfriend is still waiting for me to come back, I will never let anything happen to myself. A faint happy smile appeared. Okay, then I won't stop you. You must come back safely. I'll wait for you. Su Liang nodded and kissed Qianqian lightly on the forehead. Qianqian greedily hid in Su Liang's arms, unwilling to let go, breathing in his scent. Su Liang said, tomorrow we will go home and see Grandpa and my mother-in-law. Remember, don't tell them that I'm going out of town, otherwise they will be very worried. Qianqian nodded, okay, I'll listen to you. Su Liang continued, we'll stay at home for one night and try the food Grandpa cooks, then come back on Sunday and stay here for another night. I'll be out of town on Monday. Stayed here for one night on Sunday with little attention. Can we hug each other and sleep sweetly? Qianqian nodded shyly, okay. Brother, you are leaving town, so I won't disturb you from evolving. Just evolve, and I will work hard too. Su Liang said with a smile, don't worry, I can still eat you for a while. Ah. Qianqian was stunned for a moment. Soon her pretty face turned red with embarrassment, and she hid under the quilt. Su Liang let out a strange cry. Xiao Qianqian, here I come. He lifted the quilt, and the two of them became entangled inside it. After a long time, Su Liang had no choice but to go to the bathroom. The rushing water brings away the desire. Late at night, Su Liang's consciousness entered that space. Look at those animal eyes. Su Liang's heart was moved. We have finally come to this point. Tonight, he will condense the second beast seal. He only needs 8 one-star beast crystals to reach level 10. This time he still prepared 41-star beast crystals. It depends on what changes will happen after the second seal is condensed. Beast energy transformation start. There was a golden light flickering on Qitong Tianlin's beast eyes, shining on Su Liang. Su Liang gradually became silent. In the room, only 2 hours had passed after the 8 beast crystals were transformed. And that is after the 8th beast crystal was transformed. In Su Liang's tightly closed eyes, a beast seal began to slowly condense in his right eye. This beast seal has undergone obvious changes and is no longer the beast form of Qitong Tianlin, but it looks more like a beast's eye. It is merging with Su Liang's eyes and hiding in the pupil. At the same time, there is a special pattern on the beast seal, which contains a mysterious power. Su Liang was not aware of any of this for the time being. However, as the beast seal was successfully condensed, the transformation speed of the beast crystals outside became faster and faster. The speed has been significantly improved. It originally took more than 10 minutes to transform one beast crystal, but it suddenly decreased to a few minutes. In that space of consciousness, suddenly, Su Liang felt that the pain he was suffering had increased more than tenfold. The pain made him open his eyes instantly. At this time, the light emitting from Qitong Tianlin's eyes had turned blood red. This kind of pain almost made him lose his mind. It feels like my teeth are bleeding from biting. Sweating profusely. Oh shit. Su Liang held on with great effort. He knew that this must be the change that occurred when the second seal was condensed. This kind of pain almost makes people collapse, as if at this moment, Su Liang's whole body is being burned by scorching flames. Every inch of flesh and blood seemed to be eaten by army ants. This kind of pain goes deep into the bone marrow. It's really hard to persist. About an hour passed. The red light suddenly stopped. After a while of pain, Su Liang fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Oh my God, I almost ascended to heaven. My whole body feels like it's been soaked with sweat, and even though I'm a conscious body now, the feeling is very obvious. It took a long time for Su Liang to gradually calm down from this state, and he felt a little scared. As soon as he thought about it, a virtual screen popped up. See the text above. Su Liang sat up immediately, his eyes filled with shock. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 379. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal Level 2. Divine Seal Evolution Progress 2. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 2 Seals. Level 10. Beast Seal Evolution Progress 10. Spirit 108. Strength 108. Agility 108. Speed 108. It has evolved indeed. The second seal of the Beast God. Also, the Eye of Insight has evolved. Chapter 104 is so awesome. The Beast God seal evolved into the second seal. Each basic value has reached 2,000 points, which is equivalent to 20 times. This means that if he wants to upgrade to the third seal, he will need 8,000 beast crystals. The basic value obtained from the first seal has been incorporated into the second seal. He is not level 11 yet, but only level 10 and a half. The value of each item needs to be converted to 200 before it can be considered level 11. Let's ignore these for now. The Eye of Insight, which has not changed for a long time, has changed. Su Liang was a little impatient, since all 40 beast crystals had been transformed. He quickly withdrew his mind and wanted to feel the changes in the second seal. What is the power of the second seal? What are the changes in the Eye of Insight? Open your eyes. Su Liang was stunned for a moment. Why is it still night? He glanced at the time. What the hell? It's only 1:30 in the evening. Su Liang realized it. The speed of my transformation has accelerated. The 40 beast crystals that originally took 8 hours to transform were completed in just over 3 hours. Huge speed increase. This makes sense. If we continue at the same speed as at the beginning, wouldn't I be going crazy just to fill up those 8,000 beast crystals? Continue the transformation later. There are enough beast crystals anyway. When the time comes, you can calculate the time and figure out your conversion speed. By the way, record the changes during your transformation. For now, I should first look at the power of my seal and the Eye of Insight. In an instant, Su Liang activated the Eye of Insight. Soon a frown appeared on his face. It doesn't seem like much has changed. It is still an improvement in eyesight. You can clearly see the dust in the air, and the speed has slowed down. He saw the fabric. His eyes could see through some superficial things. Equivalent to perspective? This is not very strong, so he has no way to penetrate the wall. It can only penetrate fabrics or reflective glass, which is relatively shallow. Damn, this enhanced ability is a bit sexy. Who will be naked in his eyes from now on? Su Liang's face twitched. That shouldn't be the case. Is it just such a small improvement? It's so strange. Su Liang couldn't understand. He had finally upgraded one seal, but the Eye of Insight only improved a little? Su Liang felt a little depressed and temporarily retracted his Eye of Insight. Never mind for now. Maybe there is still the ability to discover it. Su Liang began to mobilize the power of the Beast God seal. Instantly, my chest and right eye began to feel hot. Bursts of golden light. Su Liang. Damn, the Beast God seal grew in his eyes? It's totally off the mark. The chance of the divine seal being able to condense in the eyes is really too small. That means when I activate the Beast God seal, my single eye will emit golden light. It's funny just thinking about it. Su Liang felt like crying. How can this be hidden? He's shaking his head, which is really off the mark. Forget it, I don't plan to hide it anyway. The power of seal. Su Liang's eyes focused, and the power of the beast god seal surged into the second beast god seal. In an instant, the second beast seal in the pupil seemed to be awakened. It became hot. In an instant, Su Liang felt his body begin to boil. White steam was coming out of his whole body. It emanates from every pore. At this moment, Su Liang only felt that he was extremely eager to fight and wanted to fight madly. I want to tear everything in front of me into pieces. It's the obsession to fight. And he felt that his whole body was filled with explosive power. It seems that my physical fitness has been comprehensively enhanced. Su Liang quickly dispersed. The white mist gradually disappeared, feeling slightly tired. This short period of time had already consumed some of his strength. It's frenzy. 5 seconds of real manliness? TSK. I didn't expect that the seal power of the Beast God Seal is so different from ordinary seals. It's not the seal power of a killer move, but I am still quite satisfied. Su Liang raised the corners of his mouth. According to his feeling, under this condition, his combat power would at least double. As his level increases, this ability will become more and more terrifying. The point value doubles, which is 216 points. But what if it is 1,000 points or 2,000 points? If it doubles, it will be 2,000 points or 4,000 points. Su Liang's expression brightened up. In other words, if you use Berserk at level 15, you can unleash the power of level 20. Even more. The stronger you are in the future, the stronger the feedback you will get. Su Liang smiled. If this continues, it will be simply against the will of heaven. I couldn't contain my joy and really wanted to jump up. Cool. Now we are more confident of leaving the city. I stabilized my mentality a little. Then hurry up and evolve. If I can reach level 11, I will be able to unleash the strength of level 12. I feel very happy. He took out a pile of animal crystals, about 100 in total. I glanced at the time, 140. Then give it a try and see how long it takes you to convert all 100 of them, and you can measure the specific conversion speed. A thought occurred to him. Back to the transformation space again. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Isn't it just pain? I'm not afraid. As long as you don't hurt me to death, I will evolve. In this world, strength is king. Beast energy transformation. Start. A dazzling red light shot out from the eyes of Qitong Tianlin and fell on Su Liang. In an instant, the pain that gnashed at my bones and seared my heart came over me, making Su Liang scream. But he soon gritted his teeth and persevered. Bring it on. Inside the room, the beast crystals around Su Liang were disappearing at an extremely fast speed. No one dared to imagine this speed. One one-star beast crystal is equivalent to 10 low-level god crystals. Fatty and his friends couldn't absorb a single divine crystal in one night. And now he is 1,000 times more powerful than them. Pain and happiness. In the other room, Qianqian didn't stop for a moment. The absorption speed of those divine crystals is also very fast. When she evolves to the second seal, her speed will increase further. Now Qianqian is also determined to become stronger. She must catch up with Su Liang as soon as possible. She didn't want to think about anything else. Both of them are working hard to protect each other. Time passes by little. Around 5:50. The conversion is complete. Su Liang felt that this time, a long time had indeed passed. He called up the panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 479. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal Level 2. Divine Seal Evolution Progress 2. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 2 Seals. Level 10. Beast Seal Evolution Progress 10. Spirit 133. Strength 133. Agility 133. Speed 133. He curled the corners of his mouth. The improvement is obvious. After reaching the second seal, as long as it is transformed once, its improvement is simply incomparable to that of the first seal. Of course, the power of 2 seals itself cannot be compared with that of 1 seal. He withdrew from his mind. Look at the time. It was exactly 4 hours. In other words, 8 hours can convert 200, which is equivalent to half a level. There is no such situation where one level is increased in one night. But the conversion speed has increased 5 times. Originally, only 40 beast crystals could be transformed in 8 hours, but now it can be transformed into 200. I am very satisfied with this speed. Even if it evolves to the third seal, it won't take long at all. There is one more point that Su Liang just remembered. It seemed that there was no cost to condense 2 seals by myself. Generally speaking, there will be a small bottleneck when condensing a new divine seal. It can't be that smooth. Similar to Hunchu, he is now at level 40 with 4 seals. If there were no bottleneck, he would have been able to upgrade to 5 seals long ago. It was precisely because of the bottleneck that he slowed down. But this bottleneck is not a big problem for someone at his level, and he is sure to become a godlike general. It's hard to say about the God King. Delicious. There is still time that cannot be wasted, as there are still 2 hours until 8 o'clock. Transform 50 more. He touched his chin. Since he was going to leave the city, he might as well put all these 50 points into strength. He chuckled and said, "It works. Just do it." A little after 7 in the morning, Qian stopped evolving and put on a little apron. Busy in the kitchen, preparing a loving breakfast for Su Liang as a gift from his girlfriend. First time doing it as a girlfriend. She hummed a little tune with a sweet smile on her face. She becomes extremely happy whenever she thinks of the word boyfriend. From now on, I will be a girl with a boyfriend. When it's almost done, Su Liang also walked out of the room. "Boyfriend, wake up." Qian poked her head out, looking playful and cute. Seeing that sweet smile, Su Liang felt better. But it happened in the next moment. A golden light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Next second, my nose almost bled. Wow, this is really insightful. This is not the most important thing. Qian looked no different from being naked to Su Liang at this moment, but Su Liang could still see a burning breath on Qian's body, like a heat wave. Faintly, Su Liang could clearly see the divine seal between Qian's eyebrows, which was not visible at normal times. The patterns on the divine seal, as well as the fluctuations of power, were all seen clearly by him. Moreover, to him, the strength of the shallow fiery divine seal was like a mineral water bottle. He knew exactly how much water was in it. Moreover, from the appearance, Qian's divine seal will soon reach a full state. It is a sign of the upcoming evolution of the second seal. Su Liang was shocked that he could easily see through the background of a chosen one of God. Suddenly, Su Liang came to his senses. This is the true evolved ability of the Eye of Insight. Holy shit, that's so awesome. Chapter 105. My lips are red from your kisses. Updated 3. He said that it was impossible for the Eye of Insight to be improved just that little bit. Being able to see through the inner workings of a chosen one, coupled with the improvement of one's own dynamic vision. Su Liang's heart was slightly moved. It seems that this is an ability that only those above the level of God King can possess. After reaching the level of God King, one can feel the strength of other people from a person's aura. And now, he could actually see it directly. What a pervert. Anticipate the enemy's moves. This means that if he encounters an enemy in the future, he will be able to clearly know the enemy's background, the attributes of his divine seal, the strength of his divine seal, and roughly estimate his level from the enemy's feedback. Being able to see a person's strength in advance. But Su Liang always felt that this should not be the limit. There should be other abilities. Qian opened her big eyes with doubt. Boyfriend? Your eyes look a little sad. What are you doing? Su Liang took a deep breath and quickly retracted his magical powers. If I look at it again, I will really bleed. Su Liang ran to Qian excitedly and hugged her. Because I'm happy. My girlfriend is making breakfast for me. I'm happy. Qian smiled sweetly. I'll do it for you when I have the chance in the future. Su Liang responded, okay. Qian turned around and continued to make breakfast. Su Liang watched her frying eggs and made a few naughty moves. The earlobes are slightly red. Where are the fried eggs? You are dishonest, you big pervert. Su Liang smiled and said, what did you call me just now? Qian smiled sweetly. Boyfriend? Isn't it? Yes. My real boyfriend. Qian smiled and asked, has the second one been printed? Su Liang nodded, yes, it's the second print, which is a huge improvement. Qian smiled and said, it seems I have to work harder. Su Liang hugged her and said, you can work hard, but you can't completely exhaust yourself. You should also go out and play with Lin Shuya occasionally, relax, go shopping, etc. Qian nodded obediently. Okay, boyfriend, I'll listen to you. Hurry up and wash up and have breakfast. Su Liang held her face and kissed her. I am so lucky to have found such a good girlfriend. Qian was still smiling and couldn't stop. While eating, Qian looked at Su Liang infatuatedly. This feeling is so good. I want to cook for him for the rest of my life. Su Liang said, Qian, you eat too. Qian smiled gently and said, I like watching you eat. I'll eat later. Su Liang pinched her little face. But I also want to watch you eat. What should I do? Qianqian then started to move. Then I'll show you. The two smiled at each other, with only each other in their eyes. Both of them enjoyed this moment and only hoped that their lives would be simple like this. By the way, Brother Su Liang, what is the power of your second seal? Have you chosen a name? Su Liang replied, it's a kind of berserk ability, not a killer move. Once activated, it can at least double my strength instantly. Also, my reaction speed and defense all seem to be significantly enhanced. Qianqian widened her big, shining eyes. Wow, is it that amazing? Su Liang smiled and nodded. For now, this is the case. As for the name, I haven't thought of it yet. Can you help me think of it? Qianqian put chopsticks against her teeth and thought about it. The ability to go berserk. Qianqian looked at Su Liang and asked, Brother Su Liang, when you used the power of this seal, did your body react in any way? Generally speaking, this type of berserk ability would have a very obvious reaction, right? Su Liang thought about it. Just trigger it directly. In the right eye, a golden light flashed and the beast mark surged. In an instant, Su Liang clearly felt the blood boiling. I feel like my whole body is burning. And at this moment, Qianqian felt a very terrifying aura from Su Liang. Su Liang disperses the power. It's burning. Combustion? Su Liang nodded excitedly. When I was driving, I felt my blood burning and boiling. I was extremely excited, as if I was taking stimulants. Qianqian nodded. I understand. Burning and boiling. Burning blood. Hot blood. How about blazing blood? Su Liang muttered something and raised the corner of his mouth. Sure, that's fine. As long as it's named by my girlfriend, it's fine. She rolled her eyes at him. You can call it blazing blood guidance, but we can't expose our connection with beasts, so try to avoid it. Su Liang nodded. My girlfriend is very thoughtful. She smiled faintly and pinched Su Liang's face. It seems my boyfriend has become childish too. Su Liang chuckled. Normal. You looked at me and I looked at you, and neither of us was willing to look away. Su Liang ran to her side happily. Slightly startled. What's your boyfriend doing? Su Liang gave a wicked smile. What do you think, girlfriend? Qianqian was a little flustered, and her earlobes turned slightly red. Before she could say anything, Su Liang's lips had already pressed against hers, and she struggled briefly. After all, I just ate. But later I just gave up. Let Su Liang do whatever he wants early in the morning. One face has turned red with shame. But Su Liang didn't feel happy for long. The doorbell rang. Qianqian was so scared that she quickly pushed Su Liang away. She rolled her eyes at Su Liang coquettishly and said, Sister Luin and the others must have come. It's all your fault. Your kisses have turned my lips red. Su Liang chuckled. What are you afraid of? It's above board. Qianqian didn't dare to pay any attention to him. She quickly ran to the kitchen with the bowl and cleaned herself up. He glared at Su Liang with resentment. Su Liang smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. Don't say it. It's really presumptuous. Welcome Gong Lai and Lu Yin into the house. Gong Lai said with a wicked smile. Oh, you got up so early? I thought you had successfully confessed your love, so you should stay in bed today. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. Su Liang laughed and scolded. You old pervert, stop talking nonsense. Why are you up so early? Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed and changed the subject, asking, Where's Qianqian? Qianqian just came out. Sister Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled and said, Have you just finished breakfast? He nodded slightly, probably because nothing was discovered. Gong Lai didn't care about the hidden meaning in Su Liang's words. He and Lu Yin were an old married couple in a sense, but they just didn't have that real status. Qianqian, didn't that brat bully you last night? Lu Yin slapped him on the back of the head. Shut up, I'm still a child. Gong Lai smiled awkwardly. Lu Yin said, I'll go see Xiaolong first. You tell Su Liang about this. Yes, sir. Green went to the treatment room. Gong Lai threw out a mountain of divine crystals from the space converter. Su Liang asked in surprise, What is this for? This is the 100,000 divine crystals that the captain is temporarily lending to you, so that you can buy a new set of top-level battle armor. After all, my set is seriously aged and there is no need to repair it. Su Liang was stunned for a moment. So this is what was happening. Nod. Captain, that's very thoughtful. Gong Lai said, The captain calculated the beast crystals you have now, and it is not enough. So he asked me to bring 100,000 divine crystals to you. You can do it yourself. 100,000 divine crystals can almost buy a set of level 1 battle armor. It may not be a very good level 1 battle armor, but it should be okay at least. If you have the money, You can just upgrade it. But it's too expensive. Su Liang nodded. Okay, then I'll take it for now. I'll take a look when I have time. Gong Lai nodded. Okay. Soon Gong Lai came over and whispered, Did Qian let you leave the city? Su Liang nodded. It's okay. I've comforted her. Gong Lai gave a wicked smile. Did you comfort him at night? Su Liang raised his hand and punched. Gong Lai dodged. Su Liang scolded. You are such a pervert. Gong Lai chuckled. I understand. A couple quarrels at the head of the bed and makes up at the foot of the bed. If one time doesn't work, try twice. Su Liang sneered. Is this how you comfort Sister Luoyin? Gong Lai snorted. We call that deep affection. What do you know? At this moment, Lu Yin's slightly cold voice came. Who is in love with you? Gong Lai was like a mouse seeing a cat. No. Su Liang was holding back his laughter. He was also a henpecked man. Su Liang found an opportunity and quietly activated the Eye of Insight. In an instant, Su Liang's heart trembled. All 3 divine seals were seen. Moreover, the fluctuations of Gong Lai's aura are clearly visible. You can also see the fullness of his 3 divine seals. When these 3 divine seals are full, the 4th divine seal will appear. Moreover, in Su Liang's eyes, Gong Lai's aura is indeed stronger than Qianqian's, but not as pure as Qianqian's. It's the difference in the level of divine seal. He also saw the injuries on Gong Lai's body. Right. It's the injury. It can also be said to be our current weakness. Right chest, thigh, and heart? His heart must have been injured. That's why he became a post-war. Su Liang was shocked and quickly put away the Eye of Insight. It's really awesome. Su Liang thought of a possibility. If the Eye of Insight could work on strange beasts, would he also be able to see the strengths and weaknesses of the strange beasts? Later, Su Liang and Qianqian went home together, leaving this place temporarily to Gong Lai and Luoyin. As for the armor, in fact, he had other ideas. I remember that in his previous life, my grandfather seemed to have left him a set of armor. Chapter 106. Okay, I've got it. Residential area in the east of the city. Early in the morning, a luxury car appeared in front of Bai Qianqian's home, which was being rebuilt. Luo Zan in the car looked gloomily at the rubbish house that was being rebuilt bit by bit. Is this the home you found for me, Bai Qianqian? The man in a suit driving in front was sweating profusely. Master Luo, this is really Bai Qianqian's home. There is no doubt about it. It may have been invaded by strange beasts. Let me ask, her mother may be living with relatives. Luo Zan snorted coldly. Hurry up. Don't waste time. The man in the suit got out of the car and asked the construction workers. He quickly got Lu Xian's current address and ran over happily. Mr. Luo found it. Found it. Bai Qianqian's mother is now living in one of her relatives' house, which is not far from here. I'll take you there right away. Luo Zan snorted coldly. No need. I'll go by myself. You're more likely to cause trouble than to help. Send me the address. Stay here and arrange that matter. If you run into Bai Qianqian, notify me immediately. The man in the suit didn't dare to say much, but just nodded repeatedly. Luo Zan drove away directly. By the time the man in the suit remembered the address and felt something was wrong and familiar, it was already too late. His eyes widened instantly. Isn't this the address of Grandpa Su Liang's house? The man in the suit turned pale instantly. Hurry up and call Luo Zan. But at this time, Luo Zan didn't answer anyone's call because he had already arrived at the door and knocked. The man in the suit was in despair. It's over. He was really doomed this time, and he had even started thinking about escaping. When Luo Zan finds out that things have turned out to be such a big misunderstanding, he will definitely kill him. His whole body was shaking. However, there is another possibility. If Luo Xiao killed the strange beast in front of Bai Qianqian's mother, would he gain favor? On the other hand, Luo Zan changed from his previous rebellious appearance, put on a false smile, knocked on Su Liang's door. The door was opened, and Lu Xian looked at the young man at the door with some confusion. The young man looked very rich and was carrying a lot of bags. Hello, are you Bai Qianqian's mother? Luo Zan asked with a smile. Lu Xian nodded and asked in confusion, Excuse me, who are you? Luo Zan was overjoyed when he heard this. Hello, Auntie. My name is Luo Zan, and I'm from the Luo family in Rongqing. I'm your daughter's friend and senior, and also a student at the Chosen Academy. I came here specially to visit you today. Has Qianqian returned home? Hearing this, Lu Xian let down her guard a little. Over the past week, people have been visiting me on and off, and many of them have been rejected. Since he is Qianqian's friend and senior, it is natural to receive him. Lu Xian had a smile on her face. Come on, classmate Luo, please come in. Qianqian hasn't come back yet, but she will be back today. Luo Zan followed Lu Xian in with a smile on his face. In fact, his heart was full of disgust. Ordinary women, garbage yard. And it happened inside the house of old man Su Luochen. Su Luochen's eyes flickered. He stood up and walked out of the house. Lu Xian had already arranged Luo Zan in the yard and made tea for him. Lu Xian smiled and said, "Student Luo, please sit wherever you want. It's not necessary to be so troublesome. You bought so many things." Luo Zan suppressed his disgust and sat down. He smiled and said, "Auntie, this is all I should do. I've wanted to come and see you for a long time, but I never had the time. It's the weekend, so I just bought some things to honor you. I hope you don't mind." "How can I say this?" Lu Xian said politely. Luo Zan shook his head. "Ah, Auntie, these are just some very common things, just a few hundred-year-old ginsengs, birds' nests, or some things from the sea. They are all gifts to you to replenish your body and beautify your skin. Please accept them." Hearing this, Lu Xian was even more surprised. These were very precious things. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to see it. And the other party always talks about filial piety. What does it mean? Is his relationship with Qianqian so good? Lu Xian asked, "Student Luo, what level are you?" At this point, Luo Zan said with a little pride, "Auntie, I am at the 3 seal level, and now I am a 3 seal divine master, a level divine seal." Lu Xian was a little shocked. "Level?" Luo Zan nodded proudly. Lu Xian understood a little bit. This should be Qianqian's suitor. Just then, the old man also walked out the door. Luo Zan looked over and stood up slightly. Luo Zan asked, "Auntie, who is this?" Lu Xian hurriedly introduced, "Oh, this is classmate Qianqian's grandfather. My house was damaged by a strange beast, so he is staying here temporarily." Luo Zan nodded politely to Su Luochen. "He's just my classmate's grandfather. What does he count as?" "I am a direct descendant of the Luo family. Apart from being so servile to Bai Qianqian's mother, I don't have to be so servile to anyone else." Su Luochen walked over. "Sit down too." "Ah, it turns out to be Qianqian's senior. Wow, it's 100-year-old ginseng. It must be worth several $1,000s, right?" Su Luochen picked up a box of ginseng and took a look. Luo Zan sneered in his heart. "What a country bumpkin. A few $1,000s? Even if you offer 1 million, no one will sell it to you. This is something that only the upper class can enjoy." Luo Zan said proudly, "Old man, I'm afraid you can't buy it for a few $1,000s. It may be more than 1,000 times more expensive." Lu Xian was shocked. "More than 1,000 times of a few $1,000s? How much is that? Million? Oh my God." Su Luochen smiled and said, "That's incredible. One ginseng is worth millions. It's really not something an old man like me can eat. 100 years is too little." Luo Zan sneered. "Living in a slum, can you afford to eat? Are you kidding? You can't afford it even if you spend 10 lifetimes." Luo Zan held back and did not make any sarcastic remarks. But suddenly I felt something was wrong. It seemed like the old man said something a little bit smaller. Is the ginseng too small? However, Lu Xian was a little hesitant to answer it. "Student Luo, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." Luo Zan shook his head. "Auntie, this is not a rare thing for my family. You can keep it. This is a little gift from me. Don't worry about it. If you don't accept it, I will be too embarrassed to go back. My family specifically told me to do this." Lu Xian sighed, "But it's too expensive." Luo Zan smiled warmly. "Auntie, keep it. Otherwise, I will be angry." Su Luochen interrupted at the right time. "Student Luo, such valuable things are nothing to your family? Then your family must be very rich, right?" Speaking of this, Luo Zan couldn't help but want to thank Su Luochen. "Good question. Just showing financial strength. Old man, I'll give you credit." "Old man, don't you know the Luo family in Rongqing?" Su Luochen shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't heard of it." Luo Zan cursed in his heart. "You are a country bumpkin. Even his Luo family didn't know about this, so he'll open your eyes." Luo Zan smiled and said, "Our Luo family is the largest family in Rongqing. We are the #1 in terms of both financial resources and power." Lu Xian was shocked. "The largest family?" Su Luochen interrupted at the right time. "I heard that the first family is not the Yi family?" Luo Zan snorted. "That's old news. Now it's our Luo family. Our Luo family owns several divine crystal mines and many industries, such as resource exchanges, equipment malls, and beast crystal energy conversion stations. Wealthy enough to rival a city. The family has no less than 1,000 3 seal divine masters and hundreds of divine warriors. There are also a number of divine generals and a divine king in charge. Lu Xian was shocked. It turned out to be such a terrifying family. Su Luochen was also shocked. TSK, TSK, TSK. It really is the number one family. Luo Ziwen raised his head proudly. Just barely, it's okay. Su Luochen smiled and asked, does your family have the legendary level 1 battle armor and weapons? Of course I have to. Su Luochen nodded and said, okay, I'll take note of it. Amazing, really amazing, a big family. A well-known big family. Today I am really enlightened. Luo Ziwen smiled and nodded, old man, if there is a chance in the future, I will let Qianqian take Annie and you to broaden your horizons together. Su Luochen smiled and waved his hands. I am an old man. It is hard for me to move. I'd better wait for death here. It's enough for me to hear this. Luo Ziwen didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Lu Xian. He felt a little proud inside. After showing off his financial strength like this poor woman would know what to choose, right? Auntie, I have something else to do today, so I won't bother you anymore. When Qianqian comes back, just tell her. Please apologize for me. Lu Xian was stunned. What are you apologizing for? Luo Ziwen looked as if he was blaming himself. Auntie, there was a misunderstanding between me and one of her classmates at the academy, which may have caused Qianqian to have some misunderstandings about me, but I believe Qianqian will understand, so please say a few kind words. Lu Xian had a complicated look on her face and nodded. She didn't dare to offend Luo Ziwen. After all, their family was so powerful. Lu Xian nodded, okay, I'll talk to her. Luo Ziwen stood up and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the gate of the courtyard was suddenly rushed open. A ferocious beast broke in. Luo Ziwen and Lu Xian were both startled for a moment. Ah, how could there be a strange beast? Lu Xian exclaimed, and her face turned pale with fright in an instant. Su Luochen stepped lightly, and a layer of power that was imperceptible to outsiders instantly spread out. God's forbidden area. When Luo Ziwen saw the strange beast, he was shocked at first, and then he was ecstatic. What a great opportunity. Don't be afraid, Auntie. I think this is a 2-star monster. I can easily deal with it. In an instant, blue corpse fire burst out from Luo Ziwen's body, and he pulled out his trident from the space converter. But then I thought something was wrong. I just couldn't react for a moment. I can't care less. Evil beast. Die. Su Luochen looked at the scene coldly. The next moment, the 2-star beast evolved into a 3-star beast in an instant. A brutal collision. Bang. Luo Ziwen? He vomited blood and flew backwards, not realizing the seriousness of the situation yet. Chapter 107. If you were told that you can't do it, you must admit it. It's not shameful. Luo Ziwen was knocked to the feet of Su Luochen and Lu Xian. Student Luo, can you do it? If not, just run away. Su Luochen said. Hearing this, Luo Ziwen's eyes instantly turned red. You can say anything about him, but you can't say he can't do anything. He is very good. Lu Xian was also extremely worried. Student Luo, if it doesn't work, just run away. Luo Ziwen flipped over and stood up. Auntie, it's a piece of cake. It's just a beast that has just evolved to 3 stars. I can take it down in a minute. Auntie, don't be afraid. I'm here and I won't let you make any mistakes. You are Qianqian's mother. If Qianqian knew that you were injured even though I was here, I would be guilty of a great sin. Luo Ziwen endured the pain in his chest. Stand up straight. He shouted angrily, you beast. I was careless just now. Die. Luo Ziwen erupted with terrifying blue corpse fire and rushed towards the 3-star monster. The noise was astonishing. Logically speaking, Luo Ziwen, who is at the 3 seal level, should have no problem dealing with such a 3-star beast, as he is still in his prime. But he didn't quite understand. How can such a vicious beast be so strong? After several collisions in succession, Luo Ziwen was knocked away, vomiting blood violently. Lu Xian's face turned pale with fright. Student Luo, you can't do this. You can't do this. Hurry up and leave. Call for help. Luo Ziwen is going crazy. I can do it. I can do it. He struck again, and Lu Xian was pulling Su Luochen. Uncle Su, let's call for help right away. Be careful not to get hurt. Su Luochen said calmly, it's okay. He can win. The next second, Luo Ziwen was violently bumped again and crashed directly in front of them. Lu Xian was really scared. Student Luo, you can't do it. Hurry up and call for help, or call your family. Luo Ziwen wanted to cry. Damn it, it's bad enough that this beast bullies people. What's the matter with you, always saying behind my back that I'm not good enough? I'm obviously very good at it. Half of Luo Ziwen's blood was vomited out of anger. At the same time, he also didn't understand. This was just a strange beast that had just evolved to 3 stars. How could he not be able to defeat it? The power and pressure unleashed by this strange beast far exceeds that of a newly evolved 3-star strange beast. It's just hell. But Luo Ziwen knew that no matter what happened today, he couldn't lose. I must show my masculinity in front of Bai Qianqian's mother. He must get it, and then Bai Qianqian will be grateful to him. Thinking of this, Luo Ziwen felt that he had to kill this beast even if it cost him half his life. Die! He shouted angrily again and again. Then it was broken open again and again. The strange beast behind him even rolled up Luo Ziwen's body and slapped it back and forth on the ground. Luo Ziwen. It feels like the Hulk taking a shot at Loki. In a flash, Luo Ziwen went crazy. Brute. Bang. He was slapped away again. Luo Ziwen cried. Damn it, this beast is cheating. I don't want to play anymore. He's bullying me. Su Luochen controlled the strange beast to torture him back and forth for a long time. Luo Ziwen was covered in wounds and was in a daze. Vomiting blood. He felt like he was going to die here. Every time he tried to use the power of the seal, he would be interrupted. Lu Xian was frightened out of her wits. Student Luo, you really can't do it. Please call someone who can do it over here. Luo Ziwen cried. I can do it. The strange beast charged violently again. Phew. Blood splattered. Luo Ziwen was desperate. He really felt like he was going to die. But the next second, this strange beast rushed towards the door and disappeared in an instant. Luo Ziwen felt like he had survived a calamity. Damn, I almost died. What the hell is wrong with this beast? Lu Xian rushed over and helped Luo Ziwen up. Student Luo, are you okay? Luo Ziwen no longer wanted to talk. It's so embarrassing. At this moment, we really can't lose the last bit of face. He struggled, enduring the injuries on his body. Auntie, I'm fine. I'm a little out of shape today. Otherwise, I would have killed that beast in a minute. Lu Xian sighed. Classmate Luo, if you can do it, it's fine. If you can't do it, it's not fine. Annie won't say anything to you. Don't take such risks next time. No, you must admit it. It's not shameful. Luo Ziwen. I can really do it. Luo Ziwen was too embarrassed to stay. Auntie, I won't bother you anymore. I need to go back and heal my wounds. I'll visit you next time. Luo Ziwen staggered to his feet. He had to quickly escape from this place that made him unable. Student Luo, can I take you to the hospital? Lu Xian said. Luo Ziwen waved his hands repeatedly. Auntie, no need. I have a medical system at home. I won't bother you anymore. Luo Ziwen left quickly. He really couldn't stay any longer. Su Luochen's calm eyes lit up slightly. Qianqian's mom, please tidy up. I'm going to go out and check on that kid. I hope nothing happens to him. Lu Xian nodded repeatedly. Su Luochen appeared next to the house in the divine forbidden area. Luo Ziwen rushed out of the alley not far and was about to get into his car. Suddenly, at the next door, Su Luochen turned into a middle-aged man. He picked up a shit basin and threw it towards Luo Ziwen. With a clang, Luo Ziwen was completely frozen in place. Vomit. Luo Ziwen's eyes were bloodshot. Totally crazy. It's excrement. Oh shit. Luo Ziwen's whole body was shaking, and then he looked at the middle-aged man with an innocent face. Oops, boss. I'm sorry, it's your fault. It's time to be in trouble. Luo Ziwen's face turned red. Su Luochen pretended to be panicked and entered the yard. Luo Ziwen finally exploded. The corpse fire broke out completely. There was a crazy outbreak in the yard of Su Luochen's divine forbidden area. Destroy everything in sight. He wanted to kill this middle-aged man, but he couldn't get to him. Su Luochen thought to himself, you smashed my yard, and I smashed your yard, that's fair, right? Alas, it feels like the big bullying the small, but why are you targeting my granddaughter-in-law? You still want to kill my old man? I'm sorry. Su Luochen found the right opportunity and knocked Luo Ziwen unconscious with a palm strike. Carrying him with one hand, disappeared from the spot in an instant. That is this morning. The famous Luo family. The second largest family in Chengdu. It was originally peaceful and prosperous. The next second, the weather suddenly changed and dark clouds gathered. A terrifying pressure appeared above the Luo family. The generals of the Luo family shot out instantly. How dare you? Who is it? How dare you offend my Luo family? In an instant, the Luo family's powerful automatic defense system started to operate automatically, gathering the terrifying source energy cannon. No one has ever dared to treat their Luo family like this. Those divine generals glared at the sky in front of them. where there was a figure holding Luo Zan, who looked like a dead dog. However, they did not recognize Luo Zan yet. These divine generals activated their divine seals one by one, preparing for a great battle. Whoever offends our Luo family shall die. The strong man of Luo family shouted angrily. But the next second, invisible slaps instantly hit the faces of these gods. Bang, bang, bang. It's like applause. Those divine generals were vomiting blood, and their front teeth were mixed in the blood. Everyone was stunned. What happened? Didn't they even see how the other party made the move? Even the king of gods cannot do such a thing. Could it be that the other party is a being above the god king? When did their Luo family provoke such an existence? If even the king of gods is like this, let alone the divine warriors and divine masters, they are already trembling in fear, feeling that the end of the world has come. Who is offending my Luo family? A deafening roar erupted from the Luo family mansion. The momentum and arrogance were so overwhelming that it seemed as if they were going to crush all the enemies to death on the spot. This is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 50s. He stomped his foot suddenly. The rage was overwhelming. The 6 divine seals on his body flashed with terrifying black light. Die! He shouted angrily. Next second, bang! Luo family god king. Phew! A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out instantly. Suddenly, he was smashed to the ground. A huge deep pit was smashed into the ground above the Luo family's residence. The god king of the Luo family immediately stopped his actions. I don't know if he was pretending to be dead, but there was no sound at all. Su Luochen didn't say anything either. A palm turns the sky upside down. The terrifying force instantly fell on the houses of the Luo family. Boom! More than half of the Luo family's buildings collapsed in an instant and became a ruin. Those members of the Luo family who had already escaped. Their faces were pale. What level of existence is this? Lord God? Or Lord God? How could there be an existence of this level in Rongqing? And we have to take action against their Luo family. How did the Luo family attract such a person? Looking at the ruins it has become, I am quite satisfied. You smash my yard. I smash your yard. It's fair, just and open. The god king of the Luo family staggered up from the ruins. Why did you destroy my Luo family? I know that my Luo family has never provoked a person like you. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and covered his chest. Su Luochen looked indifferent. He just threw Luo Zan in front of everyone. This kid smashed my house and boasted to me that the Luo family is the best in Rongqing and is very rich and can afford the compensation. So I came here. He smashed my yard, and I smashed his yard. That's reasonable, right? Su Luochen clapped his hands. Okay, the matter is almost resolved. I'm leaving now. If you Luo family have any complaints, come find me. I'm a pretty free person. Su Luochen disappeared in an instant. The god king of the Luo family and a group of divine generals were all confused. Is that it? Destroy the Luo family and then leave? And all this happened because of the kid in front of him who smashed someone else's yard? At this moment, the faces of these high-ranking experts of the Luo family were extremely gloomy. Luo Zan just woke up. Get up. He looked around in confusion and was instantly shocked. Shit. Damn it. Who did this? Who leveled my Luo family? Beast. Bastard. Great-grandfather. Who is it? Our Luo family must take revenge. Luo Zan was roaring there. He didn't notice at all that the faces of the generals and the king of gods had turned as gloomy as water. The god king of the Luo family suddenly slapped Luo Zan in the face. Luo Zan was still confused. All the teeth in my mouth are gone. Blood was splattering. You evil creature. What did you do out there? Lei Ting's rage completely exploded. Luo Zan? Report. Patriarch. The resource exchange was smashed to pieces by that man. All the divine crystal resources were taken away. It's bad. Patriarch. Our Luo family's weapons and equipment store on Shiming Road was smashed to pieces by an unknown strong man, and all the high-level equipment and weapons were looted. The God King Patriarch of the Luo family felt dizzy before his eyes. Almost fell to the ground. Ah! Evil creature. Hang him up and beat him. Beat him for a year. 10 years. Luo Zan felt as if the sky had fallen, but he still didn't know what had happened. Chapter 108 Grandpa Knows How to Respect People. 3 Daily Updates. As soon as Su Liang and Qian Qian arrived at the door of their house, they saw Lu Xian and her grandfather cleaning the yard. Looking at the mess, Su Liang's face suddenly darkened. Rushed in quickly. Grandpa, Auntie, what's going on? Why is it so messy? Lu Xian and Su Luochen raised their heads and glanced at Su Liang and the others. Lu Xian was very surprised. Qianqian, Xiaoliang, you're back. Mother. Qianqian shouted and threw herself into Lu Xian's arms. Lu Xian hugged him excitedly. Su Liang walked up to his grandfather. Grandpa, what happened? Is someone causing trouble? Su Luochen shook his head. No, just a strange beast came. What? Su Liang's face changed in shock. Grandpa, are you okay? How could a strange beast suddenly appear in broad daylight? Where are the strange beasts? Su Liang quickly checked the injuries of the two men. The Eye of Insight was automatically activated, but nothing was found. Both of them are fine and not injured. Su Luochen said calmly. It's okay. He was beaten away by a guy who didn't look very good. Su Liang raised his eyebrows. What was he talking about? Lu Xian pulled Qianqian to sit down. He smiled and said, Xiaoliang, come and sit down. I will explain it to you. Actually, one of Qianqian's seniors came and gave us some gifts. Then, when we happened to encounter a strange beast, he helped us drive it away. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian and Su Liang were both shocked. A senior? Su Luochen brought the teapot, poured tea for everyone, and then drank it calmly. Lu Xian said, it's just that Qianqian's senior, although he has 3 seals, doesn't seem to be doing very well. He has been beaten by the strange beast all the time. Bai Qianqian and Su Liang looked at each other. Who is it? Oh, by the way, Qianqian, your senior told me to apologize to you, saying that there was some misunderstanding between you two, and I hope you can forgive him. Bai Qianqian was puzzled. Mom, what's that person's name? Lu Xian said, he said his name is Luo Zan, and he comes from the Luo family, the #1 family in Ronqing. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian and Su Liang's faces instantly darkened. Damn it, it turned out to be this beast. Bai Qianqian's face suddenly turned cold. Mom, he's a beast, don't believe him. Lu Xian was stunned. Ah? Bai Qianqian said seriously, Mom, he is a scumbag, not a good person. When he was in the academy, he asked people to cause trouble for brother Su Liang and wanted to harm him. Hearing this, Lu Xian covered her mouth in shock. Ah, that Luo Zan is so bad? Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Mom, where's the stuff? I'll throw it away. I absolutely cannot take things from a person like this. I don't want to have anything to do with him in my life. Lu Xian nodded repeatedly and wanted to go in to pick up her things. Su Luochen coughed twice. You should keep the things. I will use them all to make soup to nourish you in the evening. Since he is such a mean person and almost hurt him, it's okay to take this as an apology. It's just a little thing. Lu Xian smiled bitterly and looked at Bai Qianqian. Girl, those things are quite valuable. How about following your grandpa Su's suggestion? Bai Qianqian glanced at Su Luochen, smiled and nodded. Since Grandpa Su said it's okay, then forget it. Let's make soup tonight. Lu Xian smiled. Mom, if Luo Zan comes again, don't open the door for him. Just ignore him. He won't dare to do anything to you. Lu Xian nodded. Okay, Mom knows. I will pay attention next time. Girl, how is life at the academy? Are you used to it? She smiled and nodded, holding her mother's hand. That's great, Mom. I'm already level 8, and I'll be able to become a 2nd Seal Divine Envoy soon. Lu Xian was very excited. The mother and daughter have started chatting about family matters. Su Liang looked at his grandfather. Oh my God. I heard that I was almost harmed by someone. Grandpa wasn't panicked at all. Grandpa, aren't you afraid that my good grandson will be harmed? Su Luochen glanced at him and said, Aren't you living well? Su Liang. Really calm. It's time to cook. Come and help me. Su Luochen stood up. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Okay. Qianqian also pulled her mother aside to chat. Su Luochen's movements seemed slow, and he was about to die. Su Liang helped around. Su Liang was confused as to how to start the conversation. In his previous life, his grandfather gave him the armor when he graduated and left the chosen academy. But now, I have just entered school, and it doesn't seem reasonable to ask for armor. Grandfather. Su Luochen hunched over and spoke calmly. What? Su Liang asked as he pretended to be calm while picking vegetables. Grandpa, you always kept it a secret from me about my parents. Now that I'm an adult and have gone to the chosen academy, you can talk to me about it now, right? Su Luochen was still busy with the things in his hands with a calm expression. What is there to say? Didn't I tell you that they've all been buried? Su Liang. Seriously? That direct? Su Liang smiled bitterly. Grandpa, then my parents didn't leave me anything? Su Liang tried his best to guide. In his previous life, my grandfather said that the set of advanced armor and the spear were the only things his parents left him, nothing else. For Su Liang, it is good enough to have a set of first-class armor now. If you buy it yourself, you can only buy the grade 1. Grandpa has the grade 1 here. Why not use it? The advanced battle armor can increase the power of the chosen one by 50%. Shouldn't we strive for it? Su Luochen glanced at him and said, "What are you doing? Are you planning to take the few relics left by your parents now?" Su Liang smiled awkwardly. "I'm not an unfilial son. I just want to understand my parents. I am now the chosen one after all. I wonder if my parents will leave me some amazing equipment." Su Liang glanced at his grandfather silently. Su Luochen also glanced at him. A simple no. Su Liang glared. "No? That shouldn't be the case. Grandpa, you are definitely lying." Su Liang was getting anxious. What was the old man hiding at this time? He made it so clear. But the old man seemed to be playing dumb. No. Su Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Grandpa, don't lie to me. I know there is one. Just give it to me." Su Luochen looked at Su Liang and gave him a deep look. "How do you know there is? Then tell me why you are here." Su Liang saw that there was an opportunity. Su Liang smiled and said, "Grandpa, is it a weapon or armor or something like that? Or maybe it's combat skills." Su Luochen shook his head. "No." Su Liang was about to collapse. Grandpa is so old. Why does he still like to play so much? Su Liang sighed in his heart. "Grandpa, I don't know how to explain this to you, but I said, don't be angry. I must have my reasons for doing this, and you don't have to worry about my safety. But I have no choice. I also need to grow up. Anyway, don't worry." Su Liang said a lot of things to give his grandfather a shot of prevention. "I thought I might as well tell Grandpa, since I can't keep it a secret for long anyway." Su Luochen looked at him with a look of indifference. "How long will you perform?" Su Liang took a deep breath. "Grandpa, when you hear this news, don't be surprised. Don't get excited. How about I get you some blood pressure medication? Don't get excited. I can explain." Su Luochen looked indifferent. "Will you tell me?" Su Liang. Su Liang took a deep breath, his eyes focused and extremely serious. "Grandpa, actually, I am now a member of the God hunting team. Occasionally, I have to carry out some city defense missions, so I need armor." Before he could finish his words, there was a clang. Su Luochen threw a set of armor and a spear in front of Su Liang like garbage with an expressionless face. Su Liang's eyes almost popped out. "My face is twitching. Grandpa, can you please respect me? I've been talking to you for so long. This is thrown to me like garbage?" Chapter 109. What a double standard, Grandpa. Su Liang's face was twitching. Grandpa knows how to respect people. Even though he said so much, he wasn't excited at all and just threw out his parents' belongings. It seemed as if he was waiting for Su Liang to confess. Then he turned around and went back to work. "Grandfather," without waiting for Su Liang to finish speaking, a combat skill crystal was thrown out again. "By the way, I almost missed this. It's all here. Take it." Su Liang. "Grandpa, can't you be a little more polite to my parents' relics? What? Can it be broken? Do you want it? If not, I'll take it back." Su Liang muttered to himself. He didn't even see how the old man took it out. It turns out that the old man has always had a space converter. Wrong. Why can't I see the old man's divine seal? Su Liang glanced at his grandfather stealthily. Grandpa was hunched over, cutting vegetables, looking ordinary. I must have been overthinking it. Su Liang turned around and picked up the armor and spear on the ground, saying, "Grandpa, are you not angry at all about me becoming a member of the God hunting team?" Su Luochen said coldly, "Why are you angry? If I die of anger, will you help me collect my body? Be careful, I'm too lazy to talk to you." Su Liang. Grandpa is still the same grandpa. Suddenly, Su Liang, who picked up the armor, realized something was wrong. "Hey, no, why is it level? What the hell? Level 1 armor? Level 1 spear? Grandpa, this is not right. It shouldn't be." Su Liang shut up instantly. Grandpa has looked over here, and his gaze is so cold that I almost doubt if he is my real grandpa. What's wrong? Do you think the level is too low? Su Liang's face twitched. Still low? It was almost exposed. No. Grandpa, what I mean is, isn't the level too high? It feels a bit ostentatious and not low-key enough. Do you want it? Don't give it back to me. Yes. Why not? Su Liang hugged her tightly. But Su Liang was too confused. How could it be level? It shouldn't be like this. It was clearly a level in the previous life. If there was a level in the previous life, it would have been given to him. Why was it given to him now? Holy shit, this is level 1. Why do you care so much? First class armor, first class soldiers. Level 1 armor can add 70% strength. Not to mention defending against these. Doesn't this mean I'll be invincible? Everyone in Su Liang was dumbfounded. Is it a bit too high profile? Su Liang smiled bitterly inwardly. Grandpa was really good at playing. It was a bit confusing. You can throw out a level 1 armor at will. Could Grandpa be some hidden boss? But why can't the Eye of Insight see through it at all? Just when Su Liang was still thinking about this, Su Luochen suddenly said, "Call Qianqian in." Su Liang responded, "Put away the armor and soldiers first," and held the combat skill crystal. "I want to call Qianqian." Qianqian came in lively and energetic. "Grandpa Su, you're looking for me?" Su Luochen turned around with a warm smile on his face. "Come here, girl. Grandpa has something good for you." Su Liang. Okay. Double standards. Huh? She is your granddaughter. Su Liang rolled his eyes almost to the sky. Is he really my grandson? When it comes to him, his face is as cold as it can be. Yes, Qianqian, look. Is this still the same cold old man? Destroy it. Qianqian's eyes curved into small crescents. Grandpa Su, what good stuff is this? Su Luochen just waved his hand behind him. A set of purple gilded armor appeared, obviously female armor. Su Liang's eyes almost popped out. Another level, and it's newer than his. Well, Qianqian is my biological daughter. Qianqian was stunned for a moment. Grandpa Su, is this for me? Su Luochen smiled and nodded. Yes, do you like it? It should suit you very well. Qianqian was flattered. Grandpa Su, this looks like a top-level battle armor, right? It's too expensive. I can't have it. Su Luochen had a gentle smile on his face. Silly girl, what's so valuable about this? I'm telling you, this is what this brat's parents left behind, and it's also for his future wife. Isn't it only natural for you to take it? Qianqian's cheeks turned red in an instant. Su Liang secretly gave a thumbs up. Grandpa, it's so high. Ginger is always wise with age. Have you already chosen your grandson's wife? Su Luochen smiled and said, keep it. A good set of armor can help you grow faster. Don't feel any psychological pressure. Grandpa actually knows everything. If this kid dares to bully you in the future, just tell Grandpa and I promise to break his legs. Her cheeks blushed slightly. Grandpa can see that they are in love. Su Liang coughed twice and said, take it. You can't refuse a gift from an elder. Qianqian then carefully accepted this set of armor. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Luochen smiled gently. Okay, just keep it. Go out and play. We'll have dinner soon. Su Liang imitated his grandfather's mouth shape. Go out and play. We'll have dinner soon. Bang. A big slap hit the back of the head. It's obvious to you? Su Liang wanted to cry, but he couldn't. All they could do was flee. The corners of Su Luochen's mouth curled up quietly for a moment, but he soon returned to the appearance of that cold old man. Su Liang complained inwardly. Grandpa can't really be some remarkable old man, right? It shouldn't be. Could it be that my parents were once very awesome? Qianqian continued chatting with her mother, and the two mother and daughter seemed to have endless things to talk about. Su Liang was just about to go into the house to check the combat crystal to see what good thing his parents left for him. Brother, look, the Luo family has been flattened. Qianqian exclaimed. Su Liang was shocked. What? Su Liang hurried over. Qianqian opened the screen on Starlink. The Luo family was directly leveled. Su Liang was shocked. Oh my god, this is awesome. The second largest family in Rongqing was actually leveled like this. Bai Qianqian also nodded and said, it said that it was an unknown strong man, very terrifying, who flattened it with one palm. Moreover, the Luo family's resource exchange and equipment trading store were also destroyed and cleared out. The Luo family dared not even fart. Su Liang was shocked. TSK, this is amazing. I really don't know what kind of terrifying existence this is. The Luo family has a divine king in charge, but they have been messed up like this. But that's fine too. I wonder if Luo Ziwen dares to be so arrogant again. He smiled lightly. I guess I have to behave myself for a while. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Okay, you and Annie chat first. I'll go to the room to check out the fighting skills. Nodding slightly, Su Liang turned and went into the room. Lu Xian could already see something when she saw the look her daughter gave Su Liang. Girl, you and Xiaoliang. Shallow cheeks blushed slightly. I felt a little uneasy, but I still mustered up my courage. Mom, brother Su Liang and I are in love? Lu Xian was shocked. I was frozen for a long time. There were mixed feelings in my heart, all of which turned into a sigh. You are already grown up. This is your choice. Mom will not stop you. Just make your own choice. Bai Qianqian thought her mother would say something to him. I was slightly touched. Hold Lu Xin's hand. Mom, believe me, my vision is not wrong. Brother Su Liang is really a good person, and we will climb all the way. Lu Xin forced a smile. No further words were given. Level and level? Never mind. She will understand in the future. One has to walk the path of life by oneself and experience the ups and downs of life. After Lu Xin calmed down, she whispered, Qianqian, since you are in love, there are some things that Mom has to remind you. You have to pay attention to safety and don't give Mom any little life now. You are still young and have plenty of time. Bai Qianqian's cheeks turned red instantly. Mom, what are you talking about? No way. Inside the room, Su Liang took out the armor and admired it carefully. I couldn't suppress the corners of my mouth. It felt so good. This time I'm really invincible. This set of armor is a cyan gold color all over, and it shines brightly. An extremely powerful aura emanated from it. The materials used for advanced armor and soldiers are all extraordinary. It must be an extremely rare metal, maybe even something from outer space. Look at this dark red spear with strange patterns on it, which looks a bit ferocious. One word, domineering. Just by looking at it, Su Liang felt a sense of brutality, as if it was a blue dragon about to awaken. There are 2 words carved at the end of the gun. Zhu Long. Chapter 110 is about to be exposed. Luo family. Luo Zan was hung up and beaten. You evil creature. Look at the trouble you have brought to our family. Bang. The whip hit Luo Zan again and again. His whole body was covered in blood. He choked. Great-grandfather, I really don't know. I was just giving a gift to Bai Qianqian's mother, and when I was leaving, a man dumped a basin of shit on me. I got angry and smashed some of his things. The god king of the Luo family was almost angry to death. You evil creature. Because of you, my Luo family was leveled and became a laughing stock in Rongqing. Great-grandfather, I really didn't know. He was just a person who lived in a civilian area. I didn't know he was so powerful. The god king of the Luo family handed the whip to the god king next to him and continued whipping. Luo Zan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Soon a divine general came over. Father, I have already asked the city lord. The Luo family's god king glanced at him and asked, what did the city lord say? The city lord said that if our Luo family doesn't want to be wiped out, we should just swallow our pride and endure it. He can't explain anything to us. That's all he said. It's both advice and a warning. Hearing this, the eyes of the god king of the Luo family became firm. It seems that there really is an extremely terrifying existence in our Rongqing. The general said, Father, if he is so terrifying, he would definitely not let Luo Zan destroy his yard. It is obvious that he did it on purpose. It is obvious that he wants to take this opportunity to hit our Luo family. The god king nodded. I guess the things that were smashed were all within the opponent's forbidden area. The general asked, do you want to go and make amends to them? The god king shook his head. He took so many things and he still wants to apologize? Even if you go, you won't be able to find him. The god nodded. Then he looked at Luo Zan. Father, Zan, he. The god king snorted coldly. Lock him up. He is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Such a great talent is wasted in vain. Inside the room, Su Liang looked at the combat skill crystal in his hand. Combat skills are a kind of technique that can unleash powerful strength when combined with the power of divine seals. It can also be said to be ancient martial arts. In this era, various combat skills have been created by the strong. Recorded in the combat crystal. Every kind of combat skill is very precious, no matter it is the lowest level 1-star combat skill, or the higher 4-star or 5-star ones, they are all very precious. Su Liang naturally mastered some combat skills, but the highest level one was his 3-star combat skill, Dingjun Spear Technique. Nulong Pajun and Yindang are among the moves. This is also his core shooting skill. The attainments have reached a high level. I don't know what type of combat crystal my grandfather threw out. Su Liang always had some doubts that his grandfather might not be as simple as he seemed. But why can't my eyes of insight see through it? He shook his head and ignored it. Pinched the combat skill crystal. The power of the wind and fire divine seal surged into the combat skill crystal. In an instant, my whole body felt like an electric current was running through it. The combat skill crystal instantly projected a picture in front of his eyes. A blurry figure in his picture was performing a magnificent set of gun skills. The moves are concise and sharp, extremely strong. There was a force like a raging sea, and the dancing of the guns seemed to have rolled up thousands of waves. Su Liang was a little surprised. What a powerful shooting skill! And it was at this moment that Su Liang's eye of insight automatically emerged. A golden light appeared deep in the pupil of his right eye. The next moment, the little man wielding the gun in the picture seemed to run out of the picture and entered his mind. Every detail of the movement was broken down and integrated into his mind. Wait until you finish a set of shooting skills. The picture of the combat skill crystal also stopped. Su Liang's eyes widened. His chest was heaving violently. His eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out, filled with disbelief. Holy crap! Is this a success? He was breathing rapidly and almost went crazy. All the details of this shooting technique have appeared in his mind, and he clearly feels that he can now fully perform this shooting technique. And it's at a high level. The degree of mastery of combat skills is also known as the level of attainment. It is divided into entry level, minor level, major level, and peak level. He just read it once, and it was already mastered. It's simply cheating. Su Liang was slightly excited and wanted to display this powerful spear skill right away. He finally understood that this was the most crucial ability of the Eye of Insight. It actually allowed him to learn combat skills, and it leads directly to success. It's just hell. In his previous life, he spent so many years honing his Dingjun spear skills to the highest level. And now, what's the point of this? Isn't this the rhythm of being invincible? It took Su Liang a long time to calm himself down. Run out of the room and find Grandpa. A flattering smile appeared on his face. Grandpa, I have a question for you. Su Luochen looked at Su Liang with vigilance. There's really nothing else. Su Liang. No, Grandpa, not this. I am already satisfied. I want to ask, what is the name of this fighting skill? What level is it? I feel it is very powerful. Su Luochen responded indifferently. I remember your father said it seemed to be a 5-star combat skill called 1,000 Waves. Su Liang was startled and asked suspiciously, 1,000 waves? Or 5 stars? Su Liang was extremely shocked. Wow, the fighting skills he casually threw out were all 5-star. Is he kidding? Why didn't I have it in my previous life? Did you keep it a secret in your previous life? Su Liang was speechless for a while. Or did his rebirth change the situation? While Su Luochen was cooking, he said, your father seemed to have said that being able to create waves is considered entry level, and the 10th wave is considered a minor accomplishment. 100 waves is considered the peak, and 1,000 waves is the pinnacle. Su Liang was slightly excited. If you can create 100 waves now, how powerful would that be? Wow, this is incredible. Su Luochen said, why do you care so much? If you want to learn, then learn. If you don't want to learn, forget it. Bring the dishes out and get ready to eat. Oh. Su Liang withdrew his thoughts. Take the dishes out. The 4 of them sat together and ate like a family. Lu Xian also said that she would move back once the house over there was built. The old man asked him to stay. It was quiet here anyway, and there would be more people to talk to. When you want to live there, you can pay attention to it occasionally, but there is actually no need to do so. Su Liang and Qian Qian also advised in the same way. Only then did Lu Xian regain her composure. After cleaning up, everyone sat together and chatted. Xiaoliang, I'll trouble you to take care of Qian Qian while we're at the academy. She's quite timid. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Auntie, don't worry. I will never let Qian Qian suffer any grievances. Su Liang felt like he was making a promise to his mother-in-law. We chatted for a while. There was a knock on the door. I'll go open it. Su Liang quickly stood up. As soon as you opened the door, then I saw an extremely seductive body appear before my eyes. The Eye of Insight is activated subconsciously. Puff. Shit. My nose almost bleeds. Su Liang was shocked and frightened by the murder weapon. Hunchu looked at Su Liang with a smile. Su Liang. Su Liang slammed the door shut. Holy shit. The murder weapon. The murder weapon is not the key. The key is why Hunchu came? Do you have to be so fast? He immediately understood her intention. Now that's better. The truth is about to be revealed. How does Grandpa act? Who is it? Xiaoliang? Lu Xian asked. Su Liang didn't know how to respond. This is really hard to resolve. Hunchu was frozen outside the door. What is this kid doing? The next moment, Su Liang opened the door again. But he was the first to walk out and forcibly turned off the Eye of Insight that was about to operate automatically, otherwise he was really afraid of a nosebleed. With an awkward smile on his face, he said, Teacher Han, why are you here? Hunchu narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Liang. It seems that you are not happy that I came, and you even locked me out. Is this your way of entertaining guests? Su Liang smiled awkwardly. I was just scared. I never thought it was you who came. Han Rushuang asked, why? I can't come? Su Liang smiled awkwardly. I can come, but? Just what? I told you last time that I was going to visit your grandfather. Your grandfather must be an old senior. And even if it's just a home visit, I can come, right? Han Rushuang rolled her eyes seductively. And you still want me to stand at the door? Han Rushuang was about to push the door open and walk inside. Su Liang spread his hands and almost collided with Han Rushuang's huge things. You little bastard, you want to eat the teacher's tofu? Do you want to try my overlord spear? I'll stab you. Su Liang smiled bitterly, then suddenly had an idea. Teacher, my grandfather is not here. Han Rushuang frowned. But the next moment, Su Luochen had already walked behind Su Liang. Who said I wasn't here? Haha, is he the brat's teacher? Hello, teacher. I am his grandfather. Su Liang. It's going to be exposed. Let's destroy it. I'm tired. Han Rushuang also smiled and nodded. Hello, senior. Han Rushuang shook hands with Su Luochen politely. Su Luochen pushed Su Liang away. Come on, teacher, please come in. There's no need to call me senior. I'm just an old man. Han Rushuang has always been very polite, and she has great respect for the person who can teach Su Liang such shooting skills. I didn't expect that it was the masterpiece of this inconspicuous old man in front of me. Su Liang watched Han Rushuang follow her grandfather into the house with a smile on her face. I feel like the sky is falling. How am I going to put it back together? Chapter 111. 100 Waves. 3 updates. Everyone sat together. Han Rushuang smiled and said, I really didn't expect that you two lived together. No wonder you were said to have such a good relationship. Bai Qianqian smiled and explained, Teacher Han, before the Divine Awakening, my family was attacked by a strange beast and the house was completely destroyed. So I moved to Brother Su Liang's house. Han Rushuang smiled and nodded. That's great. This way you can ask Senior Su for more advice. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian was stunned. Senior Su? Although he was confused, he nodded anyway. Su Liang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I tried my best to wink at Grandpa, but Grandpa seemed not to see it. Su Liang, I came here for 2 main purposes this time. Oh. Su Liang responded. Han Rushuang smiled and said, last time when you were choosing combat skills, 1-star combat skills were not very useful to you, so I applied for a 3-star combat skill for you. I believe that with your grandfather's guidance, you should be able to master it quickly. As he spoke, Han Rushuang had already taken out a combat skill crystal. Su Liang smiled awkwardly, and what he thought came true. Thank you, teacher. Han Rushuang shook her head. This is what I should do. After all, you are now the strongest freshman in our academy. Even at the level, it is difficult for you to be a match. This kind of fighting skills is suitable for you now. Hearing this, Lu Xian was slightly shocked. The strongest freshman? Is Xiao Yang so powerful? Su Liang took the combat skill crystal. The second thing, of course, is to visit some of the Su elders. Su Luochen laughed and said, Teacher Han, you are too polite. I am just an old man. It is a blessing for this kid to be favored by Teacher Han. Su's conscience was in his throat. Han Rushuang smiled and shook her head. Senior Su, you can teach such an outstanding grandson, which proves that you must also be a master who is proficient in combat skills. Well, my heart is finally at peace. What kind of master is Grandpa? At most, he is a double-standard old man. He always smiles to everyone else except when they treat him sternly. Su Luochen smiled and shook his head. I didn't teach him anything. I just gave him some pointers occasionally. I think this kid is doing well and has learned a little bit. Su Liang's ears immediately pricked up. Did Grandpa understand the look in his eyes? Okay, there is still a chance. Su Liang quickly replied, Grandpa taught me well. Han Rushuang also smiled and nodded. We chatted for a while. Su Liang's dead heart seemed to come back to life. It seems that there is no mistake. When Grandpa pretends to be an expert, he actually looks quite like one. Han Rushuang didn't notice anything. I think it was concealed, right? At the right time, Han Rushuang spoke somewhat embarrassedly. Senior Su, I have something difficult to talk about here. Su Luochen smiled and said, It's okay, just tell me. Han Rushuang explained, From Su Liang's spearmanship, I can see something. I think Senior Su is also a master of spearmanship. I also majored in spearmanship. I have a set of overlord spears passed down from my family. It's a bit embarrassing to say this. I have been practicing this spear technique for nearly 30 years, but I am still stuck at the great success stage and can never go any further. So I would like to ask the seniors for some advice. Su Liang glared. WTF. Queen of Flowers, you are so unfair. Just come to visit me and bring such a big problem with you. My grandfather is just an old man. What can you ask him for advice? Now there are so many twists and turns. If Grandpa can't give us any guidance, we will definitely become a laughing stock. Su Liang was about to speak. Su Luochen smiled and said, I thought it was nothing, a trivial matter. Come, practice a little, or have a discussion with this brat. Maybe he can give you some pointers. Su Liang looked at his grandfather blankly. Grandpa, are you serious? This is not the way to pretend. Lianshuang was overjoyed. Great. Thank you, senior. Su Luochen smiled and shook his head, stood up, and asked Qian and the others to move the things away. Lianshuang directly drew out the Overlord's spear. Come, I want to fuck you. Let's have a fight. Lianshuang was so excited that she was incoherent. Everyone in Su Liang was confused. Looking at the little old man, Grandpa, blankly. Are you serious, old man? If you can't explain it clearly, I'm going to see how you end up. Lianshuang's spear was almost hitting his face. Su Liang was extremely helpless. Su Luochen said, Hurry up, little brat, and have a little sparring with your teacher. Su Liang nodded. Okay. Lianshuang was also extremely excited. Su Liang, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. This time, I will suppress my power to one seal. Su Liang shook his head. No need to suppress it to the first seal. Suppress it to the second seal. If it is suppressed to one print, there will be no fun. His current strength value has reached 183 points, which is already level 11. Su Liang drew out the Zhulong spear. In an instant, the momentum changed completely. Since we want to compete, that's just right. Let's see how strong my Qian Chonglang is. Anyway, Grandpa couldn't see any clues. Opportunities like this rarely come by. The moment Zhulong appeared, Lianshuang's pupils shrank instantly. Level combat soldier. Amazing. It's true. It must have been given to him by his grandfather. Who would believe that an old man who can easily take out a super combat weapon is not a strong man? The two men took up their positions, ready to fight at any time. Lianshuang shouted softly, Su Liang, be careful. Su Liang nodded. Su Luochen took Qian and the others to sit at the edge. Qian looked at Su Luochen's calm appearance. I was also a little confused in my heart. Could it be that Grandpa Su was really a very powerful senior? You can easily take out the advanced armor and give instructions to the teacher. The battle between Su Liang and Amazon is about to break out. The two spears collided instantly. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing was deafening. Sparks were struck. Lianshuang was a little shocked. How did his power become so strong? Lianshuang put away her contempt, waving the Overlord's spear in his hand. The two spears roared, drawing graceful and sharp arcs in the air, clanking and colliding. Lianshuang's domineering spearmanship is extremely powerful and is actually more suitable for men, but in her hands, it does not show any weakness at all. It fully demonstrates the sharpness of this set of Overlord spears to the extreme. Bang! Clang! Sparks burst. Lianshuang became more and more addicted to fighting. Su Liang shocked her too much. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for such a long time, Su Liang's fighting power had skyrocketed. Qian also looked at this scene in surprise. Brother Su Liang is really amazing. He could actually fight with the teacher to such an extent. At this moment, although Su Liang was fighting, the shock in his heart was greater than ever before. In the vision of the Eye of Insight, Lianshuang's 4 divine seals were clearly revealed, and her aura was seen thoroughly. There is no need to repeat the matter of being naked. In Su Liang's vision, the Eye of Insight analyzed her domineering spear skills clearly, without missing any details. Su Liang knew the weaknesses of each of her shots and had even analyzed the points of force. In other words, if Su Liang had enough strength, he could easily break every one of her shots. It's changed. There is simply no solution. Moreover, in this process, he also learned the opponent's Overlord spear, gradually integrated it into his own shooting skills. Su Liang was extremely shocked. Really going to be invincible? Su Liang gradually became addicted to playing. The shots were fired more and more fiercely. Many times, Lianshuang was caught off guard. Many of my moves were obviously very powerful, but they were easily broken, and I felt very powerless. Lianshuang had no idea what was going on. Su Luochen suddenly spoke. Each of you use your strongest move and collide with each other once. Su Liang was a little helpless. Grandpa, why are you butting in? Lianshuang shouted softly, Okay. Su Liang, take this. Su Liang's eyes suddenly focused. Han Rushuang shouted, "Overlord, take off your armor." The shot, which contained extremely powerful force, came crashing towards Su Liang. And Su Liang was not polite either. 100 waves. Su Liang stirred the spear in his hand, and in an instant, a strong wind and huge waves seemed to rise in the courtyard. Facing Han Rushuang's powerful shot, Su Liang rose to the challenge. A shot was fired. Just like huge waves washing away the sand, these hundreds of waves, one after another, like waves crashing against the shore, and terrifying energy forces collided towards Han Rushuang's gun. Boom. At this moment, Han Rushuang widened her eyes, extremely shocked. How can this guy be so strong? My shot was actually broken like this. Su Liang had only fired one shot, but Han Rushuang felt as if there were dozens of shots. One shot after another was fired at her. Han Rushuang held the gun across his chest. The terrifying force hit her body, forcing her to use the power of a divine warrior to resist at this moment. But his own spear was pressing down hard on the weapon on his chest, flattening it. Everything stops. Han Rushuang's eyes widened. What kind of shooting skills are you using? You can actually break my overlord armor? Chapter 112. Grandpa, are you a hidden boss? Su Luochen looked at them calmly, but a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I can actually use the 100 waves, but it's a bit stiff. Bai Qianqian's little hands were so excited that she was about to clap. Su Liang was a little embarrassed. How do you explain this? Well, this is actually just an ordinary shooting technique. Han Rushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he already knew in his heart that it must be some powerful shooting skill his grandfather taught him, but he didn't want to reveal it. Then don't ask. Han Rushuang was shocked. If I hadn't used the power of a divine warrior to resist that attack just now, I would have probably been injured. She quickly changed the subject. He smiled and said, very powerful, very powerful. I am ashamed of myself. Su Liang smiled awkwardly. No, I was just playing around. Han Rushuang didn't respond either. Instead, he looked at Su Luochen. Senior, please give me some advice. Su Luochen coughed twice. Su Liang's heart was in suspense. Grandpa, don't make a fool of yourself. Su Luochen just coughed twice. You little brat, why don't you point out those problems to your teacher? I've already taught you anyway. Su Liang's eyes lit up. Grandpa, it's so tall. How do you know I know her problem? Han Rushuang looked at Su Liang, but she actually didn't quite trust Su Liang's judgment. Su Luochen said, it can be regarded as a test for you. I will make corrections later to see if there is anything wrong with what you said. Hearing this, Han Rushuang breathed a sigh of relief. It just feels a bit awkward. Hey, isn't it true that I am not his teacher? Why is he pointing me out? Su Liang also felt a little awkward, but in order to avoid being exposed, he had no choice but to go ahead with it. Teacher Han, your marksmanship is actually very mature, but you just don't handle some details well. When you were fighting me, did you feel that your powerful shot was easily broken by me? Does it feel like punching cotton? Hearing this, Han Rushuang was shocked. Nodding repeatedly, yes. Su Liang explained, in fact, I discovered the flaws in your details. Each of my shots hit your weak spots. Let me show you. As he spoke, Su Liang had already started swinging his spear. The shooting skill is exactly her overlord spear. The moment Su Liang drew his gun, a strong and domineering aura burst out instantly. It's just like this shot, a long line of fish. When you burst out, you can take a small step forward, and the power of the shot will change significantly. And this shot has an extra backswing in the mountain opening style. Just omit it, and be more decisive. Han Rushuang was dumbfounded after listening to Su Liang's instructions. After Su Liang finished his set, look at Han Rushuang again. Han Rushuang was dumbfounded and said, I fought with you once, and you learned all my overlord spear skills? Su Liang scratched his forehead awkwardly. This. Su Liang changed his mind and decided to be thicker-skinned. Teacher, I am a natural talent. I can learn many things just by looking at them once. The old man was speechless for a while and said that you were fat and out of breath. Han Rushuang looked at Su Liang deeply. Only now did she realize that the Su Liang in front of her might really be a pervert. Su Liang said, Teacher, please try as I just said. Han Rushuang didn't have time to be shocked. With a wry smile, you will be my teacher from now on. Bai Qianqian also laughed, not to mock him, but because she was happy for Su Liang's excellence. Teacher, stop joking and try it now. Han Rushuang nodded. Follow Gang Su Liang's instructions. Start waving the spear. Su Liang gave instructions from the side. Han Rushuang made rapid progress. She was surprised to find that by following Su Liang's instructions and changing some of her details, she could clearly feel that her strength had increased. Every shot seemed to be invincible. The two of them started practicing like this. Su Luochen said goodbye to Qianqian and the others and went to take an afternoon nap. Qianqian watched with great enjoyment and also learned. We practiced until around 4 in the afternoon. Han Rushuang benefited a lot, sweating all over. Su Liang could only turn off the certain astringent ability of the Eye of Insight again and again. Han Rushuang paused. He gave Su Liang a complicated look. I am really impressed by you now. It seems that you are truly a genius. Su Liang smiled shyly. I'm just bragging, Teacher Han. Han Rushuang gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Don't call me Teacher Han. Ah. Han Rushuang blushed slightly. I'm too embarrassed. Why don't you just call me Sister Han or Sister Shuang? From now on, when you are not in the academy or when there is no one around, you can call me Sister. The wisest one is the teacher. I am just a little older than you. Su Liang smiled bitterly. Okay. Then I'll be welcome, Sister Han. Han Rushuang smiled brightly. Very good. Han Rushuang was thinking in her heart. Isn't this just clinging to a powerful person? What about me? Qianqian walked forward. Han Rushuang smiled and said, You can call me Sister Han too. It's the same. You two are in love anyway. Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly. Okay, Sister Han. Later, Su Liang also gave Qianqian some pointers. Han Rushuang originally wanted to leave, but they both asked me to stay for dinner. Su Luochen also started cooking at around 5 o'clock. The things that Luo Zan brought were made into a table of supplements. Han Rushuang was shocked. He was indeed a senior with great strength. This kind of valuable supplement is actually eaten as a common meal. No wonder Su Liang has such powerful strength at this level. Han Rushuang felt that she was lucky. Farewell later. The courtyard became quiet. Su Liang and Qianqian sat in the yard, watching the night fall, facing the moonlight. Qianqian leaned close to Su Liang's ear and whispered, Brother Su Liang, I told Mom about our relationship. Su Liang glared. Auntie didn't stop me, did she? Qianqian smiled and shook her head. No, Mom said she respects my decision. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, Then can I hold your hand openly and show it to your mother? Qianqian rolled her eyes. Don't be so bold, aren't you ashamed? Su Liang smiled and said, Why should I be ashamed? You are already my girlfriend anyway. Qianqian smiled sweetly and leaned on Su Liang's shoulder. Brother Su Liang, when you leave the city, take the single-person armored vehicle with you. The energy cannon on the vehicle can be used in emergencies at critical moments. Su Liang nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go to the villa early tomorrow and call Lin Shuya and Fong Bwe. We promised them that we would teach them, so let's teach them once before leaving the city, and then it will be just the two of us. Qianqian blushed. Pervert, you must be thinking about those things again. I have to think about it. After all, I have to leave the city, and I don't know how long it will take. Qianqian nodded softly. Okay. Late at night, Su Liang studied the 3-star combat skills brought by Han Rushuang, and also reached the Great Success realm. This set of spear skills is called Dragon Roar 9 Roar Spear. If you can make 3 dragon roars, it is considered a small success, 6 is a great success, and 9 is the peak. The dragon roar here is certainly not a real dragon roar. It can only be said to be a kind of sound that erupts when a gun is fired. Still good. Then the animal energy transformation began. According to his idea, he intended to add all the results of the transformation in these 2 nights to his strength. But when he increased his strength to 200 points, it was no longer effective. Those points are automatically distributed to other attributes. Su Liang was a little amused. It seems that once one's strength is over-enhanced and other attributes do not keep up, an imbalance will occur and the gain will outweigh the loss. Helpless, I can only take it step by step. Early morning. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 747. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal Level 2. Divine Seal Evolution Progress 2. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 2 Seals. Level 11. Beast Seal Evolution Progress 11. Spirit 133. Strength 183. Agility 133. Speed 133. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In one night, 218 1-star beast crystals were converted, and it finally evolved to level 11, and all basic points reached 200 points. There is still 1 night left. Although I can't add all the converted power to my strength, I can add it to 400 points. That should be fine. In order to get out of the city safely, it is still feasible. We had breakfast together. After breakfast, Su Liang and Qian Qian planned to return to the city center. Lu Xian was reluctant to leave. Explaining some words, Su Luochen stood beside Su Liang and said with a straight face, "When carrying out the mission, take it easy and don't act like the young people who act pretentiously. Always try to be safe." Su Liang looked at his grandfather in amazement. "Grandpa, can the word pretentious come out of your mouth? Why? I've never been young." Su Liang smiled awkwardly. "No, I just feel that it's a bit inappropriate. I'm just a young man, so it's okay for me to pretend to be cool, right?" Su Luochen pretended to slap her. "Grandpa, no, I won't pretend." When preparing to leave, Su Liang asked mysteriously, "Grandpa, are you a hidden boss?" Su Luochen glanced at him coldly. "You're the only one who talks too much bullshit, go away." Su Liang grinned. "I don't think so. Auntie, Grandpa, let's go." Su Liang and Qianqian went out. Lu Xian stood at the door, looking reluctant. Su Luochen turned back. His eyes were deep, but seemed to be filled with a trace of worry. Chapter 113, What's Your Code Name? Return to the villa. Fong Bwe had been waiting for a long time, and Lin Shuya arrived soon after. Lin Shuya was shocked when she saw Fong Bwe. The cold and beautiful campus girl in the academy is actually here to study? How powerful is Qianqian's boyfriend? This was beyond her understanding. Fong Bwe had clearly already reached the third seal, but he was seeking advice from a freshman who had just attained divine awakening. Fong Bwe is always cold when facing other people. They all entered the combat training room of the villa together, and Su Liang looked at the three of them. "Then come one by one, starting with you. Let's fight each other first." Fong Bwe nodded. "Without further ado, let's start fighting." Fong Bwe also had an obsession in his heart. He thought that he shouldn't be much worse than him, right? But when the two people really started to compete, Fong Bwe was shocked. Throughout the entire battle, Su Liang was fully aware of every one of her thoughts and was fighting her from a completely condescending perspective. At the same time, Su Liang's voice was always present throughout the whole process. "Be ruthless. Be decisive. Don't be afraid of killing me. Why do you need to make an extra horizontal cut? The center of gravity is wrong. Move it back." The more Fong Bwe interacted with Su Liang, the more he realized how terrifying Su Liang was. This is simply a perversion. Putting aside the power of the divine seal, I am like a 3-year-old child in front of him. Wait until Fong Bwe is almost here. Okay, just follow what I just taught you and practice on your own first. I'll come back to test you later. After I teach Qianqian and the others, you can try to fight against them, or you can just fight them virtually and practice on your own. Su Liang turned and looked at Qianqian and Lin Shuya. Fong Bwe went to the virtual battle by himself. She began to completely trust Su Liang and devoted all her efforts to honing her combat awareness and skills. Lin Shuya's eyes were shining when she looked at Su Liang now, full of admiration. "Su Liang, you are so amazing. Even a proud girl like Fong Bwe has to seek your advice." Su Liang smiled and shook his head. "Not as powerful as you think. Come on, it's your turn." Su Liang spent the whole day instructing them. In his spare time, Su Liang absorbed the divine crystals to evolve. To my surprise, I discovered that my speed of absorbing divine crystals had actually increased again. Now he can absorb 5 low-level divine crystals in 1 hour. It has also increased many times. This is a good thing. While they were practicing, he absorbed divine crystals to evolve. We had dinner together at 6 in the evening. The 4 of them gathered together. Fong Bwe said nothing, as cold as an iceberg. Therefore, the atmosphere was a bit cold. Su Liang often has to take the initiative to shut down the improper abilities of the Eye of Insight. It's really exciting to watch. One word, white. Fong Bwe and Lin Shuya left. Finally, they were the only 2 left in the villa. Han Xiaolong has been taken away by Gong Lai and Lu Yin, and his condition has stabilized. After taking a shower, the 2 of them snuggled up on the sofa. Bai Qianqian's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, and she was bound to be eaten out. Behind her, Qianqian pushed him away with a slightly flushed face. "My mouth is red again." Su Liang smiled innocently. "That's normal. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to tell how hard I'm working." Bai Qianqian rolled her eyes at him and said, "You big pervert. You're obviously feeling uncomfortable, but you still do this." "It's really uncomfortable, but I can't help it either. There's nothing I can do. Who made my girlfriend so attractive?" Bai Qianqian really didn't dare to dwell too much on this topic with him. After calming down a little, "Hug him gently," she said softly. "You must come back intact. I can't imagine life without you." Looking at the gentle Qianqian in his arms, Su Liang hugged her a little tighter. I will listen to you, and will come back alive and well. You must behave yourself in the academy. If anyone causes trouble for you, go find Director Huang. Qianqian nodded. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine in the academy, and I will try my best to catch up with you, so that I can fight with you in the future. Su Liang kissed her gently on the forehead. Okay, let's work together. In a blink of an eye, Qianqian took the initiative to straddle Su Liang's body. Su Liang was stunned. Qianqian, what are you doing? Qianqian had already taken the initiative to kiss him. I don't know how long I will not see you again, so I must eat my fill this time. Qianqian really wanted to say something. In fact, she was also very addicted to Su Liang's scent. Gradually, the two people became more and more outrageous. Su Liang also touched the softness. Late at night, Su Liang went to the bathroom before the beast energy was transformed, and only then did he suppress his restless heart. He took a deep breath. Tonight I will push my level 11 strength to 400 points. Beast energy transformation start. Early the next morning, Long Lan's message arrived early. Everyone, gather at base camp. Qianqian made breakfast for Su Liang. We parted with reluctance. Brother Su Liang, I'll wait for you to come back. Su Liang hugged her. Okay, I'll be back soon. Qianqian stood at the door and watched Su Liang get into Luin and the others' car. My heart was filled with reluctance, and I was praying for Su Liang, hoping he would come back safely. As she watched Su Liang leave, her eyes gradually became cold. Brother Su Liang, when you come back, I will give you a big surprise. In the car, Xiao Liangzi, you've been having a great time these past 2 days, sleeping on the lap of a beautiful woman in the land of gentleness. Gong Lai said with a wicked smile. Su Liang said innocently, I won't talk to you, an old pervert. We are still children. You're just a kid, aren't you? You're obviously an old hand. Aren't you ashamed? Why should I be embarrassed? I just turned 18. How come I'm not a child anymore? Gong Lai rolled his eyes. But why does your power appear golden? Hearing this, Su Liang was silent for a moment. He said very solemnly, Old Gong Lai, I am actually the chosen one of the level God Seal. Gong Lai and Lu Yin were both stunned for a moment. The next moment, Gong Lai showed a mocking look. Come on, you think you are a level 1? Don't think I didn't see the scene of your divine perception. You are a level 1. If you were a level 1, I would be the God King. Su Liang was confused. To tell you the truth, you don't believe it again. Then show it to me. Su Liang rolled his eyes. I don't want to bother with you. By the way, Sister Luin, how are things arranged with Brother Xiaolong? Don't worry, his family is taking care of him. His condition has stabilized, and he just needs to rest slowly. Su Liang nodded. Soon they arrived at the base camp. This was also the first time Su Liang came to the so-called base camp. Su Liang saw the other teammates already standing at the entrance of the base camp. My face twitched. Old Gong Lai, this? Gong Lai said, you saw it correctly. This is the base camp. Su Liang was speechless. This is actually an irregular barber shop. It is in a remote street corner and is very shabby. But for Su Liang, who had experience in his previous life, he could recognize where this place was at a glance. A place for bachelors to occasionally vent their desires. As soon as it gets late at night, the neon lights flicker with ambiguous lights. Is it really necessary to do this? Gong Lai smiled and said, it was the captain who wanted to do it this way, saying that he could teach some bad guys a lesson. Later he wanted to change it, but Long Lan wouldn't let him, saying that it would attract less attention, so that's how it was. Su Liang was speechless. What kind of weird ideas were these? Su Liang greeted everyone one by one. Not long after, Long Lan and Hunchu also walked out. Long Lan locked the door. Hunchu said, this mission has both risks and opportunities. I hope we can come back the same way we went there, without missing anyone, and no one is allowed to complain to me. Everyone nodded obediently. Long Lan replied, let's go. There's news from the military. It's almost time to open the gate. Hunchu nodded. The mission begins. Let's go.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Everyone looked serious. One chariot after another appeared, roaring, and rushed towards the high wall. It only takes about 10 minutes. Su Liang looked at the majestic tall wall, and his heart was moved. He never expected that he would be able to leave the city so early in his life. What kind of experience will we have this time? Outside the high walls, it's a completely different world. It is full of dangers, but also full of vitality. Passing through the many checkpoints of the military, saw the terrifying heavy gate. Everyone put away the chariots. Review it again. I saw the military auditor checking Su Liang's information. One seal chosen one? What's going on? Long Lan hurried forward and said, "No problem. He is our team member, and he is indeed the one seal chosen one." The other party looked at Su Liang deeply and said, "It's just one level. It doesn't matter. They are still Jinsha. They can do whatever they want, and even the generals in the military dare not interfere in Jinsha's affairs." But at this moment, a slightly sour voice sounded. "Long Lan, what happened to Jinsha? Are the recruitment standards so low now? Even the one seal chosen are recruited? They didn't even want me at this level back then." Hearing this, several teams around looked over. A little surprised, the one chosen by God? Everyone followed his gaze and looked over there. She is a beautiful woman wearing slightly cool clothes, a seductive red dress. Next to her stood a group of teammates with stern faces. Su Liang's eyes of insight swept over it. There are four seal divine warriors. This is obviously stronger than their Jinsha strength. Su Liang saw one of them, whose 4 divine seals were almost complete and was about to evolve into 5 seals. The aura on that body is extremely powerful. He should be the captain of this team. When he looked over here, his face was indifferent. All other teammates have 3 seals, and their levels are not low. Su Liang just felt a little strange. Their Jinsha was not really strong on the surface, but they were ranked first. Su Liang took the opportunity to look at Hunchu. Shocked for a moment. Oh shit. In Su Liang's vision, the aura fluctuations emanating from Hunchu far exceeded that of everyone else. It was like a ferocious beast from ancient times, blocking out the sky and the sun. He is several times stronger than the captain of the opposing team. Su Liang finally understood that the key lies with Hunchu. This is definitely a peerless tough guy. The 4th seal has been completely perfected and can evolve into the 5th seal at any time. When Su Liang looked at the various people around him, Long Lan looked at the woman calmly. "You still talk as much shit as before. If you don't talk, no one will say you are dumb. Please learn from your teammates and shut up." The woman in the red dress snorted coldly. "I have good intentions, but am I going to die if I print it out?" Long Lan rolled her eyes and spat. "Flirtatious bitch." The woman in the red dress said angrily, "Long Lan, I really don't know what Hunchu likes about you. You have no flesh and no figure." Long Lan sneered, "What do you care? He just likes me. So what? He won't like you anyway, slut." The woman was almost mad with rage, but she didn't do anything. The 2 people were arguing with each other, but the woman in the red dress would occasionally look at the indifferent Hunchu, who seemed to have heard nothing. The teammates on both sides did not speak. Gong Lai leaned close to Su Liang's ear and said, "That woman's name is Zhu Zhu. She likes the captain and wanted to be our teammate before, but the captain didn't agree. Then your sister Xiaolan and the captain did something, and then Zhu Zhu regarded Long Lan as a rival. There is basically no big hatred between ordinary teams, but most of them, the Blood Wolves, have stern faces." Su Liang nodded. "So that's how it is." At this time, Captain Blood Wolf walked to the opposite side of Hunchu. "The code name has been decided. It's called the Moon Burial Project. Our target should be a phantom moon demon fox." At this moment, Su Liang suddenly looked at Captain Blood Wolf. "What did you say the code name was?" Su Liang's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became unusually rapid, as if he had heard something horrible. Everyone looked at him, somewhat confused. Chapter 114, Everyone Will Die. Everyone looked at Su Liang, who had lost his composure, with confusion on their faces. At this time, Su Liang looked at Captain Bloodwolf in great shock. Hunchu also glanced at Su Liang with a somewhat cold expression. Bloodwolf Captain Duan Xia glanced at Su Liang, and then looked away. "Is this your new teammate? Why don't you give me Zhaojian, and I'll give you Zhu Zhu?" Hunchu's expression remained indifferent. "Don't respond to this topic directly. Phantom Moon Fox? Are you sure?" Duan Xia nodded. "It is basically confirmed. The military has just captured the trace of this 5-star fantasy moon demon fox. There is reason to suspect that it is the one manipulating these things behind the scenes." Hunchu's expression changed slightly. "Then the danger level should be raised to 5 stars, right?" Duan Xia nodded. "Logically speaking, the danger level of such a highly intelligent beast is no less than that of a 6-star beast, but the military has not changed it and still judges it as a 4-star beast. After all, we are not asked to kill it. As long as we complete the mission, it will be fine. As long as we find any trace of it, the military will send out the god generals and god kings to kill it." Hunchu glanced at him and asked, "What do you think?" It was rare for Duan Xia's silly face to show a smile. "Sure enough, you still understand me. Any ideas for getting it done?" Hunchu was silent for a moment. "It's too dangerous. The fantasy moon fox is a strange beast that is good at chasing away wolves and tigers. It will definitely control many strange beasts to protect itself. Duanxia nodded. Fortune comes with risk. I brought a powerful weapon this time. Maybe I have a chance. Hunchu nodded. Contact me when the time comes and I'll act accordingly. Duanxia nodded. Okay. But speaking of which, what do you think of taking a seal of the Chosen One out of the city? Hunchu shook his head without explaining. Okay. I'm too lazy to ask, but Zhu, you just… Hunchu gave him a cold look. Duanxia quickly shut up. No wonder people say you have no sense of humor. Forget it. Pity such a good girl like our Zhu. Duanxia walked away on his own. Hunchu looked at Su Liang. At this time, Su Liang was already covered in cold sweat. Hunchu frowned. Why did his breathing suddenly become so unstable? Gonglai and the others noticed that something was wrong with Su Liang and came closer. What's wrong with you? Gonglai asked with a frown. Luin, Yunmu, Yi Qingqing and the others all came closer. Everyone noticed Su Liang's horrified look. Why is it the Burial Moon Project? It turns out that the Moon Burial Plan was launched at this time. And in this life, he actually got involved in this way. I didn't even notice it beforehand. Su Liang glanced at his teammates around him and suddenly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. In a trance, he saw a gray picture. Everyone's smiling faces turned gray, and then gray blood began to seep out of their faces and bodies. Then one by one they turned into ashes and drifted away in the wind. He was kneeling on the ground with wounds all over his body, crying bitterly with his teammate's body in his arms. This feeling made Su Liang feel like he was falling into the abyss. Suddenly, a big hand patted his shoulder, pulled him out of that illusory scene. Su Liang? Su Liang suddenly looked at Gonglai. Everyone's face looked strange at this moment. It seems that something is wrong with Su Liang. Su Liang was already sweating profusely. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you react so strongly to the Burial Moon Project? Su Liang glanced at him. Without. Su Liang turned his head and looked at Hunchu who was walking over. Captain. Captain. Su Liang walked towards Hunchu. Everyone was extremely confused. What was going on? Hunchu didn't understand why either. Captain, this plan must be cancelled. It must be cancelled. The teammates became even more confused. What is this for? Hunchu also frowned. What's wrong with you? Su Liang felt bitter. You will die. Everyone will die. But how could he say such words? Hunchu said coldly, if you are afraid, go back. I won't force you to participate in this mission. Without waiting for Su Liang to speak, Gonglai stepped forward and grabbed Su Liang. Don't talk nonsense here, kid. You have been on several missions without any problems. Why are you sick now? Su Liang glanced at his teammates around him. He really didn't know how to start. Such words are simply sensational and will bring great psychological pressure to teammates. Su Liang ignored Gonglai and instead focused his attention on Long Lan. After arguing for a few words, Long Lan and Zhu came back. Sister Xiaolan, how many divine hunting teams are there participating in the Moon Burial Project this time? Long Lan paused and said, 20, and a number of marching teams from the military. Su Liang's heart was shocked. Really? It's the Moon Burial Project? The Moon Burial Plan that dealt a devastating blow to the Rongqing Divine Hunting Team. Because these 20 divine hunting teams were the backbone of the many divine hunting teams in Rongqing. And in the Moon Burial Plan, almost no one survived. Su Liang figured out a lot of things. No wonder, after he attained divine awakening in his previous life, he rarely heard the name Jinsha in the Academy of the Chosen. That's because they participated in the Moon Burial Plan after their divine awakening, and almost everyone died. Where is the Jinsha? The subsequent massacre of the divine hunting team by Shura Blade may or may not have been done by Hunchu. There must be something crucial happening here. He knew about this in his previous life, after graduating from college. He joined a relatively ordinary divine hunting team and heard some legends. He never imagined that in this life, he would end up walking into the center of the storm. Long Lan looked at Su Liang. Su Liang, what do you know? Su Liang glanced at everyone. He knew that there seemed to be no room for recovery in this matter. With his current abilities, it is impossible for him to prevent the Moon Burial Project from being halted. Then he can only rely on his own prophetic key points to try to avoid this from happening. Save your teammates. Su Liang withdrew his thoughts. Look at everyone. It's okay, sorry. I was a little distracted just now, don't worry. Everyone was confused. Long Lan nodded. I'm glad you're okay. Although everyone had doubts, no one asked too many questions. Hunchu glanced at Su Liang. You'll be riding in my car out of town later. Su Liang looked at him and nodded. 20 teams have arrived one after another. Long Lan has gone to pick up the equipment related to the mission. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Zhu walked in front of Qi Hunchu a little shyly. Have you discussed cooperation with our captain? She actually didn't know what she wanted to say to Qi Hunchu. But I just want to say a few words. Just a few words will do. Zhu Zhu's outfit is indeed a little cooler, but she is a great beauty, and this is her little trick to meet Qi Hunchu. Qi Hunchu glanced at her indifferently. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Oh. Zhu Zhu looked like a shy little girl at this time. The other teammates were watching the show. I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply? Zhu Zhu said softly while spinning 2 fingers. Qi Hunchu was cold and emotionless. No time. After saying this, Qi Hunchu turned and left. Hey, Qi Hunchu, be careful when you leave the city. Qi Hunchu did not respond, and Zhu Zhu's eyes were somewhat resentful. Just then Long Lan came back. Sister Zhu, stop seducing our captain. Long Lan scolded. Zhu Zhu puffed up her lips and said, I'm too lazy to argue with a person like you who doesn't have any meat. He didn't say he was with you, so why can't I chat him up? Mind your own business. Zhu Zhu walked away, twisting her butt. Long Lan snorted coldly, slut. Su Liang was speechless when he saw the scene. It turns out that Sister Xiaolan also has this side. Gong Lai stood beside Su Liang and whispered, Isn't it exciting? The two of them have always been at odds with each other. Su Liang smiled bitterly, but didn't pay too much attention to it. He was now trying hard to recall the details of the moon burial plan from his previous life. But in my previous life, I just listened to it as a tragic story, without many details. The military has not disclosed the fundamental reason why so many people died in the moon burial project, which is a big problem. Su Liang sighed in his heart. I can only pray in my heart. I hope that with his joining, the moon burial project will be able to change a little bit. Maybe when he talks to the captain alone, the captain can listen to some of his advice. Finally, everything is ready. The door is about to open. Qi Hunchu, Bloodwolf, and the captains of several other teams looked at each other and got on their chariots. Su Liang followed. The extremely heavy door slowly rose up. A lush green slowly appeared. The chariots roared and everyone began to leave the city. Su Liang knew that this crisis journey was about to begin. Chapter 115. Yes. I am SSS grade. This is the first time in my life that I am outside the high walls. Looking around, it looks like a piece of ancient forest. There are no rules at all. The corpses of strange animals can often be seen. After the 20 teams left the city, they began to disperse. Each has a corresponding mission area. They won't make much noise, and they don't want to be targeted by the monsters so quickly. Some low-level monsters that just show up will be killed directly. There are 4 chariots in total, all in corresponding positions. As he got further away from the steel jungle, Su Liang's heart became more and more heavy. In their chariot, there were only him, Qi Hunchu, and Long Lan. Long Lan was operating the Sky Eye, connecting to the military signal, and carefully exploring the surroundings. Qi Hunchu signaled to the two to turn off the microphone. Qi Hunchu asked, What happened to your abnormal behavior just now? What's wrong with this plan? Su Liang didn't know how to start, and his face looked a little solemn. Captain, I don't know if you will believe me if I tell you. Qi Hunchu said, Speak. Su Liang sighed inwardly. Captain, this moon burial plan is very dangerous, even extremely dangerous. It is very likely that we... Su Liang didn't know how to continue, and anyone who listened to him would think that there was something wrong with his brain. This just doesn't make sense. It didn't happen, and there was no evidence for it. His words alone couldn't change anything. Qi Hunchu asked, Why do you think so? Or, why did you come to such a conclusion? Long Lan also listened carefully and felt something was wrong just now. And what Su Liang said now means that there is a high possibility that many of them will die in this mission. Su Liang sighed. Long Lan asked, What will be our casualty rate? Su Liang glanced at her. His expression calmed down. 90%. Long Lan's heart was shocked, and Qi Hunchu's pupil shrank slightly. Doesn't this mean that out of the 12 of them, perhaps only 1 or 2 can survive? In fact, Su Liang was being a little more tactful. Why do you have this feeling? You clearly know nothing. Long Lan said. Su Liang shook his head, his tone calming down. There are things that are hard to explain, but believe me, this mission is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Unfortunately, I don't know how to avoid it. Qi Hunchu looked at Su Liang deeply. What guarantees do you have? Su Liang sighed softly. Captain, I can't guarantee anything. I told you this just to remind you that you must be extra careful. This is not an easy task. Hunchu and Long Lan both looked at Su Liang deeply. This statement is really not very credible. But from everyone's point of view, there is no need for Su Liang to spread such a shocking rumor, which will not benefit him at all. But the key is, why could he say such a thing? Can he predict the future? After a long silence. Okay, I understand. Xiaolan, raise our internal danger level to the highest level and inform the others. Long Lan also felt a little puzzled, but she still did it. The captain's orders are more important than anything else in the team. Hunchu looked at Su Liang coldly. I will take what you said as true. I don't want such a thing to happen, but after all, the danger level has increased, and an explanation is needed later. Su Liang nodded. It would be best if he could do this. At this time, among the other 3 chariots, everyone received the signal from Long Lan that the danger level had increased. Everyone was extremely shocked. It's actually the highest level? Xiaolan? What's going on? Sister Xiaolan, why did you mention it to the highest level? The puzzled voices of other teammates came from the headset. Long Lan said solemnly, don't ask why. Everyone be on full alert. This is the captain's order. Follow it. Hearing this, everyone was shocked.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
The increase in danger level completely changed everyone's status. At first, there was a feeling of getting out of town to relax, but now, everyone feels as if they are about to face a war in the next second. In this highly tense situation, no one dares to take it lightly. Just follow the orders. Hunchu was silent for a while and suddenly spoke. Your golden color is going to explain? Su Liang paused. It seems that I can't hide it anymore. His eyes were focused. Yes, I am level 1. Long Lan's eyes widened. Although it was expected, it was still shocking to hear such words coming out of Su Liang's mouth. Level. Not level or grade. When Bai Qianqian reached the awakening level, it caused a sensation in the whole city and even attracted many high-level city representatives to come. And now, next to them, there is actually a secret level sitting. The 2 are lovers. Hunchu was not that shocked, as if everything was within his expectations. He nodded and said, Twin Divine Seals? Su Liang nodded, well, please forgive me for not revealing my attributes. Hunchu shook his head, no need to expose it, just keep it to yourself. So what level are you now? Su Liang said solemnly, 2nd seal, level 11. Long Lan's little mouth opened into shape. Are you kidding? It's only been over a week, and you've already printed 2? Su Liang nodded calmly. The first level is naturally fast, and the rest will be slow. Long Lan really didn't know what to say. It has to be fast, but it can't be this fast, right? How can others live like this? Long Lan said excitedly, Captain, we found a treasure. Hunchu's expression was relatively normal. If you want to hide it, then hide it. I will warn my teammates when they find out. Su Liang nodded. If he revealed the level of his divine seal at this time, perhaps it would increase the credibility of his words. Captain, I have a request. You say. It's during the night rest period. My evolution cannot be interrupted. I would like to apply to stay in the chariot to evolve. It would be best if no one else can get close to me. Hunchu glanced at Su Liang. Nodding, okay. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that it would be inconvenient for him to evolve after he came out. Otherwise, your level will stagnate. Long Lan was a little curious. Su Liang, so you want to evolve 2 divine seals at the same time? Su Liang nodded. Let's evolve separately. Evolve the super divine seal when you are free during the day, and evolve the super divine seal at night. As he spoke, Su Liang had already taken out the divine crystal and was absorbing it. Long Lan was amazed. I can't believe there are such magical things in this world. I've never heard of them before. The chariot continued to move forward. The journey was relatively peaceful at the beginning. There were hardly any waves. After they had advanced about 50 kilometers, their speed gradually slowed down. Next is the territory of the exotic beasts. Wherever you go, you may encounter groups of strange beasts. Just as their 4 chariots were moving forward, on a lush hill not far from them, there were several figures wearing armor, staring at them. Their armor looked a bit worn and old, with many scratches and looked old. What is more noticeable is that their armor is somewhat different from the armor that Su Liang and his men usually wear. There are various animal patterns on these armors, or they can directly carve animal patterns, or have decorative pieces with exotic animals. The person in the front has dark halos under his eyes and looks gloomy. On his armor is a wolf, a lone wolf. Lone Wolf asked, see where those guys from Solar? Someone next to him turned on the device and checked the situation. It's 300 kilometers from here. We'll be there soon. Lone Wolf nodded. The The fun is about to begin. How interesting will it be when the time comes to let them fight for that thing? A sinister smile appeared on the lone wolf's face. The clash between this guy Hunchu and Wang Tiance will definitely be very interesting. Boss, isn't Wang Tiance the fifth seal? Will Hunchu be a match? Lone Wolf smiled and said, that's because you don't understand Hunchu. You have to remember that he is a must-kill target marked by us as Class A, Level 3. You will see his perversion in the future. Several people nodded. Grade A, 3rd level, was already very high. Some levels of God's chosen ones were not even qualified to get it, but Hunchu, who was 1 level higher, was qualified. There is only one class a 2nd class and one 1st class left. That is a hunting level exclusive to the top level. So Hunchu's perversion is evident from this. The lone wolf smiled and said, Wu Bei, go play with them and see how many of them you can reduce. We will go and deal with other things first. The Wu Bei wearing gray armor behind him nodded. Understood. He gave a crazy smile and instantly disappeared into the woods. Chapter 116. Something is wrong. After going out of the 50-kilometer range, the chariot was put away. It is no longer suitable to drive a chariot around and show off. Once a group of strange beasts is attracted, it will be a huge trouble. Everyone gathered together. Everyone's position is very particular. Yi Qingqing, Fu Yuan, and Lu Yin are in the middle. For blood drinkers, including the captain, lined up at the front. Long Lan was right between Hunchu and the assassination team. The latter ones are at the back. Su Liang observed everyone's formation and chose to stand at the position where the outer blood drinkers and the rear fighters met. Everyone was slightly stunned. Is this kid really a guy who has just attained divine enlightenment? Hunchu said, let's talk while we walk. Xiaolan, the location of the first eye of the sky. Long Lan called up the location and sent it to the holographic projection screen in front of everyone. 30 kilometers northwest is the first marked location. At our current speed, it will take at least a day and a night to get there. According to the route, there is a swamp, a 500-meter mountain to climb, and a canyon. The main danger points are these 3 places, which have been marked. Receive. Receive. Hunchu continued. You don't need to know the reason for the danger level now, but be alert. Even if it is a misjudgment, we will not suffer any loss. No one asked in reply, they just listened when the captain spoke. Then, the location of Su Liang's mission this time is at the blood drinker. Hearing this, everyone was slightly shocked. A blood drinker of 1 seal? Isn't this a bit hasty? Who has ever seen a blood drinker with a seal? However, they have all seen Su Liang's fighting ability, and it seems that he can barely make it. No one will object. A team can only have 1 leader. Everyone moved forward steadily, spoke very little, and performed their respective duties. At the same time, other teams have also set out towards the depths. Along the way, they naturally encountered some strange beasts. If there is no group, the blood drinkers will just attack and kill them, without giving them any chance to react. With Long Lan's Sky Eyes detection, he can clearly detect the surrounding situation within a few kilometers around them. About 3 hours later, they advanced 7 or 8 kilometers and encountered the first wave of strange beasts. There are probably about 50 of them. Among them are 3-star strange beasts leading the way. Several blood drinkers slowly approached and suddenly attacked. Catch someone off guard. Su Liang naturally took action as well. He began to show his strength after his transformation. Gong Lai and the other latecomers protected Lu Yin and Long Lan. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? The spear in that kid's hand is of super level, right? Gong Lai was stunned. Yumu continued. The armor seems to be of level 1 as well. Each pupil trembled violently. Damn, can I buy a level-up armor with just 100,000 divine crystals? Gong Lai screamed in surprise. Green rolled his eyes. Do you think it's possible? Gong Lai said with some envy. Where did this brat come from? Who knows? Damn, level up. How many divine crystals are needed? I can't even imagine it. Gong Lai cursed, feeling extremely envious. Several people were attracted by Su Liang's fight. Su Liang seems to have become stronger again, murmured the latecomer Chen Wuhua. Several people nodded. Gong Lai muttered, is this kid so perverted? Level? No one wanted to talk anymore. It's not like they haven't seen powerful gods chosen before, but have you ever seen one that is so abnormal at the first impression? A small-scale strangulation was quickly cleared up. Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan were responsible for sniping those strange beasts that wanted to escape, and being careful not to let them call other strange beasts. After the problem was solved, everyone quickly took away the beast crystals. Then leave quickly. On the way forward, Gong Lai couldn't help but speak. Boy, I'll give you 100,000 divine crystals, and you also get me a set of level 1. Su Liang rolled his eyes. You must be daydreaming. Su Liang explained, this was not bought, it was left to me by my parents. Everyone was silent for a moment. Gong Lai smiled and said, okay, it seems that your parents were also very capable. No wonder you were so capable. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What do you mean you were so cowardly? Do you know how to talk? Do you think it's hot to say I'm strong? Su Liang cursed. Gong Lai smiled and didn't care. He has always been like this, straight to the point. It seemed that the conversation between these two guys made everyone feel less nervous. Everyone quickly moved away from the bloody place. They passed through dense jungle, across various small swamps, and over hills. It's like a steel knife, inserted deep into the vast earth. Until about 4 in the afternoon, everyone arrived at a special place. Everyone looked at the rectangular mountains carefully. Xiaolin said, this is a city from 300 years ago, Loqing. It is about 1/10 the size of our Rongqing. Every city used to have tall buildings. Even after 300 years, you can still see traces of the past. Look at the densely packed square mountains. Everyone was in a trance, as if they could vaguely feel the prosperity of this place 300 years ago. Hunchu gave orders. Let's find an open area to rest for a while. This place is actually very dangerous. Many strange beasts live in those former high-rise buildings. Don't alert them. Rest quickly. Xiaolan, always be on guard against attacks from flying monsters. Receive. Everyone nodded. We found a relatively open place with open air on all sides. Long Lan set up many devices to monitor everything around him. Everyone is resting, and those who need to eat are eating. Su Liang looked around. It seems like I have been to this place in my previous life. Although it was just a quick glance, there was a sense of familiarity. In my previous life, I saw my teammates fall down during missions time and time again. Can this crisis be avoided? We can only hope that if danger really occurs, we can call for military rescue as soon as possible. Suddenly, Su Liang looked at a square mountain that was completely covered with green plants. His pupils shrank slightly. It seemed like I saw a figure flash by. He frowned immediately. Illusion? But the feeling is not wrong. The vision of the Eye of Insight is even more accurate than some equipment. Sister Xiaolan, please help scan that building. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound and became alert instantly. What's wrong? Gong Lai asked. Su Liang said, I seem to see a figure flash by. Gong Lai was suspicious. Are you kidding? The straight line distance is at least 5 kilometers. Can you see it? Su Liang didn't want to argue with him. Sister Xiaolan. Long Lan has already controlled the equipment and started exploring. Life fluctuations were indeed detected, but it could be a strange beast. Hearing this, Su Liang frowned. Something is wrong. Something is still wrong. Hunchu said, hurry up and recover, and leave when you are almost done.
Yes. Yes.
Gong Lai patted his shoulder. Don't be too nervous, maybe it's a flying beast. Su Liang felt vaguely uneasy. And at this moment, on the top of the green building, Wu Bei was a little surprised. I was almost discovered. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. Patted a wolf with atrophied front legs next to him. Next, let us have some fun with you. Wu Bei laughed grimly. Old friend, it's your turn to take action. This is a wolf dog, as tall as 2 men. He roared towards the sky. A special sound wave vibrated in all directions. The next moment, those scarlet eyes hidden in the buildings opened instantly. He walked out of the dilapidated building with heavy steps. The speed is getting faster and faster. Those were blood moon demon wolves with red pupils. At the same time, Su Liang and the others who were resting on the spot also heard the wolf howl. Everyone was shocked. It's a wolf howl. Xiaolan suddenly exclaimed. A large number of alien beasts are running towards us. Danger. The level feedback of the alien beasts is extremely dangerous. There are quite a few 2-star and 3-star stars. There are also a large number of 1-star stars. Everyone's expression changed instantly. What's going on? Are we being targeted by a strange beast? Hunchu shouted softly, Go! Evacuate! In an instant, everyone started running. No, they're coming from all directions. Unless you fly away. However, once they start flying, they will easily be targeted by the birds of prey in the sky. In the air, their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced, and their flexibility is far inferior to those of the birds of prey. Once the tank is damaged, they may even lose their last retreat. So you can't go into the air easily. Hunchu shouted softly, Find a relatively weak point and break through. Hunchu also sensed something was wrong. They were already careful enough, but on the first day, they were already targeted by a group of strange beasts. This is clearly not right. Hunchu shouted, Xiao Lan, estimate the number of exotic beasts. Long Lan responded as she ran, no less than 500. More than 2 stars, more than half. Everyone's face changed drastically. How come there are so many 2-star monsters gathered here? Long Lan quickly said, the west is the least. Everyone turned around. Su Liang had a very bad feeling in his heart. The sound just now was wrong. It didn't sound like a wolf's howl. Chapter 117. You were so awesome that it exploded. 12 people ran quickly. All the way west. Hunchu shouted coldly, keep the formation. Protect Luin and Xiaolan. Blood drinkers, latecomers, prepare to fight. Receive. Receive. Everyone's faces became extremely cold and stern. Su Liang dragged the spear, feeling a chill in his heart. This time the moon burial plan will definitely not be that simple. There was something wrong with that wolf howl just now. Xiaolan's voice came. It's the blood moon demon wolf. A medium-level monster. Everyone's face was shocked. I didn't expect it to be such a tough beast. This is really dangerous. Most of the strange beasts encountered in the city are low-level beasts. Those are basically the mutations of small reptiles. But right now, the combat power of this large wolf beast is even more amazing. And Su Liang finally understood. That wasn't a wolf howling just now. It was a wolf dog. This is an organized group of blood moon demon wolves. There's a wolf dog giving orders. Everyone was shocked when they heard the sound. You know what wolf is? Gonglai exclaimed. Su Liang felt heavy-hearted. In his previous life, he had also encountered a group of wolves like this. Among them was a wolf dog riding on the back of a wolf. Bei possesses extremely high intelligence and is the military advisor of the wolf clan. The roar had a slightly different sound. This is why Su Liang felt that there was something wrong with the sound just now. Su Liang said, it must be a wolf. Captain, we have to fight our way out and leave quickly, otherwise they won't give up. When Hunchu heard Su Liang's words, his heart trembled slightly. Embarrassed? Could it be those guys? Hunchu's face darkened, and he looked very solemn. It seems that this matter is far more dangerous than he imagined. Break through with all your strength. Assassination team. If necessary, use energy cannons to sweep. Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan responded. Received. Soon, the Blood Moon Demon Wolves in front were running towards them. Each of these Blood Moon Demon Wolves is huge in size. Not to mention 2 and 3 stars. The 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf looks to be as tall as a small floor. The 4 divine seals on Hunchu's body have begun to surge. He shouted, kill. In an instant, Hunchu slashed with his sword, and a terrifying crescent-shaped sword energy burst out instantly. Blood splattered instantly. A group of 1-star and 2-star Blood Moon Demon Wolves instantly turned into a blood mist. 5 blood drinkers and 3 backfighters attacked instantly. The long sword on Zhao Jin's back was instantly unsheathed, slashing out a series of azure sword lights, which were extremely sharp, and the Night Moon Demon Wolves fell one after another. Lu Wuhuan drew out his 2 swords at an extremely fast speed and harvested madly. Gu Tianqing used his pair of iron fists to confront the Blood Moon Wolf head-on, punching it to pieces. His whole body was glowing with a yellowish-brown light, and he was unstoppable. Yunmu, Chenwuhua, and Gonglai were a little slower as they also had to take care of the task of protecting Levian and Long Lan. Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan used long-range sniping to sweep away any strange beasts that might break out from the surrounding area. Of course, Lu Yin and Long Lan Yi couldn't just sit there and watch. They also have source crystal cannons in their hands. However, Long Lan's focus is still on Sky Eye. She must monitor possible emergencies around her in real time. Everybody is fighting. Blood splattered everywhere, and the beast crystals that could be taken away would be taken away, and those that could not be taken away would not be missed at all. The dark red candle dragon spear in Su Liang's hand emitted a ferocious and fierce light. A level 1 battle armor that increased Su Liang's strength by 70%. Su Liang's own strength value is 400 points, and after being upgraded by the armor, it is equal to 680 points. For him, this strength value has already reached level 14, and this level, according to Su Liang's calculations, is completely equivalent to a level 21 3-seal Divine Master. So, strictly speaking, he is not much different from the blood drinkers now, except Zhao Jian and the captain. And once the Beast God Seal's Fiery Blood Attraction is activated, this gap will be narrowed. But now is not the time. Su Liang's killing power is extremely strong. The explosive force of each shot, coupled with the sharpness of the Zhulong spear, meant that no strange beast could survive a single shot. Moreover, even if it was a 2-star beast, it would not survive more than a few seconds on the tip of Su Liang's gun. This transformation shocked the other teammates. Everyone was shocked. This kind of combat power. It seems that it is not much worse than theirs. Su Liang felt a chill in his heart and attacked with all his might. Eye of Insight is activated. It was just as he expected. Now the Eye of Insight can not only see through the weaknesses of the chosen ones, but also see the situations of strange beasts. He could clearly see the degree of evolution of these strange beasts, the fluctuations of the aura emanating from their bodies, and the shortcomings of each strange beast. Therefore, when he attacks, he usually hits the weak points directly. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even in terms of killing results, it is better than others. Xiao Liangzi, you're so awesome. Gong Lai yelled. You're so awesome. Su Liang took the time to respond. Gong Lai laughed wildly. The Zhulong spear in Su Liang's hand was invincible. There is no exotic animal skin or flesh that cannot be broken. In front of him appeared a blood moon demon wolf that was not far from evolving to 3 stars. Su Liang snorted coldly. He stepped down suddenly. Su Liang, be careful. That one is stronger. Long Lan's anxious voice came. Zhao Jian and Qi Hunchu took a look and were about to lend a helping hand. But the next moment, Su Liang's aura suddenly rose to its peak. 9 roars of the dragon. In just a split second, Su Liang's speed increased to the extreme. It was like a sharp arrow was shot out. Zhulong breaks through all obstacles. A shot explosion. Roar. At that moment, they seemed to hear 6 sounds similar to dragon roars. A bullet instantly pierced the extremely ferocious blood moon wolf's forehead. The blood moon demon wolf that was originally charging forward froze instantly. Su Liang snorted coldly and shook the gun with one hand. The head of the blood moon demon wolf, which was about to evolve to 3 stars, exploded instantly, and a beast crystal floated out. Su Liang took a step forward and kicked the bodies of the blood moon demon wolves out with one kick, blasting several blood moon demon wolves away. He flipped his hand and grabbed the beast crystal. Continue to attack. The teammates were shocked. Flax was stunned. A blood moon demon wolf that was about to evolve to 3 stars was killed by his single shot? Is this really the chosen one of the first level? Only Long Lan and Qi Hunchu understood. I can only say that this is a level of perversion. Gong Lai yelled wildly, Boy, I think you are awesome. Su Liang did not reply, but continued to slaughter. Now, for him, 1-star monsters and ordinary 2-star monsters can be killed easily. It's not just about the strength of one's own power. What's more important is the Eye of Insight's ability to anticipate the enemy's moves. Without the Eye of Insight, he would never be able to do this. The other teammates also hesitated in their hearts. It seems that it is not easy for them to do such a thing. Qi Hunchu shouted coldly, Don't linger. Break out quickly. They keep moving forward. There were corpses all over the ground behind him. The blood moon demon wolf behind him had already rushed over. It's getting more and more dangerous. Gong Lai and the other 3 have moved to the rear and are truly starting to act as rear guards and cover their retreat. Just then, there was the unique wolf howl. It rang again. These blood moon demon wolves pounced towards them like crazy. Long Lan's face looked extremely ugly. No, there are more and more. Everyone felt the pressure. The next moment, Yunmu, the latecomer, was slapped away by a claw of a 3-star blood moon demon wolf. Blood spurted out. At the same time, the blood moon demon wolf pounced towards Yunmu. 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 Everyone's face changed drastically. There are no less than a dozen 3-star blood moon demon wolves around. Su Liang's face looked extremely ugly. The next moment, Qi Hunchu caused a violent storm. Speed is increased to the extreme. Appeared behind Yunmu. Suddenly he slashed with his sword. Boom. Sobbing sounds were heard one after another. The blood moon demon wolves were swept away in an instant. Su Liang said, We must find a way to deal with that wolf before we have a chance. Zhao Jian shouted coldly, Go to the sky. Long Lan quickly spoke up to stop him. No. There are many blood vultures in the sky now, staring at us eagerly. Everyone's faces looked extremely ugly. Qi Hunchu knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Xiao Lan, find out the location of that wolf. Long Lan quickly investigated based on the source of the sound. Sure enough, 2 life forms were detected at the location of a building. 2 wolf eaters? Long Lan was puzzled. Captain, we found it, but it seems to be 2. Qi Hunchu immediately gave orders. Later, fighters. I will sweep with my 4 seals and instantly open the Forbidden God realm. I will go and kill that wolf. You wait for me in the Forbidden God realm. Zhao Jian will be in control. Receive. 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 Hearing this, Su Liang's heart trembled slightly. The power of 4 seals? Gather together. Hunchu shouted. Everyone moves in sync. The next moment, in Su Liang's vision, infinite power burst out from Hunchu's body. Su Liang's pupils trembled violently. Hunchu used the power of the wind to float above everyone's heads. The long sword was placed across his tightly closed eyes. The storm is raging. In an instant, the power surged to the extreme. Hunchu suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment, it was like a sleeping dragon waking up. Slash with one sword. Around Hunchu, strange sword lights emerged, intricate and extremely dazzling. The sky was filled with sword lights sweeping in all directions. Shocked Su Liang's pupils. He actually possessed a large-scale killing move at the 4th seal. Chapter 118. Outsider, God Eater. The strong wind mixed with the flash of the sword was surging. Then Su Liang and the others saw blood and flesh flying everywhere. The area around them seemed to have turned into a meat grinder. The air was filled with blood. The Su Liang people were all numb. There are blood moon demon wolves around, whether they are 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star. They were all cleared out in an instant. Only the minced meat was left on the ground. The area of 30 meters around them was completely empty. With this attack, Hunchu killed at least hundreds of blood moon demon wolves. No less than 6 Samsungs were killed. Just one knife. The next second, the 3 fighters dropped the boundary stakes. Forbidden God Realm. Activate. A triangular forbidden area of the divine realm appeared, which could temporarily resist the attacks of strange beasts. They only had to guard the boundary stakes, and the danger would be greatly reduced. And Hunchu had already rushed out. According to the location given by Long Lan, Hunchu was moving at an extremely fast speed. He flew past the blood moon demon wolves, jumped in the ruined city, and rose high into the sky again and again, like a nimble monkey. He was filled with murderous intent. As long as he could deal with those 2 beasts, everything would be easy. At this time, Wu Bei saw their changes in Hunchu who came out to kill them. There was a sneer on his lips. It was discovered. This fighting power is really amazing. Don't worry, I will play with you guys. Wu Bei patted the bay beside him and lay on its chest. The wolfhound held the witch wolf with its short front paws. 1 person and 1 wolf. Leave quickly. Although this wolf has short front paws, it is very agile. It jumps with its pair of hind legs, and each step covers a distance of dozens of meters. At the same time, a loud howl was let out. Hunchu just arrived at the previous position. Long Lan's voice came, Captain, the 2 beasts have run away. The blood moon demon wolves are starting to retreat. Hunchu frowned slightly. In fact, he had already seen the figure fleeing quickly. There is obviously only one. Hunchu would not chase far away, for fear of luring the tiger away from the mountain. He asked, Xiao Lan, are you sure it's 2 wolfhounds? Long Lan's voice came. The life detection shows that there were indeed 2 life forms at that time. Hunchu frowned. Could it really be that group of people? But why did another person appear? Hunchu began to turn back. In the forbidden realm of gods, Luin is already treating Yunmu's injuries. Yunmu's eyes were a little dim. The previous blow made him feel some pain. Don't worry, everyone. Fortunately, there is no fatal injury. I was just slapped. I will be fine after I recover. Yunmu said. Everyone nodded. It was really dangerous just now. Su Liang murmured. The captain's move just now. Yi Qingqing continued. It's called Dark Knight Shura. That's why we want to give the captain the title of Shura Blade. Gonglai said, to be precise, the name we chose at that time was Wind Extreme Dark Knight Shura, but the captain didn't like it, so he just called it Dark Knight Shura. Su Liang nodded. It's amazing. The 4 seals actually produced a large-scale lethal seal power. Everyone smiled. The blood moon demon wolf had retreated, and everyone relaxed a little. Gonglai said, you are not bad. You killed a blood moon wolf that was about to evolve to 3 stars with 1 shot. I find that you are a pervert. Su Liang shook his head. It's just barely okay. It would be difficult for me if I met a 3-star monster. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Liang with a wry smile. He seems not satisfied with his current combat power. 1 seal is enough to kill a 2-star blood moon demon wolf. Is that not enough? Zhao Jian said, hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Take away whatever you can. The captain has returned. We must leave here quickly. Everyone nodded. The forbidden divine realm was removed. Quickly collect the animal crystals. Hunchu will be back soon. He glanced at Yunmu and asked, "How is it?" Yunmu shook his head. "It's okay. It's not a big problem." Hunchu nodded. Long Lan came over and said, "Aren't they two wolfhounds?" Hunchu shook his head, looking a little solemn. Everyone quickly collected the beast crystals. "Let's go. Let's leave here first and talk while we walk." Continue to maintain the formation. After the recent battle, everyone else had some minor injuries, but now is not the time to worry about them. They quickly left the ancient city. It wasn't two wolves just now, it was one wolves. Long Lan was stunned, but Hunchu continued, "There should be another person. The person Su Liang saw not long ago should be him." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. "People? Someone is targeting us?" Su Liang's heart suddenly shook and he thought of a possibility. "Outside the city?" Su Liang exclaimed. For a moment, everyone looked at Su Liang in surprise. Everyone was simply amazed. "Fuck, how come you know everything? Even people outside the city know about it?" Su Liang's face looked a little solemn. "Captain, it seems that what I said is correct. The moon burial project is very dangerous. It is really possible that someone outside the city is targeting us." Hunchu nodded. "I don't rule out this possibility, but it could also be a coincidence." Zhao Jian said coldly, "Logically speaking, the God Eaters should not appear near Rongqing. These so-called outsiders are also called God Eaters. They stand in opposition to the Chosen Ones and advocate symbiosis with alien beasts. If the Chosen One kills the beasts, they will kill the Chosen One. In fact, these are people with ulterior motives. Most of them are actually descendants of those who committed serious crimes and were exiled or escaped. There are also some traitors who have become slaves of high-star monsters. Those high-star level exotic beasts have already possessed intelligence that is no different from that of humans, and some are even smarter than humans. The reason why it cannot develop into a civilized society is because this kind of existence is only a minority. Most of the exotic beasts still only have the most primitive and savage instincts. The struggle between the Chosen Ones and the God Eaters has never stopped. They are outside the city, so they are called outsiders. Outside of many cities in China, there are traces of God Eaters, who specialize in hunting down God's Chosen Ones. He is the mortal enemy of God's Chosen One. Hunchu said solemnly, "If it is really the God Eater, then there must be some conspiracy behind this matter. Perhaps our moon burial plan is also related to these guys. The recent attacks by many strange beasts in Rongqing may be related to them." Long Lan asked, "What are your plans next?" Hunchu hesitated for a moment and said, "Now that we haven't clearly seen the God Eater, we are just guessing. Send a message to the military first, inform them that a God Eater may appear, and ask them to take appropriate countermeasures. We will send accurate information once we are sure." Long Lan nodded. Preparations have already begun. Zhao Jian said, "If it is really the God Eater, then the danger level of this mission must be increased, and the military must also evaluate whether it is necessary to continue the mission. Should we retreat?" Hearing this, Long Lan was silent for a moment, glanced at Hunchu. The more news he hears about the God Eater, the more likely he will not stop. Hunchu said, "First find out if it is a God Eater, and then carry out the mission." Long Lan said, "It's getting dark. If there really is a God Eater, then it's not suitable for us to act at night." Hunchu nodded and said, "Go forward until the sun sets, find a place to rest, and set off again tomorrow." Everyone moved forward at full speed. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger along the way. We waited until the sun set and caught some game. After setting up the safe area, Chen Wuhua served as executive chef and prepared a sumptuous game meal. Brother Hua's cooking skills haven't deteriorated, Fu Yuan said with a smile. Chen Wuhua smiled and said, "How can we retreat?" Everyone was eating, a rare chance to relax. Among the team, the three later fighters are older. Except for the three ice cubes, the captain, Zhao Jian, and Yi Qingqing, everyone else is actually quite enthusiastic, just like a big family. Gradually I became familiar with everyone. Lu Wuhuan is thin, good at using two swords, a money grubber, with a slightly vulgar look in his eyes, but he hides it well, a repressed and shy man. Gu Tianqing, a muscular man, conquers the world with a pair of iron fists and has a generous personality. Fu Yuan from the assassination team is calm and steady, but not cold. He just talks less, often smiles, and occasionally strikes up a conversation. Among the three latecomers, Chen Wuhua has the highest level, level 30, and is the executive chef. He looks like a gentle and delicate man, and gives people an amiable look. Yunmu is a bit similar to Gong Lai, but not as talkative as Gong Lai. Needless to say, Gong Lai is a frivolous person. Green is the team's mascot, and everyone has to give way to her. Long Lan normally looks like a gentle beauty, and she is also decisive when controlling the Sky Eye backstage. She is only a little aggressive when she meets Zhu. Luo Zan took a rabbit leg and tore off a piece of meat, saying, Su Liang, the spear you fired during the day seemed to be the Dragon Roar 9 Roar spear, right? Su Liang smiled and nodded. Yeah, that's right. Gu Tianqing was slightly excited, and all the muscles on his body were trembling. I seem to have heard 5 or 6 dragon roars. Does that mean that your 9 dragon roars have been perfected? Su Liang smiled and said, well, it's considered a great success. I can play 6 times. Gu Tianqing gave a thumbs up and said, awesome. I have never seen a young man as perverted as you. Su Liang smiled and waved his hands. Gong Lai put his arms around Su Liang's neck. That's right. You didn't even look at who brought him here. Su Liang retorted, don't flatter yourself. It was the captain who took me in. Gong Lai's face twitched. You little bastard. What's wrong with asking me to show off? Everyone laughed. Yumu said at the right moment, Old Gong, you can't even hit 6 shots, right? Gong Lai's face turned red. Nonsense, why can't I make a sound? I just haven't learned it. Yumu nodded. Ah, yes, my spear skills are still at the great perfection level. Old Gong felt a little embarrassed. Why are you just talking about me? How many of you have mastered your fighting skills to the peak? Everyone was laughing. Indeed, it is very difficult to reach the peak. This cannot be achieved by just working hard. It also requires insight and practical understanding. Su Liang chatted with everyone for a while. Long Lan suddenly said, the military has replied. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Long Lan looked at Hunchu. The military asked us to continue the mission. Even if we encounter the God Eaters, we must find out their personnel situation and make plans when the time comes. Zhao Jin frowned and asked, the danger level hasn't increased? Long Lan sighed and shook her head. Gong Lai cursed. Those guys in the military are used to being high and mighty. They don't know how hard it is for us. They are not willing to give us such a small reward. What bastards. As the danger level of the mission increases, the corresponding rewards will also increase significantly. But they didn't want to. Gu Tianqing continued. Speaking of which, why were we targeted by the God Eater as soon as we left the city? Could it be? Gu Tianqing was a rough but meticulous person, but he didn't dare to say anything careless about the following words. After all, no one knows whether there is a ghost in it. Hunchu said, don't make random guesses, just do your own thing, and prepare to rest after eating, and take turns on duty. Su Liang doesn't need to be on duty. Leave tomorrow morning. Everyone nodded without objection. Su Liang had a bad feeling in his heart. What Gu Tianqing said could not be ignored. After all, in the previous life, a marshal could be a traitor. Chapter 119. Don't meet someone too amazing when you are young. Hunchu gave Su Liang special privileges. Moved directly to a small safe house. Originally, this safe house would only be taken out under special circumstances. Once a teammate is seriously injured, this safe house can take him in and temporarily escape danger. When the safe house is shrunk, it is the size of a box. Similar to chariots, they can all be stored in space converters. All the teammates were a little envious, but Hunchu didn't explain. Su Liang stayed in the safe house. I sighed in my heart, this privilege is a bit too much. But there is no other way. If I want to seize the time to evolve, this is the only way. The idea of absorbing beast crystals is shocking to others. Things like beast crystals must be converted through special equipment before they can be transformed into source energy. Some source energy cannons can also use beast crystals directly. However, it has never been heard of that the human body absorbs animal crystals. So, he still has to hide now. Everyone knows that he has a secret, but it is absolutely impossible to associate it with this. Now is not the time to think about these things. We need to quickly transform the animal energy. I just hope that in the future, I will not have to enter that consciousness space when absorbing beast crystals. Just like absorbing divine crystals normally, the situation will be much better. Su Liang entered the consciousness space. Beast energy transformation. Conversion progress 947. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal Level 2. Divine Seal Evolution Progress 2. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 2 seals. Level 11. Beast Seal Evolution Progress 11. Spirit 201. Strength 400. Agility 200. Speed 200. The evolution of the Wind and Fire Seal once again provides some value. It's a pity that the strength value can't be increased continuously. Then we can only take it step by step. Improve together. As long as he breaks into the next level, he will find an opportunity to increase his strength to the limit. I won't think about it anymore. Beast energy transformation start. The red light shines and pain comes. Everyone has rested. Hunchu was on the first night watch, and Long Lan sat next to him. If it really is those people, what do you want to do? Hunchu did not answer and just stayed alone. Long Lan looked a little sad. I know even if you don't say anything, you will ask everyone to go back and face it by yourself, right? Hunchu's eyes remained calm throughout. It seemed like nothing could cause him to waver. Long Lan choked up and said, those things that happened in the past were not your fault. Why did you want to lock yourself up in there? It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I will follow you anyway. Even if I die, I will follow you. Long Lan buried her head in her legs and hugged herself, feeling lonely. Hunchu, they all say that you shouldn't meet someone too amazing when you were young. You shouldn't have appeared in front of me at that time. You are like poison to me. I can't let go of you anymore. If I knew you were dead, I wouldn't live. Hunchu's heart finally moved. I wanted to say something, but when the words came to my lips, I still didn't say them. Some things are better left unsaid than spoken. Go and rest. Hunchu's voice was a little hoarse. Long Lan didn't leave. He just fell beside Hunchu and curled up into a ball. Looks lonely. Tears fell from the corners of my eyes. Hunchu glanced at her. Turn your head and look at the night sky. The dark night sky is full of twinkling stars. The stars were connected into lines and seemed to have formed faces with smiles on everyone's faces. Hunchu's eyes were cold as he looked at those faces, revealing endless nostalgia. Some people and some things always need to be settled. The first rays of sunlight shine in the early morning. Everyone is ready to go. They all looked towards the safe house. Not long after, Su Liang opened the door and walked out, full of energy. This evening, it took almost 10 hours, so a total of 251 star beast crystals were converted. The improvement is significant. You little brat, the treatment is good. What kind of magic potion did you give the captain? Gong Lai said nonchalantly. Su Liang said, I'm young. Can't you take care of me? Are you young? Isn't it? I'm only 18. I think your mental state is at least 48. Get out. Everyone smiled. Hunchu said, get ready to go. Try to reach the first mission location before dark.
Yes. Yes.
We set out on the journey again. But the following day was unexpectedly peaceful. Along the way, they basically bypassed all the strange beasts that could be avoided. There were several massacres without any casualties. They climbed over the dangerous mountain. We arrived at the edge of the canyon at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Long Lan said, after crossing this canyon, we will reach the first location. Everyone looked at the canyon, which seemed to be several kilometers wide. There's a feeling of being bottomless down there. On the cliffs on both sides, there are some resting birds of prey. As soon as they start flying, those birds of prey and strange beasts will come out. Hunchu said calmly, get on the chariot. I'll escort you. No one hesitated. Start the chariot. Hunchu was standing on a chariot, holding a long sword. They crossed the sky. The tank's attack system is also ready. And just as they took off into the air and began to cross, the strange beasts and birds of prey on the cliffs on both sides have also begun to move. The raptor was extremely fast, and after circling for a few weeks, it began its ferocious attack. 4 tanks have begun their attack. One after another, energy cannons fired out. The 3-headed, 3-star raptors suddenly rushed towards the chariot. Hunchu mobilized the power of the divine seal. Soared into the air in an instant. Slash with one sword. It seemed as if I heard the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Clang. Then Su Liang and his friends saw 3 3-star raptors falling from the sky, with blood raining down. Even if there were others attacking from behind, they were all killed by Hunchu's sword. No bird of prey could get close to them. Su Liang watched in the car. A burst of exclamation. The captain's strength is simply terrifying. Long Lan smiled and said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. You haven't seen how strong he really is yet. When mentioning Hunchu, Long Lan's shining eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars, and her face was full of admiration. Su Liang smiled and said, Sister Xiaolan, you and the captain are a couple, right? Hearing this, Long Lan was stunned for a moment. She smiled bitterly. Who would want to be with him? He has a stern face all day long. If I find a husband like him, I will be so angry that I will die. Su Liang smiled. His eyes couldn't lie. Obviously I like it. I see the captain looks at you occasionally and he likes you too. Gong Lai's voice joining in the fun came from the headset. Yes, yes, yes. I found it too. Su Liang. Forgot to turn off the mic. Su Liang and Long Lan quickly turned off the microphone. Long Lan seemed a little embarrassed and asked, Really? Su Liang nodded, Really? Long Lan seemed very happy. I hope what you say is true. Long Lan smiled gently. It didn't matter whether he liked him or not, as long as she liked him. Outside, Hunchu was killing crazily. One by one, birds of prey fell. After a few close calls, they reached the other side. The chariot roared and galloped all the way. Stay away from the edge. Just arrived at the mission location. Be on alert all around and set up the Eye of the Sky. Long Lan has already started the operation, taking out the Eye of the Sky from the space converter. The Eye of the Sky has an independent energy system equipped with 10 bionic robot birds that can monitor the surrounding area within a radius of 30 kilometers in real time. Once the bird runs out of energy, it will return to replenish it. The military wants to rely on this Sky Eye to monitor all situations outside Chengdu. Whether it is for the purpose of finding the Phantom Moon Fox or for providing convenience for all parties in carrying out their tasks in the future, it is very necessary. Although some may be destroyed, as long as some still exist, it is a good thing, and tasks can be assigned to fill the gap later. Long Lan took out a steel cylinder that was more than 3 meters long and 50 centimeters in diameter. It was suddenly inserted on the top of the mountain, with only more than 30 centimeters exposed. Then comes activation. Everyone was guarding it vigilantly. About 10 minutes later. All right, military contact established. Hunchu said, let's go. Long Lan quickly said, the next mission location is 60 kilometers to the north. Let's leave here first and find a place to rest when the sun sets. Hunchu gave orders. Everyone moved forward in an orderly manner. The first Eye of the Sky went relatively smoothly, but Su Liang always felt worried that there would be something more dangerous to come. The 12 people moved forward, always alert to the surrounding situation, and just on the top of a hill to the east of them. The distance from Su Liang and his team was well controlled. It was just over the range of 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers is the limit of general detection equipment. Although signs of life can be detected, there is no way to accurately locate them. Wu Bei squatted on the top of the mountain with the other Bei, watching them move forward. There was a playful smile on Wu Bei's face. He patted the wolf beside him and asked, the boss asked us to destroy their chariot equipment. Do you have any good ideas? There was a gleam of wisdom in the cold eyes of the wolf. He hummed a few times and gestured twice. Wu Bei laughed grimly. Okay. Let's go ahead and wait for them. Let's see if we can destroy their tank equipment. And almost at the same time, Su Liang turned his head and looked at the hill. The eyes of insight are focused. Su Liang's pupils trembled violently. Team leader. Hunchu looked over. There are people on that hill. And there's a wolf. Everyone's eyes widened. What the hell? Are you kidding? That hill? You can see it from so far away? Gong Lai said in shock. Su Liang's expression was very serious. Hunchu's face suddenly froze. He grabbed Su Liang's shoulder and rushed out instantly. At the same time, he gave orders into the headset. Zhaoji and Xiaolan, keep going and keep in touch. Hunchu pulled Su Lianghao as if they were flying in the wind. Su Liang was stunned. Captain, I have a one-man chariot that can keep up with you. Hunchu shook his head. No, don't alert the enemy. Just continue to observe. Chapter 120 Crazy Hunchu. 3 more chapters. Heng's initial speed was simply terrifying. Su Liang thought that in order to reach such a speed, his speed value must at least exceed 2,000. The two people seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. Hunchu really used his wind attribute to the extreme. It's so horrible. He turned on the cloaking device to conceal the movements of the two people. Hunchu pulled Su Liang and jumped wildly. Captain, the man and the wolf went down the mountain. They went in another direction. I can't see them anymore. Hunchu didn't say anything, but he didn't stop. Every leap left Su Liang speechless. He was slowly beginning to see through Hunchu's perversion. How could a divine warrior possess such speed? It always feels like the speed of the wind. For him, the straight line distance of 5 kilometers was just over a minute. Soon, Hunchu pulled Su Liang to the top of the hill. Look, where are they? Su Liang glanced around quickly. Soon, some movement was seen in the jungle. A wolf is jumping, but not very fast. There. Su Liang pointed over there. Hunchu could only vaguely see some movement. Without any hesitation, he picked up Su Liang and continued to chase after him. Su Liang stared at him intently. Closer and closer. And the other party hasn't discovered them yet. Captain, is this too dangerous? What if the opponent is too strong? Hunchu responded coldly, no, if he is strong, he will attack me directly instead of hiding like this. Be careful later. Good. As the distance got closer, Hunchu also saw some traces. He felt a chill in his heart. As he got closer and closer, he saw the man and the wolf clearly, and murderous intent surged in his heart. It was less than a kilometer away. Hunchu simply left Su Liang behind. Team leader. And Hunchu had already rushed out to kill him. He roared, Wu Bei. Wu Bei's face suddenly changed in shock. It's Hunchu.
Walk.
Wu Bei roared angrily. At the same time, the wolf under the seat also howled towards the sky. It is the roar calling for the gathering of strange beasts. Hunchu was filled with murderous intent. It can't be contained anymore. Long knife in hand. A knife swung out. In an instant, a knife that seemed to be able to cut everything off suddenly slashed out, carrying with it the power of his divine seal. That knife was like a cannon. Boom. In an instant, a long gully was blown out in the forest, grass and trees flew everywhere, and dust rose up. The man and the wolf also rolled out. Hunchu rushed forward and killed him fiercely. The man and the wolf also exploded instantly. Wu Bei's 4 divine seals surged wildly. The wolf kept roaring. Strange beasts began to gather crazily in the surrounding mountains and forests. Su Liang looked at the scene and was shocked by Hunchu's power. But I was also shocked in my heart. I was too impulsive. There are many strange beasts approaching around. Su Liang sent the letter immediately. Sister Xiaolan, lead your teammates towards us. Combat response. Quick. Over there, Long Lan and his men started the chariot without any hesitation and rushed towards this side madly. And Su Liang was also approaching Hunchu. Hunchu had already started a fierce fight, and the mountains and forests were collapsing piece by piece. Hunchu was venting his anger. That terrifying power is being released. A knife cut out. Wu Bei and the other Bei were slashed in the chest by the terrifying wind from the sword. Bang! Both the man and the wolf flew backwards and crashed into a forest. Blood spurted out. Hunchu approached step by step. His murderous intent was overwhelming, and he wanted to kill the person in front of him all the time. There was blood on the corner of Wu Bei's mouth, and he had a sinister smile on his face. As expected of you, Hunchu. After all these years, you're still ahead of us. You're really amazing. Ha ha ha. An astonishing chill seemed to be emanating from Hunchu's body. You all deserve to die. Hunchu's eyes were bloodshot, with bloodshot veins already crawling up his eyeballs, making him look a little crazy. Su Liang was extremely surprised. He had never seen Hunchu in this state before. Wu Bei smiled and said, who shouldn't die? I'm going to die sooner or later anyway, it doesn't matter. Hunchu didn't want to waste time talking to him. Draw your sword and start attacking. Don't you want to know where that guy is? Wu Bei had a playful smile on his face. Hunchu paused. Where's the damn thing? Wu Bei sneered, don't worry, if you kill me, I won't be able to tell you. Wu Bei stood up, brushed off the dust on his body as if nothing had happened, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. TSK. Think about the past, the 3 heroes of wind and thunder. They gave us such a headache. We fought so many times head-on but couldn't win, but I didn't expect that they would be defeated because of love. Some die, some disperse, and some become enemies. It's interesting to think about it. Remember the scene where she was killed? It made me feel so nostalgic just thinking about it. Wu Bei licked his lips. Su Liang's heart was in turmoil. What on earth did Hunchu go through back then? Hunchu went completely crazy. In Su Liang's vision, the fluctuations of the divine seal emanating from his body reached its peak at this moment, mixed with some blood-red aura. That is evil spirit. There is such a strong evil spirit in Hunchu's body. His eyes were completely blood-red. All he could think of was the image of that girl having her heart ripped out and dying in front of him. That touch of pain bids farewell to sadness. Endless determination. Ah! Hunchu's aura exploded. A strong wind blew up in the sky. He won't wait any longer. He wanted to kill the person in front of him. In an instant, Wu Bei's face changed in shock. He had not delayed enough time. Don't you want to know where he is? But Hunchu no longer cared. He will die in my hands. But today, you have to die first. Hunchu exploded in an instant. It seemed like a matter of a moment, and countless sword lights appeared around him. Cut out in an instant. Wu Bei was frightened. He knew very well that he was no match for this pervert. But at this time, he had no way out and could only endure it. He also instantly burst out with terrifying power, and together with the wolf, he resisted the countless sword lights. But Chi Hungchu's power was too terrifying, completely superior to him and this 4-star wolf. Boom. In an instant, the flashing knife light exploded in front of them. The armor was covered with dense cracks. Phew. Wu Bei spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and his face turned pale instantly. The 4-star wolf let out a mournful cry, and the fur on its chest had exploded into flesh and blood. Together with Wu Bei, he flew backwards. I don't know how much grass and trees were broken and how much earth and rocks were flying along the way. He was already seriously injured. Chi Hungchu took advantage of the victory and pursued the enemy with murderous intent. Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to die. Wu Bei spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes extremely cold. The next moment, dozens of 3-star blood moon demon wolves rushed out from behind Wu Bei and his surroundings. He rushed towards Chi Hungchu madly. Su Liang was shocked. Wu Bei laughed. Haha, Chi Hungchu, you can't kill me today. Chi Hungchu had gone mad and started slashing with his sword. His eyes were fixed on Wu Bei, who was climbing onto a blood moon demon wolf. He was so crazy that he just wanted to kill it. Haha, Chi Hungchu, we will meet soon. Let me tell you, there are 3 of us who were involved in that incident back then. Come if you have the guts. Ha 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 ha. Wu Bei drove 2 magic wolves and took him and the injured Bei away quickly. A source of energy cannon suddenly blasted towards Wu Bei. Wu Bei snorted coldly and slapped the blood moon demon wolf under his crotch, and they shot out instantly, disappeared into the mountains and forests. Ah! Chi Hungchu went on a bloody killing spree. None of the 3-star monsters that rushed towards him could block the sword. Blood was spilled all over the ground. The body was broken into pieces. A group of teammates appeared and joined the battle. Long Lan looked at Chi Hungchu with tears on her face. Everyone, help clear out the strange beasts around. I don't know how long it has been. The strange beasts were slaughtered, and they were stopped long enough. The other strange beasts fled away one after another. Everyone was silent, looking at the captain standing in a pool of blood with a knife in his hand, and no one knew what to say. Long Lan's face was covered with tears. Su Liang felt indescribably depressed. What happened to the captain back then? It makes him seem like a madman now. The heart-wrenching words spoken by that person. Who is it? Everyone cleaned up the battlefield in silence. Long Lan walked to Chi Hungchu's side and silently wiped the blood off his armor. Didn't say anything. Gong Lai came to Su Liang's side. He grabbed him and took him away. Only then did he realize that the other teammates had moved away from the captain, leaving space for him. Su Liang asked softly, "What's the grudge between that Wu Bei and the captain?" Chapter 121. The clouds are strange. The others guarded the surroundings carefully. Gong Lai pulled Su Liang to the side. Just sighed. There was no direct answer to Su Liang's question. Can't tell? Gong Lai shook his head. It's not that I can't tell you. It's just that what I know is limited. The general situation is that the captain and that guy have a deep hatred, a blood feud. And there are people behind this guy. They want to kill the captain, and the captain also wants to kill them. Su Liang rolled his eyes. It's the same as if I didn't say anything. Even a fool can see it, okay? Gong Lai pinched his neck. You little brat, be polite to me. After all, I am older than you. Su Liang sneered. The only thing you are older than me is your age. Gong Lai glared and fixed his gaze on a certain part of Su Liang. Bibi. Su Liang glanced at him and said, You are such a pervert. Gong Lai withdrew his thoughts. In fact, this is the second god hunting team formed by the captain. Su Liang looked slightly startled. Actually, that's not very accurate. The captain used to be considered a team member, and only a few people survived from that team. In our team, only Zhao Jian and the captain were teammates. Jinsha was formed after the captain came to Rongqing. Su Liang was a little surprised. It turned out to be like this. Isn't Sister Xiaolan from that team? Gong Lai shook his head. No. We don't know the details here. Only Long Lan and Zhao Jian know. If you want to know, just ask the captain and the others. Su Liang rolled his eyes and asked, Isn't this cheap? The two people did not continue to discuss this topic, as it would not be good to talk too much. But the blood feud between the captain and that which must be settled. Gong Lai suddenly asked, You have been absorbing divine crystals on your way forward all day. I noticed that your speed is very fast. You have absorbed dozens of divine crystals in one day, right? How can you possibly absorb so much at one level? Su Liang said indifferently, I said I am level. Gong Lai snorted, Just pretend. I don't want to bother with you. Su Liang didn't explain. Indeed, he made progress all day long, and he never stopped absorbing the divine crystals. The evolution speed of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal has now also been increased. It's already level 4 now, and under the current circumstances, it can be upgraded to more than 1 level a day. Of course, we can't stop, we must improve. Hunchu quickly calmed down, and the blood red in his eyes gradually disappeared. Glanced at everyone. Leave here and find a place to rest.
Yes. Yes.
The captain didn't say much, so they naturally didn't ask more questions. But fortunately, everything went smoothly for them over the next 3 days, and they did not encounter large-scale sieges by strange beasts again. They also placed a third eye of the sky. In a deserted city, Wu Bei and Bei lay weakly in a corner. Wu Bei's face was still obviously pale. Hongchu's knife really seriously injured him. Not long after, Lone Wolf and his other teammates showed up. The Lone Wolf frowned. Is he injured so badly? Wu Bei's face turned pale as he gave a bitter smile. I don't know how Hongchu caught up with me. The 3 teammates around the Lone Wolf were very surprised. Hongchu is so strong? Wu Bei, you are already level 40, and you have never fought with Bei? Wu Bei obviously didn't want to respond. Only those who really came into contact with Hongchu could understand his perversion. The Lone Wolf had a sneer on his face. He went crazy when he saw you, didn't he? Wu Bei nodded. He hates us to the core. The Lone Wolf looked disdainful. Since he hates us so much, let's send him to reunite with that woman this time. If they go deeper, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. I still have to deal with other teams. Wang Tiance has also joined the game. Once I lead everyone to the target location, that will be their death. This time, all the teams in these 2 cities will die. Wu Bei nodded. Is everything arranged over at Silver Fox? Lone Wolf nodded. Well, everything is ready, just waiting for them to come in. Wu Bei frowned and said, I haven't destroyed their chariot yet. The Lone Wolf said, I'll leave Shanzhong to you. After you recover, join forces with the Wolf Pack and the Blood Eagle to destroy their chariots. This time, I want them to never come back. Wu Bei nodded heavily. Good. A very strong-looking man behind the Lone Wolf also nodded solemnly.
Yes.
On the other side, a team of divine hunters came down from the north. Stop at a hilltop to rest temporarily. There were 10 of them in total, but in this team, the lowest level are all divine warriors. Among them, for our divine generals, the whole team is united and extremely powerful. Wang Tiance was not wearing armor, just a simple tight outfit. He looked at the endless hills and mountains ahead. Those eyes were calm and still. Wang Tiance's appearance was naturally impeccable, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked intimidating without even getting angry, and had the aura of a superior. But in fact, he is only 30 years old. Now he is already a 5-seal general. Captain, the Phantom Moon Demon Fox has stopped moving. It is only 100 kilometers away from us. The team's eyes were fixed on their virtual screens. Wang Tiance nodded. Let's take a short break, and then we will set out overnight to capture it. Bring back the Tianji core.
Yes. Yes.
Wang Tiance looked into the distance. His eyes flickered slightly. The team's Sky Eye came to our side. This was also a very beautiful woman, with a royal sister style, and her eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Wang Tiance. Hongchu and the others should have come out too. When Wang Tiance heard the name, his pupils flickered. A sense of tyranny emerged from my heart, but it was soon suppressed again. Don't worry about him. What if we run into it? Wang Tiance had a blank expression on his face. Then he deserves to die. The woman nodded and sighed slightly in her heart. But I always feel that this mission is a bit weird, as if everything is going too smoothly, said the woman. It seems like we have been led here by that Phantom Moon Demon Fox all along. It always feels like we're being watched. Wang Tiance still had no expression on his face. So what if it's weird? Those who appear to be hiding in the dark will be killed if they dare to show their heads. Hongchu, you'd better pray that you don't appear in front of me. Otherwise, you and your teammates will die. A burst of cold light flashed in Wang Tiance's eyes. Chapter 122. Let me try. Su Liang opened his eyes and looked at the golden eyes again. Bring up the panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 1947. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 1 Seal Level 8. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 8. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 2 Seals. Level 12. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 12. Spirit 478. Strength 600. Agility 467. speed 467. 251-star beast crystals were transformed for 3 consecutive nights. The improvement is significant, and the wind and fire seal also provides 11 points of value. It looked like it took 4 days to improve by just over 1 level, but his strength had clearly increased dramatically. With the help of the superior armor, the power that Su Liang can now burst out has reached 1,000 points. It is already equivalent to a mature level 3 seal divine master. It will only get stronger. He urgently needed to improve his strength, as the pressure from this mission was too obvious. You must improve quickly and not miss any opportunity. He walked out of the safe house. Everybody is ready too. Hunchu said, let's go to the next mission location. Let's all leave together. I don't know how long this mission will last. They continued to push forward. If you encounter a strange beast, kill it. If you come across some precious herbs or other good things, you will put them into your bag. Luo Zan was a guy with sharp eyes, and he actually managed to pick up a weapon. Although he is a level 1 combat soldier, he is also worth a lot of divine crystals. It's a good harvest. Along the way, Su Liang did not stop absorbing the divine crystals. By around 5 in the afternoon, we were very close to the next destination. Suddenly, Long Lan looked surprised. Captain, we have discovered a vein of divine crystal. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became excited. It's only been a few days since I came out, and I've already encountered a divine crystal vein. What's the estimate? Hunchu asked. Long Lan said, it may be no less than 500,000, and there should be intermediate divine crystals. Everyone looked slightly happy, although it wasn't much, but it was still okay. 500,000 divine crystals were equivalent to killing 5 4-star alien beasts, and there might also be intermediate divine crystals among them, so naturally they had to be taken away. Hunchu gave the order. Dig the divine crystal first. Long Lan nodded and sent the location, which was actually within 5 kilometers of where they were. It only takes a minute or two. The group arrived at a small mountain stream. There is a stream flowing. Moreover, even from a long distance away, they could already see the shining light of the divine crystal. But at the same time, there are also strange beasts. There is a small tribe. It was a group of water apes, more than 30 in number. There was a monkey king, Samsung. Very easy to solve. Hunchu gave the order. Eliminate them all, leaving no one behind. At the command, everyone rushed out instantly. There is already a very good understanding between us. The long-range assassination team is responsible for dealing with those who escape. And they, the blood drinkers and the later warriors, charged into the herd of beasts. They killed each other decisively, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. This time, Wu Bei kept the distance within 6 kilometers. Through the bionic flying bird, he monitored Hunchu and his friends' every move. At this time, I saw their battle. A sinister smile appeared on his pale face. This time I want to see how you escape. Shanzhong asked, are you going to kill him right here? Wu Bei shook his head. If this is considered a fatal move, then you underestimate Hunchu. This guy has the potential to be a single soldier champion. This level of attack cannot kill him, but it can kill his teammates. If that happens, they will definitely use the tank to escape. As long as we destroy the chariot, our mission will be accomplished. Shanzhong sighed. It would be great if we could just send everyone out to kill them. Wu Bei shook his head. Don't underestimate the power of the Chinese military. Once we really go all out, the remote support from the military will definitely arrive. There will definitely be no accidents. Only by wearing them down little by little can we reduce our casualties. Of course, if you have the ability to kill them, that's another story. Shanzhong smiled awkwardly. He couldn't do that. Hunchu, who is so perverted, and Wang Tian's in the north, which one of them is not a pervert? All right, it's time to take action. They are going to start digging for divine crystals. We have to give them a good beating this time. Wu Bei patted the bay beside him. The wolf howled to the sky. It emits waves of low humming sound. The area 5 kilometers around the small mountain stream. Those strange beasts began to stir. All converged towards the center. The numbers are terrifying. This time, there were not only the Blood Moon demon wolves, but also various strange beasts that were driven in by the Blood Moon demon wolves. There are also blood vultures circling in the sky. The number may have exceeded 1,000. After Su Liang and his friends dealt with these strange beasts, start digging for divine crystals. Mining robots are harvesting frantically. 500,000 divine crystals are not a lot, but if there were more intermediate divine crystals among them, it would be completely different. 100 low-level divine crystals are equivalent to 1 mid-level divine crystal. The next moment, Luo Zan's surprised voice rang out. So many intermediate divine crystals. The number is at least more than 10%. Mine. All mine. Ours. Everyone laughed at this money grubber. Based on this proportion, the value can at least double. It's a small gain. Intermediate divine crystals are of higher purity, so when absorbed, the speed will be faster and smoother. However, exchanging low-level divine crystals for mid-level divine crystals will incur a premium, which is a bit uneconomical. So, it's good if you can dig it out yourself. And mining is all about accumulation. This shouldn't be the only mineral vein on this mission, as a little bit of accumulation will add up to a lot. Everyone was digging hard, but it didn't last long. Long Lan's face changed. Strange beasts are appearing. Be alert. Everyone was shocked. When Long Lan's equipment range expands, Long Lan's face changed drastically. Damn it, there are at least hundreds of strange beasts surrounding us. Everyone's face changed drastically. But the next second, Long Lan exclaimed again, more than that. Go. Hunchu said calmly, give up the divine crystal. Prepare to break out. Zhao Jian said, that beast Wu Bei must have attacked again. Hunchu nodded, with murderous intent in his heart. Su Liang and the others were slightly shocked. How can the other party always find them so accurately? They were being spied on. Everyone gave up digging for the divine crystal. Be prepared. Xiaolan breakout direction. East. Hunchu shouted, let's go. Get on the chariot. The 4 tanks rushed madly towards the east. At the same time, the blood eagle hidden in the clouds in the sky also began to dive. Their primary target is the tank. Su Liang looked a little ugly. They were able to find us so quickly. Obviously, they have special equipment. What is going on? Could it be that the God Eater also has the Skydome satellite? Long Lan looked unhappy. It could be a bionic device that we can't detect. Long Lan's face became more and more ugly. The number was really too much. At least over 1,000. The data provided by the military Sky Eye shows that there are still countless alien beasts surrounding us, and there are quite a few 4-star ones. There are many 3-star blood eagles flying towards us from the sky. Hunchu's face was grim. They are targeting our tanks. Su Liang was slightly startled. Are they trying to cut off our retreat? Hunchu said coldly, it's their usual method. Everyone, beware of the blood eagle overhead, and prepare for a bloody battle. Everyone's face looked a little ugly. They saw the strange beast that came like a flood. The strange beast in front. There are all kinds of them. Behind them are all blood moon demon wolves. Hunchu shouted, kill them. He controlled the chariot. Fire several shots. Hit a blank. Several other tanks also opened fire. But you can't be reckless. Once the source crystals are used up, it will be troublesome. Moreover, there is a 4-star blood moon demon wolf coming from that direction. The chariot was running wildly, but it could not reach high altitudes and could only fly low. The source crystal cannon in the chariot kept firing. The blood vultures in the sky also swooped down again and again. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The strange beasts chased and surrounded them madly. They even used their flesh and blood to ram the chariots. I just don't want Hunchu and the others to leave. The tank began to suffer damage. Su Liang looked unhappy. Captain, we must kill that wolf. These blood moon demon wolves are all controlled by that wolf. Su Liang knew that if they didn't kill the wolf, they would not be able to break out of the encirclement this time. But they will come back later. They were basically targeting them. Hunchu said in a deep voice, Xiao Lan, ask the military's Tianji for support and find Wu Bei for me. I will kill him. Long Lan nodded heavily and quickly contacted the military. At this time, Long Lan and Hunchu had already deeply realized the danger of this mission. Obviously much more difficult than usual. There is absolutely no way they would be targeted and surrounded one after another like this. Perhaps as Su Liang said, this time, they're casualties. No one wants to see this happen. But the next moment, Long Lan looked unhappy. Rejected. Su Liang's face darkened. The military's secret eye is an important eye used by the military to monitor the Earth. In space, that is, satellites. It cannot be transferred at will, and very high authority is required. Hunchu was furious. Asshole. Su Liang's face darkened. Don't worry. Let me try. Su Liang concentrated his mind and activated the Eye of Insight. This moment, the second beast seal in his right eye burst into brilliant golden light. Focus all your power on the Eye of Insight. Long Lan was shocked. It's really top grade. At this moment, Su Liang's eyesight improved terribly. Moreover, Su Liang could clearly feel that his mental power was rapidly dissipating. In this state, he is extremely exhausted, but at the same time, Su Liang was also shocked. He had this ability completely from his own heart, and had no idea that the power of the Beast God Seal could actually enhance the ability of the Eye of Insight in this way. In his field of vision, the distance I see is infinitely extended, and I have abandoned the close-up vision. Start scanning. After taking a quick look around, Su Liang fixed his eyes on one direction. In the north, those mountains, forests, and trees could not block his vision. It was as if he could see through it. He saw Wu Bei and another person standing together. Next to them, the bay was still roaring in a low voice towards the sky. Found it. Chapter 123. Feint to the east and attack in the west. Wu Bei looked at the scene where a chariot was destroyed. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. See, it's working. As long as they keep using the chariots, I can keep them all here. I want to see how they break through. Shanzhong asked. They shouldn't be able to spot us at this distance, right? Wu Bei sneered. Their equipment can only cover 5 kilometers, which is already the limit. Besides, they don't have any time to search slowly. Shanzhong worriedly asked, what if they asked the Chinese military's heavenly eye for help? Wu Bei shook his head. The Chinese eye of heaven is not something they can use whenever they want. If they really use it, it will be my bad luck. I will wait for the next opportunity to do it. Shan nodded. Wu Bei looked at the screen and sneered. Start collecting the chariots. If you collect the chariots, you will die. In the center of the battlefield, they had already lost a chariot, and the other chariots had also suffered varying degrees of damage. If they were not put away, these chariots would really be scrapped. Although there are still 2 spare tanks, we really can't continue to consume them like this. The moment Hunchu jumped out of the chariot, instantly activate the power of the 4 seals. Dark Knight Shura explodes and kills in all directions. The flashes of sword light instantly cleaned an area, buying time for teammates. The other teammates jumped out and started a bloody battle. Everyone surrounded Lu Yin and Long Lan in the middle. They are all killing crazily. Hunchu and Zhao Jian have the greatest killing power. Bloodbath all the way. Now they were surrounded. The overwhelming number of strange beasts rushed over madly. Xiao Lan, search for the number of 4-star monsters. Long Lan's hands were constantly moving. 8 heads. When everyone heard this number, their hearts were shocked. There are actually 8 4-star monsters waiting behind us with eager eyes. Hunchu's expression remained unchanged. He just shouted softly, "Get ready. Leave these to me. I'll be the ghost leader. Get ready for a fierce battle." After hearing the secret signal, all the teammates understood it. Clear. Learn. Hunchu killed a lot of people in a circle. Long Lan and his team threw out a special equipment. It was a steel circle with a diameter of 30 meters, surrounding them. The steel ring fell to the ground in an instant, and a wall of light like the forbidden world of gods burst out. Source Energy Quantum Wall. It can enclose a small safe zone, but the duration is limited, and the base can be easily destroyed by alien beasts. If strange beasts touch the Source Energy Quantum Wall, they will be burned or even killed. But there will still be many strange beasts passing through this miniature, forbidden god world and rushing towards them to kill them. Hunchu has already rushed into the beast herd to deal with those 4-star monsters. Long Lan shouted, "Everyone hold on, and wait for the captain to kill the 4-star beast." Everyone was attacking frantically. Those strange beasts that tried to break in were killed by them on the quantum wall. The spear in Su Liang's hand was invincible. He killed with one shot after another, and the 2-star monsters would die instantly. His killing power is not much worse than that of his teammates. But this battle is destined to be extremely difficult. When Su Liang looked at the densely packed strange beasts outside the Source Energy Quantum Wall, he felt a chill in his heart. There are simply too many. This was much more difficult than when they were carrying out their mission in the city. Because these strange beasts are stronger. Mostly 2 stars. Even Samsung has quite a few. Everyone was bloodthirsty. They also saw Hunchu displaying his prowess outside. A 4-star alien beast was slain by his sword. The terrifying killing power is breathtaking. It is unknown how many strange beasts died under Hunchu's sword. However, under this torrent-like tide of strange beasts, Hunchu's figure was often buried. But they will come out again soon. Everyone's heart is heavy. This time, they might actually suffer casualties. They kept killing each other for about half an hour. Hunchu has already killed 4 4-star monsters, and there are countless 3-star and 2-star monsters. Su Liang and the others are here. Long Lan suddenly shouted, "The Source Energy Quantum Wall is about to be scrapped. Everyone get ready." Everyone's heart suddenly froze. That's just a dozen seconds. The source energy subwall was instantly destroyed. Everyone was naked in the sight of the strange beast. The densely packed strange beasts rushed towards them madly. Zhao Jian shouted angrily, "Kill!" The teammates shouted angrily. Each of them exerted the power of their own seal. Fu Yuan, Yi Qingqing, Long Lan, and Lu Yinal took out their source crystal cannons and fired crazily. The power of Zhao Jian's four seals is not group damage, but it is an ability that superimposes speed on the power of killing. He seemed to have turned into a shadow assassin, so fast that only the flash of his sword could be seen. Wherever the sword flashed, a strange beast would fall. Others were also fighting bravely. Gong Lai yelled angrily, "Come here, all of you beasts!" Lightning flashed on his body. The power of thunder and lightning is raging. He also used the power of his second seal. Thunder Dragon breaks the army. A shot blasted out, blowing up a 3-star monster. Su Liang no longer restrained any of his strength. The golden light of the beast god seal bloomed, and at this time, it could no longer be hidden. There was golden light flashing on the chest and in the right eye. The teammates didn't have time to be shocked. The dark red Zhulong spear in Su Liang's hand was also stained with a layer of golden light. Zhulong became sharper. Moreover, under the power of the beast god seal, the strange beasts around it actually showed signs of panic. Although no one could figure out what was going on, the strange beasts suddenly froze. Let them cheer up one by one. Good opportunity. Su Liang was covered in golden light, and his spear drew a golden arc. Yindan, a sweeping shot. Several strange beasts instantly turned into a bloody mist. With the help of the golden light, the sharpness of the super combat soldier Zhulong has reached the point where it is as sharp as a knife cutting tofu. Touch it and you will die. Dingjun's spear technique. The angry dragon breaks the army. A shot blasted out. The heads of the 5 2-star monsters were strung together into a string of candied haws. Then the gun exploded. A blood mist suddenly appeared. Even the animal crystals in their brains were shaken into powder. As the spears were fired, groups of strange beasts fell down. The number of strange beasts he killed was no less than that of his other teammates. Some teammates noticed and looked shocked. It was a complete surprise. Su Liang's fighting power has become so terrifying. A 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf shot towards Su Liang. A light wave like a source crystal cannon shot out from its mouth. Want to kill Su Liang? Su Liang, be careful. Everyone was a little panicked. Want to rush to help? Su Liang shouted angrily, "Don't worry about me. Die." Su Liang twisted his spear. 6 consecutive rings. The Dragon Roar 9 Roar's spear suddenly blasted out. The patterns on the surface of the Zhulong spear seemed to come alive at this moment. Became extremely hideous. The tip of the gun suddenly rushed towards the light wave. Boom. The light waves exploded instantly. Under the protection of the armor, Su Liang endured the remaining power of the light wave. He shouted angrily, "Die!" At this moment, golden light exploded. This 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf was suppressed by the golden light. He instinctively swung his huge claws to block Su Liang's attack. But Su Liang's power is now extremely terrifying. The Candle Dragon shot out, instantly penetrated the giant claws of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. A mournful cry just sounded. The tip of the gun had already sunk into the head of the Blood Moon Wolf. In an instant, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf trembled completely madly. He threw Su Liang and the Zhulong spear out fiercely. The pain made the Blood Moon Wolf almost crazy and mad. I don't know how many strange beasts were killed. It no longer has the ability to fight, and is instead slaughtering other strange beasts. The teammates were shocked. How strong is Su Liang's destructive power? A bullet pierced directly into the head of the 3-star Blood Moon Wolf. Although it was not killed, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf was basically useless. Su Liang did not linger in the fight. After being thrown out, he continued to kill other strange beasts. The battle situation is intense. Everyone was fighting bravely, but the number is just too much. Long Lan shouted, 4-star Blood Moon Wolf, be careful. A Blood Moon Demon Wolf, as tall as a building, stepped on other strange beasts and rushed towards them. Zhao Jian shouted angrily, kill. He instantly rushed towards the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf. The killing force was so terrifying that it forced them back. Blood-red light waves spit out from the mouth of the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf with extremely terrifying power. However, they were picked up and flew away by Zhao Jian's sword, fell into the group of strange beasts and exploded, killing large numbers of strange beasts. Zhao Jian shouted angrily, stars break the moon. At this moment, A faint blue and dark light flashed on Zhao Jian's body and the sword. He slashed out a terrifying crescent-shaped sword light. It instantly fell on the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf. The head of the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf was instantly torn apart and blood flowed everywhere. Su Liang was slightly startled. The attribute of Zhao Jian's divine seal seemed to be the rare power of stars, or light. But the Blood Moon Demon Wolf also went mad and fell into madness, pouncing towards Zhao Jian. The others were also fighting frantically. It looks like they can still hold on in this fight. But there are too many strange beasts around. I didn't pounce on you directly because there wasn't enough space and I couldn't squeeze in. They continued their killing spree for a while. Everyone's consumption is very high. Sudden. When Lu Wuhuan was swinging his 2 swords wildly and killing people, in the sky, a blood eagle swooped down towards him. A pair of claws as sharp as steel knives rushed straight to his head. Money grubber, be careful, Gong Lai shouted. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late. Lu Wuhuan felt a chill down his spine and turned around, wanting to draw his knife and chop him. But it was too late. The blood vulture enlarged in his pupils. If he was hit by those sharp claws, he would be dead. At the critical moment, let's go. The figure pushed Lu Wuhuan away. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Wuhua's back was suddenly hit by the sharp claws of the 3-star Blood Eagle. The armor on his back was directly torn to pieces. Chen Wuhua's back was instantly covered in blood, with a large piece of flesh being gouged out. The bones were visible. At this moment, the teammates were furious. Lu Wuhuan cried out in sorrow, "Brother Hua!" Ah! Chapter 124, Is This Kid Still Human? The teammates' eyes were all bloodshot. Chen Wuhua fell in a pool of blood. Lu Wuhuan seemed to be crazy, with tears and blood flowing from his eyes. The blood eagle succeeded in its attack and flew high into the sky. Lu Wuhuan killed crazily and reached Chen Wuhua's side. "Pick it up, Brother Hua." Chen Wuhua's face was extremely pale, and he didn't have much strength to respond. The attack just now not only gouged out the flesh on his back, but also caused severe damage to his body. He gritted his teeth. A pair of equally bloodshot eyes said, "Don't worry about me. Go help everyone." Lu Wuhuan's eyes were filled with tears and blood. Ah! Lu Wuhuan sent Chen Wuhua to Levian and the others' feet. Green pulled his hand out to treat. "Levian, leave me alone. I can't survive. Help everyone quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wuhua fainted. Green's face was full of tears. But the green light on his hand did not stop. Lu Wuhuan poured all his sorrow into his 2 swords and fell into madness. Su Liang felt sad. It happens again. It happens again. The blood in Su Liang's body began to boil. The golden light began to burst out, and the pressure it emitted was so great that the strange beasts dared not approach him. Su Liang glanced around. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Zhao Jian had been in a bloody battle with the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf. He was covered in wounds, and some of his bones were broken. Lu Wuhuan's 2 swords had already cut at blunt angles. Blood dyed his entire body red, and his eyes were bloodshot. Gu Tiancheng was hit by the tail of a 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf bit his shoulder, and if it weren't for his strong defense, it would have pierced through him. But he was also injured, bleeding, and thrown out. Gong Lai and Yun Mu are on the rescue. Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing took out their big killer weapons and fired them one after another, clearing out the strange beasts one after another. Lu Yin was healing and Long Lan was firing. A voice came to my ear. "Big Iron Bull." This is Gu Tiancheng's nickname. He was thrown into the herd of strange beasts. The anger in Su Liang's heart was burning wildly. The blood is completely boiling. White mist came out of his body. A pair of eyes were as cold as ice, and the 2 seals in the right eye began to flicker, and power surged wildly. Blazing blood. Su Liang's combat power doubled. The main body's strength value directly exceeded 1200, and after the bonus of the level armor, it has exceeded 2000 points. Moreover, Su Liang's speed and agility have been significantly improved. In its own defense, the power of this value is almost equivalent to that of a 3-seal master. Su Liang stepped forward suddenly. Everything slowed down in his eyes. A big hole suddenly appeared in the ground beneath his feet, and the ground cracked. Su Liang's speed increased to a terrifying level. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and he became crazy. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Gu Tiancheng even faster than Gong Lai and the others. Those strange beasts pounced on Gu Tiancheng. Su Liang yelled at him angrily. 100 waves. A shot swept out, like a raging wave hitting the shore. one wave after another. The terrifying air wave hit the body of the strange beast. Boom, boom, boom. The sound is echoing, and that piece of strange beast, whether it was 1 star or 2 stars, turned into a blood mist in an instant. Only 3-star monsters can barely hold on. But he was also shot away. There were whimpers and blood was flowing. The big iron bull Gu Tiancheng was originally prepared to face death, but the strange beast on his body was instantly cleared away. It shocked him. Is the captain back? When he saw the strange Su Liang with white mist all over his body and bloodshot eyes, a huge storm surged in his heart. How could it be Su Liang? Su Liang now looks like a ferocious beast. Yunmu, Gong Lai, and the others were all shocked beyond words. That shot just now. So terrifying. Su Liang's fighting ability seems to be a mystery. Is there no upper limit? Su Liang grabbed Gu Tiancheng and threw him towards everyone. And Su Liang, under the state of fiery blood lead, began to circle and kill wildly. The shots stirred. There was a storm of blood and gore, and those strange beasts were all crushed to pieces under his spear. And Su Liang is extremely fast. It was so fast that it confused his teammates. At this moment, Su Liang was really like a meat grinder. Any strange beast that touches him will die instantly. Even the 3-star monsters exploded instantly. The teammates had a brief respite. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Jian, who had just killed the 4-star monster, was breathing heavily. He was originally cold and icy, but now he looked confused. They only saw a golden light surrounding the encirclement and killing wildly. The encirclement was getting bigger and bigger as he killed so many people. The sky was filled with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The remaining teammates were speechless. I just remember swallowing my saliva, and my eyeballs seemed to be about to fall out. There are only 2 words in everyone's heart. Really perverted. Is this kid still a human? Gong Lai murmured in confusion. Leng Lianshuang reacted first. Activate the Forbidden God Realm. Quick. Everyone suddenly realized. 10 seconds later, a forbidden realm of gods with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared. Zhao Jian, Luo Zan, and Gong Lai Yunmu fought their way out of the Forbidden God Realm to help Su Liang. Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing continued to provide support. Gu Tiancheng and Qin Wuhua both lay in front of Luyin. The green light in Lu Yin's hands was flickering, and the 3 divine seals on her body were also surging. The situation seems to be improving. Su Liang's terrifying killing power is amazing. But the good times didn't last long, as a 4-star alien beast rushed towards Su Liang and stopped his terrifying killing speed. Zhao Jian came with sword in hand to help Su Liang. The 2 of them attacked frantically. The Zhulong spear in Su Liang's hand was stained with golden light, and it could instantly break through the defense of the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf. The 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf was forced to retreat step by step. Zhao Jian is the master killer. These scenes are really shocking. Su Liang is actually able to fight against a 4-star monster? At this time, at the top of the mountain, Wu Bei and Shanzhong were both dumbfounded. Shanzhong was confused and asked, "Have you ever seen a battle like this?" Wu Bei was speechless. He muttered, Hunchu actually recruited a level 1 combat force. Where did he come from? Hasn't Rongqing always had no level 1? Shanzhong continued, "One appeared this year." Wu Bei asked, "Don't I know? He has just awakened to the divine realm. Do you think he will have such fighting power?" Shan nodded. "I feel like this state should have its limits, right? It's impossible to keep going like this forever, right?" Shanzhong asked. Wu Bei nodded. Of course, if he had such fighting power under normal circumstances, he would have taken action just now and would not have waited until now. There must be limitations. Shanzhong asked, "Where is Hunchu?" Upon hearing this, Wu Bei's face suddenly darkened. Look into the screen. Hunchu has been fighting against the 4-star monster. Where are the people? That is the next second. The wolf beside them let out a mournful cry. In just a moment, a terrifying knife light suddenly appeared. Suddenly chopped it on the back. The back exploded. The ground exploded. Even if the wolf was not dead, it was already dying. Wu Bei and Shanzhong's faces changed drastically in an instant. Both of them instinctively unleashed the power of the divine seal. Ejected instantly, Wu Bei looked at his companion who was almost killed by a sword. "My eyes are bloodshot. Just like that it's gone." Hunchu. Wu Bei yelled crazily. Hunchu appeared, floating in the air. The endless indifference in his eyes exposed his murderous intent. He didn't act violently again. Now there is only murderous intent. Wu Bei was also a little crazy. He never expected that Hunchu would come to kill him in such an inexplicable way. He had just gone to fight 4-star alien beasts and deliberately led those 4-star alien beasts to other places to kill them, just to get away from his surveillance. Careless. Gusts of strong wind surged around Hunchu. Doesn't he know how difficult it is for his teammates now? So he has no hesitation now. He just wants to kill. Kill the culprit behind this. Hunchu moved. Wu Bei and Shanzhong also came to their senses. This is Hunchu. They are no match for him. Shanzhong shouted, "Go!" Chapter 125. Separation of Life and Death. The 4 divine seals on Shanzhong's body that were flashing with black light suddenly exploded. The khaki attribute light also began to bloom. A pair of huge copper hammers appeared in his hands. He was the first to break out. Hunchu's eyes were extremely cold. Gusts of strong wind were surging. A knife cut out. Clang. Boom. At this moment, Shanzhong widened his eyes and was extremely shocked. This is a simple one-knife move. It gave him a feeling of being overwhelmed by a mountain. The whole person felt like being charged by a wild bull. Everyone in Shanzhong was confused. Isn't this Hunchu of wind attribute? How can the power be so terrifying? There was a loud crash. Shanzhong was blown away dozens of meters. Many trees were smashed. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Wu Bei also took action. He knew that he couldn't escape like this. We must quickly summon a few 4-star beasts to have a chance. In fact, Wu Bei's own injuries have not yet healed. But now we can only fight. Wu Bei shouted angrily, Hunchu, do you really think you are invincible? There was also a black light flashing on Wu Bei's body. A pair of sharp claws like wolf claws appeared on his hands. Start the attack. The steel wolf claws seemed to be able to tear everything apart. It collided with Hunchu's long sword, creating sparks. Wu Bei is not weak either, at level 40. In the midst of collisions, there were riots. Shanzhong quickly adjusted his state and attacked together. The two fought against Hunchu. The power of their own seals surged up one after another. A powerful force is coming towards me. But Hunchu still looked indifferent. Faced with the attacks from the two, he was not at all panicked and handled the situation with ease. And gradually, they began to suppress them. The knife flashed, and every attack was an outpouring of anger in Hunchu's chest. These damn beasts must pay the price. We will all die here today. The knife light seemed to become icy cold. With each blow of the sword, the two men were defeated. Shanzhong helped Wu Bei block most of the damage. Even though he had amazing defense and was flashing with khaki light, he was still injured by Hunchu's sword. Soon he turned into a bloody man. Now he finally realized how powerful Hunchu was. This guy is obviously only at level 1, but the combat power he unleashes is far beyond this level. This is really a perversion. Facing 2 4-seal warriors, he seemed to be slaughtering them. Wu Bei also had many injuries on his body. Shanzhong shouted, Wu Bei, go! Hunchu is like a god of death. Today, none of you can leave. Shanzhong shouted angrily, then try it. Shanzhong's 4th divine seal was emitting an ochre-colored light. The earth and rocks on the ground began to tremble. Earth Dragon fights the sky. Shanzhong roared. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet began to crack and shatter. It actually condensed into an earth dragon made of soil and rocks. Get out of the ground. It burst out with terrifying power and suddenly attacked Hunchu. This earth dragon looks to be at least 1 meter in diameter. But facing such a blow, Hunchu still had an indifferent expression. The 3rd divine seal was surging wildly. Thousands of wind blades slash. A violent slash of the knife. The earth dragon that was powerful enough to seriously injure the divine warrior fell apart in an instant. It turned into rubble and shot in all directions. Shanzhong was silent. The gap is too big. He shouted, Wu Bei, go! Wu Bei no longer had any hesitation and fled madly. But at the moment when Shanzhong finished speaking, Hunchu had mysteriously arrived in front of him. The 2nd divine seal is surging. The sorrow of the wind. A knife cut across Shanzhong's throat. Even the armor was cut off instantly. Shanzhong's pupils gradually became dilated. He couldn't believe that he was defeated like this. How come Hunchu is so strong? The corpse was separated, and the heavy body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Blood was flowing everywhere. But Hunchu had already chased after him. His cold eyes were fixed on Wu Bei's figure. Today, he must die here. Hunchu noticed that in the direction Wu Bei was heading, there were several strange beasts approaching. He snorted coldly. The pace of my feet increased. Wu Bei felt a chill in his heart. Pervert. Pervert. It's simply perverted. There was one thing he couldn't understand. He was clearly outside the 6-kilometer range, so why could Hunchu find him so accurately? Could it be that the military's divine eye was really given to him to use? It shouldn't be. He was extremely angry, and the wolf died. His fighting power was greatly reduced. But now he had to escape. You have to leave alive before you have a chance to take revenge. Hunchu. Do you want to know what she said to Wang Tiance when she died? Hunchu looked indifferent. Just one slash. Wu Bei dodged in panic and rolled out. He will no longer be affected by Wu Bei. The only way to feel satisfied now is to kill him. After Wu Bei rolled down, the power of the divine seal surged on his body. Suddenly, he took out an energy cannon and fired at Hunchu. Hunchu dodged. There was a ferocious smile on Wu Bei's face. You really don't want to know? Wang Tiance was jealous of you, so he would rather watch you die than take action. Don't you want to kill him? He killed that woman. Do you want to kill him? I'll help you. Ha ha ha. Wu Bei fired wildly. The next moment, a cold light flashed in Hunchu's eyes. He approached in an instant. With one knife, he cut off the energy cannon in Wu Bei's hand. At the same time, he slashed Wu Bei's chest with a knife. The armor on Wu Bei's chest shattered instantly. Phew. Wu Bei spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. He was chopped off by a sword and flew dozens of meters away. He staggered to his feet. He glanced at the knife wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone was visible. Even though he was coughing up blood, he was still laughing wildly, like a madman. You know what? I ate her heart. Ha ha ha. You didn't know it. You were taken away and her body was torn into pieces. Back then, you two were supposed to be a couple, huh? But Wang Tiance did a great job, watching you being surrounded and killed. This is you, the three heroes of wind and thunder. Ha! How ridiculous. The violent spirit in Hunchu's heart was aroused. His eyes were tinged with scarlet, but it was quickly suppressed. His teammates are still waiting for him. Hunchu drew his sword instantly, and Wu Bei also unleashed the power of his 4 seals. In an instant, a black mist seemed to surge out of his body, condensed into thousands of black flying needles. Wu Bei shouted angrily, "Go to hell!" Hunchu swung his sword and created a wall of strong wind in front of him. All the black needles were instantly guided high into the sky and became completely ineffective. Wu Bei's eyes suddenly narrowed. You practice. Hunchu's eyes suddenly fixed. With a flash, he instantly appeared in front of Wu Bei. A knife cut through the sky. I saw a flash of knife between the two of them. Boom. Wu Bei was blasted hundreds of meters away by a single sword strike. The chest has exploded. Countless mountains and forests were destroyed along the way. He vomited blood and was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that Hunchu actually mastered it, but it's not his business anymore. He landed on the ground, already dying. The chest had been completely blown open, and one could even see the internal organs. His vision gradually blurred. Watching Hunchu walking towards him step by step. With difficulty, he showed a hideous smile. You will come to accompany me too. Hunchu's knife flashed. But the next moment, a 4-star alien beast stood in front of Wu Bei. At the same time, another 4-star blood moon demon wolf grabbed Wu Bei and fled madly. Hunchu fought a fierce battle with the 4-star alien beast. Without forced pursuit, Wu Bei would surely die. The other side, Su Liang and the others are here. Because the wolf was dead, there was no one to give orders. The herd gradually retreated. They knew that the captain had succeeded. The retreat of the strange beast was also related to the aura on Su Liang's body. This aura frightened them. They finally won. Everyone felt sad, as if they had survived a calamity. Everyone turned to look at Chen Wuhua, who was being treated with all possible means. Everyone's eyes were filled with sorrow. The green grass is shedding tears like rain, no matter how she mobilized her healing power. But it was too late to save the situation. The wound on his back was too large, and his internal organs suffered a devastating blow. Lu Wuhuan ran to Chen Wuhua like crazy and knelt beside him. He couldn't stop the tears from his eyes. My throat is trembling. Hua Hua, brother Hua. Chen Wuhua was left hanging by his last breath by Levian. His face was as pale as paper. Force a smile. He raised his hand with difficulty and Chen Wuhua grabbed it. Why do you want to save me? Lu Wuhuan cried like a baby. Everyone's eyes were red and moist. Chen Wuhua smiled palely. I have only one life left. It's no pity to lose it, and I am the last one to fight. Saving you is my instinct. Lu Wuhuan held Chen Wuhua's hand tightly. You must survive and don't die. I want to eat the roasted chicken legs you made. Chen Wuhua smiled and said, "Damn it. I'm already this old. Maybe in my next life." Lu Wuhuan burst into tears. Chen Wuhua looked at everyone. Everyone gathered around. Chen Wuhua smiled. "Look at everyone. Everyone please be careful. I can't accompany you anymore. Tell Xiaolong to remember to burn some big breasts for me." Lu Yin couldn't stop her tears, and a few tears also fell from Long Lan's eyes. Yi Qingqing's eyes were red. There is no need to mention those grown men. Gong Lai and Yun Mu both squatted down and held Chen Wuhua's hands. The three of them are of similar age and can be considered the oldest teammates. Looking at the two grown men, their eyes were red. Blood flowed from the corner of Chen Wuhua's mouth. "Don't fucking cry, it's just asleep, right? When I wake up, we can be brothers in the next life." "Old Gong, I can't drink at your and Lu Yin's wedding. Don't make others wait that long." Gong Lai's eyes were red and bloodshot. At this time, Chen Wuhua seemed to be experiencing a last glimmer of life. Chen Wuhua looked at Su Liang. There is still white steam coming out of Su Liang's body. Su Liang is great. He will definitely be able to help the captain in the future. Everyone must protect him more. Su Liang's eyes were also red. Although he had little contact with Chen Wuhua, who always looked like he had a gentle smile on his face, he seemed to have recalled the sad scenes of his previous life. He really experienced too many separations and deaths. Hunchu is back. Looking at Chen Wuhua, lying on the ground, he squatted down. Chen Wuhua squeezed out the last bit of his energy and said, "Captain, please bury me next to Wu Shao and the others so I can have company." Hunchu nodded. Hunchu's voice was hoarse. "Let's be brothers in the next life." Chen Wuhua smiled. "These few years as teammates with you are the happiest for me." Chen Wuhua closed his eyes. "Brother Hua." Lu Wuhuan broke down and cried. Chapter 126, The God-Slaying Meeting. Lu Wuhuan cried like a child and cried for a long time while holding Chen Wuhua's gradually losing temperature body. The sky gradually turned yellow, just like Chen Wuhua's life. The sun set here. But the end of life is not the end of the spirit. He risked his life to block the fatal blow for his teammates. His spirit will live forever. Under this dim night sky, all other teammates offered the highest courtesy, watching him go to heaven. "I hope we can still be brothers in the next life." Su Liang finally couldn't hold on any longer. The white mist on his body disappeared. He fell headfirst to the ground. "Su Liang! Su Liang!" Gong Lai ran over immediately and hugged him. This time, he used the fiery blood aim to completely drain all the power of the beast god seal in his body. Only then did he realize that it was not that he did not need to recover, but many times at the beginning, he did not really use the power deep within the beast god seal. Therefore, when the beast energy was transformed, it was easily replenished. But now, he really has no strength left. Completely drained. "I can't hold on any longer." That feeling of weakness came over me. "Boy, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Gong Lai was afraid that something might happen to Su Liang. Everyone gathered around. Su Liang said weakly, "It takes too much energy to send me to the safe house." Hunchu took out the safe house without hesitation. Su Liang was quickly sent in. Everyone else, clean up the battlefield and guard the surroundings. Hunchu and Long Lan put away Chen Wuhua's body and temporarily stored it in the space converter. Everyone feels bad, but they have to accept this reality. Su Liang is in the safe house. I felt so weak that I couldn't even lift my arms. I really felt like I was burned out, as if I hadn't had any water for 3 days and 3 nights. He took out a handful of beast crystals and prepared to collect energy for transformation. But the next moment, his beast seal started to work automatically. The energy in the beast crystal was madly sucked away by the beast god seal, turning into 2 torrents. One entered into the beast god seal on his chest, and the other entered into the beast god seal on his right eye. Bursts of golden light. Su Liang was shocked. "Can I actually absorb beast crystals like this? Does this mean that when you lose strength, you can directly absorb beast crystals to replenish it? But I can't care so much now." The beast god seal seemed to be extremely tired and was madly absorbing the power from the beast crystal. That feeling of weakness is disappearing little by little. I don't know how many beast crystals I absorbed before I could barely get rid of the feeling of weakness. But I feel that my strength has not yet recovered to its peak state. It is still a long way to go. He checked his beast crystal. What the hell? 500 beast crystals are gone. The people of Su Liang were all confused. How long had it been? Had it been a day and a night? Su Liang hurried out of the safe house. I found that everyone had moved to another place. Sitting around the campfire, Su Liang was slightly startled. Did a whole day and night really pass? Glanced at the time. Only 2 hours have passed. Su Liang was shocked. The speed at which he replenished his strength and absorbed beast crystals far exceeded the speed at which beast energy was converted, reaching a terrifying level. Perhaps it can be understood that it is difficult to open up wasteland, but it is much easier if you just irrigate the fields at the beginning. Everyone saw Su Liang come out. Boy, are you okay? Gong Lai came over quickly. Su Liang waved his hand. It's okay. It's just that the consumption is too great. Su Liang walked towards everyone. There was still sadness on everyone's face. Just like that, one teammate is missing. Gu Tianqing, the blood drinker, was also injured. Yumu was also injured a few days ago. Now everyone is more or less injured. Su Liang found a place to sit down. Everyone looked at Su Liang. Su Liang's performance at that time was really shocking. Finally, he and Zhao Jian teamed up to kill a 4-star alien beast. So fierce. Qi Hengchu said, now that Su Liang is awake, let's discuss the mission. Qi Hengchu said to himself, when we just left the city, Su Liang realized the danger of this mission, so I raised the internal danger level to the highest level. But the degree of danger is still far beyond my expectation. We have only just put down 3 eyes of the sky, and we will be able to put down the 4th tomorrow. Given the danger of the mission, I want to give up this mission. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Liang was stunned for a moment. I actually chose to give up the mission. The cost of giving up the mission is not small. In the future, the words actively giving up the mission will appear in the files of the God Hunting team, which will have a certain impact on accepting missions in the future. But the moon burial plan was too difficult. If they could give up, it would definitely be a good thing, as long as they could return to Chengdu. What Su Liang lacks now is time. Give him enough time, and he will be able to improve quickly, which is safer. But everyone was silent. Then, Brother Hua died in vain. Su Liang said, I think it's okay to give up the mission. We are obviously being targeted in this mission. There must be a conspiracy. Long Lan also said, I also agree to give up the mission. I heard both of their voices. Green also said, I agree. Everyone nodded. Qi Hengchu said, well, then give up the mission. Xiao Lan, contact the military. We, Jinsha, will withdraw from this mission and prepare to return tomorrow. Long Lan nodded. Qi Hengchu looked at everyone. The chef's death will not be in vain. In the future, we will make those behind the scenes pay the price. Everyone nodded. Lu Wuhuan's eyes are still red. He asked in a hoarse voice, Captain, those guys are your former enemies? Qi Hengchu's eyes flickered. Nod. Start to tell some things. They are from the group of God Eaters, an organization called the Godslayer Society, which brings together most of the geniuses among the God Eaters. Of course, the number is not as many as our Chinese geniuses. But they can control the strange beasts, master the strange beasts, and drive the strange beasts. Hearing this, everyone was a little shocked. Su Liang was not too shocked. He actually knew a little bit. This organization has always been there. Aims to hunt down Chinese talents. It can also be regarded as a struggle between the younger generations of the 2 major forces. Qi Hengchu continued, they have a list, which is their hunting list, and on it are the names of my Chinese geniuses. I don't know how they are ranked specifically, but I guess Bai Qianqian must be on the list. When saying this, Qi Hengchu looked at Su Liang. Su Liang was not surprised. He thought that he would definitely be on the list. Su Liang continued, the list is divided into 4 major categories, A, B, C, and D. Among them, the A level is further divided into 3 levels, first, second, and third. It almost corresponds to 3 levels. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Liang in surprise. Gong Lai asked in confusion, you even know this? Su Liang smiled bitterly, I know a little. Qi Hengchu took a deep look at Su Liang and continued, this time, the God-Slaying Society is going out to attack us in Rongqing. To be more direct, it is mainly targeting me. They've been trying to kill me. Everyone groaned for a moment. Lu Ying continued, now it's clear. This mission is aimed at the captain and a large-scale encirclement and suppression against us. It is necessary to abandon the mission. Everyone nodded. Gong Lai said, it's okay to give up. We will work hard to evolve, and we will definitely be able to fight back in the future. And Su Liang, this little pervert, will definitely be invincible in the future. A smile appeared on everyone's face. Indeed, Su Liang's fighting ability is simply amazing. Gong Lai forced a smile to liven up the atmosphere. You can't keep immersing yourself in that atmosphere. He asked, Xiao Liangzi, what's with your golden light? Aren't you a wind and fire dual attribute person? Su Liang picked up a small stone and threw it into the fire. He said expressionlessly, I told you I'm level 1. Gong Lai laughed and scolded. Just brag. Everyone knows you are a top player. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? But at this time, Su Liang's expression was extremely solemn. Gong Lai's smile froze. He turned around and looked at his teammates around him. I noticed that no one was laughing, but everyone seemed to have agreed to it. Gong Lai glared. What the hell? You. Gong Lai put his face close to Su Liang's face, and his big eyes were only 1 centimeter apart from Su Liang's eyes. You are really super? What else? I've told you several times. Gong Lai retreated frantically, as if he had seen a ferocious beast. He covered his violently heaving chest. Real? Su Liang rolled his eyes. Otherwise, what do you think that golden light is? Gong Lai's face looked extremely interesting. Oh fuck. Chapter 127 The Core of the Secret. It took Gong Lai a long time to calm down his restless heart. It's really hard to imagine that Su Liang is really a top. Then he came over with a licking face and hugged my thighs, looking fawning. Oh my little Liangzi is actually a level. This thigh is so slippery. Su Liang pushed him away. You old pervert, go hug the captain's thigh. Everyone was amused and felt a little more relaxed. Gong Lai showed a sly smile. In this way, we have Jinsha, level 1 and level 2. Awesome. He will definitely be the Grand Marshal of the Divine Sect in the future. Let's bring Chanqian in from now on. We, Jinsha, will definitely be on the God Hunter rankings, and it will be very high. Su Liangkai ignored him. Look at everyone. I am a top-level person. Please keep this a secret and don't tell anyone. I'm afraid of the military. At this point, everyone understood. They all nodded. Gu Tianqing said, don't worry, since you said so, we will definitely keep our mouths shut. Su Liang nodded. Gong Lai said, I'm sure others will find out about this in the future, right? Su Liang explained. Wouldn't it be good to be on the God-Slaying Society's hunting list later? Gong Lai nodded. Hunchu said, this matter must not be mentioned to anyone. This is equivalent to the secret of our team, and it is also our team's killer move. Everyone nodded solemnly. Gong Lai chased after Su Liang and asked, Boy, what happened to you when you had white gas all over your body? Your fighting power suddenly increased. Su Liang shook his head. Don't ask about my affairs. It's not that I want to hide it from everyone, but the fewer people who know about it, the better. Gong Lai glared. I am your guide. Green patted him. Is it never going to end? They said it's confidential. Gong Lai then smiled awkwardly, unable to resist his wife's attack. At this moment, Long Lan's face looked extremely ugly. We were rejected. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Long Lan. Everyone frowned. Hunchu asked, what's going on? Long Lan called up the information. The military has asked us to continue our mission and has assigned us a new one. The mission's danger level has been raised to 5 stars. No matter how many casualties there are, we must continue to carry out the mission. Moreover, even if we want to go back now, we can't. Rongqing has been surrounded by countless alien beast armies. Hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically. Besieged? Long Lan nodded with a grim expression. I don't know where so many strange beasts came from. They almost surrounded the perimeter of Rongqing. They didn't attack, they just surrounded it. Su Liang's face darkened. The God-Slaying Society is trying to cut off our retreat. This is their usual tactic. Everyone's faces looked extremely ugly. Damn it. Gu Tianqing cursed. Gong Lai also cursed. These beasts want to catch all of us in one fell swoop? Only at this time did Su Liang finally understand why the moon burial plan was so difficult. They had already made up their minds to kill all those who left the city this time. The faces of both Zhao Jian and Yi Qingqing turned ugly, which was unusual. Hunchu was still relatively calm. What's the new mission? Long Lan checks the new tasks. The pupils gradually became shocked. Let's go grab the Tianji core. Many teams have come out of Seoul. I hope we can cooperate with each other and snatch the Tianji core back from the monsters. If we have the strength, it would be best if we can bring it back to Rongqing. The mission rewards 100 million low-level divine crystals. Everyone was shocked to hear this. How many? How much did you say? Their eyes were wide open. It's like I heard it wrong. Even Su Liang was shocked. 100 million? Equivalent to 10 million one-star beast crystals. This is crazy. It's like killing 1,000 4-star beasts. 100 5-star beasts. The beast crystal of a 5-star exotic beast can only be exchanged for 1 million low-level divine crystals. In terms of the value of beast crystals, 1, 2, and 3 stars all increase tenfold. When it reaches 4 stars, it is 100 times higher than 3 stars, which is a qualitative leap. There is a huge difference between a 4-star beast and a 3-star beast. It's like there's a hurdle. The 4-star and 5-star levels also increase tenfold. But when it comes to 6 stars, there is another big leap. A 6-star beast is equivalent to 100 5-star beasts. It is also a qualitative leap. Therefore, the value of a 6-star exotic beast is about 100 million low-level divine crystals. The reward for this mission is equivalent to killing a 6-star monster. Isn't this crazy? Everyone couldn't hide their shock. Such a reward is really exciting. The blood is boiling. Lu Yin asked curiously, what is the core of the secret? That one sentence brought everyone back into that fantasy. Even Su Liang was a little confused about this. The core of the secret? Could a divine crystal that could make the military offer a reward of 100 million be a simple thing? Hunchu was silent for a moment. It can be understood as an artificial intelligence brain, similar to a chip. Once we get the Tianji core, we can build a top-level defense system or even a level 4 city. It contains all the data needed to build a level 4 city, as well as a lot of data on the chosen ones, and a huge amount of combat skills. The highest level should be 6 stars. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Long Lan added, in fact, this Tianji core is the database of Hongqing, a 4th-level city that was captured 10 years ago. If we in Rongqing get this Tianji core, we can upgrade our combat readiness defense system, and we can also use this Tianji core to connect to China's Tianyin and obtain more advanced authorization. After all, Hongqing back then had a larger population than our Rongqing, so its rank was slightly higher. So, a reward of 100 million for such a core of the Heaven's Secret is actually not much. Everyone gasped. They didn't expect it to be such an important thing. Gonglai asked, if we get the Tianji core, can we get the combat skills stored inside? Long Lan nodded. There is a chance. Everyone's breathing quickened. 6-star combat skills. Long Lan said, in fact, for us, combat skills are not the most important thing. What is important is the core secrets of some weapons and equipment inside. If we can get it, we can use the data inside to strengthen and upgrade some of our equipment and create more advanced equipment such as energy cannons without spending any money. This is the best thing for us. Everyone's excitement cannot be expressed in words. I can't wait to take it down immediately. But the next moment, Long Lan poured a basin of cold water on him. The prerequisite is that we can get it. This kind of important thing must have attracted many strong people to take action. The Soul God Hunting team is stronger than us. And I'm afraid it's not just the God Hunting team in Seoul. Some other families and forces in Seoul will probably take action. In Rongqing, I think several major families may also send people. Su Liang asked doubtfully, for something this important, why doesn't the military just send out the God King? Long Lan looked at Hunchu. Hunchu said, the military has no way to determine whether it is true or false. If this is a trap and the other party hunts down a God King, then the city will fall into turmoil. The God King cannot leave the city at will. Su Liang's face twitched. It turned out that he thought they were just minions wading through mines. Long Lan said, this is the current situation. It all depends on our choice. We can stay put and wait outside for the monsters around Rongqing to evacuate, and then find a chance to go back. Or else, continue the mission. You can make a lot of money, but the risks involved in carrying out the mission will be infinite. No one knows what will happen next. Hearing this, everyone was silent for a while. The current situation clearly tells you that it will be very dangerous to go there. Maybe someone will die. But do they have any way out? Lu Wuhuan stood up first and threw the piece of tasteless meat in his hand to the ground. Damn it, it's not as delicious as Brother Hua's cooking. Let's go avenge Brother Hua. Kill all those beasts. Everyone smiled at each other. Gong Lai cursed and said, fuck him. Yumu said calmly, I have lived for decades, and it is enough. Gu Tianqing hammered his iron fists and grinned. It would be good to kill more monsters and save money for a wife. Zhao Jian was busy wiping his sword, so there was no need to say anything. The same goes for Yi Qingqing. Fu Yuan said, give me some more source crystals. I'm afraid it won't be enough for the fight. Everyone looked at Su Liang. Su Liang said, I will work hard to evolve tonight. Give me some time and I can kill 4 stars alone. Everyone laughed. Hunchu said, then everyone should take the time to rest and recuperate. We will set out tomorrow morning to establish the 4th eye of the sky. Su Liang turned around and went back to the safe house. This time, I don't know whether I will live or die. No, I promised Qianqian that I would return safely. Qianqian, wait for me. Chapter 128. Qianqian was confessed too. For a whole night, Su Liang was confused. He recovered to his peak state, but he emptied his own stock of beast crystals. When he came out, he only had more than 2,000 beast crystals stored on him. If I want to fill my consumption now, I will have to spend about 2,000 one-star beast crystals, plus the consumption of beast energy conversion in the past few days. I don't have any beast crystals on me. He could only use the beast crystals obtained from killing strange beasts outside the city in the past few days. But these will be divided equally later. Once you use it up, you will be left with nothing and will be exposed. Su Liang felt a little embarrassed. For the first time, I realized my own consumption capacity. This means that from now on, every time I use the Blazing Blood Guidance, I will have to use thousands of beast crystals to replenish my consumption. Su Liang smiled bitterly. The power brought by the burning blood was very strong. But the consumption is not something that ordinary people can afford. This is a bit troublesome. Su Liang could only find the captain secretly. Captain, I need a 4-star beast crystal. Can you give it to me first? Hunchu glanced at him. Su Liang said, when the time comes, just deduct it from my share. Hunchu didn't ask any more questions. He took out a 4-star beast crystal from his body and stuffed it into Su Liang's pocket without saying a word during the whole process. Only then did Su Liang feel relieved. He simply didn't ask for the 1-star beast crystal. This 4-star beast crystal is equivalent to 10,000 1-star beast crystals, which is completely enough for his temporary consumption, and one that is not so ostentatious. Su Liang even thought about whether he should modify the armor in the future to create a space that could accommodate the beast crystal, so that even if he was not in the safe house, he could secretly convert the beast energy. They had a very smooth day and did not encounter any danger. The fourth eye of the sky was laid down smoothly. In the next few days, Su Liang evolved the Wind and Fire Divine Seal during the day and transformed the beast energy at night. The real crazy evolution begins. Rongqing, the Academy of the Chosen Ones. Hunting ground. Some students were shocked when they saw the images transmitted back from the screen in front of them. This by Qianqian is too crazy. It's only been 2 weeks and she's already level 12. Killing a 2-star monster is as easy as killing a chicken. This level is too perverted. She is a pervert, but she also works very hard. I heard that during this period, she has not been to class at all. She is either in the virtual battle room, in the hunting ground, or practicing combat skills. She has never stopped. TSK. Often the more outstanding people are, the harder they work. I heard that the Academy sent out divine generals to frantically hunt exotic animals outside the city and put them in the hunting grounds by Qianqian. During this period of time, she almost killed all the animals in the primary hunting grounds. That's right, it's like crazy. There is another one who is also crazy, in the intermediate hunting ground. Is it Fong Bwe, the cold school beauty? It's her. She also seems to have gone crazy all of a sudden, just like by Qianqian, fighting like crazy. The Academy has been hunting exotic beasts for the two of them to give them practical combat opportunities. Look, it's by Qianqian's second seal power. In the picture, flames filled the sky. The raging fire was like a phoenix spreading its wings. It poured out, and all the strange beasts around were turned into charcoal. It's amazing to watch. The power of the seal is so terrifying. But have you noticed that in just such a short period of time, Bai Qianqian has become more and more beautiful, her skin has become fairer, and she is no longer so skinny. She has the demeanor of a queen. Did you just realize that? She is a top-level queen. I don't know how Su Liang got lucky to be able to cling to Bai Qianqian's thigh. Look, she's coming out. They are almost all killed. They must be coming out. At the back of the crowd, Luo Zan folded her arms, holding the pair of balls in front of her chest, leaning against the wall with a charming smile on her lips. Bai Qianqian walked out of the hunting ground and came to where the crowd gathered. Look at the staff guarding the hunting ground. He said calmly, Teacher, we don't have enough monsters to kill. Please replenish them quickly. The middle-aged man nodded awkwardly. We are already searching, and more will be added soon. I will send you a message when the time comes. Bai Qianqian nodded slightly. Thanks. Gradually, Qianqian also began to feel cold towards life. But it is not cold, but a natural arrogance. In her opinion, not many people can make her smile softly. Only brother Su Liang, her boyfriend. The other students around, whether they were of high or low level, made way for them. Now no one dares to surround Bai Qianqian like they did at the beginning. Look at the level 1 soldier in her hand and the level 1 armor on her body. Be careful, or I'll give you a sword. This kind of detached indifference makes people like her even more. This is the person who will become the queen in the future. Love. The boys hid their admiration deep in their pupils. Bai Qianqian's transformation is very obvious. Her figure has gradually become taller, and her delicate face has become flawless. She took the sword and walked out of the hunting ground. I looked up at the sky. Her two beautiful eyebrows were slightly raised. It's still not enough. She is still far behind Brother Su Liang. She needs to work harder. Brother Su Liang already had such fighting power before he left, and he must be even stronger now. Bai Qianqian took out a piece of divine crystal and held it in her hand and began to recover. She didn't want to waste any time. I murmured in my heart, Brother Su Liang, you must come back safely. Just when Bai Qianqian was about to leave, Luo Zan appeared in front of Bai Qianqian. Luo Zan showed a pure and sweet smile. Hello, Bai Qianqian. Can I be your friend? The boys at the back were slightly startled when they saw Luo Zan blocking Bai Qianqian. It's this witch. A witch who is popular with both men and women and has such a powerful background. Some people wanted to remind Bai Qianqian, but they didn't dare to speak. This witch is no more lenient than Luo Zan when she strikes. Bai Qianqian looked at Luo Zan expressionlessly. I don't seem to know you. Luo Zan said shyly, you really don't know me, but I know you. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. I want to be friends with you, can I? Please. Luo Zan's voice was so soft that it almost melted into her bones. The boys around them were excited when they heard this. This woman was like a poison that could scrape your bones and turn your soul on. If she gets me into bed, I'll be dead. That figure, that charming face is simply amazing. However, someone responded. What's going on with Luo Zan's attitude towards Bai Qianqian? What the hell? She really fell in love with Bai Qianqian? When the boys thought of this, they felt like ghosts crying out in their hearts. She was simply a monster. She actually wanted to take Bai Qianqian away. What about Su Liang? Are you acting like a coward now? Why don't you come out to protect Bai Qianqian? If you don't protect us, we will. Bai Qianqian looked at Luo Zan in confusion. You're so weird. Shouldn't you be looking at boys like this? Why are you looking at me? I don't have the urge to push you down like boys do. The scene was dead silent for a moment. Luo Zan froze in place. Students, damn it, I can't hold it anymore. So cute. The queen is so cute. I love it. It turns out the queen also has such a pure side. Bai Qianqian blinked her eyes, which looked a little cold. But what she said formed a huge contrast with her expression. Luo Zan's cheeks flushed for a moment. Is Bai Qianqian so naive? Bai Qianqian turned around and was about to leave. Luo Zan quickly adjusted his mentality. He ran to Bai Qianqian again, acting gentle and soft. Is it impossible for me to be friends with you? I'm not bad either. I'm also a top-level one. Luo Zan's eyes flickered. Bai Qianqian had no expression on her face. I'm not interested. Luo Zan was slightly stunned. It seems that we have to reveal some shocking news. Bai Qianqian is leaving again. Wait, Bai Qianqian, I have something to tell you. Bai Qianqian frowned slightly. This girl is a bit annoying. I can't describe the feeling. Hurry up and tell me. I'm in a hurry. Luo Zan looked around and seemed a little shy. Luo Zan took out a bouquet of flowers from her space converter and knelt on one knee. Bai Qianqian, I like you. Please be with me. What's so good about boys? Be with me. The whole place was in complete silence. Was it so direct? He didn't even hide it from anyone. Chapter 129. You, the Luo family, are so disgusting. The students around him all widened their eyes. Luo Zan half knelt in front of Bai Qianqian, holding the bouquet of flowers. Looking shy. Those students have already started live streaming. This is huge news. Bai Qianqian frowned and looked at the girl in front of her. It really feels a bit confusing. She was confessed by a girl. This feeling is really strange. Luo Zan looked at Bai Qianqian and she froze. Strike while the iron is hot. Qianqian, I really like you. I miss you so much that I can hardly sleep. Come with me. What's so good about those stinky boys? They all stink. Be with me. I will spoil you like a little princess every day. Looking at the pervert-like smile on Luo Zan's face, Bai Qianqian just felt goosebumps all over the floor. It's really hard to accept. The students around looked excited. Their Luo family is really interesting. When Luo Zan failed, Luo Zan took over. These two siblings are really funny. However, some boys were worried that Bai Qianqian might be deceived by Luo Zan. Bai Qianqian's face was a little stiff. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend, everyone knows it, and I'm not a lesbian. Besides, there's nothing bad about boys. Brother Su Liang is very good. He smells good, not as smelly as you say. Male students. Is Bai Qianqian going to do that with Su Liang? Damn it, you beast. We must kill that bastard. They are actually attacking their queen now. Where is he? I want to tear him apart alive. It seems like he hasn't shown up for a long time. A group of boys gnashed their teeth. Such a good girl like Bai Qianqian was taken into the arms of that bastard so early. This is a loss for all male compatriots. Luo Zan was stunned for a moment. He had heard that Bai Qianqian was very fond of Su Liang. But it doesn't matter. Today is just a precaution. I will get closer to Bai Qianqian slowly in the future. She just doesn't believe she can't get it. Bai Qianqian continued. Besides, you didn't even tell me who you are? I don't know you at all. Thank you for your love, but I won't like you. Bai Qianqian said this and walked away. I just feel like my goosebumps are almost gone. I must tell brother Su Liang about this. It's so embarrassing. Luo Zan was not discouraged by such a rejection. I quickly chased after him. I didn't mean to not tell you my name. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. Bai Qianqian walked with an expressionless face, just wanting to get away from her as quickly as possible. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Luo Zan said, Bai Qianqian, I will tell you my name, but please don't be angry, and don't ignore me. I know you won't accept me now, but I really like you. I really, really like you. Now I think about you every day and night. Qianqian couldn't help but shudder, a little. Just don't reply. Luo Zan quickly said, My name is Luo Zan. I am from the Luo family. Hearing this, the aura around Bai Qianqian suddenly turned icy cold. His eyes turned cold. It turned out to be the Luo family. At this moment, in the eyes of all the male classmates, Bai Qianqian once again returned to the state of the aloof queen. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. She must really hate the Luo family. That's good. Luo Zan hurriedly said, Qianqian, I have nothing to do with that bastard Luo Zan. Last time he came to harass you, I beat him up when I got home and warned him not to harass you again. If he dares to come again, tell me and I will never let him go. Please don't stop being friends with me because of this. Can we start as friends first? I really like you. I want to hold you in my arms as I sleep. All the male classmates were almost vomited by this woman. This is as weird as Luo Zan. Bai Qianqian no longer wanted to pay any attention to it. But Luo Zan still refused to give up. Qianqian, please don't be angry, okay? I have cut off all ties with him for you. From now on, I will only like you. Would you please be friends with me first? Qianqian finally couldn't bear it anymore. She has no good feelings towards anyone who is from the Luo family. No matter whether they are male or female, as long as they are from the Luo family, they have bad intentions. Qianqian felt a deep chill. In an instant, the flaming divine seal between the eyebrows exploded instantly. A horrible heat wave burst out from her body and her face was indifferent. Roll. At this moment, I felt like a queen ruling the world. The endless heat waves were mixed with the indifferent looks. Let those boys sink in an instant. This is the Bai Qianqian they like. Luo Zan was knocked back by the heat wave. Everyone was very shocked. He's only level 12, but the pressure is already so terrifying. Luo Zan did not panic. Chu said pitifully, If you really want to be angry, then hit me. I am willing to atone for the mistakes he made. Come on. Luo Zan opened his arms. He looks like he is at the mercy of others. Bai Qianqian gave her a cold look. You Luo family are so disgusting. After saying this, Bai Qianqian left. Qianqian. Luo Zan chased after her again. Next second, clang. A crisp sword sound was heard. The sword pointed directly at Luo Zan. Bai Qianqian's eyes were cold. Don't use those tricks of yours on me. I don't have any good feelings towards you Luo family. If you come to bother me again, do you believe it or not? I will kill you and the academy will protect me? The tall figure holding a sword looked at him coldly. Extremely cold and cruel. The boys are really going crazy. Handsome. I feel like our college is going to have another iceberg campus beauty. Luo Zan didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Bai Qianqian left straight away, and her back view was fascinating. But Luo Zan's heart sank. Damn it. Luo Zan, you bastard. It's all your fault. You're more likely to cause trouble than to help. Bai Qianqian, don't be impatient. I will make you submit to me. I will make you fall into my arms. Almost all students in the college knew about Luo Zan's confession. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiuling are together. Wow, Bai Qianqian has really changed her appearance. Yi Qiuling exclaimed in amazement. Yi Qinghan looked a little worried. I have accomplished nothing now, and I dare not get close to Bai Qianqian easily. Once she reaches the level of Luo Zan and Luo Zan, it will be difficult for our Yi family to have any relationship with her. Yi Qiuling also frowned slightly. I have found the people, but that damn bastard disappeared. Brother Qinghan, do you think that Su Liang might have been secretly killed by someone? Hearing this, Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows slightly. Impossible? Yi Qiling shook her head. I think it's possible. He made Luo Ziwen lose so much face last time. Maybe he has been killed by Luo Ziwen in secret. Maybe your chance has come. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I really do it? Yi Qiling analyzed. Look at the video. Bai Qianqian has such an attitude towards Luo Zian. Is it because Bai Qianqian knows that Su Liang is missing and suspects the Luo family, but has no evidence and can only endure it? Plus, she has been evolving like crazy recently. Is she trying to improve her strength to avenge Su Liang? I heard her analysis. Yi Qinghan got excited instantly. He slapped his thigh. That makes sense. Yi Qinghan grabbed Yi Qiuling's hands and said excitedly, Qiuling, you are really my smart one. Yi Qiuling's cheeks turned slightly red when she was suddenly caught by Yi Qinghan. Brother Qinghan, don't get excited. This is what I should do. Yi Qinghan noticed the current distance between the two people. He could clearly see some whiteness. He coughed twice. Ahem. I lost my composure a little bit. Go on. Yi Qiuling hummed softly. As long as she gets closer to Brother Qinghan, her life will be good in the future and she will definitely be valued. Yi Qiuling continued, if things are really as I speculated, then now, Brother Qinghan, you have a place to start. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows lit up. Tell me in detail. Yi Qiuling said, you still can't approach Bai Qianqian with that purpose. You must change your angle and start from the perspective of helping her. For example, we can now mobilize the family's power to investigate the truth behind Su Liang's disappearance and help Bai Qianqian. Then, with the help of this, slowly build up a good impression with Bai Qianqian. You must never show that you want to get her. At the same time, Brother Qinghan, your evolution must also become crazy, so that you may be able to get closer to Bai Qianqian. The two people discussed the details carefully. On the other side, outside the city, the lone wolf looked at the corpse that was brought back by the blood moon demon wolf. His face was extremely gloomy. Wu Bei is dead. That means Shanzhong might be dead, and that wolf is also dead. The lone wolf was now burning with anger. Shi Hunchu, I underestimated you. The lone wolf's eyes were as gloomy as water. Boss, Wu Bei left a message. Several people checked it out together. Be careful. He has trained himself to be the wind. Chapter 130 I yearn for freedom. Another 4 days passed, and it was early morning. Su Liang looked at his virtual panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 2676. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 2 Seals. Level 11. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 11. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 2 Seals. Level 13. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 13. Spirit, 655. Strength, 800. Agility, 655. Speed, 655. Su Liang let out a long sigh. In 4 nights, the Beast Seal evolved to level 13, but its power was already equivalent to level 14. In 2 more nights, you can reach level 14. Although the evolution is slower than the first print, this speed is already terrifying. As for these teammates, no one dared to say that they could evolve to level 1 in a few days. They all accumulated it bit by bit through hard work. He was already very satisfied with this speed. Now, with the blessing of the advanced battle armor, his strength can directly reach 1360 points, and then by using the blazing blood, his strength will reach the level of 2720 points. This number will fluctuate a little, but it has already reached the level of level 3 seal. This is absolutely horrifying. That's why Su Liang said that as long as he was given enough time, he could defeat even a 4-star monster. This is where the confidence comes from. He just hoped that this conspiracy would slow down a bit and give him some more time to reach level 15 or 16, or higher. Slow down a bit. Then, the Wind and Fire Divine Seal also evolved to the second seal. Everything came naturally and was no different from the previous life. His second seal is on his left leg. It can be considered as having a little power. If it was in his previous life, when he was only at level 11 of the second seal, it would be impossible for him to leave the city. Leaving the city would mean death. At the same time, the speed at which the Wind and Fire Divine Seal absorbed the divine crystals increased again. At levels 9 and 10, a total of 4 attribute points are provided. To advance from level 10 to level 11, one needs to absorb 200 divine crystals, which correspond to 21-star beast crystals, providing 20 points of attribute value. This also proves Su Liang's inner speculation. For the second level seal, each upgrade requires the absorption of 400 divine crystals, which is 41-star beast crystals. Compared with the first print, it has increased 20 times. Fortunately, The speed of absorbing divine crystals has reached an incredible level, otherwise it would be impossible to catch up with the evolution speed of the beast god seal. Overall, things are getting better. Su Liang took a deep breath. Hopefully the conspiracy will slow down a bit. He walked out of the safe house. Everyone is already waiting for Su Liang. Now that we know Su Liang's level, everyone is willing to give Su Liang more time. The higher the level of Su Liang's evolution, the stronger their combat power will be. The sense of security that a level can bring cannot be given by others. Gong Lai smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you." Su Liang smiled faintly and nodded. "Let's go." Hunchu said calmly, "We can install the seventh eye of the sky today. Let's go." Everyone moved forward in unison. In the past few days, they have not encountered large-scale attacks by groups of strange beasts. Only occasionally during the day you'd encounter some normal small groups. This is considered normal when leaving the city. Everyone's emotions were not so tense anymore. Gong Lai came up to him and said with a smile, "What level are you at?" Su Liang said expressionlessly, "Level 13. You just asked about it yesterday." Gong Lai smiled and said, "I thought you could only reach level 14. Su Liang said, "Do you really think I'm an evolution machine? How can it be that easy?" That being said, but Hunchu and Long Lan still found it a little unbelievable. You know, when he first left the city, he was only level 11. Gong Lai continued, "It's already very fast. I was wondering why you were so abnormal when we first met. It turns out you were a super. But why do you want to hide it? If you tell everyone directly, you will also get more resources, and ordinary people will not dare to mess with you." Hearing this, the other teammates looked at Su Liang. Everyone is curious about this question. Su Liang waved his hand. "What's there to expose? My girlfriend has already received resources, and I don't need that. And, like I said, if I expose myself, doesn't it also mean that people will target me early?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The real reason is definitely not this. Moreover, at Su Liang's age, he is able to give up such vanity and choose to hide. There must be a master guiding him behind this. Maybe it also has something to do with the fact that he has to evolve in the safe house. Su Liang knew that everyone was overthinking. "Captain, last time we applied to use the military sky eye, they refused. Plus, our whereabouts were leaked. Do you think there might be someone inside the military?" Su Liang didn't say anything final, but the subject has changed. Hunchu was silent for a moment. He said calmly, "There must be corrupt officials in the military, but I don't know who they are, and it's probably more than just one or two." Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. "Really?" Gu Tianqing asked excitedly. Everyone looked at Hunchu. Hunchu nodded calmly, "Yes, but no one knows who it is." Seeing Hunchu so calm, everyone seemed to understand that there is no absolutely clean place. Gu Tianqing asked, "Why?" Hunchu shook his head. "No one knows why. Those people, once caught, are basically dead." Gu Tianqing wanted to ask more questions. Hunchu said, "These are not things you should think about. Just do your own thing. The military will handle those things. At least, there are very few termites, and they won't affect the overall situation for now." Gu Tianqing didn't ask any more questions. But Su Liang understood that the biggest pest was the marshal of the divine sect. His sneak attack really changed a lot of things. I hope that his true face can be revealed in the future. At noon, they arrived at the 7th target location. Place the eye of the sky. Just take a break. Yumu grilled some meat for everyone. He tore off a piece and handed it to Su Liang. "It may not be as delicious as the one baked by the chef, so just make do with it." Su Liang thanked him and took it politely. Yunmu and Gong Lai are about the same age and have similar personalities, but Yunmu is a little more serious. He looks like a simple and honest man. "Su Liang, why do you want to join the divine hunting team?" Yunmu asked. Su Liang asked back, "What about you?" Yunmu was stunned for a moment. He sighed and laughed, then sat down next to Su Liang. "I yearn for freedom." Gong Lai laughed like a pig. "Don't listen to his nonsense, you little brat. He's just mad that the woman he loved married someone else." Everyone laughed. Yumu rolled his eyes. "You're the only one who talks too much, so why don't you give me some face?" Su Liang smiled and said, "It's a very serious reason. Teammates are like that, they don't have many secrets from each other." "Old Gong Lai, I guess Sister Luing joined the team because of you. What about you?" Luing glanced at Su Liang and said, "Little brat, are you making up stories about your sister Luing?" Su Liang made a gesture to beg for mercy. Without waiting for Gong Lai to speak, Yumu quickly interrupted and said, "He, like me, also married someone else because of the woman he loved, but he was luckier than me and met Luing." Su Liang was stunned. Who the hell are these two guys? Gong Lai cursed and said, is it fun to expose each other's scars? Luin explained, Su Liang, don't listen to their nonsense. At that time, they liked the same woman, who was the most outstanding campus beauty in the chosen academy. Now she is a big shot in the military. She has never looked at them straight in the eye. It's just pure fantasy and admiration. Then the two of them worked together all the way and have been in the god-hunting team ever since. Gong Lai and Yun Mu's faces wilted. The real scar has been revealed. Su Liang's face was twitching. Yun Mu cursed at Gong Lai. You traitor. You told Luin everything. Aren't you ashamed? Gong Lai straightened his back and said, why should I be ashamed? This is called knowing everything about someone. Yun Mu gave a wicked smile. Do you know everything about him? Just as Gong Lai was about to speak, a large rock hit him in the face. Ah, Green, what are you doing? Luin spat. Who knows everything about you? If you have the ability, sleep with me. If you don't have the ability, stop talking nonsense. Oh my. Old Gong, you can't do that. You actually let Sister Luin stay alone in an empty room? Are you human? Gong Lai got up. You shrew. You have no shame. When we get back this time, I'll teach you a lesson. Luin snorted coldly. Come on. Gong Lai didn't dare to look at him and sat down. There was a smile on everyone's face. It's nothing new. Su Liang also smiled. This atmosphere was quite comfortable. Yun Mu asked, Su Liang, you haven't answered the question yet. Su Liang thought about it. It can be divided into two aspects. Everyone looked over, somewhat expectantly. Su Liang curled the corners of his mouth and looked up at the sky. I long for freedom. Everyone's face darkened. Go to hell. Su Liang, you are not honest. This kid is so cunning and shrewd. Su Liang explained, oh no, I really yearn for freedom. Everyone rolled their eyes. Su Liang smiled. Everyone had their own reasons or secrets for becoming a member of the god-hunting team. Just at this moment, Long Lan's face changed. The military has given orders. Chapter 131, A bunch of new disciples. Long Lan said with a serious expression. According to the military, the team in Seoul has confirmed that the core of the heavenly secret is in the hands of the Phantom Moon Demon Fox and has forced the Phantom Moon Demon Fox into an ancient city. This demon fox is extremely cunning. We have tried to surround it several times but failed. However, the Phantom Moon Demon Fox did not leave the place. It seems that it is summoning strange beasts to surround and kill those teams. The military asked our 20 teams and the military's team to abandon their current tasks and rush to the target location with all our strength. On the one hand, we will rescue the Seoul team, and on the other hand, we will try to grab the Tianji core. Hearing this, everyone's faces became serious. 5-star fantasy Moon Fox. Just by listening to it, it feels like there are a lot of dangers inside. Long Lan continued. The mission's target location is 150 kilometers northwest of us. If we travel overnight, it will take 2 days. If you take nights off, it could take 4 days. Long Lan turned her gaze towards Hunchu. Hunchu stood up. Everyone stood up. Captain, do we have to rush over there with all our strength? If we can get the Tianji core, we will make a fortune. Lu Wuhuan said excitedly. Hunchu glanced at them. Then he looked at Long Lan. Right back to the military headquarters and tell them that we are rushing there with all our strength. Hearing this, everyone felt a slight ripple in their hearts. Su Liang sighed inwardly. As expected, it came, and there was not enough time. Everyone is ready to go. But the next second, Hunchu sat down again. Everyone? Hunchu said calmly, let them kill for a while. We will eat ours and go slowly. Everyone's face is twitching. This is not Captain. The Captain was never like this before. Hunchu looked at them. What? Are you full? Seeing him like this, everyone felt relieved. Then there's no rush. As the saying goes, I would rather die than let my friend die. Gong Lai said, if we rush over now, there will definitely be a lot of casualties. Don't worry, let's take our time. Su Liang curled the corners of his mouth. This is the best. Reduce the risk. Fortunately, there is still some time, and we need to transform quickly. Everyone should take a rest. Gu Tianqing moved closer to Su Liang. He said with a smile, Su Liang, your Dragon Roar 9 Roar Spear has reached the great perfection stage, and my combat awareness is not as good as yours. Please take some time to teach me. Gong Lai interrupted, Big Iron Bull. He's a spearman and you're a boxer. What can he teach you? I might as well teach you a set of Wang Ba Quan, which is passed down from my ancestors. Gu Tianqing sneered, Old Gong, yours is a turtle fist, right? Su Liang, don't bother with this perverted old man. Su Liang smiled and nodded. When we fight, I'll take a look at your boxing moves and see if I can give you some advice. Gu Tianqing nodded repeatedly. Okay. Except for Zhao Jian and Yi Qingqing, who rarely spoke, Su Liang was already familiar with everyone. Zhao Jian and Yi Qingqing are the kind of people who don't like to talk. But when fighting, there is no ambiguity at all. They continued on their journey. If you don't intentionally increase the speed, just maintain the normal speed. He also notified the Blood Wolf team and planned to join forces. There is no need to deploy the Eye of the Sky for the time being, and the route is clear, so just go straight. Su Liang frantically absorbed divine crystals during the day to evolve the Wind and Fire Divine Seal. The beast energy will be transformed at night, so we must hurry. The team will kill strange beasts when they encounter them, and dig mineral veins when they encounter them. There is no rush anyway. Just after dealing with a small wave of alien beasts, only one 2-star alien beast was left. It's a fire ape. Captain, don't kill them. Leave them to me. Gu Tianqing shouted loudly. Then he rushed out first and killed the fire ape. Su Liang, help me take a look. Gu Tianqing shouted loudly. Everyone looked up. Gu Tianqing swung his iron fists and fought with the fire ape. Gu Tianqing's fighting gives people a sense of violent aesthetics. The fiery ape also punched him again and again. The two people were fighting in a pure physical manner. On Su Liang's side, the Eye of Insight has been activated. The battle between the man and the ape was slowed down in his eyes. Every detail was analyzed, and in Su Liang's eyes there were no secrets at all. He could clearly see their weaknesses and flaws. Gu Tianqing shouted loudly, I am still a little short of mastering this set of boxing skills. Su Liang heard his voice. I also saw the vein of his power flow. In fact, no one thought Su Liang could give any advice. As a person who practices shooting, how can he point out a clear way for people who practice boxing? Long Lan looked at Su Liang's profile. Next second, Su Liang said calmly, remove the power of the divine seal and fight purely in hand-to-hand combat. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Don't be impulsive. Luin said quickly. Su Liang shook his head. Gu Tianqing, who was fighting, was also very obedient and withdrew the power of the divine seal. In an instant, he was knocked away by the fire ape's punch. Everyone was shocked. Isn't this nonsense? Gong Lai said, you little brat, the Iron Bull relies purely on gold for defense. If you ask him to withdraw his strength, he will get hurt. Su Liang ignored him and continued speaking. Move your center of gravity down an inch at your waist. When you throw a punch, don't make any unnecessary movements with your left arm. Use all your strength to accumulate power. Don't worry about your retreat. The faces of several teammates changed a little. Team leader Hunchu had no expression on his face and just watched silently. When Gu Tianqing heard Su Liang's words, he was a little hesitant at first, but he quickly dispelled his hesitation. As long as you don't die, why not give it a try? Gu Tianqing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and in an instant, he followed Su Liang's instructions and threw a punch exactly as he had intended. At the same moment, the fiery ape also threw out a punch filled with flames. The two fists collided. Su Liang suddenly shouted, punch with all your strength. Leave no room for maneuver. Gu Tianqing also shouted angrily, die. Right at this moment, Su Liang clearly saw a weak fist force beginning to gather from Gu Tianqing's body. This was something he had completely lacked at the beginning. At this moment, all his energy and spirit were concentrated on this punch. Under everyone's gaze, the two fists collided. Boom. The flames that erupted from the fiery ape instantly enveloped Gu Tianqing's fist, to burn it to ashes. But the next second, the moment when the power explodes, the fire ape's flames instantly began to roll back. Click. There was a sound of bones breaking. Then everyone saw the originally arrogant fiery ape let out a mournful cry and flew backwards instantly. Gu Tianqing punched him and sent him flying more than 20 meters away. Gu Tianqing was completely stunned. Could my punch have such powerful force? The other teammates were stunned. This? Gong Lai was stunned. Big Iron Bull clearly didn't use the power of the divine seal, but he was able to send the 2-star fiery ape flying so far? Everyone looked over and saw that the fire ape stood up, and its arm was broken. Everyone was in a daze. Zhao Jian shot out and killed it with one sword. Gu Tianqing stayed still for a long time, thinking about the punch he had just received. The other teammates all looked at Su Liang as if they were looking at a treasure. Fuck. Su Liang, you are amazing. Yun Mu exclaimed. Su Liang curled the corners of his mouth. Sprinkle some water. After Gu Tianqing woke up, he quickly ran to Su Liang. Stare at those bull eyes. Su Liang, what's going on? My power is obviously not that great. Everyone looked over curiously. Captain Hunchu said, although it is a subtle change, you have condensed the fist force. In ancient times, this was called the embryonic form of fist intention, so the power has undergone a qualitative change. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Is it so awesome? Su Liang explained with a smile. In fact, your boxing moves are already very mature. But some of the small details that you can't perceive limit the burst of your power. I just helped you change the center of gravity and the burst point of power, so that you can condense a subtle punch. And the boxing posture is something that boxing practitioners must master. It is a very ethereal thing that requires one to comprehend it by oneself. Those of us who practice spears, swords, and knives also need to master a special power. The captain has already mastered it. When he slashes with his knife, the invisible strong wind is sharper than the blade. Hearing this, everyone looked at Hunchu. Hunchu said expressionlessly, in the eyes of martial arts masters, this is called sword energy. Swords also have sword energy. They have different paths but the same goal. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that it was very profound. Su Liang continued with a smile. All the fighting skills we learn can only be regarded as a kind of technique. The more important thing is ourselves, just like a blacksmith must be strong himself. I haven't even mastered it myself yet. Everyone laughed, but they didn't look down on him, as he obviously had a much higher vision than them. Gong Lai sighed, it's really better to listen to your words than to have a conversation. I don't quite understand what you say, but I just think it's awesome. Yumu rolled his eyes. If you don't understand, go away. Yumu then showed a flattering smile. Master, would you mind taking the time to teach me? My combat skills have been stuck at the great perfection stage for many years. Gu Tianqing is more decisive. Master, please accept my disciple's greeting. Please give me some guidance. Su Liang couldn't stop smiling and quickly stretched out his hands to wipe his body, then held him up. Hey, just be a nominal disciple. There's no need to control the details so that you can achieve great success sooner or later. Everyone was amused. Even Yi Qingqing, a girl who never smiles, was amused. Luin said, Su Liang, your eyesight is incredible. You can be called a martial arts master. Long Lan smiled and said, it seems that you will become half of everyone's master in the future. Su Liang smiled and said, thank you for your praise, as long as you don't mind. Gu Tianqing asked, Master, how do we condense the power of a fist? Gong Lai also came up and said, you little bastard, do you think my gun and magic are awesome? Everybody gathered around. Hunchu coughed twice and said, just give me directions on the way and continue on our journey. Only then did everyone stop thinking. Hunchu looked at Su Liang. From now on, you will be in charge of their fighting skills. Su Liang. It's a bit difficult to get used to having so many apprentices all of a sudden. Everyone smiled and continued on their way. This time, he really treats Su Liang as a treasure. Shouldn't he worship such a great god? In the next few days, Su Liang continued to give guidance to everyone during the day, and everyone gained a lot. At night, Su Liang focused on transforming animal energy. That evening, Su Liang stayed in the safe house. We will arrive at the mission location tomorrow, and it will definitely be extremely dangerous. Seize this last chance and move up. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Beast energy transformation start. Chapter 132. The big drama begins. Late at night, Hunchu was on guard alone and looked up in the direction of the target location. There was a vague sense of tyranny rising in my heart. I'm probably going to run into that guy tomorrow. Long Lan appeared behind him. What are you going to do when you see Wang Tiance? Hunchu didn't turn around, but said coldly, kill. There were ripples in Long Lan's heart. He has become a divine general. Hunchu did not answer. What about the god general? These things must be settled. One of them must die. For her, and for the trust between them that had been betrayed. Long Lan asked, what was the truth back then? Hunchu shook his head. It doesn't matter. She is already dead. This one incident alone is enough to make him die tens of millions of times. Long Lan's eyes were moist. She knew that Hunchu was determined to take revenge, but she was afraid that Hunchu was no match for him. Long Lan hugged Hunchu from behind. But I'm afraid of losing you. There was a ripple in Hunchu's heart. I feel a little bitter inside. Long Lan choked up and said, you still have that thing to do. Don't put yourself in danger unless it's absolutely necessary, okay? There are those people from the God-slaying society behind you. I'm afraid this conspiracy is aimed at you too. They just want you to kill each other. Hunchu had no expression on his face. Pulling Long Lan's hand away, he felt inexplicably. Only when he dies can I face that matter with peace of mind. After all, Qinyue's death is also related to them. I will settle all the accounts one by one. I will not die. If it really comes to that, you have to take your teammates away. The thing I leave for you will be everyone's last life-saving talisman. Zhao Jian, you have to cooperate with Xiaolan. Zhao Jian responded from the tree next to him. Zhao Jian also looked up at the sky, as if he was also reminiscing about his former teammates and the big sister with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Long Lan hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Long Lan knew that she couldn't stop it. She smiled and said, Hunchu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have seen you at that time, but I still like you. You'd better come back alive. Early morning. The Blood Wolf team arrived. They actually lost a teammate. Everyone was in a bad mood. Duan Xia walked to Hunchu. You are also under siege? Hunchu nodded. It's the God-slaying society. Duan Xia nodded. I also found out that there was a grandson behind the scenes who was controlling the alien beasts to harass us, and 2 chariots were destroyed. What do you say next? Hunchu said, it depends on the situation. If you can grab it, grab it. If you can't grab it, you can only wait and see. There are a lot of people coming. Duan Xia nodded. This mission is more difficult than we thought. Hunchu didn't say anything more. Duan Xia glanced at their team. The safe house has been released. What are you doing? Aren't you leaving yet? Hunchu shook his head. Wait for him to come out. Duan Xia glanced around and didn't see the boy with the seal. It seemed that he was dead. Mysterious. During the whole process, Zhu Zhu stood not far from Hunchu, looking at her infatuatedly. Long Lan occasionally retorted, What are you looking at? Are you horny? Zhu Zhu glared at him. What the hell is it to you? What's your business? I can look at whoever I want to look at. I just want to look at my future man. What can you do to me? Long Lan spat. Shameless thing. Zhu Zhu snorted coldly. You only have a face. Are your breasts as big as mine? Are your legs as pretty as mine? Long Lan immediately started cursing. Teammates on both sides didn't dare to stop the fight, and no one dared to get into trouble. Duan Xia glanced at the 2 quarreling women. He smiled and looked at Hunchu. Don't care? These are all debts of love you left behind. Hunchu had a blank expression on his face and pretended not to see it. Duan Xia smiled and said, She doesn't know how to appreciate the blessing she has. It's a pity for Zhu Zhu, such a good girl. Hunchu said coldly, If you have nothing to do, just go and take her in. Duan Xia waved her hands repeatedly. I can't handle it. She only likes you. In the safe house, the red light gradually faded away. Su Liang looked at the transformation panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Conversion Progress 3677. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. Level 1 Wind and Fire Divine Seal. 2 seals. Level 12. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 12. Beast God Seal. Level 1 Red-Eyed Sky Scale Seal. 2 seals. Level 14. Beast Seal Evolution Progress. 14. Spirit 962. Strength 1000. Agility 922. Speed 922. Su Liang let out a long sigh. Converting 1,000 points in 4 days was already the limit. Infinitely close to level 15. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. But the strength value is already at level 15. That means it can burst out with power beyond level 20, which should be enough for the time being. After all, it is equivalent to a level 3 seal master, just lacking the power of 1 seal. The Wind and Fire Divine Seal has also reached level 12, so this is all I can do. Su Liang exited the consciousness space. Let's fight. This matter must have a result. I just hope that everyone can return alive and safely. He must go back. Su Liang walked out of the safe house. The Blood Wolves were spotted at first sight. There are only 9 people left in the Blood Wolf team, and the team has been reduced in strength. The battlefield outside the city is cruel, but there is no way to avoid it. The Blood Wolf team saw Su Liang walking out of the safe house. Everyone was shocked. This Ian kid is still alive? Duan Xia gave Hunchu a thumbs up and didn't know how Ian survived. Hunchu said expressionlessly, Let's go. Duan Xia also said to his teammates, Cheer up, it may be a bloody battle today. The 2 teams together had exactly 20 people. Cooperate with each other and rush to the ancient city. Around noon, the 2 teams saw that the extremely dilapidated ancient city had turned green. Hunchu stopped. Xiaolan, what's the situation of other teams in Rongqing? Long Lan hasn't spoken yet. Zhu Zhu has already taken over the conversation. Hunchu, there are already 10 teams from Rongqing that have arrived at the periphery of this city, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Then the 10 main elite teams of Seoul are also in the city, besieging the Phantom Moon Demon Fox and reducing its range of activities. They are ready to take action. Long Lan was so angry that she died. Did I ask you? Zhu rolled her eyes. Who told you to be dumb? Long Lan pointed at her angrily. You. Zhu twisted her butt and did whatever she wanted. I'll kill you, bitch. You have no flesh on your chest? Can you kill me? Sister, 4 seals. Can you beat me? Long Lan was about to explode when she saw Zhu's charming appearance. Hunchu frowned. Can you be quiet for a moment? Suddenly, the 2 fierce beauties shut up. He became extremely well-behaved in an instant. Duanxia secretly gave a thumbs up. It has to be you, Hunchu. Teammates on both sides couldn't help but admire him. Gonglai came close to Su Liang and whispered, Boy, you'd better stick with Qianqian. If you are as charming as our captain, you will be exhausted in the future. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Go play somewhere else. Hunchu said coldly, Everyone, be alert and prepare to enter the city. Seize the core of the secret. Everyone's expression brightened up. One by one, they put aside their joking thoughts and moved forward steadily. Su Liang looked at the dilapidated city, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became more and more obvious. As his mental strength increased, his perception of the outside world became more and more acute, and the closer he got to the city, the more depressed he felt. At this time, deep underground in this ancient city, there are countless strange beasts crawling in those ancient underground passages and tracks. Those pairs of scarlet eyes were chilling to the touch. And it's even deeper there. A group of people gathered. They looked at the virtual screens in front of them with hideous smiles on their faces. The 2 main characters are already here. Next, we can start our performance. Lone Wolf had a playful look on his face and said into the headset, Silver Fox, it's up to you now. It's time for the drama between Hunchu and the others to begin. Chapter 133 Success. A group of 20 people shuttled through this ancient city covered in green. Be very cautious. In Su Liang's opinion, that feeling of uneasiness became more and more obvious. He really felt something was wrong here. Something is wrong. That invisible oppression made him very uncomfortable. Smelled a great danger. But there is no way out now. Just 10 minutes after they entered the city, Long Lan and Zhu's expressions changed instantly. They spoke almost at the same time. Military news. The Phantom Moon Fox has appeared. Everyone's face was shocked. Long Lan then said, Look at the positioning screen. Zhu did the same. Then everyone saw a big red, in the virtual picture in front of their eyes, moving through the city at a very fast speed. However, every time this red dot reaches a certain position, it will quickly change its position. At those locations, green dots will be lit. Those are other teams and military teams. Everybody is blocking. The encirclement is slowly being narrowed. Hunchu made a prompt decision. Walk. Everyone quickened their pace. Start running quickly. They also began to join the encirclement. Along the way, there were many strange beasts harassing us. Long Lan said, These should be the ones summoned by the Phantom Moon Fox to help it. Hunchu said coldly, Kill him. Kill them sooner or later. Their team was like a steel knife, piercing into the loose group of strange beasts. Kill as you move forward. While Long Lan was reporting the real-time battle situation, Zhu also rushed to report the latest battle situation. The Seoul team has already begun to encircle and suppress the Phantom Moon Demon Fox with all their strength. The Chengdu team has started to join from all directions. The Seoul team dealt a heavy blow to the Phantom Moon Fox. A team from Seoul was dispersed by the Phantom Moon Demon Fox, with heavy casualties. The Phantom Moon Fox rushed towards our Rongqing team. 2 teams in Rongqing were strangled. Rescue is urgently needed. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked. I can't help feeling some compassion. This is the horror of the 5-star alien beast. Hunchu shouted softly. Keep the formation stable. Keep going deeper. Don't worry about others. At this moment, random rescue will cause chaos to our side, which is not a wise choice. They continued to go deeper. With so many powerful forces in this large-scale encirclement and suppression, we should be able to get the Tianji core back. After another 10 minutes, no one knew how many strange beasts they had killed. Those strange beasts were also rioting towards the central area to rescue the Phantom Moon Fox. Various kinds of exotic beasts. Many of them are medium-sized exotic beasts. Similar to the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, Black Wind Demon Wolf, Clouded Leopard, Earth Bear, Fantasy Moon Demon Fox Clan, as well as those large and small exotic beasts. This will be a bloody battle. Suddenly, Long Lan and Zhu Zhu's faces changed in shock. The Phantom Moon Fox is coming towards us. The two spoke almost at the same time. In an instant, everyone's faces became extremely solemn. Hunchu shouted, "Stop! Leave it to me. Hold on to the surrounding area."
Yes. Yes.
At this moment, the power of the divine seal began to surge from everyone's body. The colors on the 20 people are so colorful. However, in terms of the background level of divine seal, it is mainly divided into two types. Purple and black correspond to level and grade. Only Su Liang showed the color blue. Duanxia said, "I'll help you." Hunchu refused. "No, you take care of everyone. I just need to beat the Phantom Moon Fox back." Duanxia looked a little unhappy. "Brother, 5 stars. Even the gods don't dare to deal with it easily." Hunchu's expression was unusually calm. "Take good care of everyone." Long Lan continued, "The troops surrounding us have arrived. The military has told us to stop them and not let them escape." The teammates were dealing with the strange beasts around them. Hunchu stared ahead. The next second, gusts of strong wind began to surge from his body. Long knife in hand, Hunchu's aura suddenly changed, and the sand and stones on the ground around him began to riot. Hunchu looked towards the opposite end and saw a white fox as tall as a floor running towards them quickly. Duanxia asked doubtfully, "4 stars?" Long Lan said quickly, "It's whooshing. It has shrunk, and it's still shrinking. It wants to escape." Hunchu has stopped talking. His body slowly began to float up and away from the ground. An aura that made his teammates tremble with fear emerged from Hunchu's body. Everyone was shocked. What was the captain going to do? Duanxia swallowed his saliva. It's really abnormal. When the 4th seal is used, it can use the characteristics of wind attribute to float. And what the hell is this power? Why does it feel like 10 of him are not as good as one Hunchu? At this time, deep in the underground palace, the lone wolf shouted, "Silver Fox, let it take Hunchu's blow and give him the heavenly secret core. See how Hunchu will face it." Above the ground, the Phantom Moon Fox also noticed Hunchu and the others. The Fantasy Moon Fox's tail rolled up the heavenly secret core in its mouth, which looked like a big iron ball. Meanwhile, deep inside its mouth, a terrifying wave of light is gathering. There was a glimpse of madness in those scarlet eyes. There was a very conspicuous wound on the abdomen of the Phantom Moon Fox, and it was bleeding profusely. But it does not affect its ability to exert its terrifying power. The teammates only felt that the power condensed in the mouth of the Phantom Moon Fox was many times stronger than the most powerful source energy cannon they possessed. Everyone's back felt cold. If they were hit by a cannon, they would all die. So, now I can only trust the captain unconditionally. The Phantom Moon Fox seemed to roar towards the sky. The ferocious face suddenly emitted a wave of light. It was like an extremely terrifying energy cannon, with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Everything that came into contact with along the way was instantly turned into powder, as if the space was distorted. Hunchu's accumulation has also been completed. It just happens in a split second. Hunchu seemed to have transformed into a god of war. Suspended more than 10 meters high, there is a feeling of unity between man and nature. Hunchu shouted loudly. The sword, which contained all his energy and spirit, slashed into the air. At this moment, whether it was the teammates, the other teams on the way, or the senior military officials who saw this scene through the sky eye, they were all shocked. Just see, at this moment, in front of Hunchu and the others, a wind barrier tens of meters long and tens of meters high appeared and instantly collided with the light waves. Everyone thought that the light wave would explode in an instant, but the next second, everyone was stunned. The light wave was actually thrown into the sky by the wind wall, blooming in the sky. Boom. Everyone is numb. Is this still a human being? Is he really just a 4-seal divine warrior? What are you going to do with such a big wind wall? No matter who it is, they will be stunned when seeing this scene. Such a powerful blow was easily resolved. A mushroom cloud rose above everyone's sky. That underground. The lone wolf applauded. It has to be you, Hunchu. You are really awesome. But today, you still have to die. Su Liang was also dumbfounded when he looked at the wind wall. Does he really not know how strong Hunchu is? In the eye of insight, there was almost no flaw to be seen in Hunchu. Moreover, the invisible aura fluctuations rising from his body were really ridiculously strong. No one has ever seen anyone stronger than him. Moreover, it seemed that Hunchu had gone beyond simply mastering the sword energy. It was as if he had already vaguely reached the state of unity between man and sword, as described by martial arts masters. Duanxia murmured, "Damn it, if anyone wants to compete with Qi Hunchu for the first place, I will be the first to get angry with him." Before everyone was finished being shocked, in a flash, Qi Hunchu took the initiative to break through the wind wall. Kill the Phantom Moon Fox. The shock Qi Hunchu brought to everyone was far from reaching its limit. With the strength of a level 44 Seal Divine Warrior, he brazenly charged towards the ferocious fantasy Moon Fox. In a trance, a knife slashed out. Everyone saw the illusory sword, which was dozens of meters long, slashing towards the head of the fantasy Moon Fox, which was also gathering power. The light waves have begun to condense again, but Qi Hunchu won't give it a chance. Cut it down with one knife. Boom. The Phantom Moon Fox let out a mournful cry. Blood and flesh splattered above his head, dyeing everyone's vision red. The Phantom Moon Fox slammed down to the ground. Qi Hunchu's speed was extremely fast, like a violent storm. In an instant, he killed the Phantom Moon Fox. Cut it down with one knife. The Phantom Moon Fox was terrified. Instinctively, he swung his extremely sharp claws to collide with Qi Hunchu. All everyone saw was a flash of knife. Then the Phantom Moon Fox began to fly backwards again, and at the same time, it used its claws to block Qi Hunchu's sword. His skin was torn and blood was flowing. Everyone was shocked. This is a 5-star exotic beast. Qi Hunchu only has 4 seals. Even the power of the seal was not used. Qi Hunchu was ready to pursue the victory, but he frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. And that was when it happened. The core of the sky's secrets that was wrapped by the fantasy Moon Fox's tail fell out. Everyone was shocked. The core of Tianji was only a few dozen meters away from Qi Hunchu. Take the core of the secret. A series of loud shouts rang out. Qi Hunchu snorted coldly. He took a step forward. A violent storm surged, and he instantly appeared next to the core of Tianji. Qi Hunchu took a look and frowned. It was natural to put it into his own space converter. The whole place was dead silent. He got it just like that? Jean killed his teammates, and they were all ecstatic. They actually got it. Captain is awesome. Awesome. Only Su Liang's face looked heavy. Something was wrong. This is definitely not the strength of a 5-star monster. In his eyes, the Phantom Moon Fox did not fully display its power. Qi Hunchu looked at the injured fantasy Moon Fox. Prepare to take action again. However, the Phantom Moon Fox just looked at Qi Hunchu cruelly. Its body began to shrink. Shrink again. He turned around and left as if with great regret. I saw him crawling into a hole in the ground. Disappeared. Everyone was shocked. The fantasy Moon Fox doesn't want the heavenly secret core anymore? When Qi Hunchu arrived at the cave, he frowned. The strange beasts around began to retreat. The military and other teams were all stunned. Is that it? Mission accomplished? And in the next second, Qi Hunchu stepped suddenly and flew into the air. The place where he had just stood suddenly exploded. Boom. Qi Hunchu looked in one direction. In an instant, murderous energy surged. In that direction, Wang Tiance, who also had a murderous look on his face, stared at Qi Hunchu. He said coldly, "You are not worthy to touch the core of the secret." The cruelty and murderous intent in Qi Hunchu's heart surged, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. The incident from that year was being dug up bit by bit. The eyes gradually turned bloodshot as he stared at Wang Tiance. He said in a hoarse voice, "Today, it ends." Wang Tiance snorted coldly, "It's you who deserves to die." Qi Hunchu calmed down instead. He turned to look at Duanxia and said, "Take everyone in retreat." Duanxia hesitated to speak, a little confused, but he agreed to Qi Hunchu. Duanxia shouted coldly, "Go." Long Lan was anxious. "I won't leave." Duanxia shouted coldly, "Go." He grabbed Long Lan and said, "Let's go. Don't hold him back." The teammates were all anxious. The next moment, Qi Hunchu and Wang Tiance both shot out in an instant. Boom. There was an instant collision, and the shock wave suddenly rushed in all directions, stirring up waves of terrifying fluctuations. Everyone was shocked. The military shouted angrily, "What are they doing?" Deep underground, the lone wolf laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, the show is about to begin. Today, all these people will be killed. Want to leave? No one can leave. Do it." "Oh, that's not right. Qi Hunchu can live, haha." Chapter 134, The Truth of That Year. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the captains of the 2 cities' first divine hunting teams launched a shocking battle. The military was cursing, "You 2 bastards, why don't you retreat now? Let the surrounding military teams go and mediate." But these two people didn't care at all. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. These two people are like crazy. Every move is a fatal one. Don't give the other party any chance at all. A Wang Tiance, a genius. A level 42 5 Seal God General. A Qi Hunchu, a level 44 Seal Divine Warrior. The two men attacked wildly, as if they were going to tear each other to pieces. The waves caused by the battle between the two were earth-shaking, and smoke and dust rose up. Qi Hunchu's weapon is a ring-handled sword, which shines coldly and radiates violently. Wang Tian's weapon is also a sword, but it is a broadsword with lightning flashing wildly. The two swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The clanging sound echoes. Every collision is like a battle of momentum, with great momentum and thunder and lightning. The splashing sword energy blasted the surrounding ancient buildings into ruins. Everyone watching the fight was stunned. Such a battle was truly shocking. Even the military leaders who were watching the battle in the background were silent. These two guys are worthy of being the freaks who were once known as the three heroes of wind and thunder. But it has come to this. It's all bad fate. If that incident had not happened that year, the three of them would definitely be a sharp sword now. It will definitely be successful. Everyone was watching the fight, seemingly forgetting that they were in such a dangerous environment, because such battles are really rare. Although Qi Hengchu now has one less seal than Wang Tiance, the combat power he unleashes is no weaker than Wang Tiance. There is a feeling that the two are evenly matched. Long Lan and Zhu clenched their fists. I was very nervous. Long Lan's eyes were slightly red. She must win. Duan Xia said helplessly, "Let's go." He told me a long time ago that this battle is unavoidable. Everyone, leave. Don't hold us back. Everyone was extremely helpless. How could they leave the captain here alone at this time? Su Liang felt uneasy. That instinctive feeling made him unable to calm down. He had a very unreal feeling, as if countless strange beasts appeared around him. That feeling of oppression is too obvious. He is very uneasy. He immediately said, "Sister Xiaolan, let's go. The captain will be fine." Zhao Jin also shouted coldly, "Go." Everyone then started to move. But in the next second, something strange happened. Boom. With a loud bang, a strange wall with a range of 5 kilometers suddenly rose up, like a big bowl. Enveloped them all. Everyone's face changed drastically. What's going on? What is that? Su Liang shouted, "Sister Xiaolan, the military needs help. Hurry." Su Liang knew that the real danger had arrived. This is the final horror of the Moon Burial Plan. God Eater. I will massacre them all here. Some strong men came to the edge of the boundary wall and couldn't get through at all. This is a very terrifying source energy quantum wall. Anyone who tries to cross will be melted instantly. Those strong men began to turn back. Qi Hengchu and Wang Tiance were still fighting. The two men said nothing. Each of them was the most powerful force and wanted to kill the other. The military leader shouted angrily, "How long are you going to make trouble?" But the two men were already bloodthirsty. No one will listen to anyone unless one of them dies. Suddenly, someone said, "Our signal has been cut off." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed completely. What is going on? No matter how they contacted, it was of no avail. They had already lost contact with China. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts. Quick, break through the quantum wall. The strong men who were originally watching the battle around began to try. However, no matter whether it was bombarding with energy cannons or anything else, it was useless. They can't even see the base of this quantum wall, because the base is deep underground. It's really over now. Some people have already started digging the ground, trying to find the base and break it open. This is Su Liang. Everyone was a little panicked. Gong Lai cursed, "It must be the God Eater." Su Liang sighed. The whole thing is basically controlled by the God Eater. They are deliberately luring everyone here and then hunting them all down. Prepare to fight to the death. Su Liang knew that there was no room for maneuver. The other party must have been preparing for a long time, and it is impossible to break through the quantum wall in a short time. This is why the Moon Burial Project almost failed in the previous life. This is a truly desperate situation. However, Su Liang still had a doubt in his heart. Could it be that the military didn't notice anything at all? Or is it that someone in the military did this on purpose? Duan Xia's face also turned gloomy. Prepare for battle. Highest danger level. Release your detection equipment. Su Liang calmed down instead. Since he was in the situation, he couldn't panic and had to stay calm. The most urgent task now is to get the captain and his men to stop fighting. He asked with an unusually calm expression. Sister Xiaolan, is it possible to get these two people to stop fighting? What happened to them back then? Long Lan's eyes were filled with tears now. She was more concerned about Qi Hunchu. She was afraid that Qi Hunchu would be defeated by Wang Tiance. Zhao Jian said, it's impossible to stop unless one side falls. Everyone looked at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian held his sword and watched his two former teammates fighting. Su Liang asked, what happened back then? I must know now that the danger this time is greater than any other time. Zhao Jian's eyes flickered. Start telling everyone about that dusty past. Sister Qianyue is a very gentle girl. Everyone likes her. She is very kind to everyone. Her talent is almost on par with the captain and the other two. The captain and Wang Tiance fell in love with Sister Qianyue the first time they saw her. Later, during the years of fighting together, the two of them fought openly and secretly, and both expressed their feelings to Sister Qianyue. But they were all rejected. We can all see that Sister Qianyue is in great pain being caught in the middle. She is afraid that she will cause an irreconcilable conflict between the captain and Wang Tiance. Sister Qianyue disappeared for a while because of this. And it was because of this incident that the conflict between the captain and Wang Tiance intensified, and both believed that it was the other's fault. Later, Sister Qianyue came back and seemed like a different person. She was cold as ice and completely ignored their love. This exacerbated the conflict between the two people. They both blamed each other for everything. In fact, they were too young and impulsive at the time. They didn't sit down and talk things out properly. The old captain and his team were helpless at the time. They couldn't persuade them and could only let them do what they wanted. Until the last battle, it was all for the purpose of seizing this heavenly secret core. Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. This heavenly secret core? Su Liang was surprised and said, it's the same one? Zhao Jian nodded. This final battle was the demise of our team. In the end, only 3 of us survived. At this point, a hint of hostility appeared on Zhao Jian's cold face. Everyone could have survived. Zhao Jian's eyes were red, and in a trance, he recalled the scene of his teammates falling one by one in front of him. At that time, everyone was fighting the God Eater and the strange beasts. At a dangerous moment, Sister Qianyue blocked an attack for the captain and was seriously injured. Everyone is close to the end of their energy. In order to save everyone, the old captain chose the divine sacrifice without hesitation. He gave everyone a chance to catch their breath. Hearing this, everyone's expressions trembled. Divine sacrifice. It turned out to be a sacrifice to God. The so-called divine sacrifice is to use the most original power of the divine seal, also known as life sacrifice, which is the same as Qianqian's self-destruction of the divine seal in the previous life. Qianqian is also a sacrifice to God. Zhao Jian said with tears in his eyes. That was the opportunity the old captain created for us at the cost of his own life. The old captain asked us to use the source energy to protect the divine world. As long as the source energy guardian world appears, everyone will have a chance to breathe. At the same time, rescue will arrive. Rescue is just a moment away. But Wang Tiance hesitated. He hesitated. Zhao Jian smiled sadly. He was like a madman at the time. His eyes were completely on Sister Qianyue, and he looked like he was possessed by a demon. He had the most critical link in the source energy guardian realm in his hands. He is top-notch. The old captain trusted him so much that he gave him the most crucial part, but he actually hesitated. He didn't move at that time. He wasted the opportunity that the old captain had exchanged his life for. Then everyone was slaughtered, and Sister Qianyue had her heart dug out alive by those beasts. Everyone dies and help arrives. Zhao Jian felt extremely sad. The captain and I couldn't figure out why Wang Tiance hesitated. He is a beast. Wang Tiance blamed the captain for not protecting Sister Qianyue, and we don't even want to say a word to this beast anymore. It was he who ruined all the teammates, including Sister Qianyue. Tears welled up in Zhao Jian's eyes as he thought of his teammates from those years. The elder sister, who always had a smile on her face, pinched his face and said, Zhao Jian, you should smile more. You are still so young, and it is not good to have a stern face every day. I order you as a beautiful girl to smile. Be happy. Haha, Zhao Jian, your sword is very small. You should listen to your sister Qianyue and smile more. Having said that, the incident has been completely revealed. Everyone felt endless sadness in their hearts. The opportunity that an old captain sacrificed his life for was wasted just like that. It also caused the death of all other teammates. And this guy Wang Tiance is actually blaming the captain for not protecting Qianyue. A murderous aura surged out of Zhao Jian. Do you think this war can be stopped? Everyone turned to look at the place where Hunchu was fighting. This Wang Tiance really deserved to die. Su Liang frowned. In other words, Wang Tiance lost his mind because he saw Qianyue blocking the fatal blow for Hunchu? This is so unreasonable. Under the circumstances at that time, Wang Tiance had to take action. Only in this way can Qianyue be saved. But why? Why would he hesitate? Su Liang asked, when you were fighting, who was Wang Tiance's opponent? Or what kind of strange beast was it? Zhao Jian shook his head. They were just some ordinary beasts. After all, they were only divine masters at the time. Su Liang frowned. Something was wrong. He always felt something was wrong. Then was there any Phantom Moon Sky Fox in your battle? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Fantasy Moon Fox? Zhao Jian shook his head. There is a Phantom Moon Demon Fox, but no Phantom Moon Sky Fox. Su Liang knew that the difference of one word could make a world of difference. The Fantasy Moon Sky Fox is a mutant of the Fantasy Moon Demon Fox, or a more advanced species. The Fantasy Moon Sky Fox has mastered an extremely obscure ability. Su Liang had no way of being sure right now. Zhao Jian said, no matter what kind of danger we encounter today, the captain must kill Wang Tiance. Don't be afraid. We can definitely return alive. Believe in the captain. The captain will not make the same mistake again. When talking about Hunchu, Zhao Jian was full of trust. Su Liang felt a little heavy in his heart. Is it true? In the end, few people survive the Moon Burial Project. Other teams and military personnel are working together to break through the quantum wall and have been working hard. The fight between the two of them continued, with each of them fighting back and forth until their eyes were bloodshot. Either Hunchu blasted Wang Tiance into the ruins, or Wang Tiance chopped Hunchu away with one sword. The armor on the two men began to show obvious damage, and both were injured. Chapter 135 is full of doubts. The previous two chapters have been changed. The two men showed no signs of stopping. Wang Tiance shouted angrily, it's you who failed to protect her. You don't deserve to live in this world. Hunchu's eyes were cold and bloodshot. Why didn't you take action at that time? Why? She wouldn't have died. No one would have died either. Wang Tiance roared, it was you who failed to protect her. It's all your fault. When Hunchu heard this, he became even more furious. What about you? You just watched? You're worse than a beast. Wang Tiance roared, why didn't I take action? She was so close to you. Why didn't you protect her? Why? Tears and blood welled up in Wang Tiance's eyes. Those were the scars in their hearts that they did not want to uncover. Hunchu heard this, but he laughed crazily. The two collided once and were both thrown backwards. Both of them felt exhausted. This level of battle is more tiring than killing strange beasts. Hunchu covered his eyes and laughed wildly. You still don't know that it was you who killed everyone? Why didn't you use the source energy to protect the divine world at that time? Why? Wang Tiance, you deserve to die. Wang Tiance shouted angrily and rushed towards Hunchu. Nonsense. Everyone died because of a loser like you. You deserve to die. Hunchu's eyes were burning with blood and tears flowing out. He felt extremely sad. It's not worth it for Qianyue's death. The grief in my heart reached its peak. Even now, he is still like this and is not willing to admit his mistakes at all. Hunchu burst into tears of blood. In a trance, I seemed to see a gentle smiling face. Her smile warmed Hunchu's heart all those years. He always felt that all he had to do in this life was stay by her side and protect her forever. He liked her so much that he couldn't help himself. Her voice, appearance, and smile have always lingered in his mind for so many years. Hunchu smiled palely. Qianyue, did you see that? He doesn't deserve to like you at all. Hunchu's smile was so sad. Anyone could see how heartbroken he was. Wang Tiance was extremely violent. Stop pretending here. You have always been like this. You just like to show off. You killed her. You killed everyone. Wang Tiance roared and rushed out again. The third seal on his body was flashing wildly, thunder and lightning were raging, and his body was covered with purple arcs of electricity. Go to hell. Wang Tiance yelled wildly. Almost at the same time, the third divine seal on Hunchu's body was also riding. The power of the wind stirs my body. Thousands of wind blades slash. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tiance arrived in front of Hunchu. The power of his three seals surged, and he swung his sword out. It seemed as if a violent thunder dragon appeared faintly and slashed towards Hunchu. And Hunchu also cut it down with one sword. In an instant, the thunder dragon exploded instantly. Hunchu's power was also removed. Boom. Armor fragments flew out. Phew. Phew. Team leader. Team leader. The teammates' faces changed drastically. Want to help, but unable to. Su Liang frowned when he heard their conversation. Why do I feel like this is irrelevant? Su Liang turned and looked at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, after you were rescued, the captain and Wang Tiance didn't communicate once? Didn't they meet once? Zhao Jian shook his head. The captain was seriously injured and was taken away by his father. He never met Wang Tiance again. Su Liang was shocked. Oh my god, that could really be the case. The battle continues. The terrifying force rebounded and hit the two people, causing them to spit out scarlet blood. During the process of flying backwards, Hunchu seemed to see that face again, as well as the faces of other teammates. He felt extremely sad. At the same time, Hunchu also remembered the sadness and determination when she died. At that moment, his heart died. He just wants revenge now. I just want to kill that beast Wang Tiance, kill those bastards of the God Eater, and those beasts who are doing nothing behind the scenes in the military. Damn it all. Hunchu stopped suddenly, leaving a long ditch on the ground. His eyes were already completely red as he stared at Wang Tiance. The murderous intent of both of them reached its peak. Hunchu stepped suddenly. There was no time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Burst out again. Wang Tiance also shouted angrily, "You deserve to die. You deserve to die." The fourth divine seal on Wang Tiance's body began to riot. The machete in his hand was already covered with lightning and had completely turned into a thunderous mad sword. His eyes were filled with madness. Go to hell. The fourth divine seal on Hunchu's body was also flashing. Many flashing sword lights appeared around him. Dark Knight Shura. At this moment, both of them were crazy to the extreme. At the same time, both of them released their strength to the extreme. This is the ultimate collision. Both of them gave up on defense, determined to kill each other with this one strike. At this moment, the teammates on both sides were nervous. I dare not even breathe. Su Liang couldn't hide his shock. These two people were really too perverted. The lone wolves in the underground all called it a brilliant show. Under everyone's gaze, the collision between wind and thunder takes place at the extreme limit. The wind was raging and the thunder was roaring. The machete in Wang Tiance's hand seemed to be extended by thunder, becoming a thunder sword several meters long. The power of thunder above has been condensed to the extreme, as if it has become the sharpest weapon in the world. As for Hunchu, there were endless sword lights all around him. In an instant, he slashed towards Wang Tiance. Boom, boom. The terrifying roar echoed in everyone's ears. The collision at this moment was like a missile bombing. The place where the two men fought stirred up a cloud of dust. It concealed the figures of two people. When the dust cleared a little, they could see the battle situation clearly. The two of them were stuck in a stalemate. Wang Tiance slashed at Hunchu's left shoulder with a knife. The armor on his left shoulder disappeared, and the machete cut into Hunchu's shoulder blade. Blood was flowing along the machete and the armor. The electric arc burned Hunchu's whole body black. There are trickles of water flowing out from the body all over the body. The same thing happened to Hunchu. All the countless sword lights slashed at Wang Tiance's body. It looked as if it had been beaten into a sieve, and its armor was in tatters. Blood was flowing everywhere, and Hunchu's ring-handled knife also pierced Wang Tiance's left chest. It's a lose-lose situation. Blood was flowing from the mouths of both of them. Team leader. Team leader. Teammates on both sides were calling out anxiously. On Su Liang's side, Long Lan and Zhu couldn't stop crying. Su Liang was also silent, really didn't know what to say. Perhaps today, one of them must fall. Wang Tiance still has 5 seals. How should the captain respond? Wang Tiance looked at Hunchu ferociously. Wang Tiance laughed wildly and sadly. Do you know how much I love her? I gave her my heart, but she still chose you. She and I are obviously the best match. But I admit it. Hunchu, I am willing to give her to you. I just want her to be happy. But what about you? Why didn't you protect her? Why? It's all because of you. She's dead. She's dead. Tears of despair welled up in Wang Tiance's eyes. Wang Tiance roared, You promised me. You would protect her with your life. Why didn't you do it? You promised me. Wang Tiance collapsed and roared, tears and blood flowing. Until now, he could not accept the fact that Qianyue was dead. He put all the blame on Hunchu. Hunchu's heart trembled slightly. Wang Tiance said that Qianyue chose him? Obviously not. Qianyue said that she would not choose anyone. What is going on? Thunder burst out in Wang Tiance's eyes. So, you must die, and you must be buried with her. The fifth divine seal on his body was surging wildly. Su Liang and the others were all shocked. Captain, retreat. Team leader. Everyone was furious. In this situation, the captain would die. Chapter 136. Each has his own opinion. Chapters 133 to 135, with changes. There are some minor changes at the end of Chapter 133, and all of Chapter 134 has been changed, including Wang Tian's motivation. If you haven't read it, please go back and take a look, otherwise it may not match the rest of the chapter. Please forgive me. The next second, the power of thunder and lightning from the divine seal in Wang Tian's body burst out in an instant. A circle of thunder wave blew Hunchu away. The blood of both men was gushing out. But Wang Tian's has gone completely crazy. This is the power of his 5 seals. At this moment, his whole body was covered by thunder and his eyes were completely covered by lightning. Like a god of thunder. Faintly, it seemed as if a huge thunder was about to fall. There was a faint feeling that dark clouds were beginning to gather in the sky. Hunchu noticed something strange, but had no way of knowing the truth. But we can't sit idly by now. He burst into power again. It is still the 4th divine seal, but the pressure from Hunchu is even stronger than at the beginning. My left arm can no longer move. He raised the knife in his hand. A terrifying storm surged between heaven and earth. In Su Liang's vision. At this moment Hunchu became extremely terrifying. Su Liang's heart trembled. There was a storm in my heart. Could his captain be any more perverted? It's not just the unity of man and sword. That's not the unity of man and sword. That is a higher realm. The power of his 4 seals seemed to have changed. At this moment, in Su Liang's view, all of Hunchu's strength was concentrated on this one sword. As the blade rolled, it stirred up all the strong winds between heaven and earth. His whole body is covered with sword energy, and anyone who wants to touch him now will be hurt. Su Liang's breathing became rapid. What a pervert. It's really perverted. He ignored the front. He didn't even wait for Wang Tian's to gather all his strength. Hunchu has already slashed out with his sword. This moment, everyone's eyes trembled with shock. Hunchu swept his knife across. It was as if there was an arc-shaped wind blade hundreds of meters wide between heaven and earth, sweeping across everything. Everything encountered along the way collapsed in an instant. Everything was cleansed by this knife. Wang Tian's eyes trembled, and he didn't have time to condense the power of his 5 seals to the extreme. 3 1-meter-sized thunderballs were chopped out by him with one knife, as if to destroy everything. Wang Tian's roared madly, "Go to hell!" Under the gaze of everyone, the wind blade and the thunderball collided with each other. At this moment, everyone's breathing suddenly stopped. This collision shocked everyone. Are these 2 people so perverted? Who will win? Judging from the appearance, the battle between these 2 people is no less intense than the battle between top generals. But in everyone's eyes, Hunchu only had 4 seals after all, and was 1 level lower than Wang Tian's in terms of divine seal level. Hunchu shouldn't be able to stop it, right? Only Su Liang knew that the captain should have one. Level and strength are just appearances. In terms of understanding of the sword, the captain has far to surpass Wang Tian's. Never seen such a perversion. Boom. At the moment of collision, Wang Tian's pupils froze instantly, then zoom in rapidly. No. Impossible. He was screaming in his heart, "This is impossible. He can't accept it. My level is higher than his, and my divine seal is higher than his, so why did I still lose to him?" He couldn't accept it. He was roaring madly inside. There must not have been enough time for the preparation, otherwise it wouldn't have been like this. The 3 lightning balls touched the knife light at that moment. It disintegrated instantly and exploded in the air. Thunder raged. Hiss. Everyone gasped and their eyes widened. How is this possible? Who is the 5-seal god general? The sword light did not stop after it destroyed the thunderball. Instead, he slashed towards Wang Tian's with the same swift speed. Wang Tian's was devastated. He really didn't accept it. But it's too late. The knife is coming. Wang Tian's held his sword across his chest. Bang! The machete in his hand instantly broke into pieces. Then there's the armor. That level of armor also collapsed instantly. If it weren't for the defense of the broadsword and the advanced armor, Wang Tian's would have been cut in half by this blow. Wang Tian's shot backwards into the ruins, creating a huge hole. Team leader. Save the captain. Wang Tian's teammates rushed out instantly. But Hunchu was faster. They have already reached the front. Su Liang also shouted, "Help the captain." Everyone came out in full force in an instant. But the next second, There was no time for them to rescue. Hunchu faced Wang Tian's teammates. He just slashed out with his sword indifferently. A terrifying blade light instantly blasted towards his powerful teammates. Among them are 3 divine generals, and the rest are divine warriors. Even so, those people were blown away in an instant. They vomited blood and retreated rapidly. They were horrified. Why is this Hunchu so strong? Totally outrageous. Are you cheating? Hunchu came in front of Wang Tian's. Looking at Wang Tian's bleeding profusely and the hatred in his eyes. Wang Tian's hated. Why did he lose? I'm going to die in his hands. But the next moment, Wang Tian's was stunned. A drop of water fell on Wang Tian's face. Wang Tian's was confused when he saw Hunchu's collapsed appearance. By the way, another fist fell. Bang. Why did you hesitate at that time? Why didn't you activate the source energy protection realm? Bang. Everyone can avoid death. Why don't you move? Why do you have to watch everyone get killed? Bang. Hunchu punched Wang Tian's in the face with his right hand. Hunchu collapsed. He could have killed Wang Tian's with one blow, but he wanted to know why this beast hesitated. He lost everyone in her. He also blamed himself for not having the strength at that time. If he had been stronger, perhaps everyone would not have died. Su Liang and his men guarded the surroundings to prevent Wang Tian's teammates from coming forward. The emotions that Hunchu had been pent up for so many years were released at this moment. You bastard. The captain trusted you so much. He gave you the core of the source energy guardian world. Why don't you activate it? Hunchu roared like a wild beast. Why did you want to kill everyone? Bang. Wang Tian's woke up, feeling completely confused. Even as punch after punch landed, he was still roaring. What the hell are you talking about? We were all under siege at the time. How could we open the Guardian Realm? And no one ever asked me to open the Guardian Realm. Wang Tian's roar made Hunchu stop his fist. Zhao Jian also frowned. Then he shouted angrily, Impossible! Everyone was asking you to open the Guardian Realm. Wang Tian's was confused. With a grim expression, he said, What on earth are you two trying to cover up? It was Qianyue who was seriously injured to protect you. Everyone was protecting you. You were all under siege. How could you open the Guardian Realm? Hearing their conversation, Su Liang fell silent. I think I understand. There is a big problem here. Wang Tian's was still roaring. You want to cover up the truth? Push the responsibility to me? You are a coward. If Qianyue hadn't been injured protecting you, would everyone have been in such a desperate situation? It was you who failed to protect her. It was you who killed everyone. Qianyue shouldn't have chosen you. She was wrong. She shouldn't have chosen you. Hunchu, you deserve to die. If I don't die today, I will definitely kill you. Wang Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He hated Hunchu to the core. Hunchu froze in place. He also found the problem. Wang Tian's wouldn't be so stupid. Zhao Jian said with red eyes, Wang Tian's, do you know what you're talking about? It's you. It's always been you. The captain used his own life sacrifice to carve out a bloody path for us. If you had opened the Guardian Realm at that time, none of us would have died. And you? You just stood there stupidly, ignoring everyone. You're the one who killed everyone. It was rare for Zhao Jian to be so excited and furious. You've been shirking responsibility. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Wang Tian's eyes were bloodshot. You're talking nonsense. Where is the captain's sacrifice? Zhao Jian now wanted to stab Wang Tian's with a sword and really didn't want to explain. Hunchu suddenly punched Wang Tian's on the side of his face. Like a roaring beast. Why would you compile such a thing? Su Liang said at the right time, Can you two calm down a little? If neither of you lied, then could it be that the scene one of you saw was fake? Everyone was stunned when these words were spoken. It's inexplicable. How is it possible that the images seen by everyone are different? Do you really think there is such a virtual illusion? Just at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. A round of crisp applause rang out. Excellent, Hunchu. Do you want to know the reason? I can tell you. Chapter 137, The Strange Ability of the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox. In an instant, everyone looked up somewhere. 8 figures appeared there. In an instant, everyone's face changed in shock. There are other strange beasts around these 8 people, including the Fantasy Moon Fox at the beginning. God Eater. In an instant, everyone's face suddenly turned cold. Su Liang's heart was in turmoil. It was dangerous. What is coming has finally come. This is probably the highlight. Or maybe, the God Eater has been waiting all along, and they have been watching the show the whole time. Su Liang glanced over. There must be a big problem between the captain and Wang Tian's, and the God Eater might be behind it. Su Liang gazed slightly. 8 people and 4 beasts. Among the 8 people, 4 are 5 seal generals. The other 4 are all very high-level 4 seal generals. And those 4 monsters. A 5-star fantasy moon demon fox and a 5-star blood moon demon wolf. A 4-star clouded leopard. A 4-star earth demon bear. 2 of them are particularly powerful. One is a wolf-shaped black armor, and the other is a fox-shaped white armor. Lone wolf and silver fox. Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes were instantly locked on the phantom moon fox. Wrong. Not the phantom moon fox. Su Liang was shocked. That was not the phantom moon fox at all. It was actually the fantasy moon sky fox. I didn't notice it at first. I was careless. He understood. Everything is clear now. It turned out to be very similar to what he had guessed. The phantom moon demon fox they saw now was actually a phantom moon sky fox in disguise. Su Liang's heart was in turmoil. He understood that someone must have seen a fake scene between Hunchu and Wang Tiance. The purpose is to make them turn against each other. The lone wolf squatted on that high place, clapped his hands and said with a sneer, Hunchu, you are so disappointing. I thought you would kill Wang Tiance with one sword. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you want to know the truth so badly? I'll tell you. After Hunchu and Wang Tiance saw them, boundless hostility erupted from both of them. They were the ones who did this back then. Lone Wolf and Silver Fox were both participants in that incident. The Lone Wolf laughed. The truth is actually very simple. The reason why Wang Tiance didn't take action at that time was because he cooperated with us. He wanted us to kill you, so he wouldn't take action. Do you understand? The whole audience was shocked in an instant. They all looked at Wang Tiance in shock. Wang Tiance actually collaborated with the enemy. Hunchu looked at him. Is what he said true? A boundless aura of tyranny burst out from Hunchu's body. Wang Tiance was furious. I didn't. You bastards. Sooner or later, I will kill you all. Wang Tiance is now like a wild beast that has lost his mind. How could he possibly collaborate with the enemy? The lone wolf smiled and said, No? Then why don't you do anything? That's not what you said when you met Silver Fox alone. I really looked down on you. You don't even dare to admit what you did. You're such a coward. At this moment, Hunchu glared angrily. Wang Tiance. Wang Tiance looked a little abnormal. I didn't. I did run into that guy at the time, but I definitely didn't collaborate with the enemy. The lone wolf continued to smile strangely and said, It's okay if you don't admit it. After all, it's been so long. Hunchu, let me tell you, Wang Tiance is a ruthless character. In order to get that woman, he actually wants us to kill you, and you still treat him as a brother. TSK. How pathetic. And now he doesn't even have the courage to admit it. Wang Tiance was furious. I didn't. When I met him, I fought him off. I didn't collaborate with the enemy. Wang Tiance absolutely cannot accept such a thing. The lone wolf shook his head. What can you do to quibble now? The fact that you didn't take action at that time is the best proof. Hunchu, we don't want to associate with such a traitor even if he is on our side. Kill him. He killed the woman you love most and your teammates. Kill him. Hunchu went crazy. Ah? Hunchu simply couldn't understand. Why? Why? Tears of blood welled up in Hunchu's eyes. He really couldn't accept this truth. The teammate I trusted the most at the time would actually do such a thing. Unforgivable. Hunchu looked at Wang Tiance and raised the knife in his hand. This unscrupulous traitor must be killed with one blow. Wang Tiance also went crazy. I didn't. I took action. I was fighting the whole time. I didn't collaborate with the enemy. I wasn't a traitor. This is something Wang Tiance absolutely cannot accept. Wang Tiance's eyes were bloodshot. He was almost crazy. Su Liang's mind was extremely tense at this time. Can't kill. At least not now. There are too many problems here. Now they are in danger. Captain, don't. Su Liang shouted. Su Liang actually grabbed Hunchu's hand to stop him from dropping the knife. Everyone was shocked. Su Liang, what are you doing? Wang Tiance's teammates have been silent. If their captain is really a traitor, will they still save him? Su Liang said anxiously, Captain, there is something else going on here. Hunchu looked at Su Liang who was holding him. He actually hoped that there was something hidden, but this seemed to be the truth. The lone wolf is still howling. Hunchu, kill this traitor. Kill him. Kill him. I'll tell you the real reason why that woman took the knife for you. Hunchu was stunned for a moment. What was the real reason for blocking the knife? Wang Tiance was also stunned. Is there something wrong with Qianyue helping Hunchu block the knife? Su Liang hurriedly said, Captain, calm down. Don't be confused by their minds. There is a problem here. The scene Wang Tian saw at that time was different from what you saw. Hunchu and Wang Tian both looked at Su Liang suddenly. Do you see a different picture? And at this moment, the silver fox's pupils in the distance shrank slightly. Discovered? Su Liang saw the subtle changes in the eyes of Silver Fox and Phantom Moon Fox. There must be nothing wrong with it. The lone wolf calmed his mind. He sneered, You are so interesting. Do you know what happened at that time? Do you think you will see different pictures? Su Liang shook his head. Nothing is impossible. It's useless for you to hide this Phantom Moon Sky Fox. Everything was planned since he came into contact with Wang Tian's, right? Or even earlier. Silver Fox and Lone Wolf's pupils shrank slightly. He actually recognized the Phantom Moon Sky Fox. Hunchu, Wang Tian's, and other teammates were all stunned. Phantom Moon Sky Fox? Su Liang sneered. Do you think that no one in the world knows about the ability of the Phantom Moon Sky Fox to create illusions? After these words were spoken, Silver Fox and Lone Wolf's expressions finally changed. This kid not only knows about the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox beside him, he also knows the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox's abilities. Hunchu also noticed their changes. His eyes were bloodshot. What is going on? Su Liang glanced at Hunchu and said, Captain, calm down first. I will tell you what happened. Su Liang pretended nothing had happened and walked in front of everyone. He made a few gestures to Lu Yin and the others from behind. Everyone understood. Lu Yin walked to Hunchu as if nothing had happened and quietly treated his injuries. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand Su Liang's thoughts. The most urgent task now is to deal with the dangers they are facing. Su Liang raised his head and sneered, looking at the lone wolf and his men in the distance. The Fantasy Moon Fox has a very obscure ability. It can leave a mark in a person's mind when they are not prepared. It is similar to a kind of subconscious, and this mark is of great use. Lone Wolf and Silver Fox stared at each other. What a boy! He actually knew so much. This is incredible. This ability has always been kept secret, and even their teammates don't know about it. The reason why Su Liang knew this was that decades later, the military researched and updated the abilities of the Phantom Moon Sky Fox. After all, the Phantom Moon Fox has caused a lot of trouble to China with this ability. At the same time, everyone around was shocked that such a thing could happen. Su Liang continued. After the mark is planted, the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox can affect the other party's vision under certain circumstances, making them see illusory scenes. This ability can create illusions that are almost indistinguishable from the real thing, and it can easily arouse the most evil desires in people's hearts. And I guess that when Wang Tian met that guy, the Phantom Moon Sky Fox was with him. Su Liang turned and looked at Wang Tian. When you met him, he must have used something to attract your attention. What did he give you that made you lose your consciousness? Everyone was in turmoil. An illusion? There actually is such a strange ability. They have never heard of it before. Hunchu's eyes were bloodshot as he also looked at Wang Tian. He growled, What did that beast give you? Wang Tian was already in a trance. According to this guy, what he saw was an illusion. So the real result at that time was that Captain Shanji missed the best opportunity. Killed everyone. Wang Tian's face instantly lost color. It's him. He was the one who killed everyone. Hunchu was furious. Say it. Wang Tian's face was pale, and tears of collapse appeared in his eyes. It was the scene of you and Qianyue hugging each other. Hunchu was furious. Puff. A mouthful of blood spat out. Team leader. Team leader. Hunchu pointed at Wang Tian. He had never expected this. The root of everything actually appears here. The source of everyone's death turned out to be here. Hunchu's face turned pale. Wang Tian. Chapter 138. The Moon Burial Killing Game is finally revealed. Hunchu collapsed, tears and blood flowing. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The most trusted teammate actually cost the lives of so many teammates because of such a thing. Everyone supported the staggering Hunchu. Hunchu was completely heartbroken and understood everything. Wang Tian also cried. He cried like a child who had lost everything. His heart broke. He was the one who killed all his teammates. He was the one who killed Qianyue. Hunchu seemed to have aged drastically in an instant. Don't you know Qianyue? After she came back, she ignored both of us. Do you think she would do something like that? She clearly said she wouldn't choose anyone. Wang Tian's mind completely collapsed. He himself is the culprit. Kill me. Hunchu. Kill me. Wang Tian picked up the broken sword fragments and wanted to commit suicide. Su Liang shot him down with one shot. He was rescued with great difficulty. He cannot die now. Your enemy is there. Do you want to die now? You have to make up for the mistakes you made. Everyone helped to suppress Wang Tian's. Su Liang looked at the silver fox, and his eyes gradually turned cold. From that time until now, all of this was planned by you, right? Silver Fox is a gloomy-looking guy, and his white armor looks a bit creepy. Interesting. It seems that Rongqing has produced another good character. Would you like to meet me? My name is Silver Fox. Su Liang shook his head. I have no interest in knowing the dead. Silver Fox was a little dazed. Then he smiled and said, Okay, that's interesting. I'll help you find a good place to bury it. Su Liang sneered, I think I should be the one to bury you, but I still have a doubt. Silver Fox sneered and said, Tell me, I'll make you a wise ghost. Su Liang asked, Rongqing has been attacked by a group of strange beasts recently. Did you ask the Phantom Moon Sky Fox to do that? Silver Fox was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Isn't this obvious? Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. My trick has been exposed. There's no point in playing with you anymore. You think I don't know you're stalling for time to give them both treatment? Su Liang's expression changed slightly. There's no way. It's easy to see through. Silver Fox snapped his fingers and gave a wicked smile. Next, have fun. The next moment, the fantasy moon sky fox beside him returned to its original appearance. A white crystal appeared between its eyebrows, and its hair also underwent subtle changes. At the same time, the four strange beasts were howling towards the sky. Those pairs of scarlet eyes, hidden underground, suddenly opened and rushed towards the ground madly. The earth was shaking. Su Liang's spear shook violently. Everyone gather. Assemble the forbidden god realm. Prepare for a fight to the death. At this moment, he seemed like a leader. Now it doesn't matter whose order it is, they must gather together. Su Liang knew clearly that the most tragic moment of the moon burial plan was coming. He looked around at his teammates, not wanting to say anything that would add to their psychological pressure. We all have to go back alive together. Everyone's expressions suddenly became solemn, and they all nodded. Gong Li said, We all have to go back together. One by one, they began to unleash their own strength. Hunchu picked up his ring-handled sword. He glanced at Wang Tian's, who seemed to have lost his soul. Are you going to make the same mistake again? Are you going to let all your teammates die here? Wang Tian's teammates all came to his side. Wang Tian's couldn't utter a word, but just silently drew out a knife. Keep your eyes fixed on the silver fox. It was that beast's fault. Even if I die, I will take those guys with me to be buried with me. The other teams also gathered. Su Liang moved closer to Hunchu. He whispered a few words to him. Hunchu's heart trembled slightly, nodding slightly. At the same time, Su Liang's hand reached into Hunchu's space converter and took away some things. Hunchu swung his sword and slashed. He shouted, Kill! Looking at the group of strange beasts gushing out from the ground. Everyone was shouting, Kill! Su Liang's spear shook. Then kill. The wind and fire divine seal on his body exploded violently, and his entire body was covered in fiery red flames. The golden light of the power of the beast god seal was covered in it, overlapping with the fiery red, and turned into a strange yellow. A moment. Hunchu, Wang Tian's, and the generals from other teams all rushed out first. They knew clearly that they had to get rid of that group of god-eaters. So, they have no choice but to do it. But in reality, how many divine generals are there? None of these teams in Chengdu. In Seoul, in addition to Wang Tian's team, which has 4 divine generals, the other teams, that is, 2 teams each have 1 divine general. Then there are the people in the military. There are a total of 5 divine generals. Therefore, the number of divine generals is only 11 in total, plus Hunchu, who has the combat power of a divine general. 12 people attacked the 8 people and the 4 leading strange beasts. Wang Tian's took the lead and charged towards the silver fox. Hunchu attacked the lone wolf. The lone wolf laughed grimly. Hunchu, don't you want to know the real reason why that woman blocked the knife for you? The only response he got was a knife. Hunchu could no longer be influenced by them. Only kill. Only by killing them all can I vent my anger. But the next moment, those god-eaters retreated quickly, not giving them any chance. Endless strange beasts pounced towards Hunchu and his group. Most of them are 4-star. Most of them are 2-star and 3-star. 1-star beasts are not enough for these beasts to trample. For this occasion, they had prepared a large number of exotic beasts early on. The goal is to destroy the top forces of the 2 cities' divine hunting team. This has been a struggle between the 2 camps that has lasted for many years. The God Eater follows the will of those 9-star and 10-star beasts and has been fighting all the time. Su Liang and his team have about 30 teams, plus a few people from the military. There are just over 300 people. Faced with the overwhelming group of strange beasts, everyone felt heavy in their hearts. But they have no way out. They have been cut off from the outside world and are confined in this place. Only kill. Just persist. Hold on until the military reacts and sends strong men to support you. There is no other way. The killing begins. This is a war of unequal power, and in order to survive, the only option is to kill. The blood drinkers and latecomers from each team rushed out. In the Forbidden God realm, those who remained were each team's Sky Eyes and some healers, and each team's assassination team was also cooperating. Blood began to rain. Blood and flesh splattered. Duanxia saw Su Liang rushing out as well. You're one stamp at a time. Go back. What are you doing? Duanxia hadn't even finished his sentence. Right in front of him, Su Liang shot through 3 2-star monsters with one shot, directly exploding their heads. Su Liang glanced at him. What's the fuss? Duanxia shut up. Cursing. Where does Hunchu get his luck? He's a pervert again and has level 1 equipment, fuck. When the teammates heard Duanxia's words, they all laughed. Gonglai said, You bastard, take a good look at these bastards and kill them all. The Zhulong spear in Su Liang's hand was invincible, under the power of the disguised beast god seal. Now, even a 3-star monster can be easily killed by him. Points of strength. After the bonus of the level 1 battle armor, his normal strength now reaches 1,700 points. Even when dealing with a superior 3-seal divine master, it is more than enough. Unfortunately, the fiery blood lead cannot be used casually. Once one's power is used up, it will be very difficult to recover. That would be a dead end for him. Therefore, it should not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. This bloody battle was too cruel, and everywhere you looked, there were strange beasts. The corpses of the strange beasts piled up into a mountain, hindering the strange beasts' steps, so the strange beasts threw them away. The situation on Su Liang's side was equally tragic. The chosen ones fell one after another, eaten by strange beasts. There were shouts of grief everywhere. Many teams in Rongqing are not as strong as Jinsha and Xuelong, so a sharp drop in numbers is inevitable. Everyone was anxious. Hunchu and his men were also trapped in an encirclement. Those who surrounded them were all 4-star monsters. It is very difficult to break out of the siege. Everyone was killing with all their might. The Lone Wolf, Silver Fox, and the others had already retreated to the top of a tall building, watching their massacre with indifference. They won't rush forward to fight them. The strange beasts are their strength, so they must be consumed first. In their eyes, the strange beasts were just livestock. They wanted to use this huge group of strange beasts to slowly drag them to death, and then they would be the ones to finish them off. The Lone Wolf had a sarcastic smile on his face. The plan was not perfect. I didn't expect it to be discovered. Silver Fox said calmly, There is never a perfect plan. I just didn't expect that the secret of the fantasy moon sky fox would be discovered by a 2-seal ant. The Lone Wolf also looked at Su Liang, who was killing people. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. It's not a big deal. Wouldn't it be the same if we killed them? Silver Fox shook his head. Hunchu can't die yet. He is the key to the next stage. The Lone Wolf was stunned and nodded. He almost forgot about it. It seems that the secret of the Sky Fox will eventually be known to them. Silver Fox said, It doesn't matter, the plan is still going on, as long as it is not interrupted. This time, even though I was discovered by that kid, the result was the same. I just told Hunchu the truth. Another god general who controlled the clouded leopard said, The heavenly secret core is on Hunchu. Let him take it back? Silver Fox sneered. It was originally brought back to him. We have already obtained the things inside. It is not important. It is part of the plan and must be left to him. I just hope nothing unexpected happens. I always feel something is wrong with that kid. The aura he exudes is a bit weird. The Lone Wolf snorted coldly. A lowly ant dares to ruin our plan. Let me have some fun with him. The Lone Wolf patted the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf beside him. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf roared towards the sky. In a blink of an eye, many 2-star and 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolves rushed towards Su Liang's direction frantically. And below, many people noticed that something was wrong. A large number of Blood Moon Demon Wolves were rushing towards Su Liang and his group. Su Liang snorted coldly. This is coming towards them. In front of him, 5 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolves were rushing towards Su Liang frantically. Gong Lai and the others' faces changed in shock. Su Liang, be careful. Retreat quickly. Zhao Jian's face suddenly darkened. He must be saved. Zhao Jian attacked madly. Su Liang shouted, "I'm fine. Don't panic." Su Liang's eyes suddenly focused. There was a murderous intent in his heart. The next second, his second wind and fire seal automatically operated subconsciously. At the same time, Su Liang clearly felt that the power in his two beast god seals was madly rushing towards the wind and fire god seal. Su Liang was shocked. The power can actually be shared? Feeling the far more terrifying fluctuations erupting from the wind and fire divine seal, Su Liang was ecstatic. He should have figured it out earlier. The numerical values of the wind and fire seals were added together. He should have figured it out earlier. He laughed wildly towards the sky. Kill. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. A sea of fire burst out from Su Liang's body. Everyone's jaw dropped. Chapter 139. Must return intact. A sea of fire burst out from Su Liang's body, driven by the Zhulong spear. The flames in the sky turned into a terrifying streak of fire, like a fire dragon. The extremely high temperature made the companions around feel extremely threatened. How could this be so perverted? This isn't the way to cheat, right? Isn't his wind and fire seal level 1? This is the power that can be burst out. Duan Xia and his Blood Wolf team were stunned. This is one seal, no, two seals. The second seal can't be like this, right? Under everyone's gaze, Su Liang yelled wildly. Wind, fire, and sky. A shot was fired. The streak of fire, like a giant dragon, suddenly smashed towards the 5 3-star monsters rushing forward. The flame contains not only the power of fire, but also the power of wind. The wind helps the fire, and the fire uses the power of the wind. It brazenly swallowed up the 5 3-star blood moon demon wolves and some of the surrounding 2-star exotic beasts. The screams of strange beasts were endless. This moment, the space in front of Su Liang became empty, with only scattered flames burning and the smell of burnt barbecue. Those 2-star and 3-star monsters were all burned to charcoal and pushed away. The silence was deafening. Is this the second seal? The lone wolf who was watching the battle from a high place almost wanted his eyes to pop out. The lone wolf pointed at Su Liang and looked at the silver fox. Is this a level 2 seal? Silver fox frowned deeply. It's not easy indeed. The lone wolf cursed. What kind of pervert is this? Silver fox wanted to give instructions to his teammates behind him. Forget about his battle footage. He's going to die anyway, so there's no need to record it. The silver fox just stared at Su Liang, trying to see through him, but he could not find any clues. The gold color has merged into the flames and has been confused. The lone wolf snorted coldly. Damn it, jump. I'll let you jump. I'll kill you first. The lone wolf patted the blood moon wolf beside him and gave orders again. Groups of blood moon demon wolves ran towards Su Liang. The lone wolf sneered, I'll see if you die. But it happened in the next second. A big hole suddenly exploded in the battlefield where the 4-star alien beasts were besieging Hunchu and his men. I saw Hunchu rushing towards me on the wind. Following behind was Wang Tiance, who was thrown out by other generals. There are 2 other people. They are breaking out. The lone wolf's face was twitching. Damn it. Only the god warrior can fucking fly. But I can't. I'll do it. Silver Fox snorted coldly. Since they have come to our door, let's do it. Beat them down. The next second, the 4 generals including Lone Wolf and Silver Fox also rushed out to charge. Several strange beasts commanded the strange beast army to attack. The Lone Wolf laughed grimly. Hunchu, you really should take a look at the truth left for you in the core of the secret. Ha 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 ha. Hunchu snorted coldly. Die. The Lone Wolf laughed wildly. Today, you are the ones who are going to die. Although Hunchu was injured, his fighting power was still very strong. The Lone Wolf's heart started beating fast. This pervert. The battle on their side also began. Su Liang's attack wiped out the entire area, shocking many people. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? Gu Tianqing shouted wildly, Master, you are awesome. Gong Lai, awesome again. Yunmu, I want to explode once too. Lu Wuhuan, don't waste the beast crystal. Everyone is trying to find joy in the midst of adversity, but in fact, everyone is feeling heavy-hearted right now. They are all fighting bravely. The number of people in other teams has dropped sharply. Blood Wolf and the others are fine. Grouped together. Su Liang and his men have Zhao Jian backing them up, and everyone's fighting power is pretty good too. With the help of Blood Wolf, the situation is temporarily stable. Su Liang responded, Everyone be careful. Good. 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 When Duan Xia heard this, He felt confused. No, Jinsha, listen to this Aryan kid? What are you doing? Su Liang was still killing crazily, but he also felt that many blood-rain demon wolves were targeting him. But he was not afraid. They must fight their way out of this dead end. In his previous life, he had always been the one protected by his teammates. This time, he can also protect his teammates. He can also be a support for his teammates. The Zhulong spear in his hand is invincible, and he is madly harvesting the lives of strange beasts. Su Liang was full of confidence. The power of his own wind and fire divine seal could actually be enhanced by the beast god seal. Well, to some extent, his wind and fire seal is not much different from that of a level 4 player. This means he has an extra set of seal power. And now he has a bold idea. In this situation, has the limit of his wind and fire divine seal also changed? Is it possible for me to become a divine general or a divine king by relying on the divine seal? Even to the god, double the joy. In his previous life, he only reached the level of a 3-seal divine master. What about this life? He was looking forward to it more and more. The evolution of the wind and fire divine seal must also be taken seriously. The more he killed, the more excited he became, as if he saw his future path to the top. No matter whether this is a dead end today or not, he can't die here. Not only for himself, but also for Qianqian. He promised her that he must return intact. Everyone was killing frantically, and their injuries were getting worse. The situation is actually not optimistic, and it is even getting worse. Their numbers were decreasing, but the number of alien beasts attacking them did not decrease. Everyone's hearts became more and more heavy, and the frequency of communication became less and less. This high-intensity battle made everyone very tired, but they cannot relax for even a moment. In the next second, Gong Lai shouted anxiously, "Big iron bowl!" Bang! Phew! Gu Tiancheng was slapped away by a 3-star earth demon bear, and blood spurted out. Everyone was extremely anxious. "Don't worry about me. Don't be distracted." Gu Tiancheng cried out in pain. Fortunately, Gu Tiancheng was taken back to the Forbidden God Realm, and Lu Yin had already quickly treated him. The few therapists, including Green, were extremely tired because there were so many injured people sent in. Everyone was furious. "We really can't afford to lose any more teammates." Gu Tiancheng still had some old injuries from last time. Su Liang was also shouting angrily. Use your spiritual perception to pay attention to everyone. In fact, he himself is having a very difficult time. If it weren't for the power of the Eye of Insight, he might have been defeated long ago. The next moment, on the Blood Wolf team's side, a divine master had his arm bitten off by a 3-star cloud leopard. Blood splattered as he retreated back into the Forbidden God Realm. The other teams, whether from Chengdu or Seoul, had suffered heavy casualties. People gradually retreated back to the Forbidden God Realm. All the energy weapons that everyone had hidden in their closets have been used up. The situation is becoming more and more dangerous. Once we can no longer hold on, the Forbidden God Realm will be destroyed. That might be the real desperate situation for everyone. In Su Liang's vision, the money grubber. Su Liang looked horrified, gold-hungry. "Get back. It's dangerous." That's 1 or 2 seconds early. Lu Wuhuan retreated violently in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a 4-star clouded leopard suddenly landed in front of him, almost ripped it to pieces. Lu Wuhuan was gasping for breath. If it weren't for Su Liang's roar, he might have died. Lu Wuhuan retreated violently. There was no way he could be a match for the 4-star clouded leopard. Lu Wuhuan shouted anxiously, "I can't stop it." Zhao Jian's voice came from the headset. "I'll do it." Lu Wuhuan is switching positions. Su Liang glanced at Zhao Jian from a distance. My heart sank. Zhao Jian's condition is also very bad now. His injuries were also very serious. Su Liang shouted, "Money grubber, come to my side." "Gong Lai, help me here. I'm going to help Zhao Jian." The teammates were shocked, but there was no objection. Everyone is crossing quickly. Su Liang reminded everyone, "Zhao Jian and I will work together to kill this clouded leopard, so you must be careful." The sound is transmitted in the headset. Everyone responded solemnly. "Okay, go ahead." Duan Xia shouted, "Boy, are you looking for death? That's a 4-star. I'll help him." Su Liang shouted softly, "No, take care of your teammates. We can't let any more people die." Su Liang is changing positions. He looked up at the captain. They were also fighting. It was a pity that he was injured when he started fighting with Wang Tiance. Otherwise, he should have been able to end the battle quickly. There is no other way. We must kill this clouded leopard as soon as possible. A sharp light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. It should be fine after driving for a while. Blazing blood. The golden light was covered by flames, and terrifying white mist began to rise from Su Liang's body. Chapter 140. Kill all who stand in your way. This bloody battle was so brutal that it was beyond description. There were more than 300 people, but now there are only more than 100 left, and most of them are seriously injured. Those teams that ranked lower in the two major urban areas had already suffered heavy casualties. Even one of the generals who were besieged by the 4-star monsters below had died. Hunchu knew that if he couldn't kill the people in front of him quickly, everyone would die here. Those strange beasts seemed to be endless. He glanced at Wang Tiance, who was coughing up blood and fighting wildly. He had gone mad. All he wanted now was to kill the Silver Fox and the Phantom Moon Sky Fox. But it was difficult for him to do so. That is a 5-star monster. God will be hard to kill. Hunchu was suspended in the sky, holding a high-level divine crystal in his hand. The lone wolf coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Hunchu with a ferocious smile. Did you see that? Today you will end up dead. Hunchu, do you think you can turn the world upside down? The lone wolf panted and landed on the head of the 5-star blood moon demon wolf, also holding the divine crystal to recover. I admit that you are very strong. In terms of martial arts talent, there are really not many people who can be stronger than you. If you were level 5 or 6, I think you might have a chance to become a god emperor. But unfortunately, you are only level 1. At this point, you are powerless to change the situation. In today's deadly situation, you are powerless to save the situation. Those people will all die. You're not even a divine general, and you want to be a savior? Do you think you can do it? Huh. Ha 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 ha. They're all going to die. They're all going to die. Hunchu's eyes flashed coldly. God General? Don't you want it? I'll give it to you. Let's settle all the new and old grudges together today. The next second, hundreds of high-level divine crystals appeared around Hunchu, floating in front of him, densely packed. These are hundreds of high-level divine crystals. It's neither a low-level divine crystal nor a mid-level divine crystal. It's advanced. One high-level divine crystal is equivalent to 10,000 low-level divine crystals. What does it mean to have hundreds of high-level divine crystals? Millions of low-level divine crystals. Even if converted into beast crystals, it would be over 100,000 low-level beast crystals. Lone Wolf has a bad feeling. What are you going to do? Hunchu's eyes were cold, and he did not respond. In an instant, the 4 divine seals on Hunchu's body burst out with brilliant black light. The surging energy within these hundreds of high-level divine crystals transformed into torrents, rushing madly into Hunchu's body. The lone wolf's eyes trembled. You're actually going to evolve the 5 seals? Hunchu shouted wildly, open. A roar shook the sky, attracted some attention. They all looked at the shocking scene of Hunchu in the air. He actually wanted to evolve the 5 seals on the battlefield? It's crazy. Even crazy ideas that you've never heard of. And Hunchu actually took action. The lone wolf knew that he couldn't give him this opportunity. The lone wolf shouted angrily, knock him down. The 5-star blood moon demon wolf under his feet opened its terrifying bloody mouth that could swallow a chariot. Light waves condense. A force enough to instantly destroy a building was blasted out in an instant. But Hunchu remained calm in the face of danger. He slashed out with the sword again. The boundless wall of wind surged. The light waves instantly shot up into the sky and exploded above the sky. The lone wolf's heart trembled. Is there no limit to how strong this guy is? What he didn't know was what everyone didn't know. Hunchu had prepared everything long ago. He left a backup plan just to avenge his blood feud. Wang Tiance is stupid enough to deserve to die, but the ones who deserve to die even more are these people who are behind this. At this moment, Hunchu seemed to have truly transformed into Shura Sword. With a sword in hand, you are invincible. A brilliant divine seal condensed between his brows, flashing with dazzling black light. And in the black light, you can vaguely see a faint blood-red color, which is easily overlooked. The lone wolf was horrified. 5 seals. Damn it. The blood moon wolf under his feet attacked again and again. They were all killed by Hunchu's sword. Hunchu absorbed the divine crystal like a whale swallowing it. This speed is simply unheard of. When those hundreds of high-level divine crystals were completely reduced to ashes, the moment he looked up, that's when Shura awakens. Black light filled Hunchu's eyes, and he truly transformed into the Dark Knight Shura. He shouted softly, kill. At this moment, the lone wolf truly smelled the breath of death. He finally understood why Hunchu was ranked 3rd in the A-grade class. No, I underestimated it. At least grade A, level 2. Hunchu moved, swift as the wind. With one slash of the sword, a violent storm blew up between heaven and earth. The sword energy that destroys everything cuts down everything. Let the lone wolf have no escape. The lone wolf was horrified. He unleashed the power of his 5 seals. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf also spit out an extremely powerful light wave again. Boom. As soon as the light wave came out, the sword energy arrived, exploded with a loud bang, earth-shaking and deafening. It's like an earthquake. The old buildings began to crumble. The God-Eaters looked horrified. They are both great generals. Why is there such a big gap between them? All I saw was the lone wolf and the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf vomiting blood and flying backwards. Even the body of the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf, which was as big as a small mountain, was blown away. It is conceivable how strong Hunchu is now. The lone wolf was horrified. How to fight this? The 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf also gradually became crazy. A pair of scarlet eyes were extremely cruel. He rushed towards Hunchu madly. The lone wolf shouted angrily, "You can't change it!" The lone wolf also exploded. He knew that he had to stop Hunchu, or cooperate with the silver fox to seriously injure him. But at this moment Hunchu was too strong, and he received guidance from Su Liang. We must resolve this issue quickly. He fixed his eyes on the lower neck of the Blood Moon Wolf. That is the Blood Moon Wolf's weakness. Hunchu slashed with his sword one after another. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf and the Lone Wolf were blasted so hard that they vomited blood and retreated wildly. The Lone Wolf was about to collapse. How could he be so strong? The next moment, Hunchu's 4th divine seal began to flash a terrifying black light. An extremely terrifying force gathered in his body. There was a strong wind blowing between heaven and earth. Boundless pressure began to descend. The lone wolf swallowed. The ultimate move is coming. At the same time, there were the Silver Fox and the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox who were still fighting, plus the Divine Generals who were fighting below. They all felt the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Hunchu. The lone wolf yelled, "Silver Fox, help me!" Silver Fox's face darkened. The fighting power of this Hunchu is far beyond their imagination. They should have called one more person earlier. Tianhu, go help him. Wang Tian suddenly became anxious. Silver Fox sneered, "You can't help him. Your opponent is me." The Silver Fox exploded and entangled Wang Tian's tightly. Wang Tian's is almost at the end of his strength and is doomed to die. Wang Tian's shouted angrily, "Hunchu, be careful." Wang Tian's stared suddenly. He knew that he was burdened with sin and no longer deserved to live. It was he who killed everyone. It was his own mistake, but other teammates had to bear the consequences. His heart had already died in regret, but he knew that death was a luxury for him. He must use his sinful body to atone for his sins, to make up for the mistakes that have been made. Captain Xianyue and his teammates. Sorry. Tears of blood welled up in Wang Tian's eyes. He was sorry to everyone and to the girl he loved so deeply. I am willing to sacrifice my body and fall into hell forever in exchange for everyone's peace in the afterlife. Wang Tian's roared, "Burn it for me." He started to go crazy. Trigger the original power of the divine seal. Today I will die to show my will. Divine sacrifice. Silver Fox snorted coldly. So what if it's a divine sacrifice? Wang Tian shouted angrily to the sky. It's enough to kill you. Hunchu, I leave it to you. Hunchu heard Wang Tian's roar. I don't know what to say anymore. Of course he hated Wang Tian's, but at this point, was there any point? His eyes suddenly focused. A knife cut out. The 5-star Fantasy Moon Sky Fox, the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf, and the Lone Wolf bravely faced Hunchu's attack. They can't avoid it. The crescent-shaped blade light seemed to be the most dazzling weapon in the world. Skimming through space, it passed through the 2 5-star beasts and the Lone Wolf's most powerful attacks and easily pierced through them. The Lone Wolf's pupils trembled violently. There was no time for him to think. The knife instantly cut into their bodies. Boom. The sky roared and the earth exploded. If the Lone Wolf had not been hiding behind the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, he would have been cut in an instant by this knife. Because even the Blood Moon Demon Wolf and the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox, the sword cut off all the flesh and blood on their bodies, revealing their cold white bones. It even cut into the iron bones of 2 5-star monsters. Almost cut it off. The Lone Wolf was horrified. How can there be such a powerful force? This is the defense of a 5-star exotic beast. He had just entered the ranks of divine generals, so how did he do it? The lone wolf and two five-star monsters were blasted into the ruins together. Smoke and dust exploded. The earth is in turmoil. Anyone who noticed what was happening here would be stupid. This is the real cheating. Silver Fox couldn't get away from Wang Tiance, who had already been sacrificed. He was also hit by Wang Tiance and vomited blood. But Wang Tiance couldn't hold on for much longer. If he held on, Wang Tiance would die. Qi Hengchu's fighting power is appalling. The sounds of painful cries from two five-star alien beasts were heard, shaking away the ruins and falling rocks. Two strange beasts appeared with weak momentum. The lone wolf also crawled out from the ruins. They looked up at the sky together. But Qi Hengchu is missing. The lone wolf was puzzled. Where are the people? Silver Fox shouted hastily, "Be careful!" I didn't even have time to finish my sentence. The Silver Fox's eyes were bloodshot. Sky Fox. Qi Hengchu was like a strange ghost. Appeared above the head of the fantasy moon Sky Fox. A bloody light appeared in his eyes. He was shouting, "Phantom Moon Sky Fox must die." The lone wolf was horrified. The Phantom Moon Sky Fox also instinctively sent out a body protection alert. The white crystal between the brows of Phantom Moon Fox instantly emitted a circle of extremely terrifying light waves. But it was too late. At this time, Qi Hengchu would kill anyone who stood in his way. Chapter 141. Complete Retreat. The white crystal between the brows of the Fantasy Moon Fox suddenly burst out with a powerful energy wave. Like an energy shield, it expanded wildly, trying to blast Qi Hengchu away. But at this moment, Qi Hengchu was too strong. Compared to killing the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, he wanted to kill the Phantom Moon Sky Fox more. All that happened at the beginning was just a prelude. He just wanted to lure the Phantom Moon Sky Fox over here and kill it when the other party was off guard. Su Liang told him clearly. The weakness of the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox is the crystal stone between its eyebrows. As long as the crystal stone is cut off, the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox will be basically destroyed. This beast deserves to die the most because it created an illusion for Wang Tiance. That's why he let the girl he loved the most die, and let his teammates perish. It must die. Qi Hengchu's sword energy was shaking violently, and above the sword energy there was a layer of forbidden power. It broke through the energy shield erupted by the Phantom Moon Sky Fox like a whirlwind. The knife pointed directly at the head of the Phantom Moon Sky Fox. This speed, this distance, is unavoidable. Phantom Moon Sky Fox felt a strong threat of death, but it was too late. The Silver Fox's eyes were bloodshot. The lone wolf and the Blood Moon Wolf approached madly, wanting to rescue. But it's too late. There was a crazy and cold light surging in Qi Hengchu's eyes. Die. The sword slashed on the white crystal stone that was as big as a human head. Bang. In an instant, dense cracks appeared on the white crystal. The Fantasy Moon Sky Fox felt an extreme pain. It seems like the soul is trembling. Snap. The crystal exploded. Boom. An extremely terrifying energy burst out from the crystal. At this moment, it seems as if time has stood still. It was like a time bomb exploding. Su Liang also saw the scene here. His eyes trembled. He didn't expect that he really did it. In the field of vision, it was like a mushroom cloud rising. The ground where the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox was located exploded with a loud bang, and the earth was shaking. The ancient buildings around were reduced to dust by this terrifying energy wave. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf and the Lone Wolf that rushed over were both blown away. It's as if everything is invisible. The shock wave hit the quantum wall, causing the quantum wall to fluctuate. When the dust clears, at the center of the explosion, Qi Hengchu and Lone Wolf could no longer be seen. Only a Fantasy Moon Sky Fox with blood spurting out was lying in the huge pit. The white crystal between the eyebrows has disappeared. The blood dyed the white fur blood red. The Fantasy Moon Sky Fox is dying. Silver Fox blasted Wang Tiance away like a madman and ran into the deep pit. Looking at the Fantasy Moon Sky Fox that was about to die, Silver Fox went crazy. Ah! His eyes were bloodshot, like a madman. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Qi Hengchu. You deserve to die. Wang Tiance looked at this scene with his heart agitated. He decided to leave the matter of revenge to Qi Hengchu. Wang Tiance shouted angrily, "You are the one who deserves to die." Wang Tiance's power is rapidly dissipating. He can't waste any opportunity. He rushed forward and killed the Silver Fox. The Silver Fox also went crazy. Go to hell. In an instant, he collided with Wang Tiance. When Qi Hengchu appeared again, he locked his eyes on the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, of which only this one was left. This moment, the lone wolf's hair stood on end. His eyes were red. You forced me to do this. The lone wolf patted the blood moon wolf, and a resonance emerged between the man and the beast. The blood moon demon wolf roared towards the sky, and the deafening wolf howl echoed throughout the sky and the earth. The next second, under the earth, the strange beasts that emerged one after another became completely crazy. The speed increased dramatically, and it rushed towards the others like a flood. The lone wolf knew that his current goal was to kill those people. More and more 3-star and 4-star beasts emerged from underground. Su Liang and his men were truly in a desperate situation. Hunchu glanced at his teammates. Quick, quick, quick. It has to be faster. There was a cold light flashing in Hunchu's eyes. Then use it. Hunchu's voice spread to his teammates. I will kill them all. From now on, it will be up to you, Su Liang, Zhaojian, to keep your teammates alive. Upon hearing this, all the teammates' pupils shrank. Team leader. Team leader. Long Lan choked up. What are you going to do? Zhu heard it. Hunchu's eyes had never been so determined. If it weren't for Su Liang, he would never use these powers easily. But with Su Liang and Zhao Jian backing him up, he had no choice but to do this. There was a violent storm in the sky, and an extremely powerful aura burst out. Moreover, black arcs of electricity could be vaguely seen on Hunchu's body. The lone wolf's pupils shrank. You, Wind God Ban. You actually succeeded in practicing it. There were many people in the world who heard the lone wolf's terrified voice. Each pupil trembled violently. Wind God Ban. Hunchu actually mastered that legendary forbidden technique? The Chinese Divine Seal Path has been developed for 300 years and has created a great number of combat skills. Of course, the technique was also created. Combat skills themselves are a type of art. But there is a forbidden technique that is superior to this ordinary technique. It is something that not many people can learn and not many people can access. If there is a ban on the god of wind, there will naturally be a ban on the god of water, a ban on the god of thunder, and so on. Hunchu is wind, so naturally he is forbidden by the god of wind. The reason why it is called a forbidden technique. That, of course, comes at a price. By performing forbidden techniques, Hunchu's combat power will reach an extremely terrifying level. But after the forbidden technique stops, he will fall into a state of exhaustion, and at this time, he is almost useless. Therefore, he will not use it unless he is in a desperate situation. But now, he has no choice. More and more 3-star and 4-star beasts rushed out from underground. He had to take action. Kill all these strange beasts and the lone wolf. In this way, the crisis of teammates can be resolved. What happens next depends on everyone. Hunchu moved. The lone wolf's face changed drastically and he started to flee. The blood moon wolf under his seat howled madly. Drive those 4-star monsters over and attack Hunchu frantically. Hunchu transformed into Shura. A bloody storm broke out. The other side. Su Liang's heart trembled. It turned out to be the wind god Ban. The white mist on his body slowly disappeared. The 4-star clouded leopard had been killed by him and Zhaojian together. He was breathing heavily. It's okay. It doesn't consume too much energy. Zhaojian was seriously injured. Su Liang grabbed him and threw him into the forbidden god realm. Zhaojian glared. What are you doing? Su Liang said, recover quickly. The captain will need rescue later. Leave this to me. Hearing this, Zhaojian was shocked. No rejection. He came to Lu Yin, sat down cross-legged, and absorbed the divine crystals frantically. Green treated his injuries. Su Liang looked around. Less than 100 people arrived. Gong Lai Yunmu, Lu Wuhuan, and Gu Tianqing, as well as Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing who were sniped inside, were all exhausted. Those of them who were outside were even more seriously injured. The big iron bull Gu Tianqing recovered a little from his injuries and rushed out again. Gong Lai and Yun Mu's situation was also very bad. The money grubber had already changed his 2 swords twice, but they were still cut at a blunt angle. Su Liang looked towards Duan Xia and the others. The situation is not much better. The number of people has been reduced to 7. There was another person with a broken arm who was also fighting. Su Liang held his spear at attention and looked at the strange beasts that were coming like a tide. Most of them have 3 stars, and those with 4 stars are all going to hunt down the captain. Su Liang was breathing heavily. The situation is becoming increasingly critical. Could it be that this moon burial project really cannot allow so many people to survive? He shouted angrily. Twist the spear and shake the gun violently. Take out the 4-star beast crystal that has not been fully absorbed. Stuffed it into the chest area of his armor. The beast god seal madly absorbed the power from the beast crystal. His eyes were red, and he shouted angrily, "Kill!" The teammates also shouted angrily, "Kill!" Wherever the spear reaches, everyone bows their heads. The Zhulong's spear still shone with a cold and sharp light, and was invincible. Dingjun gun technique. The angry dragon breaks the army. Dragon Roar 9 Roar Spear. Su Liang was like a god of war, destroying everything. The 3-star monsters would die instantly under the spear. Moreover, Su Liang's Dragon Roar 9 Roar Spear can already fire 7 shots. Start to reach the peak of achievement. Beikonglang was also thrown out by Su Liang, and the Zhulong spear unleashed its ultimate power. The huge waves hit the strange beast like a huge wave hitting the shore. It was raining blood. Duan Xia and the others were surprised. Is this kid cheating? It's just evolved to the second seal. It's outrageous. Su Liang's killing power is indeed strong, and his Eye of Insight can also avoid a lot of damage. However, when the damage is overwhelming and unavoidable, any additional dodging is useless. Because of the special care from the lone wolf, he has a lot of 3-star Blood Moon demon wolves on his side. More and more. Gong Lai and his companions clearly saw at least 20 or 30 Blood Moon demon wolves appearing around him. He rushed towards Su Liang madly, and he could crush Su Liang to death. Gong Lai's eyes were bloodshot. Su Liang. He wanted to rescue. Su Liang. Master. Everyone was devastated. Tears welled up in Long Lan and Lu Yin's eyes. Is there no end to this? Su Liang shouted angrily, "Leave me alone!" Wind. Fire. Long. Sky. Roll. The strange beasts pressed towards Su Liang in groups, completely submerged Su Liang. But the next second, flames burst out from the gaps between the groups of strange beasts, like a furnace. Those 3-star Blood Moon demon wolves were instantly blown away by the terrifying flames. Those inside were directly burned into charcoal. An area was cleared out again by Su Liang. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Liang continued to kill crazily, and said at the same time, "Don't worry about me." But everyone is already at the end of their strength. I can't stand it anymore. One by one, the teammates were blasted to the point of vomiting blood and retreating wildly. The big iron bull Gu Tianqing was defeated again. The armor on his chest was torn, leaving a shocking claw mark with blood. Big iron bull. Before anyone could react, the money-loving Lu Wuhuan had both of his swords cut off. He was slapped by the earth demon bear's paw and vomited blood, and flew back to the forbidden god realm. Miser. Gong Lai and Yunmu couldn't stop it either. Gong Lai's whole body was covered in blood. Yunmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Grab Gong Lai and throw him into the forbidden god realm. Old wood. Gong Lai's eyes were bloodshot. Yunmu smiled sadly. "It's my turn. You son of a bitch, if you can make it back alive, you better marry Lu Yin for me, or I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Yunmu shouted angrily and rushed forward to kill him. Yunmu. Yunmu. Yunmu also initiated a divine sacrifice. We must seize this last opportunity for our teammates. But there are too many strange beasts. The clouded leopard and the phantom moon fox instantly submerged it. Yunmu. Gong Liar was going crazy. Everyone was heartbroken. Next second, white mist came out of Su Liang's body and he fired a shot. The strange beast was blown away in an instant. Yunmu appeared, covered in blood, with one of his arms broken. Su Liang threw it back into the forbidden god realm. No time to be sad. A quick look around revealed a total defeat. On Duanxia Blood Wolf's side, they were also defeated one after another, and each of them was seriously injured. Su Liang shouted angrily, "Return to the forbidden god realm." Chapter 142. All dead. All the remaining people retreated back to the forbidden god realm. There are only 70 or 80 people left. I really can't stand it anymore. Everyone was heartbroken. It's really a desperate situation. Su Liang glanced at everyone. I feel so desolate inside. Could it really be like that picture? Everyone will disappear in front of him. Su Liang's eyes were red. He can't accept it. In his previous life, he had experienced too many situations like this. This time, he really didn't want to go through it again. Yunmu's arms were broken. His body was torn to pieces, and he was dying. Gu Tianqing, Lu Wuhuan, and Gong Lai were also seriously injured. They were shaky, but still staggered to their feet. Everyone stand together, like determined to die. The same goes for Blood Wolf and the rest of the team members. There was determination on everyone's face. The Sky Eye and assassination group of each team had used up all their source crystals, so they drew their weapons and fought a final, desperate battle. The strange beasts are frantically destroying the forbidden god realm. With tears in her eyes, Long Lan looked towards the place where Hunchu fought. Hunchu killed countless 4-star monsters along the way, and also killed several 4-seal god-eaters. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf is no longer able to hold on, but it will take time. Duan Xia took out a metal ball. Damn it, I originally prepared it for that demon fox, but now I have to use it up. Long Lan also took out a precious energy weapon that she had kept in her bottom box. It was a metal lotus. Duan Xia saw this and laughed wildly. Isn't it just death? I have to kill enough first. Long Lan, you take care of that side, and I'll take care of this side. Long Lan nodded. This was also their last resort, originally intended to break out. But now, there is no other way. If you don't use it now, you may never have the chance to use it. Gong Lai's gun shook. Brothers, remember to come find me in the next life. Let's drink until we are drunk. Gu Tianqing spat out a mouthful of blood foam and grinned. Can you be more serious in your next life? Gong Lai cursed. What's the point of being serious? In the next life, if you give me a level, I can kill them all. Lu Wuhuan also panted and said, what a pity for my little treasury. It would be great if I could find it in my next life. Everyone laughed. You're a money grubber. Fu Yuan said, it is my luck to be able to work with you all in this life. Thank you for your sincere cooperation in this life. Let's meet again in the next life. Ha ha ha. Okay. See you in the next life. See you later. Everyone is ready to die. Su Liang's eyes turned red. No one is allowed to die. Let me do it. Gong Lai shook his head. Brat, I really hope you can fight your way out. You shouldn't die here. If you have a chance, don't worry about us. You must survive. Gong Lai slapped Su Liang on the shoulder. He showed a determined smile. Next second, the forbidden world of gods is broken. Duan Xia shouted angrily. The iron ball in his hand was suddenly thrown out and flew 3 kilometers away. At the same time, the metal lotus in Long Lan's hand also shot out. On both sides of everyone, the iron ball fell into the mouth of a strange beast and was swallowed by it. But it happened in the next second. A shocking wave instantly destroyed the strange beast into ashes. And that terrifying fluctuation also bloomed in an instant. Everything within a 2-kilometer radius centered on the strange beast was being annihilated. A shocking wave rose into the sky, blasting a huge hole in the quantum wall above the sky. But the quantum wall healed quickly. There is no longer any strange beast to be seen in this area. But at the same time, the strange beasts in the surrounding area and those crawling out from the ground will soon fill it up. On Long Lan's side, the metal lotus shot out. The mechanism made a sound and the lotus opened. The 108 petals of this lotus shot out and landed in all directions. Then there was a loud explosion and flowers bloomed everywhere. It is also unknown how many strange beasts were buried and killed. At least hundreds or thousands. The 2 powerful weapons bought them some time. It's a pity that the 2 powerful weapons were originally intended for breaking through, but they were used like this. Long Lan and the others also abandoned their sky eyes and picked up their own weapons. These people gathered together. Each of them is ready to die. Zhao Jian glanced in the captain's direction and sighed. The army of strange beasts paused for a short while and then swept in again. Like a flood, it rushed towards everyone. In an instant, everyone can be drowned. Su Liang took out the safe house and sent the seriously injured and dying Yimu in. Then he looked determined and fully activated the blazing blood attraction. Kill! 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 They were determined to die. The remaining 70 or 80 people rushed out, and the real desperate situation arrived. Everyone rushed out one after another to kill, drowned in the sea of beasts. Hunchu sighed. A knife cut on the lower neck of the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf, and blood gushed out. The lone wolf's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone else was dead. If it weren't for the 4-star monsters around him rushing forward one after another, he would have died long ago. The lone wolf cried out sadly, Silver Fox. The Silver Fox is still fighting with Wang Tiance, who is about to run out of energy. In this state, Wang Tiance has completely disregarded his life. The blood had completely dyed his body red. The Silver Fox saw the miserable condition of the lone wolf and the Blood Moon Wolf. He was furious. If this goes on, won't Hunchu be able to turn the tables? The Silver Fox shook off Wang Tiance and rushed towards Hunchu madly. Wang Tiance's eyes were completely blood red. The only target is the Silver Fox. He followed like crazy. He must be killed. Must kill. Hold on tightly. The Silver Fox was furious and struck with a loud bang. Get out! Shaking off Wang Tiance, the Silver Fox rushed towards Hunchu. Wang Tiance was blasted away, but soon caught up. He was a complete madman. Silver Fox was angry. The combat capability of this Chi Hunchu far exceeded their imagination, because according to the intelligence provided in the past, Chi Hunchu had always been at the fourth seal. Moreover, there were no such amazing performances in some battles in Chengdu. So, they misjudged. We shouldn't just prepare this little bit of strength, we should let the boss take action personally. Unexpectedly, up to now, he and the lone wolf are the only ones left on their side. Silver Fox's eyes flashed with cold light. Chi Hunchu, if he dies, then he dies. Save him first. Silver Fox took out a metal object like a shuttle from the space converter. Brazenly lead it. The shuttle shot out instantly, pointing directly at Chi Hunchu's back. Wang Tian saw everything. Tears and blood welled up in his eyes. Ah! The four divine seals exploded violently. The last bit of his strength was concentrated on his speed. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Wang Tiance to catch up with the shuttle. But the endless guilt and remorse in his heart told him that Chi Hunchu could not die. Everyone's revenge has not been avenged yet, and he has no face to live on. But Chi Hunchu cannot die, and the revenge can only be avenged by Chi Hunchu. He can't die. Wang Tiance used everything he could. He treated himself as an energy cannon and shot out. When the Silver Fox saw the blood shadow catching up with the shuttle, his pupils dilated violently. How is this possible? The shuttle was about 10 meters away from Chi Hunchu. Wang Tiance used his body to block the attack for Chi Hunchu. The shuttle touched Wang Tiance's right chest and exploded instantly. At this moment, Chi Hunchu suddenly turned around. Pupils tremble and heart is filled with grief. Ah! Wang Tiance's right chest, right shoulder, and right arm had disappeared. The body was in tatters and fell on Chi Hunchu. Wang Tiance's face was blown to pieces. Still a little bit conscious. Chi Hunchu's eyes were bloodshot, his eye sockets were moist, and his whole body was shaking. When Chi Hunchu found out that it was Wang Tiance who made a big mistake and killed everyone, he wanted to kill him. But that was not what he wanted after all. His current actions had already proved the guilt in his heart. He no longer wanted to live. But when Chi Hunchu actually saw Wang Tiance die like this, grief welled up in his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to recall the time when they had a very good relationship. In fact, even when they were competing for Qianyue, they never really hated each other. They were actually the best of brothers. This can be seen from the fact that when Wang Tiance saw the fake scene, he still chose to go along with it. But they're all dead. My former teammates and the woman I loved most are all dead. They are all dead. Now, just like before, everyone fell in front of him one by one. Chi Hunchu knelt on the ground, and only he understood the grief in his heart. Blood gushed out of Wang Tiance's mouth. Those eyes were fixed on Chi Hunchu. Report. Blood gushed out. Wang Tiance still couldn't say the words, revenge for everyone. When Wang Tiance was dying, he showed a faint smile of relief. Living is a pain for him. Let me go to that world to atone for everyone's sins. In a trance, he seemed to see everyone waving at him. And in the front there was a girl with a smile as beautiful as blooming mountain flowers, also waving at him. Wang Tiance lost his life. Chi Hunchu's aura surged. Ah! You guys deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Silver Fox and Lone Wolf gathered together. The two of them felt their hair stand on end, and they felt that enough was enough. It's time to retreat. This guy is going crazy. The two looked at each other, and there was no more hesitation. Chi Hunchu suddenly looked up, murderous intent rising to the sky. Chapter 143. Take everyone home. His gaze turned back to Su Liang and the others. Su Liang also went completely crazy under the influence of the burning blood. The white mist emanating from his body has a natural deterrent effect on strange beasts. He went on a killing spree. In this state, he was almost insane. I saw people from other teams being swallowed up by strange beasts one by one. Big Iron Bull. Gong Lai cried out in sorrow. Gu Tianqing was already at the end of his strength, and there was no way he could withstand the overwhelming attack of the strange beasts. A blood moon wolf bit it. It can be bitten off and swallowed in an instant. Everyone was devastated, but no one had the power to save him. They roared in grief, their tears and blood no longer distinguishable. Su Liang looked at the scene with his eyes bloodshot and rushed towards him madly, and the sound of the big iron bull came to his ears. Master, please teach me how to concentrate my fists? Master, don't be embarrassed. I recognize you as my master, so who do you think makes us teammates? Come home, we are brothers. When you teach me, you are my master. At that moment, Su Liang and Gu Tianqing looked at each other. Seeing the relief in the other person's eyes, death is nothing to be afraid of. I just feel a little unwilling. Why does everyone have to die? Everyone should work hard to survive. Su Liang was filled with grief and anger. Ah! He shot the spear in his hand like a madman. The Zhulong spear instantly pierced through the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's head, and the beast crystal in its brain instantly shattered, causing its biting action to freeze. Su Liang was like a fire-killing god, and the white gas was even more intimidating, forcing back some strange beasts. Su Liang burst out at his maximum speed. He grabbed the gun with one hand and suddenly shattered the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's head. With the other hand, he pulled Gu Tianqing out of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's mouth and threw him towards the safe house. Right. Safe house. Su Liang rushed towards his teammates frantically. Wind, fire, and sky. Su Liang roared and cleaned an area. He grabbed Lu Wuhuan, who was about to be trampled to death by the monster, and suddenly threw him towards the safe house. Su Liang shouted angrily, "Enter the safe house!" Su Liang rushed to the green grass like a gust of wind and threw it towards the safe house. Then one after another, Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan were all thrown into the safe house. Everyone was shocked. Su Liang shouted angrily, "Go in!" Everyone was in tears. Su Liang rushed to Gong Lai. Grab his shoulders. Gong Lai is now insane. What are you doing? Go! Su Liang shouted angrily. Suddenly slammed towards the safe house. Gong Lai's eyes were filled with sorrow as he was shooting backwards. Su Liang, go in! Su Liang had no other ideas now, but his power alone is limited, and Long Lan is in danger. Sister Xiaolan, be careful. Su Liang rushed towards Long Lan frantically. A giant earth demon bear pounced towards Long Lan frantically. The teammates were devastated. Sister Xiaolan. Long Lan. The moment Long Lan looked up, she saw a black shadow over 3 meters tall suddenly rushing towards her. Finished. Long Lan's face turned pale instantly. Is it her turn to die? She is not afraid of death. She just can't bear to leave Hunchu. Sister Xiaolan. Su Liang burst out at his maximum speed, but still couldn't catch up. The teammates collapsed one by one in the safe house. In that split second, Zhu Zhu appeared out of nowhere. He held the dazed Long Lan and rolled away about 10 meters. The earth demon bear smashed its fists at the place where Long Lan started. Long Lan was confused. How could it be her? Zhu Zhu was already covered in scars and was also at the end of her rope. Zhu Zhu cried out sadly, "Go!" Zhu Zhu grabbed Long Lan's arm and threw her towards the safe house. During Long Lan's backward shooting, she couldn't figure out why she saved her. She is clearly a slutty woman who only knows how to quarrel with her and snatched Hunchu from her. Why? Long Lan's tears flowed. Before the safe house was smashed, everyone quickly pulled Long Lan in. Zhu Zhu showed a sad smile. The next moment, during the fight, he was hit in the abdomen by the earth demon bear, and a claw mark appeared on his lower abdomen that went deep into his internal organs. Long Lan's eyes were bloodshot. Duan Xia and his few remaining teammates shouted in grief and anger. Zhu Zhu! Zhu Zhu! Zhu Zhu! Ah! Brute! It seemed that Zhu Zhu was about to be crushed into a paste by the earth demon bear. The spear has arrived. Su Liang suddenly fired a shot at the earth demon bear's chest, creating a huge bloody hole. The earth demon bear was blown away, knocking back countless strange beasts. Su Liang picked up Zhu Zhu. Su Liang roared like a wild beast. Hold on. Then he suddenly threw Zhu Zhu towards the safe house. Zhu Zhu was also confused. The one who saved her turned out to be the Indian boy whom she had completely ignored at the beginning. Su Liang shouted angrily, Duan Xia, send them in. Duan Xia had already gone mad with killing intent, but when he heard Su Liang's voice, he came to his senses. He grabbed the only 3 teammates left and threw them backwards. Team leader. Team leader. The 3 teammates panicked. Su Liang launched the wind and fire sky again. Destroy a group of strange beasts. At this moment, the beast crystal in his chest was supplying energy at an extremely terrifying speed. Su Liang's flames were raging. Kill to Zhao Jian's side. Retreat. Duan Xia. Guard. The safe house. Zhao Jian and Duan Xia immediately understood Su Liang's thoughts. Both of them began to retreat, guarding in front of the safe house. The few remaining members of the team around seemed to understand their thoughts. The only teammates, those who were seriously injured and not strong enough, were thrown into the safe house. But how much can be left? Altogether, there are less than 30 people. 2 safe houses appeared, but there were only 7 people left outside. The The 7 of them guarded the safe house. The remaining people in the safe house were all in tears. They want to leave them the last hope of life. Fight to the death. No matter whether I will survive in the end, this is a last-ditch effort. They will die anyway if they go out, so it is better for them to stay with the hope that is not hope. Su Liang fully unleashed his strength, just like last time. Fighting in circles. Leave no room for any effort. I swear to never retreat today. The spear in his hand shot out like a dragon. All strange beasts that try to approach this last piece of pure land will be killed by him. Duanxia's heart was filled with huge waves of shock. Never seen it before. I am really convinced. Gong Lai and the others are in the safe house. He roared in anger and punched the safe house again and again. Why hasn't the military support arrived yet? Why? The 7 people on the periphery, except Su Liang, are all divine warriors. They are all burning the last rays of light in their lives. Even wanted a sacrifice to the gods. Zhao Jin and Duanxia were also exhausted. Su Liang continued to kill crazily. He seemed to have no limits, shocking many people. But only his teammates knew that once Su Liang's state ended, he would not even have the strength to hold a gun. Su Liang is protecting his teammates with his own life. Just like in his previous life, his teammates protected him with their lives. He had long forgotten about tiredness and time. All I see is killing. The corpses of the strange beasts formed a wall. Hunchu killed the lone wolf with one strike of his sword. The lone wolf's body was torn apart in endless resentment. There was fear in those eyes that suddenly froze. Hunchu ignored him at all. Just keep your eyes on the silver fox. This guy must die too. A savage blow. The silver fox looked horrified. Hunchu, don't kill me. It wasn't me. Go and see the Tianji Corps. We didn't kill them. Go and see. Silver Fox also wanted to distract it. Hunchu could only respond with a knife. Hunchu. Silver Fox roared. A cloud of black smoke suddenly exploded in front of him. In that instant, Hunchu's swordlight had already fallen on him. Hunchu saw the Silver Fox's body blasted into the depths of the ruins. He frowned slightly. It was too late to check on Silver Fox's death. He couldn't block such a blow. Hunchu stepped suddenly. It suddenly rushed up and flew into the air. Cut it down with one knife. The last 2 divine generals who were besieged by 4-star monsters were killed. They were already in despair. But Hunchu wiped out the 4-star monsters in large numbers with just one strike of his sword. Hunchu saw Su Liang killing crazily and saw the circle of corpses of strange beasts. He shot forward. He himself has reached the end of his life. I really tried my best. Dragging a tired body. Landed on the safe house. Team leader. Team leader. Gong Lai and the others were trembling with fear, knowing that the captain's current situation must have reached its limit. Hunchu's 4th seal broke out. The final blow. Hunchu said weakly, Su Liang, Zhao Jin, take everyone home. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Go home together. Hunchu was suspended in midair, with a ring-handled sword held across his eyes. Open your eyes. Dark Night Shura finally blooms. Endless sword light covered the sky and the sun. I don't know how many there are in total. The sky was filled with sword flashes, at least thousands of them. Su Liang looked at the captain. In the eye of insight, his breath had been exhausted, and after this attack, he no longer had any strength. Hunchu was hovering above the safe house. His eyes gleamed with cold light. Kill. The knife light was splashing. It's like a lotus of sword light blooming in this sea of blood. Shura blooms. Within a 2-kilometer radius, Shura descended from the sky. Blood blooms. It's like a hell on earth. Shocking everyone's eyeballs. Chapter 144 Tragic Ending? When Shura blooms, everything is destroyed. Stop killing with killing. Hunchu's power is difficult to describe in words. Perhaps it was because of the power of his terrifying attack that killed so many strange beasts and the blood in the air, that the strange beasts on the periphery dared not move forward. Or maybe it was because the 4 alien beasts that controlled the group of alien beasts and the lone wolf were all dead. Those strange beasts finally stopped their crazy attack, began to slowly retreat and crawl back underground. After Hunchu's sword fell, he had lost all his strength. His body fell from midair. Team leader. Team leader. The conscious members of the Cinder killing team were all extremely anxious. Su Liang turned around and rushed forward, with Zhao Jin also approaching. Su Liang hugged Hunchu, who was falling down, and landed in front of the safe house. Duanxia and the few survivors around them all moved towards the safe house. Everyone in the safe house also came out. Everyone feels like they have survived a disaster. They made it through. They held on. Winner. Everyone was in tears. Only by experiencing it yourself can you understand the despair of this battle. Everyone surrounded the captain. In fact, everyone is almost unable to stand now. How's the captain? Su Liang shook his head. Don't worry, the captain ran out of energy and fainted. It's okay. This is also the price Hunchu paid for using the wind god prohibition. In fact, his level is not yet at the level where he can withstand the forbidden technique. Everyone was in tears. We survived. Su Liang put Hunchu on the ground and removed the fiery blood lure. His legs went weak and he sat down on the ground. Gong Lai also sat down next to Su Liang in a limp state. Are you okay? Su Liang just lay on the ground, gasping and shaking his head. It's okay, everyone, take a rest. At this time, Su Liang's beast god seal was still madly absorbing the power from the 4-star beast crystal. It must be replenished quickly. Yunmu and Dadianyu Gong Lai couldn't bear to say any more. Su Liang asked, he's not dead, is he? Gong Lai shook his head. It's good that you're not dead. Let's go home together. Gong Lai nodded. Long Lan held Zhu Zhu, whose injuries had temporarily stabilized. Healers like Luin had long since lost their strength, so they had to rely on other high-tech methods to stabilize the injuries. Zhu Zhu looked pale. Can you help me go over and see him? I'm afraid I can't get back. Long Lan's eyes were filled with tears. Why are you trying to be so stubborn? Zhu Zhu smiled with a pale face. He is in so much pain. If you die, he will be heartbroken. Long Lan was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into tears. Do I want you to do this? Zhu Zhu coughed up a mouthful of blood and smiled. One of us has to stay with him. He has had a very difficult time these years. Long Lan's bean-sized tears fell one by one. Zhu Zhu said, okay, stop crying. Help me go see him. I won't like him anymore. I'll give him to you. I don't want him to go through that again. You must treat him well in the future. The teammates around him were silent. Long Lan held Zhu Zhu and placed her next to Hunchu. Zhu Zhu was lying next to Hunchu. She couldn't get up either. He just turned his head and looked gently at Hunchu, who had a pale face. Reached out a hand and touched his face. Hunchu, I've seen your pain, so I don't plan to like you anymore. I hope you'll be happy and live a good life in the future. I won't bother you anymore in the future. Liking you is the happiest decision I have made in my life, and giving up on you is also the most correct decision I have made in my life. Zhu Zhu's bloody hand slowly slid across Hunchu's cheek. He gave a gentle smile. How annoying, Hunchu. Why can't you just look at me properly? I still have so much to say to you. It's a pity that I don't have the chance anymore. Zhu Zhu's voice became weaker and weaker. Long Lan noticed something was wrong. Zhu Zhu, what's wrong with you? Zhu Zhu looked pale and choked up softly. Captain, Duan Xia staggered over. I'm here. I'm here. Duan Xia grabbed Zhu Zhu's raised hand. Zhu Zhu looked at Duan Xia. Zhu Zhu smiled apologetically and gently. Captain, I will definitely like you in my next life. Please find someone else to like in this life. Zhu Zhu lost her voice instantly, and her hands lost strength. On the pale face, the eyes slowly closed. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu. Long Lan panicked. When Duan Xia and the remaining teammates heard this, they staggered over. Zhu Zhu. Sister Zhu Zhu. Several people broke down. Duan Xia's eyes burst. Zhu Zhu. Don't sleep. You are not allowed to sleep. Wake up. Duan Xia collapsed and roared. Didn't you suppress the injury? You can't sleep. Wake up. Long Lan broke down in tears, holding Zhu Zhu's other hand. Wake up. Wake up. Long Lan was already crying uncontrollably. Green. Save her. Luin ran over and checked Zhu Zhu with tears on her face. But Zhu Zhu's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Green couldn't stop crying. She doesn't know where Zhu Zhu is injured? She has no strength left now. Duan Xia collapsed and hugged Zhu Zhu, holding her tightly. I won't let you die. Wake up. Bloodwolf's teammates all burst into tears. The heartless Zhu Zhu, the one who loved to bicker, was about to leave them like this. Everyone was shrouded in sadness. They lost too much in this battle. Su Liang struggled to get up. Put her down, quick. But Duan Xia has now collapsed and is crying like a child. He likes her, but she likes Hunchu. Therefore, Duan Xia never expressed her feelings. She would rather continue to like Hunchu, and even persuaded Hunchu to accept Zhu Zhu. He always thought she didn't know. She knows everything. Su Liang was anxious. Weakly pulled Duan Xia away. Let her go. Let me see. Maybe I can save her. Hearing this, Duanxia suddenly looked at Su Liang. Hurry! Save her! I beg you to save her! Su Liang did not hide this time, and poured his remaining strength into the second divine seal. The Eye of Insight is in full bloom. His eyesight was penetrating, and golden light bloomed in his right eye. But no one pays attention to it now. In Su Liang's vision, the flesh and blood seemed to become transparent. He saw the broken blood vessels. The wound to her abdomen was fatal, but high-tech medical components had actually stabilized the injury. But deep in her abdomen, an artery ruptured and she was bleeding severely internally. Sister Luine. Medical equipment. Green dare not delay. Sister Luine, the inferior epigastric artery in the upper left part of the bladder is ruptured, and the gap has not been plugged, causing massive bleeding in the abdominal cavity. Green was shocked. Sure. Su Liang nodded. Sure. You do the work, and I'll direct. Luine didn't dare to delay. Okay. Remove the scalpel. Green cried and said, but I don't have any medical components anymore, so I can't connect it. Su Liang shook his head and said, no, just block it for now. Duanxia, ask other people if there are any other medical micro-robots in their bodies. Duanxia didn't dare to hesitate and quickly asked other therapists. But after asking around, it turned out that it was really gone. Under Su Liang's guidance, Lu Yin completed the operation quickly. Duanxia was very anxious. All gone. Su Liang shook his head. Don't panic. Stay calm for now and wait for Sister Luine and the others to recover their strength. But we still have to leave here quickly and send the message out so that the military can come to rescue them. Otherwise, it will still be dangerous. Duanxia nodded. Even though he was extremely tired, he still wanted to get out quickly because the quantum wall had not disappeared yet. Everyone is recovering. Green and the others couldn't stop, as everyone still needed treatment. Su Liang took this opportunity to take a look at Yunmu and Detiniu in the safe house. Su Liang felt heavy in his heart. Yunmu had one arm broken and was in serious danger now, all because Luine started to help him stabilize his injury. The big iron bull's chest was pierced, but fortunately the heart was not damaged. Now everyone is holding their breath. The Greens are recovering like crazy. Su Liang sighed inwardly. Even if Yunmu and Detiniu were rescued, they could no longer be members of the divine hunting team. Su Liang glanced around. This battle was too tragic. There were more than 300 people, but now there are only about 30 left. It has actually dropped by 90%. According to the information obtained in the previous life, almost all the people who participated in the Moon Burial Project died. I didn't hear of anyone coming back. This time, has something changed because of his joining? Or is the danger not over yet? If he hadn't been around in his previous life, according to the way things had developed, Hunchu would have definitely killed Wang Tiance a long time ago and would not have known the truth. Everyone fought to the death, and in the end, no one survived. Hunchu might have survived and become Shurablade. He had mastered the Wind Godban, so he should have a chance to survive. This time, perhaps it was because of his presence that Hunchu let go. Su Liang was deducing some things in his mind. But what is the real reason that made Hunchu become Shurablade? Or is it that Shura Dao is not him? Could it be that in the previous life, because all the teammates died, I became Shurablade? That's not right. After becoming Shurablade, he slaughtered other God Hunter teams. Many doubts surrounded Su Liang's mind. Also, this moon burial plan is too weird. Didn't the military notice this at all in advance? And after such a long time, the military rescue has not arrived yet. How badly has the military been corrupted? Or is it that someone in the military wants some of them dead? A layer of gloom covered Su Liang's heart. This matter is definitely not that simple. It's been so long since we lost contact. It's almost dark, and the core of the secret has not arrived yet. The military's reaction is so abnormal. Just when Su Liang was still in deep thought, in the distance, a strange sound of footsteps was heard. Su Liang's expression was suddenly shocked. Who? Su Liang suddenly looked in one direction. The others also looked over. At the end opposite them, a figure covered in blood slowly walked over. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing a ferocious smile. Following behind him were 3 4-star fantasy moon foxes. Chihengchu, you really surprised me. Su Liang's heart was pounding. Finished. Silver Fox is not dead. Chapter 145 to go home. Everyone's face changed drastically. That guy actually brought back 3 4-star foxes. Their current combat power is almost 0. Who can fight those 4-headed, 4-star foxes? There were indeed 2 divine generals still left, but they had already fallen down, were seriously injured, and had no fighting power at all. They are also the remnants of a defeated army. Everyone was heartbroken. Was it really God's will that they die? Duan Xia and Zhao Jian stood beside Su Liang. A few divine warriors who still had some fighting power left also came over. As for the two generals, they had lost too much blood and fainted. How can we fight with only a few people? The rest of the people can only try their best to recover. No one dared to stop. Gong Lai walked over, dragging his seriously injured body. Damn it, let's fight to the death. Su Liang's eyes were solemn. Drive the beast god seal to frantically absorb the 4-star beast crystal in the chest. He doesn't have much strength left now, but you can't retreat. Everyone is behind me. All the comrades who fought together. Silver Fox laughed grimly. We really underestimated Hunchu, the genius of our generation. We really underestimated him. Unfortunately, I am the final winner. Hunchu will only go crazy if you all die. Ha ha ha. So, you guys just go die. Silver Fox stumbled forward step by step. Were his injuries not serious? Hunchu's last knife. If he hadn't used a sleight of hand and used a level 1 shield to block the final blow at the last moment, he is a corpse now too. But he still survived. Mission accomplished. Hearing Silver Fox's crazy words, Su Liang frowned. They are all dead. So Hunchu would go crazy? The Eye of Insight has been activated. This Silver Fox is already at the end of his strength. The most dangerous ones are the 3-headed 4-star beasts. The device that controls the quantum wall must be on him. Su Liang felt depressed. How should he fight? Duan Xia was breathing heavily. What to do? Su Liang said coldly, first deal with those 3 beasts and then kill that guy. Hearing this, several people looked heavy. How to kill? Now they are all at the end of their strength. Duan Xia cursed, sacrifice to the gods. Without Juju, I will not live. Duan Xia's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone was shocked. Do we really have to go this far? Captain, don't be impulsive. Su Liang shook his head and said, I will do the killing, and you guys help me to scout the enemy. That beast doesn't dare to attack now. He wants these 3 beasts to kill us. Everyone was shocked. Duan Xia was shocked and said, you come to kill me? Zhao Jian also looked at Su Liang. You. Su Liang shook his head. Your condition is not as good as mine. Believe me, just help me hold them off. Don't fight to the death. If you can't beat them, just retreat. These beasts can't eat me. Gong Lai was a little anxious. This is not the time to joke, little brat. Su Liang glanced at him and smiled. When have I ever joked with you? Gong Lai was in turmoil. But Su Liang shook his head and said, we have no choice. After hearing this, the expressions of several people became determined. Everyone nodded. Good. Duan Xia gnashed his teeth and said, then kill these 4 beasts. One by one they drew their weapons. The few remaining strengths he possesses surge forth. The momentum rises again. Su Liang turned and looked at everyone. Everyone, get into the safe house. Protect the captain. Long Lan and the others' eyes were almost swollen from crying, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone is exhausted. Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan just wanted to help, but they were out of source crystals. Everyone missed. Su Liang's spear shook violently. Blazing blood. The Silver Fox opposite stared slightly. He sneered, are you planning to fight to the death? Haha, great. I like the way you guys aren't afraid of death. Come on. Go. Tear them all to pieces. The Silver Fox's eyes were crazy. The 3-headed, 4-star fantasy moon fox instantly rushed towards Su Liang and the others. Su Liang shouted angrily. Kill. In an instant, several people moved. Even if it means death, we must fight this battle. Because behind them are their teammates who have shared weal and woe with them. And I want to take everyone home with me. They can't lose this battle. For themselves. For everyone. To be able to return home. In this battle, the only option is to kill. Su Liang took the lead. Flames surrounded his body and white steam rose. Falling into madness again. The beast god seal on his chest was like a high-speed engine, madly devouring the energy in the beast crystal for Su Liang to drive. Su Liang shouted angrily. Dragon Roar 9 Roar Spear. 8 sounds at once. At this instant, the Zhulong spear in Su Liang's hand seemed to burst out with 8 dragon roars. And it was at this moment that a strong force belonging to a spear condensed on the body of Su Liang's spear. Gun force. He touched it. It's the gun power. Just like the sword force, knife force, and fist force. His gun appeared. Su Liang was greatly encouraged. A spear was thrust out, and the spear came out like a dragon. It instantly exploded on the head of a 4-star fantasy moon sky fox. Bang! The horrific explosion was deafening. The 4-star fantasy moon sky fox was actually repelled. Silver Fox frowned, full of disbelief. This is simply incomprehensible. This kid is so weird. How did he do it? How could a second seal possibly possess such power? What about the white mist emanating from the whole body? Su Liang is like a mad god of war. His strength value of more than 3,000 in the burning blood state is definitely not comparable to that of a divine warrior. But he has an eye of insight and can clearly see the weaknesses of each strange beast, and it can effectively avoid attacks from strange beasts. At the same time, in terms of speed, he is not inferior to these people. Coupled with the advanced armor and combat soldiers, he is so invincible. Every time the spear passed through, it would leave a deep wound on the body of the 4-star fantasy moon fox. Not only is the level 1 Zhulong spear sharp, but it also has the power of the beast god seal. The aura of his beast god seal has a great suppressive effect on strange beasts. These strengths make up for his weaknesses. This gives him the possibility to fight against the 4-star fantasy moon fox. And now, there are no more strange beasts around, so he can concentrate on dealing with the 3 of them. Su Liang shuttled back and forth frantically. The spear drew graceful and cold arcs, leaving wounds on the body of the 3-headed fantasy moon fox. Let the fantasy moon fox wail continuously. Zhao Jian, Duan Xia and others were around to provide support. The situation is not as bad as imagined. Silver Fox was extremely shocked. Who is this kid? Why is the second seal so powerful? His heart was as gloomy as water. I didn't expect that we could still fight until now. Damn it. Damn it. There was a cold light flashing in Su Liang's eyes. Die. He fired his gun at one of the phantom moon foxes, sending it flying and crashing into the ruins. But he was also hit by a claw of a demon fox. Puff. Su Liang. Everyone was shocked. I'm fine. Su Liang spat out the blood. Looks crazy. Swing the spear in your hand. He shouted angrily. Hit me. Duan Xia and Zhao Jian shouted angrily. The 2 men launched a powerful attack, sending the fox they were fighting towards Su Liang. Su Liang swung the spear, creating a powerful force. Su Liang shouted angrily, thousands of waves. The Zhulong spear fired a shot. The power of the waves came one level after another. The waves crash against the shore. Boom. A bullet hit the spine on the back of the phantom moon fox. Bang. Snap. The phantom moon fox let out a mournful howl and its spine broke. The waves came one after another, pressing it down on the ground, causing the ground to explode. Zhao Jian cooperated well. I have been working with Su Liang for a long time. He rushed forward instantly. Activate the power of your 4 seals. A sword burst out. Crazy and furious. Die. The sword flashed. Zhao Jian used up all his strength. He stabbed the sword in his hand into the forehead bone of the fantasy moon fox, shattering the beast crystal. This fantasy moon fox went crazy in an instant. Throw it away suddenly. Zhao Jian was thrown high into the air. Then he was slapped away by the fox demon before his death. Puff. Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian. The teammates in the safe house were extremely devastated. Su Liang had no time to grieve. Duan Xia. Plunder the formation. Duan Xia shouted angrily and suddenly attacked the other phantom moon fox. The last one had been held back by the remaining few people. Duan Xia rushed forward like a madman, unleashing his last bit of strength. After several consecutive attacks, the phantom moon fox was driven back. He roared to the sky, "Go to hell, you beast." He also summoned up the last of his strength. He used up the power of the 4 seals for the last time. Strong as a mountain, like splitting a mountain with one force. The black light is blooming, and his final shine is about to end. The fantasy moon fox was almost cut in half by Duan Xia's knife on the top of its head. The phantom moon fox slammed headfirst onto the ground. Su Liang had already prepared everything. The surging power of the beast god seal gathered at the tip of the spear. At that moment, the gold color broke through the flames, allowing the silver fox to see it, and his pupils shrank. Gold? What's wrong with this kid? Isn't it level? No time to marvel. Su Liang fell from the sky. The geese are falling. A shot followed up with Duan Xia's knife. The level 1 Zhulong spear broke through the skull and pointed directly at the beast crystal. This is the fastest way to kill the monster. The beast crystal in the brain of the phantom moon fox shattered. Duan Xia was slapped and flew away. Su Liang was also thrown away. But the phantom moon fox still fell to the ground, went crazy for a while, and then lost its breath. Duan Xia fell in the corner of the ruins. Spit out blood. A sad smile. Boy, I leave it to you. Su Liang's arrogance was still violent at this time. After being thrown away, he quickly turned back and took back the Zhulong spear, rushing towards the last demon fox at a rapid speed. Wind, fire, and sky. Get out of the way. Flames swept across the sky. Silver Fox's eyes widened. I just can't believe it. The three-headed, four-star Phantom Moon Fox is gone just like that. His brows and eyes were gloomy. There is definitely something wrong with this kid. He took out a whistle and blew it. He will continue to summon other strange beasts that have already gone away. But after the sky was filled with flames that covered the last Phantom Moon Fox, the Phantom Moon Fox was wailing madly. Soon it gradually weakened. As the flames gradually dissipated, everyone looked in horror at the crazy figure above the head of the Phantom Moon Fox. The spear pierced into the head of the Phantom Moon Fox. This scene severely impacted the eyes of everyone present. He is like a fire god of war. The three-headed, four-star fox demon was all killed. Su Liang suddenly fixed his eyes on the silver fox and pulled out his spear. Now you,